You are a high-tech enterprise that makes mobile phones, but you choose to make sanitary pads based on fans' suggestions, and even release videos for netizens to provide feedback. Since everyone is not confident in the sanitary pads on the market, the ones made by fans themselves should be trustworthy. For a moment, female compatriots who watched the video were moved to tears. This is what a people's entrepreneur with a conscience looks like. Deeply moved. At the first time the video was released, women from all walks of life across the country offered their suggestions and advice in the comments section. You don't say. There are quite a few people from related industries. Manager Sue. You must use good fluff pulp. Many problems are caused by the fluff pulp. Disinfection. Please remember to disinfect. Many manufacturers don't have disinfection equipment at all. It's completely like an underground workshop. With more and more people joining in, the number of comments is skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. In the past 2 days, the sanitary pad incident has hit the hot search twice. It was already a hot topic of national discussion, so as soon as your video was released, it immediately went viral, comment by comment, witnessing the desires and expectations of the vast female compatriots. In less than 3 hours after the video was released, it quickly climbed to the top of the Douyin chart for the day, and even dominated the top of various hot search lists. Translation: what's going on? I woke up and heard that Demi Technology is going to make sanitary pads. Arsu always listens to advice as usual. Due to the intense discussion among netizens about the sanitary pads incident, later in the evening, even major female anchors, hosts, and even female actors and singers in the entertainment industry all mentioned your account. After all, as a woman, no matter how rich or powerful you are, you still need to use sanitary pads. This matter concerns every woman, so everyone has no reason not to support it. Of course, for every positive voice, there will naturally be negative ones. What's going on? A company that makes phones is not focusing on making phones well, but instead is making sanitary pads, not doing their main business. I don't understand these domestic entrepreneurs. Isn't this crossing boundaries just messing around? The happiest ones are undoubtedly the major domestic phone manufacturers. In recent years, their phone products have been suppressed by Demi Technology. Due to the bad practices brought about by Demi Technology, the cost of phones has been increasing while profits have been decreasing. As a boss, if you don't cut employees' wages or exploit them, and instead exploit your own profits, which boss exploits their own products' profits? At the same time, at the Wanjiayi Asia Pacific headquarters in the center of the Magic City, as a global giant in the daily chemical industry, Wanjiayi was established before World War I and is a behemoth in the global daily chemical products field. Wanjiayi makes a lot of money from the people of the Dragon Country every year. Just when Wanjiayi thought they could continue to harvest money from the people of the Dragon Country, the toxic sanitary pad incident broke out. Nearly all of the more than 10 sanitary pad brands under Wanjiayi were wiped out, leading to a large number of netizens on the internet starting to unite in boycotting Wanjiayi. This kind of thing has happened more than once. When it comes to this kind of public relations crisis, Wanjiayi is also very experienced in handling it. It's nothing more than a fake apology, finding a scapegoat, changing the name of the brand involved, and continuing to market it. At this time, the person in charge, Jiang Lily, is handling this public relations event calmly. As per the request, here is the translation of the provided text. As usual, under the name of Wanjiayi, a public apology statement will be issued, stating that a strict investigation will be conducted, and then someone will be found from our soon-to-expire supplier to take the blame. The marketing department will change the names of the brands involved that need to be changed, repackage them, and continue to market and sell them. This is the confidence of global daily chemical giants. As for toxicity, shouldn't consumers reflect on themselves? Is it their own problem, whether they have exercised well, or is it because of their poor physical condition? And at this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Jiang Lily's secretary poked her head out holding a phone. Manager Jiang, something's not right. You need to take a look at Douyin. Hearing this, Jiang Lily took out her phone and opened Douyin, only to see several big words on the top of the Douyin hot list. Demi Technology officially entering the sanitary napkin industry. Upon seeing the news, Jiang Lily looked towards the senior executives with a serious expression. Speak up. What do you think about this matter? The so-called snakes and rats in the same nest. Who can work under the hands of people like Jiang Lily? What kind of good person can it be? Subai is just harvesting traffic hype. The number of fans increased by more than 4 million in one morning. It has to be said that Subai really understands how to play Douyin. I think this matter is at most just a gimmick. Nothing else needs to be done. Just one word: delay. Find an excuse to delay for half a year, and this matter will be over. Although Jiang Lily also thinks so, she still left a cautious eye. Our public relations plan remains unchanged. Always pay attention to the dynamics of Demi Technology, and report to me at any time when there is a situation. And just as everyone was arguing about this matter, you finally sent away several local leaders from Rongqing in the Dini Technology Park. This is how it is when a company grows bigger. It is inevitable to deal with the local authorities. You had just released news online about preparing to enter the sanitary napkin industry, and in less than 2 hours, the local leaders from Rongqing came, hoping that you would establish the sanitary napkin factory in Rongqing to help solve the local employment and tax issues. In exchange, the local authorities will provide policy support and assistance for your sanitary napkin factory. However, you did not rush to make a statement on this matter, saying that everything depends on the netizens. Back in the office, you took off your suit jacket and handed it to the secretary, then quickly took out your phone to check. Wow! The number of fans has soared from just over 1 million to 16 million in just a few hours. As a trillion-dollar CEO, you don't have time to keep staring at your phone, and you didn't expect things to escalate so quickly in just a few hours. Seeing you flipping through comments without saying a word, Secretary Xiao Lu immediately approached and said, "Mr. Su, do you want to contact the public relations company?" Without looking up, you said, "Why contact them?" To help you shape public opinion, set the tone, and show that you are not just creating a buzz. Upon hearing this, you immediately raised your head and said, "I wasn't just creating a buzz in the first place." Secretary Xiao Lu was stunned in place. The matter of Dini Technology entering the sanitary napkin industry does not involve internal company affairs, so the senior management did not pass it down to the lower levels. This also led to the fact that the entire internal staff of the Rice Technology Company all thought that Su Bai was speculating. Su Bai looked at the comments section. Well, no wonder the Secretary Xiao Lu said to help himself to find a public relations company. The number of people who now suspected Su Bai was speculating was increasing, and there was already a gradual trend of not being able to suppress it. Seeing this, Su Bai thought for a few seconds before finding the guy who was going to livestream tampon eating in the comments section. Straight to a circle kick. You said it. I'll give you a sports car for the live broadcast at that time. After saying that, Su Bai immediately looked at his secretary, Xiao Lu, with a straight face. Gather useful suggestions from the comments section. There are suitable manufacturers. Contact the marketing department to negotiate the acquisition. Pull the legal department to improve the procedures as soon as possible. The most important thing is the raw material piece, which must be strictly controlled. I have only 4 words for my request. From haste to speed. Hearing Su Bai give the order, Secretary Xiao Lu hurriedly used the recording notes he carried with him to take down. But when he heard Su Bai finish, Secretary Xiao Lu had a bitter look on his face. Mr. Su, doing things like sanitary napkins? None of us know anything about it. So who exactly are we looking for to be in charge of it? Seeing this, Su Bai raised the cell phone in his hand. How about you take a look at a couple of the highly liked answers in the comments section? Anyone who is able to leave useful advice in the comments section with a high number of likes is most likely an industry professional or a seasoned veteran. Mention of raw materials indicates that you are working in a raw material related job. Those who mention the equipment are most likely the manufacturers of the equipment. The odds are that those who mention the process are veterans of sanitary napkin production. Are you kidding me? There's talent in the net. Is that a saying? Since Su Bai is ready to enter the sanitary napkin industry and there is no general in front of his tent, isn't that just a good opportunity to wield a hoe and dig people up? Only to see Su Bai look at the Secretary Xiao Lu, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Contact the personnel department. These few with a high number of likes, scoop them all up for me. Don't let any of them get away. As of today, the Daily Chemicals Division is officially established. Work as soon as the manpower arrives. The secretary took the recorder and the man froze. And, you want to play like this? Originating from Su Bai's non-delaying personality, Secretary Xiao Lu's movements were also ridiculously fast. Immediately, using his Rice General Secretary Du Jinshi account, he began contacting the highly liked responses in the comments section. The personnel department got Su Bai's imperial sword, but also followed up quickly, waving the whole clunk a digging. For a while, the entire comments section, with the follow-up from Rice Technologies, was a good deal of chicken scratch, especially the account that was previously a D by Su Bai. The account holder, a delivery boy, swiped the video in between deliveries and replied in passing. Who would have thought that Su Bai, the titular 100 billion old boss, would actually reply to him? You said it. I'll give you a sports car for the live broadcast at that time. Looking at Su Bai's reply, Xiao Xiao was speechless. No, so you're not just speculating. You guys are really going to make sanitary napkins? What do you figure? Also, I'm far from the only one who says you, Mr. Su, are speculating. What are you doing? You're staring at me. The most painful thing for Xiao Xiao is that with this reply from Su Bai, this comment of his live streaming tampon eating has actually caught fire. You dare to believe it? Originally, the majority of female compatriots were still worried that Subai was speculating. As a result, Subai's emergence immediately proved that everyone's worries were redundant. Subai really wants to do it. Surprised, they also liked the comment. Humph, concerned about you, said live-eating tampons. See how you run, have the balls to top you up, and remember to add some chili sauce when it's not good. Dude cowhide. I love to see the fun, also give you a top. Originally, the delivery boy wanted to delete the comments, but what he didn't expect was that with Subai's reply, as well as the comments from a large number of netizens, his fan base was actually surging. From the original 10 or so, it's gone up to over 100,000 in the blink of an eye, and it's still going up? The delivery boy looking at his account with a who am I? Where am I look? Inexplicably, I'm on fire? Chapter 006, this internet, hard to be played by him to understand. Sisters, the latest news, Rice Personnel Department contacted me, I have packed up things, immediately set off to Rongcheng, to go to make sanitary napkins for everyone, and I am the sanitary napkin raw material manufacturers, has put the resignation report slapped in the face of the thing pussy boss, Sisters, rest assured that the raw materials have me, to ensure the safety and hygiene, won't really let me do it for life. With the Rice Personnel Department out of the way, one by one, all of the highly praised respondents were scooped up, and for a while, Subai's comment section was as lively as if it was New Year's Eve. I am doing personnel, recruiting a lifetime, the first time to see Mr. Su so digging people, single away a 6, admire. In ancient times, there was the straw boat lending arrows, today there is Mr. Su's high praise for digging people, Mr. Su's cowhide roadrunner fan, Mr. Su did what he said he would do, love it, already paying attention, and will only use rice phones from now on, and as word of this spread, the entire internet began to boil. Originally, everyone thought that this matter would be left unsettled. After all, Subai had harvested millions of fans in a single video, and his purpose had already been achieved. Who would have thought that Subai would actually play for real? Can you believe he's actually going to make tampons? What's going on? Listen to the Rice internal staff said, really set up the daily chemical supplies division. Subai want to do can't figure out, he figure what cell phone market is so big, not good management of their own basic plate, run to the daily chemical industry role, blindly hooking up and posting a video to get the product right? It's such a big deal, let's see how he'll end it then, close the show? Waiting to see the joke. The domestic daily chemical has always been the world of Wanjiai, and Wanjiai fight, Subai is asking for death. Just as the general public has been unimpressed by this, a plane from River Province to Rongcheng has successfully landed at Rongcheng Airport. Sun Jing, who was wearing a trench coat and dragging a suitcase, directly spoke in a firm tone after getting into the cab. Master, go to the Rice Technology Industrial Park. As the vehicle started, Sun Jing looked at the scenery of Rongcheng outside the car window with apprehension. Ever since she knew that Subai was really going to enter the sanitary napkin industry, she immediately packed her things and bought a ticket to Rongcheng. It's like the BFF said, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for the Springfield Day plant. It is also an opportunity for domestic daily chemicals. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by in 10 years, and if Sun Jing didn't seize it this time, it was likely that she would regret it for the rest of her life. So, she came, with the courage of a broken man. 2 hours later, Subai froze for half a second when he saw Sun Jing in the parlor, as well as the suitcase next to Sun Jing. While signaling the rising Sun Jing to take a seat, Subai walked towards his own seat with a calm smile. I heard that you and the HR department furtively wanted to be in charge of the newly formed Daily Chemicals division. As he spoke, Subai raised his hand and looked at the time. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes to give me a reason why you're up to the task. Just when Subai thought that Sun Jing would be eloquent about her resume, Sun Jing's answer was unexpected. Only Sun Jing looked at Subai with a calm face and a firm tone. My dad fought 12 lawsuits against Wanjiai, and in the 13th, he died on the way to court because of a car accident. It didn't take 5 minutes. Only 10 seconds. On the way to the parlor, Subai has seen the information on the Spring Breeze Daily Chemical Factory. The information is very detailed. Only this matter is not mentioned. Looking at Sun Jing's determined eyes, you don't just want to be as simple as a tampon, do you? Sun Jing didn't hide it. That's right. I want to use the background of Rice Technology to continue to expand the variety of daily necessities and fight with Vanguard. A word to the wise. Good guy. This is clearly pulling the tiger's skin to pull the banner off. Borrowing his Subai's momentum, revenge Sun Jing his father's revenge, and a fight with the international daily chemical giant Vanguard? This is to make the Rice Daily Chemical Division the rhythm of the dragon country's local leader? Jezebel is a tough one. Judging from Sun Jing's profile, there was no problem at all in making her the head of this division. But, you seem to have a lot of confidence in this, but I'm curious as to where your confidence comes from. Facing Su Bai, Sun Jing continued her own outspokenness. Because of you, Mr. Su. Because of me? Exactly. The domestic daily chemical industry is not suppressed by Wanjiati for 1 or 2 years. It is up to 30 years. The incident of tainted sanitary napkins is not the first time it has come to light. The last time it came to light was 6 years ago. But all along, no matter how much consumers have called for and protested, no one has ever dared to stand up to them. Because everyone understands that the market for daily necessities is the world of Wanjiai. Whether Su Bai was running his own persona or harvesting traffic, he finally stepped up. This matter is, to a lesser extent, changing the landscape of the entire sanitary napkin industry in the country. On a larger scale, it is for the health and safety of hundreds of millions of female compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Su, my father once told me that there is always right and wrong in everything, and God is still reasonable. Wanjiai doesn't treat us Dragon Kingdom people as human beings, and it is wrong when it bullies others. You, Mr. Su, are willing to stand up and dare to hold the paycheck for the crowd. You are right, it's called a master's name. This is our Dragon Kingdom's territory. It's a geographical advantage. It's timeless that the tainted tampon incident has broken out again. The expectation and support of your fellow women is human and human. The division, the timing, the location, and the people are all on our side, so why should we lose? Listening to Sun Jing's generous speech, Su Bai was a little embarrassed. I'm just listening to advice. Why is it that when you say it, it's like King Wu invading Zhou? Now, Su Bai couldn't even think of not leaving Sun Jing behind. Standing up from the sofa, Su Bai took the initiative to extend his hand to Sun Jing. Daycare division. You're on. Sun Jing, who heard these words, suppressed her inner excitement and raised a question she had been wanting to ask when she shook hands with Su Bai. Mr. Su, I have one last question. You say, this toxic sanitary napkin incident has made the entire sanitary napkin industry's credibility fall off. Even if we start producing sanitary napkins, there will be a lot of people questioning our products. How are you going to solve the problem of collapsing credibility? On the way to Rongqing, Sun Jing had been thinking about this issue. Su Bai's character is good, but it can't stop the poor reputation of sanitary napkins now. How can Su Bai guarantee that the sanitary napkins of rice technology will be safe and hygienic? Official test reports? So did Wanjiai. But what about the facts? Ask a blogger to test it? Surely someone will question that the blogger is being paid to do this. Faced with this near unsolvable situation, Sun Jing really couldn't figure out what else could be done to solve it. This problem, on the other hand, Su Bai had already thought of it. Don't even look at what he does. Only to see Su Bai pull out the big rice cell phone in his own hand, waved it in front of Sun Jing, and said only 2 words. There's no credibility that a live broadcast of seeing is believing can't salvage. If there are, then there are more. Until Su Bai left the parlor, Sun Jing was still standing in a frozen daze. At first, Sun Jing didn't react, thinking that Su Bai was talking about selling goods live. But after a few seconds of reaction, Sun Jing realized that what Su Bai had said had nothing to do with selling goods at all. It's live production. I can't believe it's a live production. Take the rice tampon assembly line and move it right to the webcast. Netizens are not worried about the sanitary napkin raw materials to substandard. Directly to a live production. So that you look at the production of the total no problem. Aren't netizens worried about hygiene? So let's just go ahead and sanitize it live. From raw materials, production, sterilization, packaging, shipping, directly to a transparent production. Like Su White said, there's no credibility that a live broadcast of seeing is believing doesn't age well. Looking at Su Bai's back as he left, Sun Jing immediately felt what it meant to have a gap. I used to be a boss myself as well. Why didn't I think of that? Look at the people. Mr. Su, from the network listening to advice, to the high praise digs, to the live production. This internet, hard to be played by others to understand. Chapter 007, this thing, can it be broadcast live? Half a month later, the eastern new district of Rongqing, Rice Technology Daily Chemical Products Industrial Park was quietly completed. Fast? It's all kind of slow. Since learning that Rice Technology really want to enter the daily necessities, several district leaders in Rongqing almost did not fight over this matter. All of them want to settle the Daily Chemical Products Industrial Park in their own jurisdictions. The incentives offered by various regions for this are one better than the other. Factory, directly is ready-made. Hang a sign can be directly moved in. Rent first free half a year. Procedures, do not even need to run your own. People's departments directly to the door office. Even the most difficult fire protection, People's fire department directly to the door to guide the renovation work you dare to believe. Equipment, All the international top-tier strength brand, the finance department approved funds, did not blink an eye. Personnel, the Ministry of Personnel directly to the medical supplies manufacturer at great expense, in accordance with the standards of the medical supplies industry to train. The most horrible thing is that the whole production workshop, Rice Technology, is directly in accordance with the standard of clean room. Who produces sanitary napkins? Ho to the point of using a clean room. As the person in charge of the division of daily chemical products, this time Sun Jing finally saw what is called the big factory's boldness. Originally a couple of production workshops that can be handled by a few $1 million. Rice Technology hard to spend tens of millions of dollars. The most critical thing is that when the samples of the trial production were sent to the relevant departments for testing, the people's testing departments were puzzled, curious if the sample was a mistake. What a tampon that somehow reached medical grade. As we all know, according to the standard for disposable sanitary products, the safety and hygiene standards for sanitary napkins are divided into 3 standards: general grade, sterilized grade, and medical grade. Usually the regular grade is good enough to be marketed and sold, and is the normal standard set by the state. Sterilization grade, as the name suggests, is sterilized several times, and the total colony group of the unit is less than 200 CFU/G. Due to several more times of sterilizing process, the cost is higher, and it is usually the standard only for high-end sanitary products in the market. As for the medical grade, to exaggerate, it's the operating room doctors who can use RiceTech tampons to suck blood. Even if Sun Jing grew up in a sanitary napkin factory and has seen sanitary napkins all her life, she has never seen a medical-grade sanitary napkin. Today, it is the first day of official production in the workshop, and the staff hired by the personnel department are all assembly line veterans. Everyone was busy in their respective positions, and when they said they were busy, there was actually very little hands-on work, mostly looking at data on the computer. This state-of-the-art production and packaging equipment is largely unmanned, requiring little human intervention except in the feeding and stacking process. The factory was running in an orderly manner, while Sun Jing, as the person in charge, was standing at the entrance of the factory. Today's Sun Jing deliberately changed into a set of professional clothes, and her hair was also coiled behind her head, a strong woman capable style, and across from her, there stood the boss Subai's royal photographer team, and after some preparation, the photographer gave an okay gesture to Sun Jing. Mr. Sun, the countdown is 5 seconds. The live broadcast will begin. There's no mistaking that today, too, is the first day of production for Rice Live tampons. Half a month has passed, and the Rice Technologies sanitary napkin incident, which was such a big deal, has long since run out of steam. Yet there was still a group of people who were still concerned about this matter. That was the same group of female netizens who had crowdfunded and liked Subai's production of sanitary napkins in the comments section of Subai in the first place. As the direct victims of the tainted sanitary napkin incident, they were naturally the most attentive to this matter, and some even ran to Subai's comments section every day to press for progress. Genuine is a network supervisor now. There are even several thousand-person groups that have been pulled together over this. Even more dramatically, I don't know how they manage to always get a lot of insider information from people inside Rice Technology. No, after hearing that Rice tampons started production today, all the big groups are buzzing again today. Sisters, I heard that Rice tampons started production today. Is the news true? Gee May, the information is lagging behind. Not only are people already producing it, they are using the best raw materials. Yeah, I heard that too. The top layer is made of the best new provincial cotton, not even bamboo fiber. It is said that the fluff pulp is made from coniferous logs. No way. Actually spare such a good raw material? Still, it's natural for some to sing the praises of others. What people say, you believe what but also use the best raw materials. Think about it is impossible. That's right, we didn't think that Mr. Su could make much better sanitary napkins. I'm scared by the poisonous sanitary napkins now. As long as the sanitary napkins he produces are hygienic and safe, I'll be stealing joy. Agree, capitalists, making money is the first, but people Su always earn a conscience. It should earn you, or earn. While everyone was talking about this, suddenly, someone in the group posted a link to a live Shake Shack broadcast. Sisters stop, look what I found. It's Rice Technology. They're live streaming the production of tampons. The whole thing. The female netizens who heard the news had a look of disbelief. What? Live streaming tampon production? This thing, it's live too? No, it's, how to broadcast it. How to broadcast. Even Sun Jing himself did not understand. After all, she'd never been live before, and her smile became unnatural as she faced the camera for the first time. Still, the makeup artist on the sidelines saw the situation and hastily signaled a reminder from outside the painting. Mr. Sun, don't just laugh. Say the words. Say the words. Reacting to this, Sun Jing's soul came online and started to introduce herself in front of the camera. Hello viewers of the live broadcast, I'm Sun Jing, the head of the Daily Chemicals Division of Rice Technology. Today is the first official day of production of rice sanitary napkins, and we know that people are very concerned about the launch of rice sanitary napkins. Exactly what ingredients are used, and how are they produced, whether they are safe or not, hygienic or not. I believe we are all interested in knowing, in order to solve everyone's doubts and worries. So, after Su's careful consideration, he decided to open up the production process of rice sanitary napkins to everyone by way of live broadcasting. Meanwhile, next to the camera, there were two other staff members who were holding tablets to watch the live backstage data in real time. At this time, there were only a few hundred people in the live broadcast room, or because of the reason that it was hung with the brand name of Rice Technology. Otherwise, it was estimated that there were only a few dozen pathetic online viewers. The two staff members were obviously not surprised by this kind of thing and had already guessed it. After all, there are plenty of interesting live streams out there, so who's going to be bored to watch the production of tampons? Isn't that just idle? That's about it. No more than 500 spectators at the most. Well, I really don't know what Mr. Su thought. Producing a sanitary napkin has to be broadcast live. Who will come to see it? Just as the two staff members were yawning with boredom, suddenly, the backstage data of the live broadcast room was refreshed once again, and when the new data reappeared, the two of them immediately did a double take, only to see that the original 307 viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly jumped to 298. That's not all. Refresh again. 2,956, 4,156, 6,127. The two men looked at the live streaming data that surged like a rocket. Their brains instantly overloaded, clutching their tablets, almost not smashing their jaws on the floor. What's going on here? The whole country's off the grid? No more live feeds? We produce a tampon and 6,000 people watch? Chapter 008. Good. All the best. Su bye. This person listens to persuasion. So the matter of rice technology to produce sanitary napkins, although it sounds fanciful, but there are always people who anticipate it. Su by this person is concerned about. So the rice sanitary napkins are absolutely safe and hygienic, affordable to consumers. This matter is not like the style of capitalists, but there are always people who still believe in Mr. Su. However, even if the majority of netizens have a big brain, and then anticipate things like God, but also could not expect Subai will come to such a handoff. Live streaming tampon production? For that matter, who would have thought it? Who's live streaming this? At first, it was the same group of female netizens who got the news and heard the wind and smelled the smell and ran to the live broadcast. As the number of openers skyrocketed, the doujinshi live streaming platform got into the act. From the big data mechanism of Douyin, give the live streaming room a quaffle to draw in traffic. The audience who originally swiped to the live broadcast, subconsciously had to scratch away. But when they saw the words rice technology, they hesitated for 2 seconds. But then I saw the word sanitary napkin, and immediately thought of the rice sanitary napkin incident half a month ago, which completely aroused curiosity, and could not be rode away. For a time, the audience in the live broadcast room surged more than just 10 minutes, increasing to 20,000 people in just under 10 minutes. Countless viewers have been playing up their curiosity in the comments section. No, is rice technology sanitary napkin really up and running? Holy, live tampon production? Live long time hey, single go as 6. Su always this live. I am more and more unable to understand At this time, Sun Jing was still immersed in the live broadcast, and her condition became better and better. If she knew that there were 50,000 people staring at her in real time, she would probably be so nervous that she couldn't even speak. Just see Sun Jing at this time has come to the door of the workshop, facing the camera. Not the first time to push the door into the workshop, but turn to the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, since our production workshop has been made dust-free, so if you want to enter the workshop, you need to change into dust-free clothes in advance. So follow the camera. As the photographer also followed Sun Jing into a different dressing room to change into dustless clothes, the already lively comments section immediately exploded. It's a real bomb, and the comments are floating like snowflakes. No, what did I hear? A clean room? You're making tampons in a clean room? Funny, isn't it? Dust-free? You think pulling 2 pieces of plastic sheeting makes you dust-free? Is the clean room great? Let's have a big hand to popularize it. Dust-free workshop, also called clean workshop, refers to the production workshop, through a variety of purification equipment, so that the air, environment, strict control of bacteria, harmful air, maintaining the workshop temperature, humidity and many other requirements of the high-standard workshop. Usually clean rooms are used in medical supplies, precision instruments, semiconductor industry and other fields. The production of sanitary napkins, on the other hand, doesn't even use such high standards. To put it bluntly, it's a bit of a nuclear missile hitting a mosquito concept. And after the individual netizens' science, the audience in the live room once again exploded. This time the most serious, to belong to the majority of female compatriots. After all, they know better than anyone which group would benefit the most from using a clean room. I thought the big deal about Rice Tech's workshop was that it was a little cleaner, a little more hygienic. It's a clean room. I'm still too small. It turns out that capitalists can make me feel warm too. Mr. Sue, powdered. From now on, Mr. Sue's video. I'm the first to like Rice Technology products. I'm the first to buy. As it turns out, everyone was still too happy too soon. There is more to be happy about. Yet, when Sun Jing, who had changed into a dustless suit, walked into the workshop with a photographer, another group of netizens couldn't sit still. Grass. Chariot Country Original imported assembly line equipment. A set is more than $8 million. Is not used. Is the latest model. No, it's not. It's really a standard clean room. This grade. It's almost catching up with our biology lab. Waste. This input, the production of what is not good, you actually use to produce sanitary napkins. It's a waste. Under Sun Jing's deliberate authorization, the photographer held up the machine and took a disliked shot directly at the assembly line equipment. Starting from the feeding process, without sparing every detail, almost every minute, a netizen wails, "I'll go. New province long staple cotton. Such good cotton. You use it to make sanitary napkins? It's over. I can't watch it anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack. This is our northern coniferous log? The price is up to $1,400 a side, and you're using it to make fluff pulp? I'm convinced. No way. Polymer water absorbent resin. You're adding it like this? It's all money. Don't you count the cost? So you have a separate production line for disinfection?" With the discussion of a group of netizens who were eating, the majority of female compatriots who watched the live broadcast were all confused. Those who know, also know that Rice Technologies is making tampons. If you don't know, you'd think that Rice Technologies is building a dowry for its daughters. No, it's not just building a tampon. What's all the fuss about? Many of our fellow women don't understand the terminology, don't know what the concept of new provincial long staple cotton is, don't understand how good conifer logs are, and don't understand exactly how much polymer absorbent resin is the right amount to add. But they're not stupid, and it's not hard to analyze them from the comments of the netizens who are eating them. Good, all the best. Subai built them sanitary napkins and used all the best ones. How good is it? So good that, well, lesbians are starting to get scared. No, why do I feel this sanitary napkin? I don't deserve to use it at all. Turns out I'm not the only one who thinks this way. I also think that rice tampons are, well, kind of like a luxury item. If you make it like this, a tampon will cost you a few dollars. Several dollars? I think a piece could be $12 or more. What's going on? Then I really can't afford to have my period. I don't care. Even if it's $12, I'm going to buy it. Thousands of dollars of clothes dare to buy. $12 of sanitary napkins, why do not dare to? Yes, the big deal is to drink fewer cups of milk tea. Who called rice sanitary napkins safe and hygienic? For that matter, I'm going to buy them. A live broadcast ended in Sun Jing's apprehensive state of mind. After taking off her radio equipment, Sun Jing walked towards the live team and asked a curious question. How's the live stream working out? The two staff members who were keeping an eye on the live broadcast glanced at each other before looking at Sun Jing, and one of them said something. The good news is that the live stream has been well received and people aren't worried about the safety and hygiene of rice tampons. The bad news is that people are starting to worry about the price of rice tampons. Chapter 009, Who's doing production and letting the whole network supervise the work? Magic City, Vanguard Asia Pacific headquarters. A dressed-up Lily Jian was sitting behind a desk and was talking on the phone in English, smiling with her the whole time. No, don't worry about it at all. This incident won't have any impact on our business in the Asia Pacific region. You're worrying too much. That's a cell phone manufacturer with absolutely no experience in the business of daily necessities. It was a complete accident and a hype at best. Yes. Don't worry. It won't take half a month. Within a week, I'll have this settled. 1 second. John Lily was laughing and hanging up the phone. And the next second, the sound of smashing the phone rang out in John Lily's office. It's been a little over a week since Rice Technologies' livestream tampon production. Instead of diminishing in heat, the story has been getting hotter and hotter on the internet for over a week now. Originally, everyone thought that Rice Technology live production of sanitary napkins, but only for show. After all, in the face of a set, behind a set of things, A lot of things. But to everyone's surprise, the live streaming of rice tech, instead of stopping, is normalized. You read that right. Live streaming is normalized. Rice Tech's tampon factory has actually started live streaming 24 hours a day, all year round. They opened up the monitoring camera network interface of each workshop in the factory, so that netizens can always supervise the work through live broadcast. In the words of Netflix, the rice factory didn't even have to hire a supervisor, and the general public helped Rice get this done. Who's doing production? Let the whole network supervise the work. What's even funnier is that due to the fact that there is a young guy employee in the workshop, who often touches the fish and dozes off while working, he was spotted by the sharp-eyed netizens. Can you believe that guy's on fire? Tens of thousands of netizens are on the air every day to see his head pounding. You dare to believe it? Who the watches this live? As this story got bigger and bigger, another piece of heavy news caught Lily Zhang's attention. Rice Technology has already let out the wind. In 3 days, that is, half a month after the rice sanitary napkins are put into production, Subai will officially sell rice sanitary napkins live in the live broadcasting room of Rice Technology. When the news was announced, it immediately hit the top of the day. After all, Subai's image has always been that of the owner of the rice phone, always the founder of a technology company. It doesn't look like it would go well with something like tampons at all, but when the two completely mismatched things combined together, immediately produced an amazing chemical effect on the internet. The effect, it is almost the same as Subai want to dance in the live room in women's clothing. For a while, the Guyanese netizens who love to watch the fun immediately couldn't sit still. No way. Mr. Su is going to sell sanitary napkins live? I'll put it here. I'm a guy. If Mr. Su dares to sell it, I'll dare to buy it. The veteran president of 100 billion technologies, selling sanitary napkins live online. Walk by, don't miss it. In this part of the internet, I'm not convinced by anyone except Mr. Su. It is said that the live broadcast of the Rice Technology, just live subscription audience, has exceeded more than 800,000. Countless netizens want to take a look at this rare hilarious. But behind the hustle and bustle, Lily Zhang sees a bit that no one else does. There is no mistake. Zhang Lily had to admit that Subai has played the internet out. From the beginning of the network to listen to the advice, high praise digging, live production, to today's 100 billion old man personally live selling sanitary napkins, Subai accurately grasped the psychology of the netizens. And every time he made a move, he touched the netizens' heart bar. But Subai had overlooked a crucial issue. Benefits. Any enterprise, leaving the benefits, play the flowers. It is a joke. Subai tossed so half a day, fired so hot on the internet, and made the whole world know. And has he paid attention to his own effectiveness? Are you sure you're going to make a good profit? The netizens are now focusing on Subai alone, but forgetting about the real core product, rice sanitary napkins. Everyone wanted to go to the live broadcast to watch Subai, the $100 billion boss, sell sanitary napkins, just like watching monkeys at the zoo. It's purely for the spectacle, but often behind the hustle and bustle. When the song ends, it's a mess. How many people, again, are actually running to buy tampons? Subai lay such a big stall, not afraid of the time live sales fail to close the scene? Are they not afraid that they will not be able to make ends meet and that they will be doing business at a loss? He's so good with the internet, he doesn't know there's a saying, the higher you fly, the harder you fall? Originally, Wanjiai and Rice Technology have always been well water, but now Subai is going to come to Wanjiai's bowl to snatch food to eat. Then as the person in charge, Zhang Lily doesn't mind letting Subai fall a little harder. Only Zhang Lily copied the landline phone on the table and dialed the internal number. Prepare a document in the name of the Asia-Pacific region headquarters. Starting tomorrow, all sanitary napkin brands in the Dragon Kingdom area, all price reductions and promotions for half a month. There was no mistaking that Wanjiai struck out, and if he didn't, it was a king bomb, and Lily Chang's timing is quite cleverly chosen. 3 days later Subai livestreamed selling sanitary napkins, and it couldn't be more obvious that Wanjiai is starting a price cut promotion 2 days early. Consumption of the market in advance of the intention of consumers. By the time Subai broadcast, should buy sanitary napkins, all bought out, no consumers, CM Subai sanitary napkins sold to who? Cautious Zhang Lily also delayed the promotion to half a month time. Is to be in half a month, so that the entire sanitary napkin market into a vacuum. By that time, not to mention Rice Technology want to eat meat, not even a mouthful of soup. Didn't you, Subai, want to go against Wanjiai? Then let's show you what happens when you go against Wanjiai. If I don't pin you down today, Subai, do you really think that the name of Wanjiai's daily chemical giant is for nothing? Anyone who dares to come and stroke the tiger? The capitalist spaced out fights go unnoticed by ordinary consumers, but have an impact that manifests itself in every aspect of life. The next day, A host of sanitary napkin brands had eye-catching promotional labels on their shelves in major supermarkets across the country. Two girls pushing a shopping cart saw this and immediately gathered around. Wow! They're all on sale, eh? This is a great event. Just in time to stock up. Did you forget about the last poison tampon? Didn't Wanjiai already apologize? And the manufacturer involved has been seized. So it should be. It's okay. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. Anyway, I am not assured. Wanjiai apologizes every time, but it won't be long before it explodes again. I don't dare to bet my health on the character of a capitalist. What else can you do? Wanjiai basically has a monopoly on sanitary napkins, so how can you not use them for the rest of your life? Who says it has a monopoly? Isn't there still rice tampons? Rice sanitary napkins? You're so extravagant. It's all over the news now, saying that rice sanitary napkins cost at least $7 or $8 a piece, and a packet costs $70 or $80, which works out to be a small $1,000 a year to buy Auntie's napkins. There's no mistaking it. It's all over the internet now. Rice sanitary napkins use such good raw materials and top-notch production processes that they sell for less than $7 or $8 a piece. This is already considered to be the price of high-end sanitary napkins. Once in a while it is okay to use them, but when it comes down to the fine print, ordinary people simply do not dare to consume them for a long time. This is why the internet has been silent for the past few days. For the majority of women. Yes, Subai did listen to the advice to let Rice Technology produce sanitary napkins for everyone. Subai's character is also recognized once again, with all the best rice tampons used, but Subai had overlooked one issue, and that was the price. Subai neglected to mention that high-end sanitary napkins are not affordable for everyone. For many students and white-collar workers who have just started working, the monthly living expenses and salary are not generous, and every penny has to be carefully calculated. For a lot of girls who watch a movie online and have to borrow memberships from everywhere, who would be willing to spend $70, $80, or hundreds of dollars a month on tampons? Chapter 010. What is this called? This is called the People's Heart. Mr. Su, the cost of rice sanitary napkins is out. Early in the morning, Sun Jing knocked on the door and entered Subai's office with a document. There's no mistaking that half a month passed before the cost of building rice tampons came out. That's why, these days, the internet is abuzz with rumors that rice sanitary napkins are a high-end luxury item that ordinary people simply can't afford to consume. But there's a reason why Rice Technologies hasn't come forward to take a stand. The costing of industrial goods is not at all as simple as adding or subtracting. This involves not only hard costs such as raw materials, rent, equipment wear and tear, staff wages, venue rent, utilities and so on. Even the scale of production, manufacturing lead times, production efficiencies, and local policies have an impact on costs. To take the simplest example, the scale effect, Tesla can get the manufacturing cost percentage down by double digits by utilizing the scale effect through the superfactory. Hold on, I've got 2 minutes. At this time, Subai is facing the computer to edit the mail. As the founder of the Rice Technology, Subai's daily work is busy and full. It is impossible to put all the attention to the rice sanitary napkins. While typing, Subai said without lifting his head, I've been reading all over the internet that the price of a single piece of rice tampon is, at the very least, $7 or $8. There are even people spouting off about rice tampons, the Hermes of the tampon world. It can't be that much of a stretch. Subai, who was busy replying to emails, didn't notice in the slightest that Sun Jing, who was standing across the desk, had an expression that wasn't quite right. To be honest, even though Sun Jing has experience in running a daily chemical factory, she has never had an accurate idea of the cost of rice sanitary napkins. After all, rice sanitary napkins, whether it is the production process, equipment, or raw materials, are not used by Sun Jing before. The exact cost geometry. Sun Jing also got the statement of the financial department to know. To be honest, the moment she saw the exact cost, Sun Jing originally did not believe it, and the finance department was approached to reconcile the data. But the finance department's original statement to Sun Jing was, when this data came out, we didn't believe it at first. Subai, who had finished his busy schedule, pushed away the keyboard and stomped his legs, standing up from his own boss chair, before noticing Sun Jing's expression. What's the matter? It costs too much? Sun Jing shook her head, not knowing how to speak, and handed Subai the document labeled with the machine seal. Mr. Su, you'd better take a look for yourself. Being hooked on curiosity, Subai sat across the corner of the desk, took the file and opened it to look through it, while playing a small game in his heart. It can't be that rice tampons have really become a luxury item, like the internet says. The front cost list. Subai directly skipped, turned to the last few pages to see the cost of a single piece of rice sanitary napkin. But when Subai looked at the string of numbers at the end of the page, he first thought that he had blurred his eyes. and then lifted the document and stretched his neck to look a little closer. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Sun Jing appeared to have guessed Su Bai's reaction and immediately shook her head. I went to the finance department 3 times to check and make sure there was no mistake. For a while, the large office was plunged into a deathly silence. For a long time, Su Bai silently put the documents on his desk and reached out to touch his forehead. So those tampons on the market. For this, Sun Jing was an insider and immediately gave her judgment. When it comes out of the manufacturer and it's labeled under the Wankel banner, Wankel is going to make a killing. Then there are first, second, and even third-tier dealers with layers of price increases. At the end of the day, when you get to the end distributor, there are superstore shelf fees, stacking fees, promotional fees, which is another cost. Even if you go online sales, the service fees, deposits, and promotion fees of the major online shopping platforms, calculated is not less than the cost of physical stores. So, Su Bai, who was listening silently, picked up the conversation. So, consumers used to buy tampons that actually cost less than 20% to produce? Sun Jing nodded. Probably not even 10%. A lot of sanitary napkins that come out of small workshops can cost less than 10 cents a piece. You can even do it for 5 or 6 cents a piece if you use inferior ingredients. Laughing, Su Bai laughed. It's a long way from home. At first, even Su Bai himself thought that the cost of rice sanitary napkins, even if it was lower, would be $2 or $3 a piece. But when Su Bai saw the cost, even he couldn't believe it. Cost per piece, $0. 43. You read that right. 43 cents a piece. It's a full 20 times worse than the $7 or $8 a slice that is so prevalent on the internet. It's 20 times. Why does everyone believe this statistic? Because the tampons that are on the market right now are selling for 50 to 60 cents to $1 or so a piece. The cost of a commercially available tampon, by definition, should be 30 or 40 cents, and rice sanitary napkins, all with the best. How can the cost of 30 or 40 cents? In fact, everyone was slapped in the face, including Su Bai himself. It's not that people overestimate the cost of rice tampons, rather, people underestimate the cruelty of capitalists. As the old saying goes, they would dare to trample on the law for the sake of 100% profit, for the sake of effectiveness, for the sake of profit. What's a little black cotton ripped from second-hand recycled clothes added to tampons? What's a little bit of used recycled book paper fluff pulp added to it? Sterilized? Bleached tampons, white and clean, still need to be sterilized? It's all technology and hard work, so you buy it and you use it. Guaranteed you won't say a word once you use one. This was why when Sun Jing and Su Bai saw the cost of the rice sanitary napkins, both of them fell into silence. Seeing Su Bai's delay in speaking, Sun Jing reminded from the side. Mr. Su, the price of the rice sanitary napkins. You still need to make a decision. The follow-up still needs to be reported with the relevant authorities. You see, there's no mistaking it. The cost of rice tampons came out at 43 cents a piece, low enough to exceed everyone's expectations. And how much should the selling price be set? It stands to reason that something like rice tampons now exceeds the cost and credibility of all tampons in the world. Even if Su Bai is marked down to $5 or $6 a piece, and a pack of 10 pieces is $50 or $60, it's sure to sell out. After all, the huge dragon market is never short of rich people. This question, Su Bai threw to the connoisseur Sun Jing. What do you think is a good price tag? Sun Jing hesitated for a moment before offering her opinion. My suggestion is $2 a piece. The price, which Sun Jing had thought through, would not be too expensive, and ordinary people could afford it even if they bit the bullet. It's not too low either, so that Rice Tech can have a sizable benefit. After all, Rice Technologies is a company, not a charity. Hearing Sun Jing's answer, a smile appeared on Su Bai's face. Mr. Sun, do you know the profit margin of our rice phones? How could Sun Jing know about this kind of confidential issue and could only shake her head, only to see Su Bai stretch out a finger. 12%. That's equivalent to $200 of pure profit for every cell phone I sell. After tax, I sold a whole 200 million units last year. Do the math. I made a profit. Pretty good math number. 40 billion. Su Bai continued. Let me ask you another question. Out of the $40 billion, is the $200 more important or the $200 million more important? A word to the wise. Thin profit margins are understood by everyone. Profitability and market share. Su White's choice is always the same. Never the market. It's like what Rice Technologies is all about. Produce cell phones that everyone can afford. Switching to tampons is the same. Making tampons that everyone can afford. Enterprises without the support of the people are like castles in the air. Seeing him rise, seeing him feast his guests, and seeing him collapse and scatter. And the people support the enterprise, even if it is to go bankrupt and close down. The people, can you a piece of my 2 cents? To put together money can be put together for you to list. What's it called? It's called the People's Heart. Only to see Subai back to the desk, sitting in his own boss chair, picking back to the keyboard to continue to deal with their own work, and did not raise his head to say, the same profit margins as a rice phone, and how much it sells for. You guys do the math. Chapter 011, you'll know after the live broadcast. November 2nd. According to the Weather Channel, a new round of stronger cold air is coming, and the country is about to see another round of cooling. At night in the city street, the delivery boy in a hurry rides a battery-operated bicycle speeding on the sidewalk. The boy holding a flower waits for his girlfriend to get off work at the subway entrance. The smell of fried wolf's teeth potatoes wafts in all directions from a mobile food truck, and the drooling corgi chases after the roasted intestines in the hands of its little master all over the street. It's just a regular Saturday. If I had to say something interesting, it might be that a certain $100 billion boss is going to be selling tampons on the air tonight. There's no mistaking it. Tonight is the day of the Rice Tech livestream. Only today, instead of selling cell phones, Rice Tech is making an unprecedented move to sell sanitary napkins. It started with the tainted tampon incident a month ago, and a certain owner's internet listening to advice. But not many people remember the poison sanitation incident that caused so much panic in the first place, thanks to Wang Jiayi's public relations operation. Instead, it was Subai selling tampons that became the biggest gag on the internet tonight. Like paying to see clowns in a circus, the general public never misses out on this kind of hilarity for no money. Even many famous entrepreneurs and internetverses have addressed this matter and expressed their views on the internet. A $100 billion boss selling tampons? This is a farce of claptrap. For the sake of eyeballs and traffic, the modern capitalist eats ugly. The rice sanitary napkin incident fully illustrates what it means for traffic to be king, which is the sorrow of this era. There is nothing wrong with the incident of Subai's live broadcast selling sanitary napkins, which is not in line with the current mainstream values. And in most people's opinion, selling sanitary napkins is fake, and gaining eyeballs and traffic is real. For a while, many netizens who didn't know the cause and effect of the incident were cursing the incident. This is a world I can't really understand anymore. It's too abstract. Originally Rice Technology's Subai to my impression has been good. I cannot imagine that actually for the flow of a little lower limit is not there. Capitalists, for the sake of making money, what can't they do? Understand. But the more people who cursed, the hotter this matter was fired. And the more onlookers who wanted to eat melon and watch the fun. This also led to the fact that once 8 o'clock in the evening arrived, the live broadcast of the Rice Technology had just opened for less than 5 minutes, and millions of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room and clamored, "Where's Mr. Su? Isn't Mr. Su going to sell sanitary napkins? Where is he? I'm running specifically for him. The hosts should stop pushing and let Mr. Su come out. I want to see Mr. Su, quickly let Mr. Su come out." 100 billion old boss selling sanitary napkins, the annual famous scene under the fire output of millions of netizens. For a while, the two warm-up hosts could hardly hold it down. Meanwhile, inside the dressing room and the backstage of the live broadcasting room, the stylist was doing Subai's hairstyle, and using this time gap, Subai was still using his cell phone to handle his work. Suddenly, the door of the dressing room was knocked open, and Huang Lin, the first hand of the public relations department of Rice Technology, came in with an anxious face, and saw Subai, who was doing her hair, and said bluntly, "Mr. Su, we strongly suggest that you change the live broadcast. Our PR department thinks so, and so does the whole company." Hearing this, Subai raised his hand to signal the frozen hairstylist to continue and looked at Huang Lin from the mirror with a calm expression. And the reason? Since Huang Lin dared to personally come to Subai, she naturally had enough reasons. For your sake, and the image of the business. Before Subai could make a statement, Huang Lin spoke out what the internet was saying about Subai right now. The whole internet is now saying that you're just trying to get attention and claptrap. Subai himself didn't expect that things would actually get so big, but instead of answering Huang Lin's question head-on, he asked Huang Lin, "So what do you think? Am I blogging?" Now, Huang Lin was silent. With their understanding of Subai, Subai was not this kind of person. But, take a look at the situation now. What is Subai doing if he's not blogging? A $100 billion boss who personally runs to sell tampons on the air. Other than claptrap, Huang Lin didn't know what else to produce. "Manager Huang, you haven't answered my question." Faced with another question from Subai, this time Huang Lin also panicked and her voice became less confident. "I think, Mr. Su is not such a person." Hearing this answer, a smile then appeared on Subai's face. "Manager Huang, as the head of the PR department of Rice Technology, and as a veteran PR person, would you rather choose to trust your own judgment? Or would you rather trust the comments on the internet? Of course, one should trust one's judgment. So, You're going to insist on switching live? When Secretary Xiaolu told Subai that it was about to be his turn to go on stage and Subai walked out of the dressing room, Huang Lin was still following Subai. Mr. Su. Subai turned his body sideways, letting his secretary Xiaolu help him straighten his collar, and in the meantime, he looked at Huang Lin who was following him. You're asking me what I'm trying to do as a boss, leaving my cheek and face behind to run to the live stream and sell tampons like a clown, right? Huang Lin didn't say anything, just nodded. There was no mistaking that he wanted to ask that, only he didn't have the heart to open his mouth. Subai, who had straightened his collar, craned his neck and had a pleasant face. If you want to know what I'm trying to do, you'll find out after the broadcast. Having said that, with the call-out coming from the host, in the live room, Subai, the $100 billion old boss, made his official debut, Yanjing Capital. Inside a one-bedroom apartment of less than 20 square meters, two white-collar girls are nestled on the couch enjoying their respective weekend nights. One person is wearing a ponytail and holding a tablet to brush up on American dramas, and one person is wearing pajamas and watching a live stream on her cell phone. On the live broadcast screen, it was the scene where Subai, dressed in casual clothes, appeared in the live broadcast room of Rice Technology to greet the audience. Hearing Subai's voice, the ponytail turned sideways and looked at the pajama girl. Ha! Subai came out. Didn't you wait for Rice tampons for half a month? You don't post comments and double-click to send some little red hearts in support? The pajama girl let out a long yawn and shook her head. What red heart? Ah, a piece of sanitary napkin $7 or $8. Sold dead expensive. If it is not safe and hygienic, I do not watch the live broadcast, but any Rice tampon that sells for $5 a piece, I can send him little red hearts until he gets tendinitis. I'd paint him a sports car if I could sell it for $3 a slice. Listening to the pajama girl's gamely words, the ponytailed girl who was watching an American TV show laughed. So what if it's $1 a piece? A piece? The pajama girl's voice rose several decibels steeply, pointing to the modest windowsill of the first bedroom. If Rice tampons go for $1 a piece, I'll jump from here. I say. Chapter 012, not $5, but 50 cents. Pajama girl's comments are sort of the voice of the female consumer in general. It's worth noting that if you look at the official backstage of Beantone, and look at the data from the live streams of Rice Technology, of the 1,300,000 online viewers, male viewers, accounted for only 40%. The female audience, on the other hand, was over 800,000. Only, these 800,000 women, all of them were silently on the air, not interacting much or posting comments. Instead, it was the 40% male audience that made the most noise. Mr. Su, how do you use the Rice sanitary napkin? Please give us a demonstration yourself. Mr. Su, if it's so absorbent, can it be used as a shoe insole? Will it leak? Ha ha ha, I feel that Mr. Su has a good sense of femininity today. There was no mistake. At this time, Subai, who was $100 billion boss, was in the live broadcast room, sitting behind a table filled with Rice tampons. In the eyes of the internet, he's a clown who is teased and ridiculed by the crowd. Even more, many of the employees of Rice Technology who watched the live broadcast couldn't stand to watch and spoke up for Subai in the comments section. But the more people spoke for Subai, the greater the reaction of the netizens and the more ridicule. On the contrary, Subai, glancing at the various playful comments in the live broadcast, instead of getting angry, had a smile on his face as always. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've just finished giving you the product description of Rice tampons. Now, here comes the question that everyone is most concerned about. The exact selling price of the Rice sanitary napkins. How much is it? When it comes to the selling price, it's clear that netizens aren't buying it, even though Subai is selling out. What's the big deal? It's been on the internet for a long time. $7 a piece, or $8 a piece. What's the point of guessing? The Hermes of the sanitary napkin industry. I've long heard, Mr. Su can sanitary napkins are made into luxury goods. My girlfriend said that for that price, she could totally go for medical tampons, although they're not very good and you have to go to a drugstore to get them. It's easy to see from the comments of netizens that the price of a single piece of Rice sanitary napkin, $7 or $8, is now a foregone conclusion. Even if it's off, it's not too far off. For the comments of the netizens, Subai didn't pay attention to them, but instead, from the host, he received the pre-prepared offer document. That's right, even Subai himself doesn't know what the exact selling price is. He just asked Sun Jing to price it at a 12% profit margin. He'd have to see exactly how much it was set to, only to see on the live broadcast screen. Subai flipped open the document and fixed his eyes on it for a few seconds before a look of understanding appeared on his face, followed by a number coming out of his mouth. $5. When this number came out of Subai's mouth, the netizens were first stunned, And then the pop-ups in the comments section suddenly surged. What? $5? That's a good deal? No. I've seen the live production line of rice sanitary napkins. All the best ones, and they're only $5 a piece? We have a say. Sue lives selling sanitary napkins, although a little wrestle traffic suspicion. But people, this product really afford consumers. Meanwhile, inside a one-bedroom snail house in the capital, $5. When Subai's voice resounded in the not-so-large room, the pajama girl, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa, sat up violently and actually broke into a foul language. ********. The next second, the pajama girl immediately clicked on the comments section. Mr. Sue, I love you. A series of small red hearts followed. Even the Americana girl next to her poked her head in curiosity. What's going on? I'm going. No way. It's actually selling for $5. Wait, I'm going to the live stream right now. I'm going to grab it too. American drama girls don't even watch American dramas anymore, and are deeply afraid that they won't be able to grab a tampon if they go late to the live stream. Although the price of $5 a piece is a bit high, but after all, it is so much lower than the psychological expectations of $7 or $8. I believe that the heart of the female consumers are not at all few, and the reaction of the two does prove the psychology of most female consumers, only to see that in the live broadcast room that was originally only noisy with male viewers. Since Subai announced the price of $5, the number of the comment section jumped several times at once, and without exception, it was all in praise of Subai. Sue always 666, $5 a slice. I'll take it. I'm going to stock up for a year this time. Watching the live dive for half a day. I admit, Mr. Sue's price impressed me, although still a little expensive, but not unaffordable. Not just 2 less cups of milk tea. I go out on a limb. Mr. Sue's conscience, rice sanitary napkins, conscience. And for once, Sue White is finally watching the live commentary. After all, for that price, he was curious to see what the consumer response would actually be. But after Subai looked at it for half a day, he felt that something wasn't right. It seems as if, when Sun Jing discusses prices with herself, it's on a piece-by-piece basis, and the netizens are discussing the price in terms of slices. But, Subai finally realized what was wrong, only to see him hurriedly look through the documents again. It's nifty that this document gives selling prices that are actually in packages, and a pack of rice tampons with a whole 10 tabs. Subai, who realized what was wrong, immediately turned his head to look at the camera and said with a slight apology, "Sorry viewers, I may not have been clear earlier. The price of rice tampons is not $5 a piece." And the audience that heard this immediately exploded. In particular, a large number of female netizens who had just surfaced from the diving state immediately had their hearts cooled after hearing Subai say that the price was wrong. Sure enough, happy for nothing. That is to say, rice sanitary napkins all use such a good raw materials and production process. How can it be $5 a piece of it? What a mess. It's actually an oops. Just when everyone was powerless to spit, or was about to edit their comments to scold Subai for messing with people's minds, Subai took the pricing file directly from his cell phone and flipped it over to face the camera. Here, the cameraman pulled the camera in a little closer for everyone to see. The price of rice tampons, not $5 a piece. Instead, it's $5 a pack of 10 tablets. Unit price of rice sanitary napkins, $5 per pack, each pack of 10 tablets. As the camera drew closer, as the passage appeared on the live screen, as if there was a malfunction in the live broadcast, the comments that were originally spreading like snowflakes in the comments section of the live broadcast disappeared. To be precise, the whole world went quiet. No one spoke. No one posted a comment. Not even a little red heart for a like. Only Subai silently retrieved the documents, tilting his head sideways to look at the empty big screen. I don't know if everyone is happy with the price. I can tell you very responsibly that our daily chemicals division, our finance department, our purchasing department, hundreds of our colleagues at Rice Technologies, all of them put every penny they had to good use. Let's put it this way. In order to control costs, in MS, Sun Jing Sun's office, the A4 paper she uses is always printed on both sides, and none of it is wasted. If people are still not satisfied with this price, we can try to go for a compression at a later stage under the premise of guaranteeing the raw materials and craftsmanship, because I know that it's very hard for everyone to earn money. Chapter 013, Famous Scenes of the Year. In a snail's nest in the capital, 2 girls from the north are nestled together on the sofa watching a live broadcast. A few years of snail's pace living in the north did not make them shed a single tear. Their boss's oppression, co-workers' ostracism, and difficult jobs have never made them bow down and admit defeat. Whenever they hit the video with their parents and family, they always have a smile on their face and report the good news. In this big, cold city, they snuggle and encourage each other. They are the insignificant ones among the millions of cattle and horses. But today, This ordinary Saturday night, their only rare night of relaxation and leisure, the two girls leaned on each other on the couch, looking at the live feed on their cell phone screens, tears silently streaming down their faces, because I know it's not easy for everyone to earn money. When Subai said these words, the pajama girl quietly turned her head sideways and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. On the contrary, it was the American drama girl, who by now had burst into tears and was crying on her back with her mouth wide open. Kindness from a stranger, to not be such a knife nah. Nothing wrong with that. Rice tampons, not $7 or $8, not $3 or $4 a piece, not even $1. The price is lower than anyone can imagine. A mere 50 cents a piece, $5 for a pack of 10. Nothing wrong with that. Rice tampons to far exceed the quality of all tampons on the market. It makes a selling price that is lower than most tampons on the market. At this price, it can't be described as surprising or heartwarming anymore. Rather, it's moving. This night, the $100 billion boss, Subai, used a 50-cent tampon, and a sentence, harvested hundreds of thousands of tears from the vast majority of female internet users. The pajama girl wiped away her tears before turning her head to watch the broadcast. How is it possible that it's only 50 cents a piece? It's simply impossible. It's cheaper than a lot of generic brands on the market. The howling Americana girl pointed to the live stream. Oh, didn't you hear Mr. Su say, every penny is used on the knife edge. The other Mr. Sun for paper can't afford to waste a single one, and try to compress the cost by all means. And recalling Subai's words just now that there was still a way to compress the cost further, the two girls realized it as an afterthought. The price is so conscientious, but still pressure? Press again. Be careful not to get enough to cover the rice sanitary napkin. Such a great tampon at such an insanely low price. If it's gone, they can't even find a place to cry. The Americana girl hurriedly pushed her cell phone to the pajama girl in a rush. Quick, post a comment. Tell Mr. Su not to press it. No. Not only don't press it, tell him to raise the price a bit. Let rice tampons make a little more money so that they don't go out of business later. So that they can keep making tampons for us. Ah yes. The pajama girls, who had reacted, were just about to pick up their cell phones and type when they were surprised. There are a lot more people with quick reflexes and speed than they are. Tonight, in the live room of Rice Technologies, 800,000 female netizens, finally, played as 800,000 people should in the live room. It was only after Subai had just finished saying that he could still continue to find ways to press the price. The comments section, which had been silent and vacuumed for a few seconds because it was shocked and moved, exploded. This time it really blew up, as hundreds of thousands, millions of comments, swarmed into the comments section. The number of comments scrolling was so fast it looked like it was going to take off. Even Douyin's headquarters, the entire department responsible for monitoring the live streaming platform on duty, was alarmed. Something's not right. The data has suddenly started to surge. Backstage, hurry up and find out what the problem is. Hundreds of thousands of people watching the live broadcast of this situation is not unheard of. But hundreds of thousands of people together to post comments on this kind of thing, it is really uncommon. There must be a live room violating the rules and using bots to post comments to get heat. Supertubes, right away I'll find it. No need to look. A female superintendent is crying at this point. Report, no need to look. It's Rice Live, not bots. All real people posting comments. Hundreds of thousands of comments in seconds. How is that possible? When a group of employees opened the sanitary napkins of the Rice Live, after checking the background data, looking at the dense data, people are all stupid. What the hell? Su White of Rice Tech is now blatantly insulting women on the air? 800,000 lesbians swearing together? It's nifty. It's almost $1 million. It's catching up to the Double 11 Women's Shopping Heads Up live room. And when you open up the comments section, there's no cursing going on. Instead, the comments are surprisingly consistent. Please, Mr. Su, don't press the price. Raise it a bit. Please, Mr. Su, don't press the price. Raise it a bit. Please, Mr. Su, don't press the price. Raise it a bit. Tonight, indeed, is the name scene of the year, but not because the $100 billion old man is selling tampons live. Rather, it's because of the millions of female netizens online begging Subai to raise his price. God pity the poor. Live selling the rise of the past few years. The major live room, what weird and bizarre things have not appeared, but the netizens chanted in unison to let the price increase. It is really unprecedented. The first time after the spike in prices passed, a different voice finally emerged in the comments section. Mr. Su, 50 cents a piece is really conscientious. There's really no need to press anymore. We prefer rice sanitary napkins to price pressures all the time. Mr. Su can sympathize with us that it's not easy, and we also know that it's not easy for Rice Technology. Thank you, Mr. Su, thank you. Mr. Sun, thank you. Rice Technology, in contrast to the vocalization of the women's group, another group has collectively closed itself off. The more than 400,000 male viewers from earlier had originally made the most noise in the live broadcast room, treating Su Bai, who was selling sanitary napkins, as a hilarious sight. However, as things had developed to the present, the group of people who had been making the most noise just now all wanted to find a crack in the ground. They teased Su Bai like a circus monkey, mocking Su Bai like a clown. But Mr. Su didn't give them a general opinion. On the contrary, tonight Su Bai used a piece of sanitary napkin to prove what it means to have a conscience. It also proves what it means to have a popular heart. Then look at Su Bai, who was sitting behind a pile of rice tampons at this time. Is he still a clown? Is he still eyeballing for traffic? He has clearly become a god. The god who was held up to the altar by millions of female netizens. Together, as the saying goes, how hard you mocked just now, how hard your face will be hit now. Many mortified netizens have also taken to the comments section to stand up and admit their mistakes. Mr. Su, I admit that I have a small frame of mind, and I apologize for the $100 joke I just made. Mr. Su, you do not give us a general understanding. We just love to watch the fun to figure out the mouth. No bad intentions. Really, Mr. Su, I can't brush the gift in the live broadcast room of Diami Technology, or I'll brush a sports car for you to admit my mistake, and kowtow to you online. It's just as well that this group of netizens had quick reflexes and quick brains, and promptly admitted their mistakes in the comments section. Otherwise, with Su Bai's position in the female community now, the netizens who laughed at Su Bai when he first started broadcasting, it is estimated that the next day one can't run away. All of them have to be pulled out by the majority of female netizens to whip their corpses. Just kidding. Who do you guys think you're talking about when you're being careful and holding a grudge? Chapter 014, Where are my sanitary napkins? I have so many sanitary napkins. Su Bai, who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, naturally cannot have a pattern so small that he runs to the live broadcasting room to spar with netizens. What he cares about is the price of rice tampons and whether they are acceptable to consumers. Seeing millions of female netizens chanting in unison to raise the price of the comments. This time, listening to the advice of Su Bai directly is not seen. After all, it's better to go up less than nothing for this kind of thing. Going up too much goes against Su Bai's original intent. There's absolutely no need for that. Alright, since everyone is happy with the price, it means our efforts were not in vain. Next, then, comes the main event. As he spoke, after Su Bai scanned around, he saw Sun Jing, who was wiping her tears in the corner, and immediately laughed. Mr. Sun, how many packs of rice sanitary napkins have we prepared today? After noticing Sun Jing's excited expression, Su Bai simply beckoned directly. Never mind, Mr. Sun, come straight over. It also shows us, the general public, the great work of our rice tampons. At this time, Sun Jing was originally standing honestly in the corner, moved to a state of confusion by Su Bai's entry into the game with his body just now, and Su Bai's sudden summoning caught her off guard. She could see from the backstage data. At this time, the audience of the live broadcast, with the peak of 1 million comments just now, had almost exceeded 2 million. Female viewers, among them, are over 1 million. How could she not be nervous when so many people were watching the live broadcast and asking her to go over there? Seeing this, the few surrounding employees immediately pushed Sun Jing forward. Mr. Sun, Mr. Su is calling you. Go over quickly. Yes, 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 Mr. Sun. Rice sanitary napkins can't get where they are today without you. Come on, Mr. Sun, go Ali give. The majority of female netizens, hearing Su Bai summon Sun Jing, also called out in the comments section. Mr. Sun, Mr. Sun, come out. Sun Jing, said to be the head of the Daily Chemicals division of Rice Technology, she's the one responsible for making sanitary napkins for us. Is that the same Mr. Sun who saves us money by using both sides of an A4 sheet? Good job, Mr. Sun. At this time, Sun Jing, who had been pushed up to the front stage, noticed the comments in the live broadcast room and then cast a grateful look at Su Bai. What do you mean by employee fulfillment? It's called employee fulfillment. Working for a boss like Su Bai, it doesn't matter if you make money or not, just this respect and recognition. How much money can't be exchanged? I believe that from now on, even if Su Bai asked Sun Jing to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, she probably wouldn't even frown. Hello viewers of the live broadcast? Today we at Rice Technology have prepared a total of 1.5 million packages of rice sanitary napkins for you. 1.5 million packs. Half a month's output from the rice tampon factory. Sun Jing was a little apprehensive in her heart when she said this number. After all, she couldn't be clearer that 2 days ago, Wang Jiayi had opened an online and offline promotion at the same time. and the activity was unprecedentedly large. In this case, more than 1 million packs of rice sanitary napkins. Trying to sell them in a live broadcast is not generally difficult. After all, rice sanitary napkins have just been introduced, and there are many more problems that will be encountered with new product sales. Even she was ready for a long battle. To sell a third of them today would be a victory. And at the same time, the live broadcast assistant took off his headset and gave Subai an okay gesture. Mr. Su, the first batch of 300,000 packets. The link is ready. Hearing the news, Subai turned his head to look at the camera, and even he was starting to get a little nervous. That's the way business is done. No amount of boasting or talking is better than real sales figures. Everything has to be said in terms of effectiveness. Now, the time has come to test the results. As I'm sure you've heard, the first batch, 300,000 packets, is ready to go on the link, counting down to 5. This time, as Subai counted down, the comments section once again bizarrely disappeared for the most part. Inside the snail house in the capital, there was a good deal of cock-a-doodle-doo as Subai counted down. The girl in the pajamas held her cell phone in both hands, her fingers hovering over the top of the screen, long ready to snatch it up. The American drama girl, on the other hand, held her cell phone and looked at the group message on top of it for a moment of chatter. My mom wants 20 packs, my second sister and niece want 30 packs, and my great aunt wants 60 packs. My hairdresser is on duty and can't watch the live stream. She said she wants them too. The pajama girl, who was maddened by the chatter, still keeping her motion and not daring to move, exclaimed, "Stop bleeping, you have a cell phone too. Come grab it yourself." Oh, right. At the end of Subai's countdown, the two girls with extremely fast hands immediately clicked on the link to make a purchase. But when they finished choosing the category and quantity and were about to pay for the order, a prompt popped up on their cell phones, making the two immediately dumbfounded. Sold out. What? Sold out? Where are my rice tampons? Where's my 300,000 packs of rice tampons? Mobile, internet, Beantone backstage, get thee out of there. You're on your period. 2. Did you take our napkins? The two of them were not the only ones who didn't grab a tampon. At this moment, all over the country, millions of female netizens, all frantically operating their cell phones, constantly clicking on links, trying to pay, return, and try again. But the word sold out told them the hard truth. Slow hands, didn't grab it. 300,000 packs of Auntie's wipes, and I can't believe I didn't grab a single pack. In an instant, the live room of rice technology blew up again and again and again. Sold out in seconds? Is some old man robbing our auntie towels? Stand out for me. See if I can't beat you to death. Is there any justice in this world? You want to rob me for my aunt's napkin? The guy who wanted to be a cobbler just now. Come out and give me back my auntie napkin. Save the child. A piece of sanitary napkin is gone. Next month's great aunt is still unavailable. The crowd of male netizens who were watching the live broadcast were also confused. We're just watching a live stream. We're not doing anything. Who in their right mind would grab an auntie's towel? No. You can't get your tampons. How can you blame us? The male netizens were not the only ones who were confused. Even Subai and Sun Jing in the live broadcast room were confused. Seconds run out. What does it mean to run out of seconds? It means swish and it's gone. Sun Jing was still sticking her neck out, studying the display screen that was set aside. 300,000 packs of sanitary napkins. The factory's output for 3 days, day and night. And it's gone in a second? It wasn't until Sun Jing saw the backstage ordering data that her assistant had pulled out that she realized what it meant to have fast hands. What is meant by the lure of a low-priced conscience? In the moment the link was just put out, there were thousands of female netizens, with hand speed that was too fast to be human, finished clicking on the link, choosing the quantity, selecting the purchase, entering the password, completing the order in the first time, and so on a series of complex operations. No, with that hand speed, it's a shame you guys aren't going to rob the stage. Sun Jing, who understood the causes and consequences, looked at Subai with a face of fear. Mr. Su, it's gone. It's all taken. Sun Jing doesn't worry about not selling enough rice sanitary napkins anymore. She's starting to worry that there aren't enough rice sanitary napkins. 300,000 packages of rice tampons, and only a few thousand people grabbed them. And there are still millions of female viewers wailing on Rice Live right now. If we don't give them a satisfactory explanation for today's battle, it is estimated that Mr. Su still really can't get off the stage. Chapter 015, there's a limit on this stuff? Spare me the fact that Subai is a $100 billion veteran. Spare a thought for his usual occasional live streaming of cell phone sales letterboxing. Spare him the trouble of crashing Tarzan in front of him without changing his face. In tonight's live broadcast of Rice Technology, on Mr. Su's forehead, he also began to sweat with the naked eye. That's right, Sue White is getting scared too. If things go on like this, the vast majority of the millions of female viewers in the live stream tonight might not be able to grab a rice tampon. Can you imagine the horror of a woman having her period and not having a tampon to use? Just look at the innocent male viewers on the air right now. It's all being sprayed to the point of collective autism. No, sisters, I swear to God, I was just kidding. I really didn't grab your anti-wipes. Mr. Sue, don't you watch the fun? Come out and give us a word. Mr. Sue, help. Where did the current Sue care about them? He couldn't even care about himself. He even had the staff close the mic, pulling Sun Jing and a few employees together to talk to each other and urgently discuss a plan. Obviously, at this rate, the remaining 1.2 million packets of rice tampons are probably not even enough to fill the teeth of the millions of viewers. What to do? The situation is beyond expectations. Everyone come up with ideas. In the face of Sue Bai's inquiry, everyone had a word for each other, and no one had a constructive solution. Rice tampons are inexpensive and will be snapped up, which is what many people expected. But who would have thought it would turn out this way? Can you believe it? At the juncture, it was the marketing department, which specializes in live selling, that gave a solution that wasn't a solution. Mr. Sue, there's really no way out. You can only limit your purchases if you want to lull an underground stage today and not be chased by female netizens for sanitary napkins. Hearing about the purchase limit, Sue Bai froze for a moment. I have heard of buying a car to buy a cell phone to buy a house to limit the purchase, but to buy sanitary napkins to limit the purchase is really the first time in the world. Even Sun Jing nodded. Yes, it's limited and only 1 pack per person. A great and is coming. There's a packet to top it off first, and we'll catch up on production on our end to expand it. Sue Bai's head was spinning. I've heard that a fever and a cold can be covered, but a period, too, what else can be done? If you can't top it, you have to top it. Otherwise it would have been Sue White who would have to go to the top. He took the header. You can't handle the firepower of millions of female netizens? No one can. Okay, then there's a limit of 1 pack per person. So let's start with air, top it off. Sue Bai, who had urgently discussed the countermeasures, once again came to the big screen, and with the opening of the microphone, Sue Bai's expression as he looked at the camera became less calm. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, as the quantity is really limited, in order for more people to be able to buy our rice tampons. Next, we're going to open a limit on rice tampons. 1 person is limited to purchasing 1 packet. I know, this is definitely not enough, so please top it off. We'll be expanding our production lines and production as soon as we go off the air to try to ensure the supply of subsequent quantities. With Sue Bai's appearance, after diverting the attention of the majority of female netizens, the male netizens who had been spared once again watched the action with a head full of spittle. What? There's a limit on tampons? There's a limit on this stuff? Top 1? Even for your period? Mr. Sue, talent. But the good thing is that Sue Bai's limited purchase, although it can't satisfy the majority of female netizens, but it has already made it rain. Who made the rush so great? It's better to have a packet of tops than nothing. Alright, the last 1,200,000 packets. Connect the preparations. This time there is no need to count down. Everyone 1 person 1 packet. Buy it yourself. With Sue Bai's voice, this time the rush went a lot smoother, and after more than 10 seconds, 1,200,000 packs of rice sanitary napkins were sold out again. Still, there were a number of teenage netizens who said they didn't grab it. 1 person didn't grab a packet either. Woohoo! Mr. Sue, I didn't get it. What should I do? I'm going to have my period in a week. What can I do? I don't care. Mr. Sue, you owe me 2 packs of Auntie's napkins. 1 for daily use and 1 for night use. When will you pay me back? Mr. Sue, save the child. Even many of the women who also grabbed their anti-wipes are still not satisfied. Just 1 packet? Mr. So, I suspect you're looking down on my aunt. No, 1 pack is enough for what? It's gone in 2 days. Mr. Sue, my roommate grabbed 80 packs in the first batch, and now the whole floor is looking for her to buy them, and the scalping price is soaring to 30 packs apiece. Well, the scalper prices are out. In the face of the majority of female netizens of the crusade, the head of the sweaty Sue Bai had to promise again and again in the live broadcast. After sewing, an emergency meeting will be held to immediately expand the production line on a large scale, increase production and a series of measures before the sewing can take place. After getting off the air, Sue Bai really did hold an emergency video conference with the top management at the first opportunity. How many production lines are there now? And what is the daily output? Sun Jing exploded a set of numbers as if it were a number. There are 8 production lines with a daily output of 96,000 packages. Sue Bai thought for a few seconds before looking at the head of the marketing department. What about the marketing department's projections based on tonight's broadcast? the head of the marketing department reads out a set of numbers into the computer. Based on tonight's live performance, our marketing department is projecting a direct audience of 13 million. In other words, 13 million women in the Dragon Kingdom have the desire to buy rice sanitary napkins. The millions of women on the air tonight are just a small fraction of that. There are many others who didn't watch the live stream, didn't learn about the rice tampons, or simply didn't know about it. After all, previous internet rumors had rumored that rice tampons were $7 or $8 a piece, and many people thought they were too expensive and didn't come to the broadcast tonight. I'm sure that after tonight, during the day tomorrow, tonight's live stream will be on tomorrow's hot topic, and the audience will become further larger as the popularity of rice tampons expands further. After all, with a price of 50 cents a piece, it can be said that rice sanitary napkins have no match at all in the dragon market. For most of our fellow dragon women, buying or not buying is not a question of choice. Rather, it's a matter of time. 13 million? Hearing this exaggerated number, Subai froze. At an average of 30 tampons and 3 packs per month for a woman. 13 million people, that's 39 million packages. And the monthly production of rice tampons is 3 million packs. The difference is a full tenfold. In other words, every month, Subai owes more than 10 million women in the Dragon Kingdom a whole 36 million packs of sanitary napkins? Can you imagine the horror of being chased by 10 million ladies asking for tampons? That image, Subai didn't dare to think about it at all. Expand production. Expand production with all your might. And before the end of the month, you must fulfill the monthly requirement of supplying 13 million people. Luckily, Rice Technology's financial chain has been very healthy. Fortunately, even if the current rice sanitary napkin factory was expanded tenfold, Subai could completely afford it. But just when Subai thought that this matter, even so passed, Mr. Su, over the video conference came a weak beep from the head of the marketing department. Mr. Su, you may have misunderstood. The 13 million I just said is a direct audience. What is meant by direct audience? That is, consumers who are able to purchase rice tampons on their own, directly through live streaming. And it doesn't include a whole bunch of relatives in the family who don't know how to shop online, like the American drama girl, who asked the American drama girl to help them along with their purchases. Nor does it include, for the time being, those who don't know about it. It's not over yet? Realizing that something was wrong, Subai immediately hung his heart up again. So, what is the predicted indirect audience? The head of the marketing department gave another set of figures to his computer. According to our preliminary online questionnaire survey, as well as the evaluation of the effect of tonight's live broadcast, we agree that within a month, the direct and indirect audience of rice sanitary napkins will increase to. It looks like this next number is starting to make the head of the marketing department feel less confident. Chapter 016, a live broadcast to monopolize the market? 75 million. How much? Subai, who heard this number, went numb. 75 million people want to buy rice tampons in 1 month? 75 million? It's almost $100 million rounded up. Facing Subai's shock, the head of the marketing department nodded rather seriously. Mr. Su, this is still only the data within a month. If, in the short term, strong competitors don't rush to appear in the market, within 3 months, the audience for rice tampons will surpass 200 million. Within 6 months, that number will peak at 350 million. I have to say, rice tampons are so strong that they are simply unbeatable. In terms of quality, safety and hygiene, and price, it's simply impeccable. Add to that the tainted sanitary napkin incident last month, plus the fact that Wanjiati has long disregarded the people of the Dragon Kingdom as human beings, plus a boss, Subai, who plays the internet out. It was the combination of all the effects that created tonight's myth. That's $350 million, which is very close to the limit of the audience for the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Kingdom. Subai's head was spinning at this point. I've been building cell phones for years and have managed to accumulate hundreds of millions of loyal users. As a result of the headshot, came a hand network to listen to advice, with the idea of trying to enter the sanitary napkin industry. Then thought that a 10% market share would be good. This turned out to be a live broadcast. You're telling me to monopolize the dragon market? Become the leading tampon company? That's 350 million people. Even with the volume of Rice Technology, it would be a pipe dream to supply 350 million people in a short period of time. It's no longer just about funding. After the video conference ended, Sun Jing looked at Subai, who was sitting across from him. Mr. Su, actually, producing sanitary napkins is perfectly fine with ordinary production lines. A clean room, too, is not necessary, as long as the sterilization process is strictly controlled. And, Subai raised his hand to interrupt Sun Jing's next words and said without lifting his head while looking through his cell phone address book, Mr. Sun, if we dare to lower our production requirements today just to ensure production, then we will dare to start making the best of a bad deal tomorrow just to be sure of the benefits. The quality of the rice tampons is one thing that makes them hot, but it's also much more than just because of the quality. It's because of our attitude. It's because of our attitude of treating our consumers as if they were our own. Sun Jing stopped talking, looking at Subai who was working silently. She finally understood the gap between the two. Why is Mr. Su so young, not even 30 years old, and yet he is worth hundreds of billions of dollars? Why is it that 2 generations of your own heritage have resulted in you not even being able to keep a small factory? The difference is here. Always know what is essential for a business to survive. It's the people. But, if we don't lower the production requirements, then what other way is there for rice technology to rapidly expand its production line? What about meeting the huge demand of 350 million consumers across the country in 6 months? Only to see Subai stop the action in his hand, seemingly in the address book, found the person he wanted to find, dialing the number. Subai looked up to Sun Jing. Remember, when you're on the side of the people's hearts, you're never fighting alone. After saying that, Subai stood up and turned to look at the neon signs of Rongqing outside the window. Leader, it's me, Subai. What do you mean? I can't call you if I'm not doing anything? It's like this. We, Rice Technology, have encountered a rather thorny problem and want the officials of Rongqing to provide us with help. Su Xiaochang, the #1 public servant in Rongqing in his 50s, is a practical pragmatist. He had befriended Subai in the early years when he was serving in the development zone. The two men, one in politics and the other in business, can be said to be bosom buddies along the way. When Subai had just started his business not long ago, Su Xiaochang saw Subai's potential and gave him a lot of help as he could. And after Big Rice Technology grew, the Magic City, the capital city, all the major cities threw olive branches at Rice Technology, hoping that Rice Technology would go to them to settle down and make a home. But Subai finally chose to stay in Rongqing. Nowadays, Rice Technology has become the leading signboard in the civil enterprises in Rongqing, not only a big taxpayer, but also provides tens of thousands of jobs for Rongqing. And Su Xiaochang, who personally brought out the Rice Technology, has successfully become the #1 public servant in Rongqing. In his private words with Subai, it was the burden on his shoulders, heavier, and the time to sleep at night, less. No, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening, and Su Xiaochang was still meeting in the conference room. Today, the nation's economy is in bad shape, and the biggest problem, as reflected in the employment rate. If you want the people to live and work in peace and contentment, the prerequisite is that the people have to have a good job. And how to solve the employment gap has become Su Xiaochang's biggest headache for some time now. The meeting was in the middle of the meeting. Su Xiaochang's cell phone began to vibrate, and Su Xiaochang, who wanted to turn off his cell phone, immediately walked out of the conference room to pick up the phone after seeing that the memo was Subai. Mr. Su, calling me at this hour. You guys, you're notorious for not going to the temple for nothing. Originally, Su Xiaochang thought that Subai was looking for himself because Rice Technology had encountered some problem and needed an official to coordinate and solve it. Well, it actually did run into problems, but it was a question that caught Su Xiaochang off guard. Wait, how many did you say? Su Xiaochang, who answered the phone outside the conference room, had his voice steeply elevated, and couldn't help but make the group of officials in the conference room give him a sideways glance. It seems to be a call from Mr. Su of Rice Technology. What's the situation? Rice Technology is in trouble? I haven't heard about it. Rice Technology has been developing quite well these past 2 years. It's the middle of the night on the phone. Don't let anything happen. The employment gap is so big now. We're full of ourselves. In the low voices, outside the door, Su Xiaochang, whose face was originally tired and pale, had already flushed with flesh, and even his breathing began to become rapid. 350 million. Rice Technologies, facing a gap in the supply of sanitary napkins for these 350 million people. The factory expansions involved, the line modifications, the freight logistics, the staffing gaps, it's all a problem. Of course, coming from Subai, it's all questions, but in Su Xiaochang's ears, all of these questions, all of them turned into a single number. That's the employment rate. That's the employment rate that's giving Rongqing up and down a headache. But where staffing needs are concerned, it's all about employment rates. Su Xiaochang was even so excited that he overlooked one thing. That's the same Rice Technology that turned Rongqing into a cell phone manufacturing base. How is it that after a short period of time, the entire city of Hibiscus has been turned into a sanitary napkin manufacturing base? 350 million. So Rongqing is going to monopolize the nation's tampons? Listening to Subai's stream of questions, at this moment, Su Xiaochang couldn't stop smiling. Mr. Sue, I'll just say one thing. All your problems that Ronching can solve for you. The first time for you. What Ronching can't solve for you. By all means, I will solve for you. All in all, this national sanitary napkin manufacturing base, we, Ronching, are determined. That's right, I said. Joking aside, with such a large factory, the employment demand involved up and down the line is tens of thousands of people. Solve tens of thousands of jobs in hibiscus at one time. If I can't take this kind of wealth, how can I afford to work all these days? Chapter 017, Mr. Sue, you owe me 2 packs of sanitary napkins. Sunday, November 3rd. As expected, rice sanitary napkins, along with Sue Bai, are on fire. So by sentence. It's not easy for everyone to earn money. In the heat of the search is particularly eye-catching, so that countless people who have learned the inside story, all heard tears, see the emotion. No doubt this will be the famous stunt of the year, and it was the rice tampons that shot to the top of the hot search list early in the morning. The price of rice sanitary napkins is announced, with a single tablet selling for $0.5. A couple of hot searches immediately followed, also all about rice tampons. Rice sanitary napkins are too conscientious. Millions of netizens call for Sue Bai to raise prices. Rice sanitary napkins in short supply. Scalper price soared to $200 a pack. The market sector calls for rational consumption. Mr. So, you owe me 2 packs of tampons. Those internet verses who scolded Sue Bai the other day for having no boundaries, getting eyeballs, and fighting for traffic, were greeted by millions or even tens of millions of female compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom early in the morning. It was probably because everyone had been diving silently the other day, and not a single person had come forward to speak for Sue Bai. It led to a lot of guilt when the price of rice tampons was announced. People Sue always builds inexpensive sanitary napkins for everyone, and they have to bear the pressure and unwarranted scolding. If the price of rice tampons is high, forget it. It's for rich people and has nothing to do with us commoners. But rice tampons are surprisingly conscientious at 50 cents a piece. That's not saying much. Sisters, let's roll up our sleeves and go get back the scene for Mr. Sue. As the saying goes, he who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. You, Sue, always treat us ordinary people as human beings, knowing that it's not easy for us ordinary people to earn money, and you're not even willing to raise prices. There's nothing else we can do to help you teach those ungrateful guys a lesson. It's still a handful. Only to see that early Sunday morning, all the dozens of internet bloggers and verses who had sprayed Sue Bai, one or the other, did not run away. Everyone's comment section, all of them, were overrun by a vast number of female netizens. That gave the scolding. It was so miserable and physical. Fast action. Hurry to delete the video to apologize. The attitude is so sincere that almost called his mother. Slow action. People are still at home lying down to sleep it. People are directly found in the neighborhood owners group to scold. For a while, the entire internet was all hilarious, causing countless melon-eating netizens to shoot their thighs as they watched. At the same time, rice technology, Sue Bai. Even Sun Jing's jitterbug comment section has not escaped the attack of a large number of female netizens. But the picture is the complete opposite. Countless vast numbers of women who have learned about the sale price of rice tampons have run to the comments section for no other reason than that. Catalyze production. Mr. Sue, I still have a week left on my period, so you're on your own. Mr. Sue, Double 11 is coming up, and I still have a few things in my cart. You know, Mr. Sue, you're so persuasive. I'll give you an idea. Buy a cell phone and get a free rice sanitary napkin. It's a sure thing. And our client, Mr. So, how fine he is. I didn't even look at the comments section today, not because I forgot, but because I was afraid to. Are you kidding me? Don't you dare go online when you owe hundreds of millions of people tampons? That's more stressful than owing a bank loan. Early Sunday morning, Sue Bai, who had to work overtime because of the rice sanitary napkins, just rushed to the Rice Technology Park and saw a scene that made him puzzled. Just see outside the gate of the Rice Technology Park, parked no less than hundreds of takeaway battery cars. There are many takeaway boys rush to, with the railing raised. Sue White, who had entered the park by car, opened her window to question the security guard. Lao Zhao, what's the situation? The security chief immediately ran over when he heard Sue Bai's voice, panting. Hey, don't mention it, Sue. It wasn't that live broadcast of yours last night that caused all the trouble. A delivery man came by just after 6 a.m. to deliver something. Milk, tea, flowers, bread, coffee, delivery of whatever. As he spoke, Lao Zhao brought over a bag of takeout and handed it to Sue Bai, only to see that a passage was clearly written on the takeout sheet. Thank you for the rice technology for the majority of our women to support a piece of heaven. A little bit of a small token of appreciation. Do not respect. This cup of coffee is just a small microcosm of the thousands of women out there. Tainted sanitary napkins have been exposed more than once, but they have been banned repeatedly, and Wanjiati has been nakedly bullying the consumers of the dragon, but no one has been standing up for the women of the dragon. As the saying goes, no one remembers the icing on the cake, but it warms the heart to send charcoal in the snow. Subai stepping forward, the rice sanitary napkin came out of nowhere, with a piece of sanitary napkin worth 50 cents, solved the worries of countless women in the Dragon Kingdom. This favor is remembered. These takeaways from the netizens from all over the world are the best recognition of Subai and rice technology. Compare that to the harmony in the Rice Technology Park, Magic City, Vanguard Asia Pacific headquarters. Bang! The sound of coffee cups shattering on the ground resounded in the office, and with it, the sound of John Lilly's scolding assistant. Are you brain dead? How can you drink it when it's so hot? What's a famous college student doing when he can't even make a cup of coffee? As a rule, John Lilly never shows up at work on weekends. What else could be the reason for this scene? Rice tampons. Don't underestimate the sanitary napkin market in the Dragon Kingdom. A small piece of sanitary napkin, through John Lilly's extreme cost control, can harvest tens of billions of dollars of profit for Wanjiati every year. You read that right. It's pure profit. Tens of billions. According to Reason, with this kind of revenue, Wanjiati can completely rely on a large category of sanitary napkins to be among the top 30 of the revenue list of enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom. But as a daily chemical giant, how can Wanjiati not understand the truth that people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong? Each year, Wanjiati's revenues are deliberately dispersed among hundreds, if not thousands, of subsidiaries to hide them from the public, and the real figures are hidden in a variety of ways. By relying on this method, the amount of money Wanjiati had earned away from the Dragon Kingdom over the years was completely astronomical. And now, the appearance of rice sanitary napkins has made Wanjiati feel threatened. They are not likely to take the tens of billions of dollars in profits each year and give it away. Early this morning, John Lilly received a questioning call from headquarters. Didn't they say threaten? Didn't they say it would be resolved in a week? Didn't they say not to worry about it? You explain to me what's going on now. Being chopped up by the headquarters, John Lilly had never felt so humiliated. A daily chemical giant that actually lost to a cell phone maker. The current John Lilly is considered to be wearing a guilty conscience and must regain control of the market before the rice sanitary napkin officially grows up and completely occupies the Longwa market. In the conference room, a group of executives gave John Lilly advice. Mr. John, the poison sanitary napkin incident has erupted many times, and ordinary public relations efforts are no longer useful to the people of Longwei. To get back the market that belongs to us, we must address the root of the problem by re-signing contracts with suppliers, raising their purchase prices, and getting them to increase their costs and use better raw materials. Impossible. Our department has calculated that the profit margin on rice tampons is horribly low, only 15 to 20%. An average tampon is only a few cents profit. Trying to steal the market through value for money and rice tampons just won't cut it. At this time, John Lilly, with a gloomy face, sat at the head of the conference room and looked at the hot search on the cell phone screen. The words rice tampons at 50 cents a piece stood out. When all is said and done, it's not because of the price that rice tampons have caught on. If you sell it for $5 or $6 or $3 or $4 a piece, can it be hot? That's why price is the central issue. And the one thing that Lily Jiang is not afraid of is comparing prices. The reason why the sanitary napkin brand under Vanguard has such a high profit margin is because of the low cost. Many tampon brands can cost more than 10 cents, or even less than 10 cents. At that cost, rice tampons would never make it, because he, Subai, wanted to speak with conscience, and conscience, in turn, meant high costs. But Wan Jiayi did not have such a problem, because conscience is something that Wan Jiayi did not have before, does not have now, and is expected to have no probability in the future. Only John Lilly's eyes retracted from the cell phone screen and looked at the group of senior management present. Since he, Big Boss Su, is thin-skinned and dares to make his profit margins so low, then we, Wan Jiayi, don't mind playing along with him. Draw up a document. From today onwards, all sanitary napkin brands under the company's umbrella, all of them will control their profit margins to 15%. No, 10%. Take the cost control of Vanguard's horrors and add a 10% profit margin. The vast majority of tampon brands under the umbrella of the company are perfectly capable of selling for $2 or $3, or even more than $1 a pack. This is still the premise that there are offline channel providers, wired promotional fees and other various costs stacked. You can imagine how low the cost of Wanjiayi really is, and by controlling the profit to 10%, it is completely obvious that Zhang Lily is going out on a limb. It's no longer a matter of making money or not, it's a matter of holding the plate and pushing the rice sanitary napkins out of the sanitary napkin market. Or else Wanjiati is going to lose the sanitary napkin piece of fat meat completely. Since you, Big Boss Sue, want to compare prices? Let's do it. Compete to see who has the lower price. I just don't believe that the people of the Dragon Kingdom are so stupid as to let go of $1 or $2 packs of sanitary napkins in favor of your $5 packs. Chapter 018, Bad. Treating me as a wishing fountain kingpin. The expansion of the rice sanitary napkin factory is in full swing with the strong support of Rongqing officials. Su Shaoqian even twice to the factory workshop to inspect the work. It can be seen, Rongqing officials also want to take advantage of this wave of momentum, in one fell swoop to Rongqing as a sanitary napkin manufacturing base. On the contrary, the wave of price cuts set off by Vanguard cannot be said to have no effect on rice sanitary napkins, but only a negligible one. It's true that the people of the Dragon Kingdom aren't stupid. It's impossible to have a cheap one and not buy it, and have to go for the expensive one, but it depends on what the premise is. You sell a pack of tampons for $9.90 last month, $6.90 in the middle of the month, and then you suddenly come in at the end of the month and sell them for $2.90? So it cost you less than $3? That's how bad it must be. What's so hateful is that you're selling us tampons for $3 a pack when you used to sell us tampons for $10 a pack all the time? It's true that we're not stupid, but you, Wang Jiai, keep treating us like cuties. Even Lily Jiang did not expect that she was bent on rounding up rice sanitary napkins with price cuts, but ended up lifting a rock and smashing her own foot. The people of the Dragon Kingdom today are long gone from 30 years ago. In that information-poor era, Wang Jiai casually used a few ruses to get the simple-minded people of the Dragon to fall for it, killing the local enterprises in the Dragon to lose their armor. In today's Dragon Kingdom, the people know exactly who is good to the people and who plays tricks with them. There was no choice when I used to buy your marigold stuff, and now that there are rice tampons, you, Manjai, are still, what? Leave you high and dry while you deal with toxic tampons. Now that rice tampons are out, you know you're in a hurry. You know you're dropping the price? What are you doing? Wang Jiai's dilemma. Su Bai knew, but not much. After all, the production of rice tampons counts as his improvised idea. To put it bluntly, Su Bai is just producing a safe and hygienic sanitary napkin at the request of netizens. In Su Bai's eyes, it was completely considered a trivial and insignificant matter, piggybacking on what he had done. But what Su Bai himself didn't expect was, because of a small piece of sanitary napkin, their own Douyin fans, soared to more than 18 million, has successfully ranked among the Douyin 100 Big Daoran. In addition, according to the marketing department's prediction, after the rice sanitary napkin completely spreads the market, it will bring Su Bai 6 billion net profit every year. That's a figure that's close to 1/7 of cell phone profits. Su Bai himself, who had learned the news, was shocked. Can only say that the success of the rice sanitary napkin, all rely on the peers of the lining, but where the Wanjiai sanitary napkin even a little bit of conscience. Su Bai cannot pick up this kind of big cheap. Alas, inexplicably, every year another $6 billion. Where to reason? Sunday night, after washing up, Su Bai nestled on the sofa to watch the game, which is considered one of Su Bai's few hobbies. One game down, the national soccer team 0:3 small day. Look at the whole time shaking his head. Su Bai directly turned off the TV, is ready to go to the bedroom to sleep. Suddenly, glimpsed the coffee table on the cell phone. Su Bai pays for a stop. It's been over a week and no one's going to rush me with the tampon thing. For more than a week, Su Bai's Douyin account was bombarded by the majority of female netizens every day, urging Su Bai to hurry up the production of sanitary napkins for delivery. It made Su Bai's head two big heads, and he usually didn't dare to open the Douyin. It's been over a week since it happened, so no one should be rushing him. Coming over to the coffee table, he carefully picked up his cell phone and had just turned on the doujinshi when he saw the familiar alert. Message, 99+. Well, Su Bai was used to it and just ignored it. Su Bai skillfully clicked on the comments section of the latest video and, as usual, checked the netizens' opinions and feedback on the rice phone. After all, the rice phone is their main business. Rice sanitary napkins, at best, is a side business. Of course, if there were highly praised comments and suggestions about rice sanitary napkins, Su Bai wouldn't mind relaying them to Sun Jing and letting her take care of them. Well, what about letting me con? Has there been any feedback on the big rice phone lately? Because the last rice sanitary napkin incident was too sensational. The number of comments in the comments section has been 500,000 plus. When Su Bai thought that the highly praised comments at the front of the line should all be about rice sanitary napkins, an unexpected scene emerged. Mr. Su, I beg you to enter the cosmetic industry. I can't afford to use 79 eyebrow pencils. Mr. Su, please pay attention to the incident of excessive formaldehyde in baby diapers. We are in urgent need of safe and formaldehyde-free baby diapers. Mr. Su, please look here. Many foundations on the market are fish-eyed and contain benzophenone, which triggers allergic reactions. Nail polish that exceeds the carcinogen limit by more than 400 times. Blushes containing the carcinogenic substances hibiscus and silica. Hundreds of entries, all suggestions about daily necessities. It can be seen that after the last incident of toxic sanitary napkins, Subai's righteous action has caused a good reaction among the majority of netizens. For a while, everyone followed suit and reflected all the various problems they encountered to Subai. The entire comment section has been reduced to a wishing pool. Subai, on the other hand, turned into that bastard in the wishing fountain. Sitting on the sofa, Subai peeled the screen back and forth, looking at the netizens' a blood and tears accusation. Simply scalp numb. It can be seen that under the control of Wanjiai, toxic sanitary napkins is not an isolated case, but the entire daily chemicals industry have fallen into the hardest hit area. Take the eyebrow pencil with the most likes. At $79 a pop, the pencil weighs just 0.07 grams. Single gram selling price, up to 1,128 yuan. More expensive than gold, you dare to believe? The key is that the raw material of the refill, only a few dozen dollars a kilogram. The factory price is only $1 more. Something that costs $1 or so sells for 79 apiece. And then the anchor of the bandwagon scolds the viewers to look for their own reasons for not being able to afford it because they didn't work hard enough. I thought the toxic tampons were pitiful enough, but I didn't realize that even more pitiful was yet to come. So this one Jiai is not doing anything at all. With so many daily chemical categories, if Subai still operated like rice sanitary napkins, it was estimated that in a very short period of time, he would be able to replace Wanjiai and become the local daily chemical giant in the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid that the net income brought to Subai far exceeds that of the rice phone, becoming an astronomical sum. But looking at a bar of netizens' heartfelt suggestions, Subai didn't immediately arrange it like the tainted sanitary napkin incident. It wasn't that Subai didn't want to take this heavenly riches, but Subai has no money. Although the volume of rice technology is not small, the annual profit is also a few tens of billions. But most of the profits, Subai has invested in the follow-up research and development. Cell phone industry, such as the boat against the current, half a year to update. The lack of R&D investment at any time there is a risk of being replaced. As for liquidity, Subai did have preparations, but all used in the production of sanitary napkins. After all, to supply 350 million people with sanitary napkins, even the production line has been expanded hundreds of times. The expansion of the workers is tens of thousands of people. If it weren't for the fact that any subsequent production of rice sanitary napkins could be sold back immediately, it is estimated that Subai is now so poor that he has to take a loan from the bank. So, even though everyone treats Subai as the kingpin of the wishing pool, but this king's ass, there's not a dime left in his pocket now. This time, Subai really just had more heart than strength. Chapter 019, Subai is full of iron. How many nails can he hit? Monday morning, another meeting of the top executives at Rice Tech. The atmosphere in the conference room on this one was quite electric. Since the last time Subai Network listened to advice and brought about the fire of rice sanitary napkins, the current rice sanitary napkins have completely occupied the first and second tier cities, and are rapidly expanding to the third and fourth tier cities. A suggestion from the netizens directly led to billions more in annual net income for Rice Technologies. Originally, we all thought that this matter would end here, but we never expected that this was just the beginning. Did you guys see Sue's comment section? I swiped all night last night. That's not a comment section. It's just full of money. One suggestion, less than a few hundred million, more than a few tens of billions. Ah, boy, with Mr. Sue's character, if they all listen to the advice, what's going to happen? Aren't you guys worried that other bosses will come to our Mr. Sue's comment section to listen to advice and steal money? Ha, this you do not understand it. Listen to persuasion is only the external persona of our Sue. Our Rice Technology core competitiveness is only one. Conscience. To put it bluntly, the people now only trust our Mr. Sue, even if other bosses want to copy Mr. Sue, no problem, provided that he also has a conscience. And when you look at the capitalist bosses nowadays, you can't say that there are none with a conscience. You can only say, ha. As Subai entered the conference room, the executives, who were still discussing enthusiastically, quieted down and all looked at Subai with an expectant face. After all, the various suggestions from the netizens now had undoubtedly sent money to Subai. As long as Subai gave the order, the guys rolled up their sleeves and worked hard. This business is no different from picking up money in a sack. And just when everyone thought that Subai would continue to listen to advice and follow the netizens' suggestions to continue to make deeper inroads into other daily chemicals, the whole meeting came down. But Subai didn't mention anything about this matter at all. Until the end of the meeting, when Subai was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting, the head of the marketing department finally couldn't help himself. So what? Mr. Su, you didn't read your comments section? Subai capped his pen and organized his notebook and meeting papers. Read it. A group of executives were baffled. Then, Mr. Su, aren't you going to? Ready to keep listening? A group of executives nodded their heads vigorously. Money you don't pick up? Subai spread his hands out. No money. A small rice tampon has drained all the liquidity from rice technologies, not to mention the hundreds of daily chemical varieties category. It is estimated that the entire rice technology packaged and sold is not enough. Today's daily chemicals industry is rotten to the roots under the monopoly of Vanguard. Wanting to rely on Subai alone, relying on rice technology to turn the tide, was simply impossible. Actually, there is another way. Rice Technologies is listed. There's no mistaking that Rice Technologies has grown to be an unlisted company. According to Reason, Rice Technology has long had the qualification for listing. Only Subai has not agreed. Going public means that most of the equity of Rice Technology is going to be listed for circulation and trading, and whoever buys the equity of the company can become a shareholder of the company and be considered as one of the owners of the company. Many decisions would then need to be voted through the board of directors, which meant that Subai lost absolute control. With the urine of capital, it is difficult to rule out that someone secretly manipulate the equity, and then kick Subai out after hollowing him out. When the time comes, not to mention the rice technology, there will be no rice whatsoever. This kind of thing happened not once or twice a long time ago. So in the Dragon Kingdom, Subai was also nicknamed the invisible richest man, because the capital market couldn't be clearer. Once Rice Technology applies for listing, according to Rice Technology's status among the people of the Dragon Kingdom, Subai's value will definitely skyrocket 10 times or even dozens of times. In one fell swoop, he became the richest man in the world. If you think of the world's rich list, think of it as the battle rankings of the anime Shinigami. Among the rich and powerful, only Subai is the only one who is still late to open the Bankai state. The genus is kind of an oddball. Even up to now, countless opportunities to pick up money were placed right in front of Subai, and he didn't have the slightest idea of going public. With the absolute control of Rice Technology, he can guarantee the conscience of Rice Technology, and can ensure that every product of Rice Technology is affordable for ordinary people to buy and use. It is unimaginable what will become of Rice Technologies once control is lost. So, for that matter, let's call it a day. We try to do our best. I, even if 3 heads and 6 arms, can manage a moment of injustice, but still can manage the world injustice? Subai's words were deafening, and the group of executives present were silent. Yes, in this world, making money is king, and one can do anything for money, not to mention losing one's conscience. Subai managed toxic tampons, and there's a whole daily chemicals industry behind it. Even if you manage the daily chemicals industry, there are more similar industries behind. Even if he, Subai, was covered in iron, how many nails could he drive? At night, the city of Shenzhou was white after the snow. Inside an ordinary residential building, a pajama-clad baby mama had just put her baby to bed and was leaning over her bed and swiping her cell phone. What are you looking at? Seeing as you've been staring at your phone all night. The husband snorted and entered the bedroom, and the precious mom didn't raise her head. Look at Subai's comment section. I posted a comment for Mr. Su to enter the baby diaper industry, and now it has more than 20,000 likes. I'm looking to see when Mr. Su gets back to me. Both have babies over 6 months old, which is a time when diapers are heavily needed. But last month, somehow, the baby's buttocks are red and swollen, and after half a day of searching for the cause, only to find that the problem lies in the diaper. Do not check, do not know. A check shocked. A small piece of diapers, due to the use of manufacturers of low-priced low-quality adhesives and softeners, resulting in formaldehyde exceeds the standard more than 30 times. For this, the two are fighting with the brand lawsuit, but the brand is dead on the matter. That the two are using unscientific testing methods lead to. As things turned out, the young couple became the defendants instead, and in the brand's words, they fabricated facts and damaged the brand's right to reputation. Seeing the brand's bullying posture, the young couple was also abashed. After all, how can someone who lives in his own small family mess with a large corporation that keeps a bunch of litigators? That's how the young couple held their breath in their hearts until the rice tampon incident blew up in their faces. In this baby mama's opinion, the difference between sanitary napkins and diapers isn't that big, and since Subai is willing to make sanitary napkins, it doesn't make sense that she wouldn't make diapers, right? With Subai's character guarantee, the diapers that are built will definitely sell out. But just as the precious mom was expecting Subai's reply, her husband, who was lying on the bed, directly poured a pot of cold water. Don't bother looking, he won't get back to you. Ha! The husband was an ordinary civil servant, much better informed than the average person, And the precious mom immediately sat up at the news. Why they rice company manufacturing Kenzo diapers, surely can and sanitary napkins as fire money are not earning? The husband removed his glasses and placed them on the nightstand, after pinching the bridge of his nose. If there is only one diaper, he sued a boss may still be able to build it for you. But look at his comment section where is just a diaper so simple zilch total hundreds of things, have become a concentrated complaint area of the daily chemical industry. With the power of rice technology right now, it would be nice to be able to make tampons for everyone. Do you really think Boss Sue's family owns a bank and builds whatever they want? Forget it, don't look at it, wash up and go to sleep. I can kind of see these capitalists, not many good things, their conscience is swallowed by dogs. There's a Sue White who's willing to step up to the plate and build you tampons, so you're all fine and dandy. As for the rest, even if he, Sue Bai, is as capable as he is, he can't control it. Chapter 020 Chang Lili has to speak her conscience too? That's right, Sue White's comments section has been reduced to a blacklist of daily chemicals. As a result of the information cocoon, many netizens have exclaimed aloud that their daily lives are filled with so many inferior, IQ-taxed products. What? Their products actually have carcinogens? Gosh, I never knew that, and I kept using it for 6 months. No way. There's triclosan in the shampoo? No wonder I've been losing my hair lately. I thought it was due to my stress. An eyebrow pencil costs only a few dollars and sells us for $79 and still scolds us for not trying hard enough? Not hard enough for them to cut the leaks? For a while, the reaction to this incident grew bigger and bigger, and even the officials were alarmed, urgently launching investigations against major brands and companies. Unsurprisingly, most of these brands come from the Vanguard umbrella, but as a daily chemical giant, Wang Jiai, who has dominated the Dragon Kingdom for many years, is still afraid of your investigation since it dares to do so? In the words of Wang Jiai, they are only the brand side, not the production and manufacturing side, although they also have the responsibility. At most, it is considered poor supervision. At best, you pay a fine and forget about it. After strong official intervention, not only did Wang Jiai pay a huge fine, but it also dissolved its partnership with several manufacturers involved. This is where things have finally calmed the public's anger, and the official can do. There is only so much. After all, Wang Jiai, top hat of daily chemical giant, in the premise of the Dragon Country has joined the WTO. Once the official strong hand, Wang Jiai out of the Dragon Country market, that the Eagle Country as the leader of the Western countries, even more reason to carry out trade sanctions against the Dragon Country. It can be said that the officials of the Dragon Country are also aware of these dirty things that Wang Jiai has done in the Dragon Country, but over the past decades, Wang Jiai has become a maggot attached to the bones of the daily chemicals industry, and it is difficult to get rid of it to the extreme. However, this blacklisting incident, but also to the Wangjiao alarm bells. Magic City, Vanguard Asia Pacific headquarters, Jiang Lili, who was usually high and mighty and spirited, turned gloomy throughout. The last sanitary napkin incident had caused Wang Jiai to completely lose the sanitary napkin market in Longhua, and it wasn't that Jiang Lili hadn't thought about resisting, but like rice sanitary napkins, with the best raw materials and processes, to produce the best sanitary napkins, rice technology can do 12% profit, but Wang Jiai cannot do. Subai maximized cost cutting by using live webcasts to sell his goods, but Wang Jiai is different. Wang Jiai every put into the market a product, need to be the first advertising investment, production investment, dealers at all levels and online platform investment. All things considered, Wang Jiai would cost more than rice tampons even if they were copied from rice tampons. The introduction of rice sanitary napkins has completely cost Wang Jiai the right to speak in the sanitary napkin market and the loss of profits amounting to tens of billions of dollars a year. Jiang Lili, who was already quite passive, encountered this blacklisting incident. If it wasn't for the fact that he had earned enough profit for Wang Jiai in the Dragon Kingdom some years ago, it was estimated that the headquarters would have been changed a long time ago. Now Jiang Lili is no longer thirsty for promotion to the headquarters of Wang Jiai, can keep their identity as the head of the Asia-Pacific region. Everything will be fine. In fact, Jiang Lili is not stupid, or else she would not be sitting in this position today. The reason why he had been led by the nose by Subai and was passive throughout, it's because Subai simply doesn't follow the normal business formula. In human terms, it's Subai speaking with a conscience. And who is a capitalist who has money to go to his conscience? That's right, the reason why Lili Jiang lost is because of her conscience. And with this blacklisting incident, it looks like Manhwa has been thrust into the limelight and is being verbally abused by the public. On the flip side, why isn't this an opportunity for Wang Jiai to turn things around? At this time, Jiang Lili, sitting alone in her office, looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the magic cityscape, a bold plan has been brewing in her mind. After a long time, The corners of Zhang Lily's mouth curled up into a smile. Speaking of conscience, I have to say, Mr. Su, you've done us Wang Jiayi a big favor. An hour later, after a lengthy video conference between Lily Zhang and Wang Jiayi's headquarters, she called her secretary into her office. Effective immediately, dissolve the partnership of all supply manufacturers within the Dragon's country, redraft a cooperation agreement, and increase our purchase price by 20%. The secretary who heard the order froze for a moment, suspecting she had heard wrong. Lily Jiang is actually going to make an unprecedented increase in the supplier's purchase price? Is it a raise? Not lower? This is not like Zhang Pipi's style. In the past she cannot wait to put the supplier's purchase price pressure to the floor. You've changed your mind today? What? Influenced by Su Bai, Zhang Lily also wants to talk about conscience? Zhang Lily did not pay attention to the secretary's reaction, and she was not obligated to explain to the secretary, only to see Zhang Lily sitting on the boss chair, raising her hand and stretching out a finger. Have the PR department immediately start contacting the internet versus Douyin head honchos and celebrities who have given us endorsements that we've worked with before. Let them get the word out that we've raised our purchase price. After saying that, Zhang Lily stood up with a stern tone. All in all, I want the entire internet to know that we, Wang Jiayi, have really changed this time, and that we, Wang Jiayi, have started to speak with a conscience, just like his boss Su. Isn't it all about creating a persona and winning the hearts and minds of the people? Just like who wouldn't? We at Wang Jiayi can't learn your rice tampons and we can't learn your persona? As to whether or not raising the purchase price by 20% will actually make Wang Jiayi's products conscientious, this doesn't matter. The important thing is the attitude, so that the netizens can see the transformation of Wang Jiayi's attitude, re-acceptance and recognition of Vanguard by the general public. As for the increase of 20% of the purchase price, well, since it can be increased, of course, can also be reduced, the initiative of the contract in the hands of Wang Jiayi, want to change the purchase price, is completely Zhang Lily's words only. Raising the purchase price of such things, Zhang Lily is a show, of course, will make a mess of the whole network. Something like lowering the purchase price would naturally have to come in batches and quietly. Sure enough, the next day, as if by appointment, the internet was full of news about Wang Jiayi's increased purchase price. For a while, there were really a lot of uninformed members of the public who believed it. I don't want to see the coffin. If I don't force you, you really think we are so easy to bully, don't you? Phew, now I can finally rest assured that I still have to thank Mr. Su. If it wasn't for him, Wang Jiayi wouldn't have been able to transform. After all, it is a daily chemical giant, or carry clear. The premise of making money is that they have to keep their own market first. Unknown members of the public were kept in the dark by the Wang Jiayi ruse, full of the belief that Wang Jiayi had begun to change, and that Wang Jiayi's products could continue to be used with confidence and boldness again. But there was a group of people who were quite familiar with Wang Jiayi's routine. They knew better than anyone else what kind of medicine Wang Jiayi was selling in her gourd. Chapter 021, I have another idea. Goat City. As a result of the reform and opening of the Vanguard, Yangchang was the first city to be internationalized, and several trading ports located in a large circle near Yangchang have become the largest import and export ports in the southeast. For these reasons, the Yangchang City Circle is also the largest base for daily chemicals in the Dragon Kingdom. According to incomplete statistics, the country's thousands of daily chemical supplies enterprises, of which 80% are concentrated here, the southern outskirts of Yangchang, an unobtrusive daily chemical factory outside, modeled on the label, vaguely visible Friendship Day Chemical. A few words. This unobtrusive daily chemical factory was actually founded in the 1930s. The founder preached industrial salvation, and had made many donations during the war, and its early production of Friendship Snowflake Cream, which was once a household name in Longwa, was the most unforgettable memory of many Longwa people's childhood. Time has changed. Friendship Snow Cream has long been lost in the dust of history. Along with the Friendship Factory, once a household name in the Dragon Kingdom, has also become silent and unknown. Early in the morning, the owner of Friendship Snow Cream, Song-jo, who was in his 50s, hurriedly drove to the factory. Hyokai. After searching around, Song-jo only in the workshop to find the maintenance of the machine's son Shaokai. Time spans nearly 100 years. Friendship Daily Chemical Factory is still in the hands of the He family. From the founder to Song-jo, and then to his own son, Shaokai, has gone through 5 whole generations. Only 5 generations of people to guard down the friendship of Daily Chemical Factory has been from the former nationally renowned factory into today's outskirts of the city of Sheep. No more than ordinary second-tier small factories. Things still have to start from the beginning of the millennium, when Song-jo took over the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory from his father shortly after. encountering the daily chemical giant Wanjiai entering the Dragon Kingdom in a big way. Wanjiai not only has the most advanced brand concept, marketing methods, and a complete product line, coupled with the curiosity of the dragon's population about imported goods at the beginning of the millennium, there was a massive rise in import fever. In just a few years, the benefits of the friendship of the daily chemical factory fell. Seeing the closure of the business, cannot bear to see the ancestral heritage destroyed in their own hands. He from the weak, and Wanjiai reached a cooperation agreement. Since then, the former major daily chemical manufacturer in the Dragon Kingdom has been reduced to a supplier of Wanjiai, and languished under the constant pressure of Lily Jiang. In the words of Ho from the weak, the lingering on the lingering, as long as the factory is still there, can afford the ancestors on the line. Early this morning, he from the weak brought an exciting good news. See the workshop, due to repair machines, get covered in oil. Son, he from the weak immediately went forward, while helping to hand tools, while excited. Hyokai, I have good news for you, great news. I just got a call from Wanjiai. They've scrapped their previous cooperation agreement and are ready to sign a new one with us. And this time, they're finally going to raise their prices. Speaking with a constant smile, Song-jo tilted his head to look at his son's face and sold his words. Son, guess how much the price of Vanguard is going to go up this time? Xiaokai bowed and put his hand into the machine to screw in the screws, not paying attention to his excited father. Seeing his son ignoring him, Song-jo immediately stretched out 2 fingers. It's 20. Up 20%, son. At the thought of a 20% price hike, Song-jo was excited and spinning in place. With this 20%, we'll be able to raise the wages of a few teachers in the factory. And to be honest, after so many years of not raising their wages, this has been dragging on, making my heart hard. Right, there's this broken machine. It's bigger than even you, Hyokai, so when the time comes, I'll sell the car and scrape it together, and it should be enough for a new machine. Haha, 20%. I couldn't believe it when I heard the news, and left the phone and came over to you. Just when Song-jo was talking, Xiaokai, who was covered with oil, had already repaired the machine and silently packed the tools into the toolbox. After wiping the oil on his hands with a piece of rotten cloth, the tired Xiaokai leaned against the machine and pondered for a few seconds. Dad, I don't want to do it. Seeing that his father was still there, mumbling excitedly to himself, Xiaokai raised his voice a few notches. Dad, I said I quit. Hearing these words, Song-jo's smile stiffened on his face, and the reasoning he had said 1,000 times came out of his mouth. You quit? Who will do it if you quit? This factory is the blood of several generations of our family. More than 100 years. More than 100 years of the factory. You say quit and quit? How can you stand up to your grandfather? How can you stand up to your great-grandfather? Hearing that his father was going over the old calendar again, Xiaokai's temper came out, and he threw the rotten cloth that was wiping his hands on the ground with a red eye. You claim to be worthy of your ancestors? You let great-grandpa and the others come and see what a hell of a factory it is today. All the products that we produce, all of them are going to be labeled with the Marigold brand. We work hard to make a few cents difference and let Wanjiai make tens of dollars for nothing with a clear conscience. They also moved and pressed their prices at Wanjiai until we sold our homes to pay our salaries. Do you really think that Manjiai is so kind as to give us a price hike? That's because Mr. Su of Rice Technology, who pushed them to the brink, intentionally raised the price to show the people. Do you believe it or not? If I give you a price increase today, it won't take 2 months for the price to come down again, even harder than it was originally. With those words, Xiaokai came to his father's face and hissed, Dad, wake up. At this time, Song-jo was silent. His son said these facts, where he did not understand, but his own father before he died. The only last wish is that he hopes that he will Friendship Day Chemical Factory continue to operate, to be worthy of the ancestors, worthy of the people who supported Friendship Day Chemical in the beginning. For the sake of the factory, the desperate he from Zhou had to bend over and bow down, and Wanjiai signed a supply agreement. For the sake of the factory, Song-jo did not hesitate to sell his house to pay wages, and his family ate and lived in the factory. It's all for the sake of the factory. It's all for the sake of the factory to survive. He from the weak. Why do not want to let the friendship of the day to restore the glory of the past. But the premise is that the factory is still in the hands of the He family. Looking at his long suppressed son, Song-jo reached out and patted his son's shoulder. Hyokai, Dad knows you're right about everything, but what else can be done? If you want the factory to have orders and be able to keep going, you have to work with Vanguard. Looking at his distraught father, Xiaokai put his hand on the back of his father's hand and said with firm eyes, No, Dad, I have another idea. A way to not only keep Friendship Daylighting alive, but to get back on top. Facing his father's inquiring eyes, the corner of Xiaokai's mouth slowly picked up. Rice Technology. Chapter 022. Once you get off the plane, you're all smart. On a Boeing 737 medium-sized airliner flying from Yancheng to Rongcheng, Hee-Sung-jo put down the magazine in his hand in boredom and looked at his son Hee-Shao-kai, who was sitting on the side playing with his cell phone. Shao-kai, your father. I'm so panicked in my heart. I have no bottom. You quickly tell me. The way you said. What exactly is it? Hee-Shao-kai unhurriedly tucked away his cell phone, and after looking around to see that no one had noticed the two, he whispered, it's very simple. The same as being a supplier. Since we can supply to Vanguard, we can naturally supply to Rice Technology as well. Give Rice Technology's supply? Hearing this approach, Hee-Sung-jo froze for a moment and immediately thought of a core problem. The rice sanitary napkin thing I heard you say, but Isu only produces rice sanitary napkins. We produce skin care products, not next to each other at all. And it's not like Rice Technologies has the brand recognition of Vanguard. What's at the heart of daycare sales is brand awareness. Why Wanjiagi is still big but not down after many storms is because Wanjiagi tops the title of international daily chemical giant. Because Wanjiagi is willing to spend money to raise the brand. Even if a brand goes out of business because of poor quality pitfalls, Wanjiai can hire a celebrity endorsement the next day and spend the money to keep smashing a brand out. With brand awareness, Wanjiadi's products have no worries about sales. On the contrary, Rice Technology, the main business is cell phones. Rice sanitary napkins can only be said to be Subai's accidental move. Rice Technology in the entire field of daily necessities. A single product. Brand awareness. There is no way to talk about. Hearing his father's doubts, Hee-Shao-kai smiled calmly. Dad, since you know about rice tampons, you should know that in this day and age, brand recognition is indeed important. But there is one thing that is more important than brand recognition. Something. The people. Although the Rice Technology is a single product, but on the domestic private market in the hearts of the people, Rice Technology said the second. No one dares to say the first, especially after the rice sanitary napkin incident. The discerning can see, but any product that comes out of Rice Technology will certainly be sold out. The only thing constraining Rice Technologies right now is funding. Subai wants to take 100% control of Rice Technology and has never had the idea of going public. This has led to the fact that Rice Tech does not have ample funds and can only grow steadily and slowly. This is also the reason why Subai has not come forward to take a position after the blacklist incident, because Subai has no money. Relying on Subai's strength alone, it is impossible to change the current situation of the domestic daily chemical industry. It's called momentum over people. But the same problem, looked at from a different angle, is pressed to cease to be a problem. Doesn't he, Subai, have no money? Then I'll take the whole Friendship Day chemical factory and abandon the darkness to join him. It does not require him to spend any money to invest in the construction of the factory, nor does it require him to pay the wages of his employees, nor does it require him to spend a single cent. All that is needed is to label the product with the Rice Technologies brand when it is manufactured. Instead, not only does Subai not have to pay out, but instead he can collect a sizable branding fee. Just like Vanguard, this best of both worlds is really kind of a two-way run. In the face of his son's explanation, Hee-Sung-jo revealed an expression of dawning understanding. Are you saying that it's the same as being a junior to someone? But being a junior to him, Boss Su, is much more promising than being a junior to Wanjiai? Because this Boss Su has the people's heart and a conscience? The more Hee-Sung-jo thought about it, the more reliable he felt, and then he patted his son's shoulder. You kid, you had such a good idea. Didn't you say so earlier? Hee-Shao-kai flashed a shrewd smile. I have to thank Wanjiai for this. If it wasn't for the fact that when they announced the increase in the purchase price for the sake of making a show of making a statement, they dissolved the cooperation agreement with us, I wouldn't have dared to even mention this. After all, according to Wanjiai's urine, in the cooperation agreement has not been lifted under the premise. Once the friendship of daily chemical factory to abandon the darkness to defect to the Rice Technology, a single amount of up to tens of millions of liquidated damages. He's father and son sold all cannot afford to give. Yes, this time the assist was still given by Lily Chang. It can be said that the number one contributor to the growth of Rice Technology is not Lily Jiang. An hour later, Rongqing Airport, his father and son, who just got off the plane, hurriedly walked out of the airport channel. And the cooperation with Rice Technology has been imperative. It is as if a glorious tomorrow is beckoning this century-old factory. Just as the father and son duo were excitedly preparing to take a taxi to the Rice Technology Industrial Park, suddenly, the sharp-eyed Hee-Sung-jo immediately glimpsed a familiar figure from the crowd of people pouring out of the airport. Ha! Old Joe from Jiangnan Day Chemical. Why is he here? Almost all of the country's daily chemical factory concentrated in Yangchang, and Yangcheng Daily Chemical Enterprise Association has been exchanges. He from the week naturally know a lot of daily chemical enterprise boss. And the old Zhou in his mouth is also the owner of a long-established local daily chemical factory in Manhwa. The two daily chemical factories are only separated by more than 10 kilometers, belonging to the circle of friends often like the old friends. I never thought that I would run into him in Rongcheng, thousands of miles away. As soon as He Songzhou's words fell, his son He Shaokai, who had just stopped a cab, followed his father's eyes and immediately changed his face, realizing that something was wrong. Damn it, Dad, come on. Unknown situation. He from Zhou hurriedly followed his son in a cab. What's going on here? He Shaokai didn't even have time to explain and immediately spoke the name of the place to the cabmaster. Master, go to the Rice Technology Industrial Park. Please hurry. Driving a cabmaster is taking advantage of the gap between passengers to drink water. Heard the name of the Rice Technology Park. Originally put the cup of water for the action of a beat. Rice Technology Industrial Park again? What's the big deal today? Why are they all going there? As the cab took off, He Shaokai, who was still giddy, immediately slapped his thigh. Like the highway during the holidays. You leave early and think you're being a big smartass. It turns out that once you get on the highway you realize that the whole highway is full of big smarts. He Shaokai knew to take advantage of the gap between the release of the contract to a hand of darkness, quietly touching the city of Rongcheng to join the Rice Technology. But as it turns out, the smart ones, far more than just He Shaokai. As soon as you get off the plane, you realize it's all big smarts. If I'm not wrong, the Zhou boss of Jiangnan Rihua, who I just ran into, is also thinking the same thing as them. From the words of the cab driver, it was easy to hear that they were late and someone else had already gotten there first. It's over, Dad. Looks like we're too late. On the contrary, He Songzhou, who had not been able to keep up with his son's rhythm, was unusually calm at this time. No, Hyokai, that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Looking at this situation, I reckon that the bosses of the daily chemical factories in half of the Dragon Kingdom have come to Rongcheng. Didn't you just say on the plane that Big Boss Su, is weak and has been afraid to make a move in the face of Wang Jiadi's monopoly of the daily chemical industry, which is more powerful than human, since the momentum is greater than the people? Then today, we, the daily chemical factories, will come and create a momentum for him, Boss Su. Create a momentum that will completely change the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom. We're going to have one. And the time is right. Chapter 023, Mr. Su, take us with you. Rice Technology Industrial Park, located in the southern suburbs of Rongcheng. Thousands of employees work in an industrial park that covers hundreds of acres. It was lunchtime, and employees wearing work permits were pouring out of the office buildings towards the cafeteria. Unlike other companies where you don't see your boss a few times a year, in the Rice Technology Park, you can see Su Bai almost every day, because this big boss, who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, shows up in the cafeteria every day, like all the employees, to queue up, fight and eat together. If 1 day or 2 days was Su Bai putting on a show, but this was a situation that Su Bai had persisted in for several years. Now, when the employees meet Su Bai in the cafeteria every day, they will play a small game of Guess Who I Am with Su Bai, who has no frame of mind, because it is widely rumored in the mouths of old employees that Mr. Su has a horrible memory and can remember every employee's name. Many of the new employees didn't believe it, so they would take advantage of the breaks between meals to ask Su Bai to guess who he was. Many employees will even use the incident to make small, harmless bets in private. No, in the cafeteria today, a few of the older employees were betting with the newer ones again. The bet is a cup of milk tea. After the disbelieving new employees saw Su Bai in the line for food, he brewed for a moment and finally gathered the courage to walk up. Hello, Mr. Su Bai, who was chatting with the old employees in front of him with his dinner plate in line, heard someone shouting at him, and Su Bai immediately turned his head and saw the new employees with an apprehensive face, as well as a few old employees watching the scene not far away, and immediately understood what had happened. What are you guys betting on? The poked and prodded new employee made a big red face and brazenly said, milk tea. Upon hearing this, many of the employees lined up around them had a smile on their faces as they watched, and it was evident that many of them had experienced the same thing, and Su Bai, who heard that the bet was on milk tea, smiled and nodded. Okay, you can pull out your cell phone and buy them a milkshake now. The new employee sniffed and froze. No, Mr. Su, you haven't said what my name is. But the next second, Su Bai's words made him freeze in place. Zhang Jiaming, a new student in the Technology Development Department, just joined this Monday. I remember your hobby column. Fill in the fishing, is it? Remind you, the company has an old employee formed a fishing club. Advise you not to follow them blindly. Mix inside all the Air Force guys. As soon as the words fell, one of the older employees in front of them in line immediately became displeased. Mr. Su, do not shing you so bad-mouthing behind the back of the we have long stopped Air Force. There is video evidence. Just as Su Baiha was chatting with a group of employees, the secretary Xiao Lu, who was holding the phone, hurriedly walked into the cafeteria and immediately found Su Bai's figure after searching around in the crowd. Mr. Su, someone is looking for you. After Su Bai, who had managed to get to the front of the line, raised his hand and looked at the time. Come to see me at this hour? Wait for me in the parlor for 10 minutes. I'll be there after dinner. But the secretary, Xiao Lu, did not leave, but stood in place panting, pointing his finger in the direction of the gate of the Science and Technology Park with an expression that he did not know how to describe. Mr. Su, I advise you to hurry over and take a look. 5 minutes later, under the leadership of his secretary Xiao Lu, Su Bai walked towards the gate of the Science and Technology Park. Just after passing through a corner greenbelt, Su Bai was surprised to find that at this time, outside the gate of the Rice Technology Park, it was densely packed with people. Secretary Xiao Lu also hurriedly explained. The doorman has been informing me since morning that someone is looking for you. After the first few waves registered, they were all invited to the parlor. And you were in a meeting at the time, so I never found a chance to talk to you. Then more and more people arrived and the parlor couldn't fit. By the time I got word to get to the door, it was standing outside the gates. Su Bai, who was in a hurry on his feet, immediately grasped the core of the problem. It's all who? It's full of owners of daycare factories from all over the world. Most of them from Goat Town. Owners of daycare factories everywhere? What did they come to see themselves for? Just as the puzzled Su Bai walked toward the gate, outside the gate, He Xiao Kai, who was standing on the steps of the green belt, was the first to see Su Bai's figure and immediately shouted, Mr. Su is here. The words just fell, originally crowded in the crowd outside the gate, all excited. These people, without exception, are all the bosses of daily chemical factories all over the country, now appearing outside the gates of the Rice Technology, and the father and son of the He family have the same idea, all defected to the Rice Technology. Once they heard that Su Bai had appeared, they were all excited. Mr. Su, I'm from Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory. Please give me 10 minutes. I want to talk to you about a cooperation. Off. Lao Zhou, we agreed to work together. No eating alone. There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody mess up. We have to be united. We have to be united. In a burst of clamor, Su Bai had arrived outside the gate, and seeing the densely packed heads, he couldn't help but feel a rush of scalp numbness. Su Bai, who still couldn't figure out the situation, raised his hand and pressed down the agitated crowd before speaking in a loud voice. Okay guys, everyone be quiet. I can't hear anything when you guys make a scene, so let's pick a representative and talk to me about what's going on. With the pressure of Su Bai's hand, the original noisy crowd all quieted down, and after pushing and shoving for a while, He Zhou, who was wearing glasses, was pushed out by the crowd. It can be seen that although the Friendship Day chemical factory is not what it used to be, the history of the century-old factory is still there, and the reputation that the He family has been upholding for generations is still there. At this time, He Zhou, facing Su Bai, had long lost his previous calmness. After all, what he's going to do next, what he's going to lead the nation's daily chemical factories to do, can completely divide the history of the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom into two sections, only to see He Zhou facing Su Bai, stretching out his trembling right hand. His tone choked. Mr. Su, we have just counted, including those present, and those on the road. There are a total of 1,457 people. We represent 1,123 daily product factories across the country. We showed up here today for no other reason. Just because Wang Jiayi doesn't treat us as human beings and bullies us based on the power of the daily chemical giant. More than 20 years ago, we were not united enough and were broken down by Wang Jiayi in every way. From big private factories, one by one, into Wang Jiayi's suppliers. Now, we, a group of unhelpful old men, are not going to argue or make a fuss. We appear here together to try to get another chance for the daily chemicals industry in the Dragon Kingdom. One time, a chance for us to get back on our feet, to stand up to our ancestors, to stand up to the people's people. Words, true feelings, he from the Zhou words, said to the hearts of all present. A middle-aged boss behind him nodded. Mr. Su, back in the day, we sons of Guangdong province and our brothers in the Sichuan army fought the devils together. So today, we'll ask Mr. Su to join us and beat up its son of an international daily chemical giant. The other lean boss couldn't help himself. Right, Mr. Su, we're here to join you. Heck, we've had enough of the nesting days, so let's unite and do battle with it Wang Jiayi for real. There were also young men in the crowd, who also appeared to have just taken over the factory from their fathers, and shouted loudly. That's right, people die egg to the sky, afraid of a hairline. Mr. Su, take us with you. Things had developed to the point where if Subai didn't understand what was going on, he wouldn't have to be this boss. Excited, Subai did not rush to state, but looked at the crowds of daily chemical factory bosses, turned his head toward the secretary Xiao Lu after whispering a few words of command. Tell you what, it's lunchtime, so I'll invite you all to join me in the cafeteria for a casual lunch. If there's anything, let's talk about it after dinner. Chapter 024, Received and Arranged. It was lunchtime, and Su Xiaochang also happened to be eating in the cafeteria with a few heads of Rongqing, chatting about the recent economic situation while eating. As we chatted, we came to the last blacklist incident. Who did not expect? Subai's comment area actually became a blacklist list of domestic daily chemicals. From this incident can also be seen the impact of foreign companies to the domestic industry to bring a variety of negative impact. From my point of view, this time, Manhwa's strategy of raising the purchase price is quite wise, showing that they have realized that our people are not that easy to fool. Hey, you only know one thing, you don't know the other. Wang Jiayi is used to being a bully in the Dragon Kingdom. That massive publicity to raise the purchase price is just a deliberate attitude to the public, and when it develops to the back, it will still go the same way? Hey, you Min, can't wait to drive this kind of daily chemical giant out of Longhua, Yugua. We're also very passive in the face of trade sanctions from Western countries. This kind of thing is like a child's fight, and it's not good for us, as adults, to intervene on both sides. In the end, we still have to rely on our own national brands to compete. Competitive? When we joined the World Trade Organization, our national brands, but if we can unite and be united, we will not be suppressed into today's situation. Counting on them to compete on their own? I think it's better to forget about it. You can't say that. This time is the same as the other time. The most crucial thing, or need a leader, to bring this plate of scattered sand together. Su Xiaochang ate silently the entire time and rarely made any comments. Only when he heard the words leader, Su Xiaochang appeared to have thought of something, but in the end, he continued to eat with his head down. It seemed like that idea he had just had was too unrealistic. As he was eating his meal, Su Xiaochang's secretary appeared in the cafeteria with an anxious face, and after seeing Su Xiaochang, he hurriedly walked over and said urgently, "Boss, something's happened to Rice Technology. I just received the news that the bosses of more than 1,000 daily chemical product factories across the country suddenly parachuted into Rongqing en masse, and all of them went to the Rice Technology Park to look for Mr. Su. We're not sure exactly what happened." Upon hearing this, the few people at dinner froze. Thousands of bosses of daily chemicals factories came to Hibiscus to look for Subai? It's still all over the internet from the announcement of the increase in the purchase price by Vanguard in the front foot. This back foot. So many daily chemical factory owners to find Subai what? Shouldn't they be busy signing a new contract with Vanguard and celebrating the increased purchase price? What the heck? The more you look at it, the more you can't understand it. On the contrary, it was Su Xiaochang who suddenly thought of something and his face changed. With his keen sense of smell, he immediately realized what had happened. "Boss, do you want me to call over to the Rice Group and ask?" The collective dissension of so many owners of daily chemical products factories. For Rongqing, to say big or small, to make the situation clear, naturally, there is no excuse, but Su Xiaochang raised his hand to signal the secretary. "No need. I know what they've come to see Subai for." After saying that, Su Xiaochang pondered for a few seconds before immediately giving the order. Immediately contact the comrades of the propaganda port. Contact the TV stations, major networks, videos, media accounts, but all of them in Rongqing. All of them go to the Rice Technology Park. After saying that, Su Xiaochang didn't even eat his meal, put down his chopsticks, and lifted his suit jacket to leave. Old Su, what is the situation you are? That's right, you could at least give a clear word. Only Su Xiaochang said in a calm tone while wearing his jacket. If my guess is right, the domestic daily chemicals industry, it's going to change. At this time in the Rice Technology Industrial Park, the original STEP conference room dedicated to the opening of the General Assembly has been densely packed with bosses of daily chemical products factories. Many of those who didn't get a seat to sit simply sat on the steps, and in this way, from time to time, there were latecomers who entered the conference room through the back door. At this time wearing a white shirt and jeans, Subai is standing in front of the podium, and did not choose to take a seat, but let the staff moved away from the tables and chairs, like the new Rice phone conference. Standing alone on the stage, taking advantage of the gap between the technicians debugging the sound, Subai looked at the dense crowd of bosses in the conference room and pondered how to start the show. To be honest, today's situation was something Subai hadn't expected, because just a few days ago, he said it at an executive meeting. Even if Subai has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can manage a moment of injustice, but he can't manage the world's injustice. But does Subai really not want to care? Just 2 days ago, the official of the Douyin platform, also privately approached Subai, implicitly stating that he hoped Subai would close his comment section. After all, the impact of the blacklisting incident is so great that it has involved the entire daily chemicals industry. Subai's comments section not only slapped Wang Jiadi's face, but also the face of the entire daily chemical industry. This matter has even reached the international arena and belongs to the family scandal. But when confronted with Douyin's official wish to close the comment section, Subai didn't listen to the advice. In Subai's own words, his level of general strength is limited, and he can't help the people of Longwa too much. And building a rice sanitary napkin has drained all the liquidity. People run to the comments section wanting Subai to make more conscientious products, which Subai really can't do. But keeping a piece of the comments section so that everyone can remind each other not to step on the pit is considered to be Subai's account to the people as far as he can go. This happened to Subai as well. But whenever it happens to the average internet vlogger, you see if he carries it. It was estimated that only Subai, who dared to carry it, could still carry it. Now, the bosses of daily chemical factories all over the country have collectively parachuted into Rongqing to join Subai. In their words, they hope that Subai will give a chance to give the domestic daily chemical brands in the Dragon Kingdom a chance to get back on their feet. On the flip side, how is this not an opportunity for Subai? A chance for Subai to take many daily chemical factories, dry over the daily chemical giant Wanjiai, and return a piece of blue sky to the daily chemical industry in Longwa. He said from Zhou, the times make the hero. Subai didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted to be worthy of those netizens who had a hint of expectation for him in the comment section. Until today, Subai had never replied in the comment section because he didn't want to tell the netizens that he couldn't do it. And now, Subai stood on a podium more than 1 meter high, looking at the densely packed daily chemical products bosses under the stage. The excitement in his heart was hard to describe. I believe that after today, Subai will finally be able to open the comments section in a big way and type those words in the comments section in a dignified manner. Received. Arranged. Chapter 025. What is this called? This is called killing people to kill their hearts. Daily chemical factory bosses of the collective dissimulation thought of their own private quietly looking for Subai, but did not expect a group of big smart want to go together. It's a good thing the story hasn't gotten around in a short time. At the same time, in Mordor, the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Vanguard, today's Zhang Lily, a smile finally appeared on her face again, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood. Her strategy of raising the purchase price this time has caused a very good reaction among the people in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the stock of Wanjiai, which had fallen continuously due to the tainted sanitary napkin incident and the blacklist incident, has started to rebound steadily. I have to say, Zhang Lily sees the people's psychology. Playing this hand of conscience card effect is good. Next, just continue to stabilize the dragon market and keep cutting leaks. Just as he returned to his desk and sat down, Zhang Lily's secretary knocked on the door and entered. Mr. Zhang, the new invitations for cooperation in raising prices have all been sent out. One thing is strange though. It's been 2 days and there are less than 10 suppliers who have come to us to re-sign the cooperation agreement. Zhang Lily was slightly stunned. There were more than 2,000 supply manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom who cooperated with Wanjiai. Logically, as soon as the invitation to increase the purchase price is sent out, these manufacturers will certainly be happier than the new year, begging Wanjiai to sign the contract. Less than 10? Lily Zhang opened her own computer while pondering. The secretary warned as she stood across the desk. Mr. Zhang, do you need me to arrange to go down and rush it again? Looking at the turned-on display, Zhang Lily appeared to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile. No need. These guys, they are thinking that I really compromised with the dragon market. They are plainly trying to use this opportunity to collectively blackmail us into continuing to raise prices. Zhang Lily smiled unremittingly. I cannot imagine that in the past, this group of separate wars of the dragon vendors, this time, actually learn smart, but also know that the collective group to hold themselves hostage. Do you really think that anyone can come and take a dump on Wanjiai's head? The giant of daily chemicals. Is it really so easy to bully? Against this kind of behavior of the dragon nation's people to hold on to their interests, Zhang Lily could think of 10 ways to crack it in the blink of an eye. First, tell them that Manjiai's business is shrinking and will only sign up 80% of the vendors this time. The implication is that the 20% who come late to the party don't have to sign up. Let's see if you're still sitting down. That's not all. Second, the first 100 manufacturers to sign up will have their purchase price increased by 25%. No food for those who come late, and a reward for those who come early. Double-barreled. What's that called? That's called killing people to kill them. Didn't you guys want to hug it out? Now I'll see how you're going to do it. I just don't believe it. Thousands of vendors, and there's still someone who doesn't move when they see the benefits? As long as there is a leader, the so-called offensive and defensive alliance will naturally be broken. You're too young to play dirty with Wanjiai. Inside the stepped conference room at the Rice Technology Park, there was still a steady stream of arriving vendor owners, entering the room through the back door. On the podium, Subai has understood the claims of a group of vendor bosses. It's nothing more than a partnership with Wanjiai, where various daily product manufacturers produce their products, label them with the brand name of Rice Technology, and give them to Rice Technology for sale. In the view of a Chinese daily chemical manufacturers, Rice Technology has the people's hearts and appeal. Product sales must not have a problem. The manufacturers, on the other hand, just produce it. And after hearing such a cooperation model, Subai was silent for a moment before shaking his head on the podium in front of all the bosses. Subai shook his head. The crowd of bosses on the stage immediately could not sit still. They all hung up their hearts. And the front row of the conference room, as a representative of a group of manufacturers, Hitsong-jo, thought Subai was worried about the product. After all, many of these manufacturers sitting here, when they were previously pressured by Wanjiai, had to substitute the best for the best and produce inferior products in order to ensure their profits. Seeing this, Hitsong-jo immediately stood up and took a stand. Mr. Su, you can rest assured that as long as the purchase price is reasonable, we dare to guarantee that we will never substitute the second best for the best, and we will absolutely guarantee the quality of the product. Now that we're standing with Rice Technology, anyone who dares to smash Rice Technology's signboard is smashing the rice bowls of so many of us. That's a point that's not lost on us. Seeing Hitsong-jo speak, several veteran vendors also took a stand. Mr. Su, who was born of a mother and raised by a father, but where it is not by Wanjiai pressure price too hard, really do not have to go to do the matter of losing conscience. Yes, as long as I can keep the factory alive and pay the workers, I'm fine with not making any money. If not, I'll become a laborer and collect a salary too. Seeing that the bosses were getting more and more agitated, Subai hurriedly raised his hand and suppressed it. It's not that I don't trust everyone. It's just that, looking at the increasing number of vendor bosses on the stage, Subai pondered for a few seconds before looking at the crowd. I'd like to ask everyone here, haven't you ever thought about producing products that are truly your own? I mean, not branded, not with Vanguard's or our Rice Technologies, but with your own brand. Upon hearing this, the vendor bosses froze in unison, but after a few seconds, many of them laughed in embarrassment. Even Hitsong-jo, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but turn red in his old face at this time. Mr. Su, it's a long story. Where do we have a brand? If we put our own brand on it, no one would even buy it. At the end of the day, we don't have a lot of money to advertise like Vanguard does, and without advertising, we don't have visibility. No one will even buy anything without visibility. Hearing this, Subai was puzzled for a moment. Mr. I've just read the information of your Friendship Day chemical factory. When I was a child, I heard my mother say that your Friendship Snowflake cream is very good. Even I rubbed it in winter when I was a child. You guys obviously have your own brand. Mentioning Friendship Snowflake cream, Hitsong-jo's old face, all of a sudden more red, lowered his head and waved his hand. Not many people know about Friendship Snowflake cream nowadays. Blushing, not only he from the week, most of the manufacturers hear a bit of history of the boss. At this time hate to find a crack in the ground. Many of them are spanning half a century, or as centuries old as Friendship Day Chemical, the family business handed down from generation to generation. Now the brand is gone, the popularity is gone, living on the labeling. I've lost the face of my ancestors. To put it bluntly, there's still no visibility, no branding, and the hardest part of solving a problem, in Subai's opinion, is finding the key to it. Once the key issue is found, it's a good thing. Only Subai stood on the stage and scanned the crowd. I'd like to ask you all a question. If brand awareness is so important, why were the dozens of sanitary napkin brands in Vanguard beaten by our Rice sanitary napkins? Upon hearing this question, many minds came alive. Subai, however, asked himself, it's because we use good ingredients, good processes, and produce a good product. It's because we're selling at thin margins and not treating consumers like cuties. Rip off. To put it bluntly, it's because of conscience. In the face of Subai's great reasoning, a young boss hit the nail on the head with a single word. Mr. Su, everyone knows that Rice Technology has a conscience, and knows that you, Mr. Su, have a conscience, but we're different. It's not like conscience is something that grows on your face and you can't put it on a product. Even if our product is good, if consumers don't recognize it and don't know about it, it's still a basket case. The young boss's words hit home for most of them, but Subai appeared to have already prepared an answer. What if I had a way to show consumers at a glance that your product has a conscience? Chapter 026. I still need to collect money? As soon as Subai's words were spoken, the more than one 000 manufacturers' bosses present were now completely unable to sit still. Many were so excited that they stood up, causing those behind them to lose sight of them and follow suit. No, what do I hear? No brand recognition. But consumers take one look and know that our products have a conscience? There's still such a way? Why do I feel that Mr. Su is fooling people? Shu, stop talking and listen honestly. Even the group of big factory bosses in the front row were completely unable to sit still when they heard the news. Old Chow, the more I hear about it, the more suspenseful it gets. You ask me, who do I ask? Listen, people Su boss 100 billion worth? Not guilty of cheating you that 3 mil in 2 dates. I've come to the right place. I've really come to the right place to find Mr. Su this time. Looking at the excited crowd, Subai had to raise his head and press again, signaling everyone to take their seats before raising his hand to support the microphone clamp to his chest. My approach is simple, and that is that together, today, we're going to work together to create a standard of conscience for the industry. All products that meet this criterion can all be labeled with the appropriate conscience. Once consumers see the conscience label, they naturally know it's a conscientious product. Su White's approach is, in fact, the standard of quality. The concept has been around for a long time. For example, the Common International Standards Organization ISO. This standard has also been introduced by the Dragon Kingdom, and can be found on quite a few products in the Dragon Kingdom. There are also industry standards, such as the Green Pollution-Free Vegetable Standard introduced 2 years ago. Corporate standards are also available, mostly in the liquor industry. Hearing the solution proposed by Su Bai, many bosses shook their heads into rattles. Mr. Su, this method won't work. Nowadays there are fewer national standards, quality standards, and more. The people simply don't recognize this stuff. The most important thing is still regulation. The standard is frankly a logo. Any small workshop can be printed on the sticker. No one cares. Yes, to put it bluntly, now the people are afraid of being pitched. Many products logo pouring more? The result is one more than one pit. Seeing that everyone was holding opposing views and had no confidence in the matter of standards, Subai first waited for everyone to finish voicing their opinions and then calmly said, and what if, for this standard, we, Rice Technologies, are responsible for it? As soon as the words fell, the entire stepped conference room was silent, and everyone froze in place. With Rice Technologies in charge of this standard? Not to mention, with Rice Technologies' corporate image and national appeal. This thing, it seems to be a real spectrum. People don't believe in standards, but they still don't believe in Rice Technology? There is Rice Technology as the backing, more reliable than anything but someone soon realized that the matter was not so simple. I'm afraid. Sure enough, next, Subai made 3 standard requests. If you want to meet the standards of Rice Technology, first, all factories must implement transparent production. What is meant by transparent production? You can refer to my rice sanitary napkin factory. When they heard the first criterion, the bosses in the room all talked to each other. Like the rice tampon factory? All planted with cameras and webcasts live? More than that, transparent production. Even the raw materials used have to be completely open and transparent. Ha? The raw materials are going public? Are you nuts? Isn't that disclosed on your product's ingredient list? Only in a different way. It's not a big deal. It's just a few cameras. It doesn't cost much. Good guy. Transparent production. This is the rhythm of true conscience. Oh, the standards proposed by Rice Technology. You think it's a joke? And Subai, who was standing on the stage, didn't rush to say the second criterion after seeing that the bosses had almost finished their discussion. Now, anyone who disagrees with the first criterion may leave. Throughout the more than 1,000 vendor owners present, no one got up or left. When you're a boss, no one is stupid. The discerning know that, with the influence of Rice Technology now, if it is really labeled with the standard of conscience of Rice Technology, it is difficult to think of not making money. Who would want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Isn't it just transparent production? If the rice tampon factory can do it, they can't? It's dry. Seeing that no one left, Subai finally spoke again. Second, profit margins on all products, controlled below 20%. That criterion, to be honest, would be a bit of a stretch. There's nothing wrong with demanding quality, but you're really going overboard when you even demand how much people make. Even Subai thought that this time, quite a few people would get up and leave. But what he didn't expect was that out of the 1,000 or so bosses present, not a single one of them got up. Now, even Subai was confused. The second criterion, you have no objection? Seeing this, someone immediately spoke up. Oppose? Who would object to such a good thing? When one sleeps and wakes up laughing. Good thing? Seeing Subai puzzled, He Song-jo, who was sitting in the front row, then explained. Mr. Su, I'm not afraid to laugh at you. When we supplied Wanjiai, the profit margin was only 7%. The other owner picked up on this. What? 7%? Why? We're all at 6%. Ha? Is our factory the only one with 4%? What about you guys? What about you? Don't mention it, but mention it. The truth came out when everyone individually stated their profit margins. It turns out that under the pressure of Vanguard, the profit margins of each manufacturer have been pushed to an unimaginable level. Most of the profit margins, not even 10%. And there are even many small factories that rely entirely on volume, with single-piece profit margins compressed to a horrifying 3%. This is why many manufacturers are desperate to substitute the best for the best, because the profits are so thin that if you don't want to do something stupid, you really can't survive. Even if you don't do it, someone else will. Hearing the vendor's tirades, Subai was speechless. It's kinda true what they say. I'm totally dependent on my peers to set me up for success. With peers like Wanjiati around, you can't even think about not having a conscience. After all, if you wanted to compare your lower limits with Wanjiai, you probably didn't really have a match. Therefore, a 20% profit margin, in the eyes of a group of manufacturers, is really a good thing to fall asleep and wake up laughing. Thirdly, all manufacturers, every year, will have to give a proportionate amount of money from their profits. The money is used to establish and maintain a trade association, which is responsible for occasional annual inspections of manufacturers' holding standards, and in the event of a violation of the standards, a minor warning or kicking out of the standards association. Since the first two requirements are fine, the third is even more fine. This amounts to everyone contributing to the maintenance of everyone's rice bowl. There's no such thing as taking advantage and not contributing. However, when Subai finished saying the three criteria, the group of manufacturers' bosses present were even more puzzled. No, it's gone? Just these three requests? One bold boss stood up and directly asked the question in his mind. Mr. Su, is this the end? Subai spread his two hands. Or what? No. What about you guys at Rice Tech? How much do you charge? Right. A group of bosses have nodded. Busy half a day. Use Su total and is the plan. And let the Rice Technology out when the endorsement of the development of standards. You are to say, you Rice Technology to collect how much money ah? Hearing this question, Subai was even more confused than the bosses. And I have to charge for it? Chapter 027, since we have to build up momentum, let go of it and build it up big. In capital circles, there is an old saying, first-rate companies make standards, second-rate companies make brands, and third-rate companies make products. Until then, Rice Technologies is still in the second-rate stage. Although Rice Technologies products are recognized as conscientious, they are still far from the stage of forming a standard. The root cause is still determined by scale. It's hard for a company to fundamentally impact an industry with a product that's as good as it is. For Subai, trying to set an industry-recognized standard in the cell phone industry is as difficult as heaven. And now, this dream, which was not realized in his old profession, has taken the lead in the daily chemical industry. Who would have thought that Rice Technology, a cell phone manufacturer, could become a standard setter in the daily chemical industry? The benefits it brings are simply not too much for Rice Technology to measure in terms of money. The hidden value added alone is an incalculable and astronomical amount. To Subai, this was a completely mutually beneficial thing, and there was no need to collect money at all. Or rather, the brand appreciation of this matter for Rice Technology has made a lot of money in Subai's opinion, but never thought that when Subai said that he would not collect the money, the more than 1,000 manufacturers' bosses who were sitting there immediately quit. What? You don't charge for Rice Technology? That doesn't work. You have to charge, more or less. That's right. I've been in business for so long, and I've always practiced one thing. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Yes, if Mr. Su charges money, I think this is reliable. But if Mr. Su says it's free, then I think it's up in the air. Who says it isn't? The ones who are paid to work for you are the ones who work hard. The free ones, they're bull asterisk. With that, a bunch of bosses made a lot of noise and demanded that Rice Technologies must charge a fee. It was a determined effort to pull Rice Technology down and tie it to the same rope as everyone else, so that it would be down to earth. Seeing this, Subai was at his wit's end. He had seen those who were not happy to receive money, but this was the first time he had seen those who did not receive money but still made a fuss. Seeing that the two sides could not reach agreement, or the manufacturer's representative Hee Song-jo came forward to give a compromise. Mr. Su, you're letting Rice Technology come out as an endorsement in setting standards. It's really inappropriate to not charge for this. Don't be so quick to disagree with me. This way, I see this industry association also don't set up a separate one. It will be in charge of the Rice Technology. Let Rice Technologies oversee our entire daycare industry. As a reward, all of us, the manufacturers, pay 5% of our profits to Rice Technologies every year. This standard, which was discussed by he from Joe and a group of bosses, 5% profit, for the manufacturer is quite cost-effective. By paying 5% of the profit, the product can be labeled with the standards set by Rice Technology, and the product will not worry about selling, instead of making more money when sales are up. This is a point of account that the bosses here can still do some math. For Rice Technology, a 5% profit is not much, but and thin margins a reason cannot stop more manufacturers. Think about it, trillions of dollars of daily chemicals market, thousands of manufacturers, pay 5% of the Rice Technology every year. This is what the concept. Roughly speaking, that's tens of billions of dollars a year in net proceeds. That is, of course, only if all products are as popular as rice tampons once the standard is set. For this request, Subai wanted to refuse, but the group of bosses said that Subai would not do it if he did not agree, so he had no choice but to agree. In this way, a standard conference that affected the entire daily chemical industry in Dragon Kingdom ended successfully in a round of applause. Next, there are the harmless details. After reporting to officials, the legal department formally intervenes to jointly draft and sign an industry standard agreement. To better rub off on its impact, the standard was officially named the Rice Standard. Its standard logo, which is also derived from the logo of the Rice phone, can be seen at first glance. Regarding these details, it is not a problem at all for Subai, who raises tens of billions of dollars in revenue every year. Instead, it will invariably increase the impact of Rice Technology. And just as Subai was about to contact the officials to report after the meeting, the secretary, Xiao Lu, came in a hurry. The official leaders of Rongqing are here, and there are also many reporters from the media and TV stations. You see, before Subai could react, Subai's own private cell phone rang. Picking up the phone, it was actually Su Xiaochang. Mr. Su, how did your talk go? Subai hurried to a secluded corner. Leader, you're well informed enough. It just so happened that Subai needed to find an official to report. So on the phone, Subai gave Su Xiaochang a full account of the situation. When hearing about the Rice Standard, even if Su Xiaozi is used to big waves, he can't help but be surprised. My pattern is still small. I originally thought that Rice Technology would sign a cooperation agreement like Wanjiai. I didn't expect you to set a Rice Standard. That's pretty unexpected. Subai changed his hand and took the cell phone and pressed it to his ear, whispering softly, the fragrance of a pear blossom. Where is it comparable to 10,000 purples and flowers in a garden full of spring na? Subai can be completely like Wanjiai, so that all the products are labeled with the brand of Rice Technology, as usual, can be sold explosively and earn more money? But just imagine, if Subai did this, most of the daily chemical products on the market would have only one brand, Rice Technology. When an industry becomes homogeneous and uncompetitive, it is not far from the industry's demise. As Subai said, a pear blossom fragrance, whereas the 10,000 purple and red full of spring. Dragon Country's daily chemical products, it should be 1,000 flowers. It should be 100 schools of thought. If you say that the defection of a group of manufacturers is creating momentum for Subai, it is a current situation that creates a hero. That Subai's Rice Standard is a hero for the daily chemical industry, a hero for the times. Create a momentum of conscience and takeoff that belongs to Longwa's daily chemical products. At Subai's words, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Mr. Su, all I can say is that what you're doing is a great thing for the country and the people. You don't have to worry about official reporting. The state is definitely strongly supportive of your behavior of guiding the industry in a positive way. Receiving Su Xiaochang's reply, Subai immediately put down the stone hanging in his heart. Okay, then I'll get the legal department involved and start drafting and preparing to sign the agreement. After all, thousands of daily chemical manufacturers are involved, so I guess the signing of the agreement alone is enough to keep us busy. But who knows? When he heard about the matter of signing the agreement, Su Xiaochang immediately interrupted Subai's arrangement. How can you sign your own agreement for such a major event that changes an industry? Tell you what, you can leave this matter alone, and let the officials of Rongqing City take the lead in organizing a conference for the daily chemical industry in Rongqing. The venue of the meeting will be set at the Rongqing International Conference Center, and I'll pull all the leaders of the various departments to give you a stand at that time. There are no shortage of media reporters, and I'll try to pull in the national TV news channel for the evening news as well. Good lord, hibiscus officials leading the charge? And on the evening news? This is a big deal. Leader, that's not good. What do you know? If you want to build momentum, then let go and build it big. And, to tell you something, I've already submitted your name as a representative of the country's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs early next year. Guess you should be 10 out of 10 after this. Get ready and make a better suit. What's it like for a big boss to wear casual clothes all day? Top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in the country? When he heard this honor, Subai felt a little dizzy. Top 10 entrepreneurs. That's official. What does it mean to be labeled as such? It means that the state is giving you a backstage job. From then on, straighten your back. Domestic horizontal law. I've heard that the requirements to receive this honor are harsh to the extreme. Even if Damitech is the leader in the cell phone industry, it was merely included in the examination. I can't imagine that because of the development of rice standards, Subai actually winds up to be a dragon. Chapter 028, Commitment is a momentary pleasure. Letting go of the family crematorium. These days, with the blacklist event is getting hotter and hotter. The comments section of Sobek is also quite lively, despite the fact that it has long been popularized by professionals. Indicates that the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom, under the monopoly of Wanjiai, has long been rotten to the roots. Even if he, Subai, was more capable, he couldn't control this idle matter. Making a rice tampon out of it is the limit of rice technology. But even so, there are still countless netizens squatting in Subai's comment area, always pulling out their cell phones to brush up every day to see if Subai will come out and make a statement or not. Just like in the case of the poisoned sanitary napkins. In their eyes, as long as Subai didn't personally say no, there was still hope in this matter. No. During the lunch break, a girl was still brushing Subai's comment section. When she saw this, another colleague shook her head. Still brushing. Do you really think that people sue boss is omnipotent? You want whatever he builds? Can't you see it's all over the internet? This kind of thing, the state can't even control it, let alone him being a private business owner. Hurry up and get some sleep. You have to work this afternoon as a cowboy. The girl swiping her cell phone had a frustrated expression. She's the one who, in a live stream, questioned that a $79 eyebrow pencil was too expensive. She ended up getting spammed by the anchor, scolding her for not trying hard enough and looking for more reasons in herself. The girls really came down to find out for themselves. After she graduated from college, she worked from 9 to 6, and overtime was a common occurrence, because she was deducted $50 for being late once. She had been late only a handful of times since she started working. She also admits that she works hard enough, often working late into the night, not to mention her cell phone is on standby 24 hours a day, even on weekends to deal with work. But work a few years down the road, her salary is still only more than $4,000. In the words of the boss, just entered the society of young people. Do not think of high wages, to settle down and work hard to exercise their own. The bread will be there, the milk will be there. After a quick analysis, the girl came to her senses and realized that it wasn't that she wasn't trying hard enough and that the problem wasn't with her. Rather, it comes out of the environment you are in. An eyebrow pencil that clearly costs a few dollars is going to sell you $79. And you're going to be thankful for the benefits that the anchor is getting for your family. Among the slew of highly liked comments, the one that made Subai build an eyebrow pencil was posted by this girl. And due to the explosion of the $79 event, the number of likes had also exceeded 100,000 people. The reason why the girl was so persistent wasn't because she couldn't shell out $79 and had to wait for Subai to build an eyebrow pencil. She just wanted to prove something. When they were little, their kindergarten teacher taught them to sing. And the lyrics went something like this. Our motherland, everywhere is a garden. The flowers in the garden is really bright. Warm sunshine shines on us. Everyone's face is smiling. The melodies of my childhood still echo in my head. But after growing up, the girls found that things are not like that. The company's bosses changed the way to squeeze the staff. High prices of housing is daunting. Life is full of consumer traps. The huge living expenses make the monthly salary stretch to the limit. What idyllic pastoral. What poetry in faraway places. All are unattainable dreams on short videos. It's as if you can't find an ounce of warmth in this cold society. Except for your own family. But the truth is, it's not supposed to be like that. The girl who was swiping her phone had already read all the highly liked comments. And unsurprisingly, no reply from Subai appeared. The $79 eyebrow pencil is destined to remain at that price. You buy what you like. Born as a leak, we must be prepared to be cut at any time. Sunshine and warmth are destined to appear only in kindergarten children's songs. At once, the girls thought of Hao Jian's classic line, tired, destroy it. Just when the girls wanted to put down their cell phones for a lunch break and continue to be cowboys in the afternoon, suddenly, a message alert popped up on the girl's doujinshi account. The curious girl subconsciously clicked on it and a familiar name appeared. Rice-Tech Su White replied to your comment, received, arranged. When looking at the two short lines, it was as if a beam of sunlight had shone into her gloom-filled world. The girl pranced out of her workstation, covering her mouth in disbelief. The loud commotion drew the attention of several employees around the area. What's the matter with you? You're so startled. You're still not allowed to take a lunch break. The girl was so excited that she immediately flipped her cell phone screen over to her coworker, her voice trembling. Look guys, Mr. Sue replied to me. He agreed to build an eyebrow pencil. As soon as the words fell, all of the surrounding colleagues who were originally still lying on their backs for their lunch breaks raised their heads. What? Holy, did Subai really reply to you? Awesome you, now you're going to be famous. Let's see. What's the matter? At once, everyone's sleepiness was gone, and they all took out their own cell phones and opened Subai's comment section. It's a shock not to see. I'll go. It's not just the eyebrow pencil. It's the baby diapers. And Mr. Sue replied as well. And. Foundation. Shampoo. Lipstick. Gosh. He replied to all of them. What is the situation of this is? Not that Rice Technology has no money. So many products. He can build over? I don't know if Subai built it or not, but Subai really replied anyway. More than 100 highly praised answers involving daily chemical products. Subai all replied one by one, with a unified reply of 4 words. Received. Arranged. At this moment, all over the country, whether it's a mom, or a white-collar worker, or a student, when they received the message alert and turned on the doujinshi, none of them leapt with excitement. For them, with Subai's character, it was a mouthful of spit, and since Subai said to arrange it, it would definitely be arranged. All you need to do is one word. Wait. Just wait for Subai to open the show then and grab the shopping link, because this is so impactful. There are so many people who are concerned. This also led to the fact that when Subai replied not long after, a hot search came out of nowhere. Mr. Sue appeared in the blacklist of Douyin. A unified reply received. Arranged. The majority of netizens weeping with joy. When the news first spread, many economic experts, Capital Circle V, all thought it was a rumor. After all, they had just sworn to analyze it 2 days before. Said blacklisting incident involves too many categories of daily chemical products, almost involving all the daily necessities. With the volume of Rice Technology, there is no way to price such a huge industry. Coupled with the publicity of Wang Jiai's increased purchase price, the matter was so turned over. But this noiselessly, Subai suddenly appeared out of nowhere. A unified hand of, received, arranged, almost drying the heads of a group of economic experts to smoke. No, you've got some nerve arranging it. Hundreds of types of daily necessities, not counting the segmented products, are involved in $1 trillion market. You take the head and arrange it. I've seen a swollen face. I've never seen you so reckless. You're typing a few words lightly, but you're making the general public happy. But when it comes to the time when your Rice Technology lacks funds and you can't build this or that, aren't you afraid that the higher the netizens' expectations, the harder they'll curse when the time comes? Commitment to a moment of cool, pigeonholing the whole family crematorium. Chapter 029. Now, it's my turn to be angry. When Lily Jiang received the news, she had just gotten off the plane in Seoul. South Korea's well-developed entertainment industry has led to a phenomenal Korean wave trend in Asia-Pacific countries, and with it, South Korea's mid to high-end cosmetic industry, which is also growing rapidly. Although due to the missile deployment incident a few years ago, the Dragon Kingdom restricted the Korean wave, resulting in the South Korean cosmetics business also going cold in the Dragon Kingdom. But as the old saying goes, the internet has no memory. With the passage of several years, the original missile incident had long been forgotten by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The South Korean cosmetics business, too, is going up year after year in the dragon market. Lily Jiang came to South Korea this time in the hope of leading the South Korean cosmetics industry and continuing to expand the market in the Dragon Kingdom. The sanitary napkin incident, and the blacklist incident, had made Jiang Lily begin to realize that the people of the Dragon Kingdom were no longer easy to fool. Trying to stabilize the dragon market and improve the status of South Korean cosmetics is a strange step. When the time comes, Wang Jie will promote South Korean cosmetics on a large scale with the concept of high-end, imported, and fashion-forward. Don't you people in the Dragon Kingdom distrust products made by local manufacturers? And don't you like to nitpick? Then I, Wang Jie, am now promoting high-end imported cosmetics, so you guys can't pick any faults, right? Same recipe, same flavor. Add a South Korean brand name and you're paying several times more. What's this called? It's called Taoism is 1 foot tall. The devil is 1 foot tall. Do you guys really think that Manhwa is a daily chemical giant? For nothing? But just as Jiang Lily was fantasizing about how to lead South Korea's rescuers and kill back the dragon market, a message from her secretary made the mall professional woman freeze right in the lobby of the Seoul airport. Sue White publicly responded to the blacklist and all received arrangements? Jiang Lily, who realized that something was wrong, immediately pulled out her phone and connected to the airport network. When she opened Douyin to enter Subai's comment area, the densely packed, received, arranged, made Jiang Lily's brows tightly wrinkle together. This damn Subai. Why does it always have to be against you? What is he trying to do here again? A massive foray into the daily chemicals industry like rice tampons? Simply impossible. John Lilly has long investigated the rice technology. Their cash flow has dried up. Where to get the money to enter the daily chemical industry? Not to mention on such a large scale. At this level, it's no longer like tampons to poach on Vanguard. Rather, it is a rhythm to challenge the status of Wanjiati's daily chemical giant and drive Wanjiati out of the dragon market. No, where did he get the confidence to openly call out to Wanjiai? Unless, suddenly, Jiang Lily realized something, only to see Jiang Lily's movements fleshly anxious, holding the cell phone to look through the address book, hastily call out a call. Hey, it's me. Help me see if there's any plans for Rice Technology to go public recently. There's nothing wrong with that, unless Rice Tech goes public. Once Rice Technology goes public, he, Su Bai, can overnight, his value skyrocketed by 10 or 20 times, becoming the world's richest man in one fell swoop. If that was the case, it was entirely possible for Su Bai to swallow the entire daily chemicals market in the Dragon Kingdom. Could it be that he, Su Bai, for the sake of a comments section and a group of netizens, is going to break the practice of Rice Technology and apply for listing, just to go head-to-head with Wanjiaji? Less than a minute later, a voice came on the other end of the line. No, Rice Technologies has not filed for an IPO. Not a peep. I suspect there's a good chance there's some other local dragon capital behind this. After all, the example of Rice sanitary napkins is placed in the front, and with Su Bai's influence, investing in Su Bai is surely a sure thing. The person on the other end of the phone appeared to be a capital circle connoisseur, analyzing the situation. The frown that Jiang Lily already had on her face at the words deepened. You mean, those capitalist bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom? Seeing that we, Wanjiai, are being verbally attacked by the public, so you want to help Su Bai along, and the walls are falling down? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds. I can't think of any other answer than that. Wanjiati earns away too much money every year in the Dragon Kingdom and has long been looked down upon. I even suspect that the official dragon state is also involved and has played a role in pushing the issue. Jiang Lily's face was getting darker and darker, and when she heard the 4 words Dragon Country official, she instead gasped and laughed. If the Dragon Kingdom officials didn't make a move, she would still be worried, but if the Dragon Kingdom officials made a move, she instead wasn't afraid at all. It was agreed that children would fight and adults would stay out of it. Now you, the official of the Dragon Kingdom, are the first to resist breaking the rules, so be prepared to break them. Immediately help me investigate who are the dragon capitals involved in this matter. Better get me the information on the official involvement of the dragon, since they want to make a big deal out of it. I don't mind making a bigger deal out of it. Do you really think that Wanjiai is as simple as a daily chemical giant? The capital behind it involves several countries and consortia. To put it bluntly, Vanguard is a Western moneymaker. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Since you, the official Dragon Kingdom, have come down and want to smash the Western countries' rice bowls, naturally, that group of Western countries will not sit idly by. Just wait. Now that the election has just ended in the Eagle Kingdom, the new President Pushan is worried about finding an excuse to increase tariffs on the Dragon Kingdom. I can't imagine that at this point in time, the Dragon Country officials actually broke the mold and sent an assist? A pillow for the sleepyhead? You want to drive us away? Aren't you afraid that you'll regret it and not be able to find a place to cry when the time comes? The thought of Su Bai's comments section made Jiang Lily furious. We, a daily chemical giant, have been crushed by you, a cell phone maker, the entire time. It's been a headwind game from start to finish, and I can't stand it even if I can't stand it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Lily, who couldn't endure it, immediately called the European headquarters. Nothing else, just 2 words. Su, today I, Lily Jiang, will say it clearly. It's not that I can't, it's that my opponent plays dirty. See, the dragon officials are poking and prodding, so it makes sense that I'm outnumbered and losing. If you guys don't care, the dragon market is going to be finished. The European headquarters of Wanjiai, who got the news, didn't believe it at first, until they looked up Su Bai's comment section and saw the dense arrangement. Then they panicked. The call was so loud, it was smoking, and the messages were going up layer by layer. European consortiums, national funds, luxury aristocrats, all received the news, learned that their own money tree to be cut down. 1 2 anxious straight jumping feet, Eagle Country, New York, 5th Avenue, Manhattan. Here sits a building that stands nearly 300 meters tall and was named a New York landmark in the 1990s, Pushan Building. On November 7th, the 47th president of the Eagle State, POTUS, who officially won the election, since he has not yet officially taken office in the White House, he has made this his temporary office. The transition to the presidency and the exercise of some of its powers has already begun. And, among other things, raising tariffs against the dragon was a campaign promise made by the POTUS Eagle Nation elite. Unfortunately, however, The restrained and defensive foreign affairs attitude of the Dragon Kingdom over this period of time has kept Pushan from finding a suitable excuse to increase tariffs. To put it bluntly, Rokoku was too shrewd and never found a legal and legitimate reason for Pushan. Just when Pushan was so worried about this matter that he couldn't eat, his advisor walked into the office with a surprised look on his face and handed Pushan a document. "Sir, I'm sure this is good news for you." Pushan, who had received the document, opened it with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw the news of the official intervention of the Dragon Kingdom in the private market, trying to drive out the daily chemical giant Wanjiai, his whole spirit was shaken. Longhua, even though you saints think 1,000 times, you can't avoid one mistake. Now it's finally my turn to freak out, isn't it? Chapter 030, The Fragrance of a Pear Blossom. How can it compare to the spring of 10,000 purples and 1,000 reds in the garden? Pushan is fuming. As he has not yet officially succeeded to the presidency, Pushan has chosen his much criticized office, Twitter office. There was no mistaking the fact that on the same evening, Pushan then made a surprise tweet. The tweet was accompanied by 2 screenshots of the translated version in the comments section of the Su by Douyin. The accompanying text said, "We have every reason to suspect that the Dragon State officials have intervened in the private market for household chemicals, trying to drive out legitimate businesses in an extremely overbearing and brutal manner, which is unfair competition in violation of international trade norms. I declare a foul on the Dragon Kingdom." As soon as the tweet was made, it received a lot of attention and reprints in the Western media, Daily Mail, newspaper. There is no doubt that the unfair competition instigated by the Dragon Kingdom should be severely sanctioned. Wall Street Journal. We can't just sit back and watch the treatment of Vanguard. We should unite and fight back. NHK, Little Daytime Broadcasting Association. Dragon Nation's behavior has touched the bottom line of international trade. Increasing tariffs on China is imperative. For a time, the Dragon Kingdom was thrust into the limelight by international public opinion. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is Pushan building up momentum and bringing up the world's tempo so that he can persuade the parliament to pass the bill to increase tariffs in the Dragon Kingdom. I have to say, that's a very valid and reasonable reason. Currently, the premise has to be true. This piece of news also quickly traveled to the country of Dragon, causing an uproar among the people in the country. Frontfoot Subai in the comments section of the public reply. The momentum of the collective entry into the daily chemical industry, causing the public to cheer. On the back foot, Pushan jumped out and shouted that the Dragon was not competing properly, and jumped on the bandwagon to increase tariffs on the Dragon. It turns out that everyone was wondering where Rice Technologies had the money to make a massive foray into the daycare industry. I can't believe it was actually the state that stepped in. The people of Longhua who got the news were very sober and united at gunpoint compared to the international public opinion, which was full of curses. Unfair competition? Funny? Who the hell is Wan Chiayi? Hasn't he done enough bad things in the Dragon Kingdom over the years? That is, this kind of unscrupulous daily chemical giants should be driven out of the Dragon Kingdom. The official has done a good job. I support it 100 times. Increase in tariffs? I'm scared. Even if we don't increase it today, we'll have to increase it tomorrow because of something else. So I'm scared. Support the country. Support Rice Technology. Mr. Su, I support you. The extranet is in an uproar. And the people of Dragonland are in the same boat. But the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, who received the news, were confused. No, what did I do? I didn't do anything. With the strength of the Dragon Kingdom today, it's not that it's afraid of the trade war that its Eagle Kingdom has instigated. It's just a tariff increase. As if you haven't done that before. Got used to it a long time ago. But how did this get so confusing? Rice Technologies, so by Vanguard? The whole of Northwest China is in a mess. And I'm the only one who doesn't know what's going on at headquarters. This flurry of investigations has taken place from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Commerce, the Marketing Management. 3 raps and 5 turns down. And finally someone thought to ask what was wrong with the Rongqing place, and learned the news of Su Xiaoshang, was about to take the confidential line ready to report to the capital. But the phone rang on its own. When he heard the leader of the capital ask him if he knew what had happened, Su Xiaoshang said with a face of shame, "Leader, would you believe me if I said I was just about to call you to report?" No wonder Su Xiaochang reported late. Only Subai with thousands of local daily chemical manufacturers in the Dragon Country, ready to establish the rice standard. This matter, not overnight so simple. After all, it involves an entire gigantic industry at the level of trillions of dollars, and if it really materializes, the entire economy of the Dragon Kingdom may be affected. This kind of big event, Su Xiaochang can't possibly catch the wind and report it upwards. He'd have to be careful and cautious again. Even the local media in Rongqing who learned of this incident were deliberately suppressed by Su Xiaoshang. I just want to wait until this matter has been thoroughly implemented and is secure before I report it upwards. In fact, Su Xiaochang did not delay too long. With Subai's thunderous style of doing things, just on the second day, that is, today, Rice Technology and thousands of daily chemical manufacturers to talk about a number of details about the rice standard. All that's left is for the contract to be signed and officially announced to the public. But Su Xiaoshang never expected that this matter would be suppressed by him for just one day. And the matter has become so big. Even the president of the Eagle State, Pushan, was shocked. Under Su Xiaochang's explanation, a shocked tone came from the leader on the other end of the phone. Are you sure we have no official involvement in this matter? Are those the same vendors who went to Subai on their own? And then Subai got a rice standard to fight Wang Jie face to face? Co Xiaochang, who was holding the phone, nodded vigorously. Yeah, this whole thing is still, to put it bluntly, a kid's fight. Only our children, this time, have learned their lesson, and have been gathered together by Subai, the king of children, so that we can all roll up our sleeves and work together. Co Xiaochang's use of this child king is exquisite, but the leader sees through things at a glance. According to you, this Subai is perfectly capable of making money for himself by using these vendors as suppliers, just like Wang Jie, but instead of doing that, he came up with a rice standard out of the box, and let the vendors fragment and go their own way. Su Xiaochang nodded seriously. Yes, that's a question I also asked Subai himself, and his exact words were, the fragrance of a pear blossom, where is it as good as a garden full of 10,000 purples and flowers? The leader's voice grew happier as he kept repeating the words out of his mouth. Well, 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 well. This Subai has pattern and ability. I'll remember him. I believe he was on the list of top 10 entrepreneurs you submitted. You can tell him now. As long as the rice standard is set, he'll be at the head of the line for next year's top 10 entrepreneurs. Hearing the news, Su Xiaochang stood up excitedly. In the past, Rongqing has always been pushed headlong due to the fact that its economic volume is not comparable to that of the big coastal cities. In previous years, the top 10 enterprises were all divided up by other big cities, and Rongqing could not get any of them. And now, Subai's success means the progress and development of the city of Rongqing. It's also the number one spot in the top 10 entrepreneurs. Now, Rongqing is not going to have a long face. But, happy as he was, the leader didn't forget to bark on the phone. Okay, since it's a good thing, let's get it finalized and announced. It's gotten to the point where the whole country is taking the fall for you guys. But this is good. Now that the international public opinion is making so much noise, they are saying that we are officially violating the rules and carrying out unfair competition. I'd like to see the look on that old boy Pushan's face when he realizes he's made a big mess. Chapter 031. Who was afraid of who? Early in the morning, a bus then departed from the various hotels in Rongqing and headed for the International Convention Center in the southern suburbs. The car, without exception, sitting all the daily chemical manufacturers from all over the country. Boss. Since the official involvement of Rongqing, coupled with President Pushan's single-handed push for office, the whole thing has gone up several notches in the landscape. With a bus full of manufacturers, bosses drove into the International Convention Center. In the conference center, has long been waiting for a group of media reporters, have turned on the equipment. Work, ladies and gentlemen, you can now see, behind me, the International Convention Center in Rongqing. An important meeting is about to be held here today. That's more than 2,000 daily chemical manufacturers from all over the country that will join with Rice Technology to sign an industry agreement called the Rice Standard. According to the information we have received, in this agreement, manufacturers are not only required to realize transparent production, but more importantly, to adhere to low-margin marketing strategies. This also means that all manufacturers who join the Rice Standard will all be monitored and assured of all raw materials and production processes, just as with rice tampons. At the same time, incidents like the sky-high eyebrow pencil will disappear from our lives completely, and with it, daily chemical products that we, the people, can buy and use with confidence. The Rice Standard, which had been suppressed by Su Xiaoshang for 2 whole days, was finally officially announced for the first time in the mouth of a reporter from the Dragon State National Television, with the heavyweight edition of national television. The first time, the major domestic media, online platforms, all follow up. This time, it's not even the netizens' turn to pile up the hot searches. The major platforms, in the first time, took the initiative to put this piece of news to the top of the hot searches. The Rice Standard has come out of nowhere, and domestic daily chemicals finally usher in the spring. Since the blacklist incident, inexpensive daily necessities are no longer just a luxury. Let's remember the name. Subai, the man who changed an industry. With the covert involvement of the state, the story quickly became well known. Originally yesterday, the whole network was concerned about this matter. curious about where Subai in the end to the bottom to attack the daily chemical industry in a big way. Many people even believed that it was really like what Pushan said, that the country had stepped in and was going to vigorously rectify the daily chemical industry that was rotten to the roots. What I didn't expect was to wake up to a shocking reversal of events. Dragon Capital didn't make a move, and Dragon officials weren't involved in this at all. From the beginning to the end, there was only one person who started the whole thing. Su White, that conscientious owner who listens to advice online on the internet. He produces rice sanitary napkins, which have received unanimous praise across the internet and won the favor of hundreds of millions of women in the Dragon Kingdom. With his own strength, he's going to take the Dragon's local daily chemical manufacturers and start a war with Wanjiai. For once, he was no longer alone. It's also no longer just about producing a single product, like rice tampons. Instead, it's going to change the entire daycare industry. Oh my god, he really did it. I can't believe it. He really did it. Admirable. Too admirable. Rice Standard. Subai is simply a genius. I declare that from today onwards, the local daily chemical products of the Dragon Kingdom, finally trustworthy, can be entered with eyes closed. Sisters, spread the flowers, celebrate, and get ready to chop and stock. The first to get the news, as it happened, was none other than Zhang Lily, who had urgently rushed back to Magic City. At this time, Zhang Lily was waiting for the Dragon Country officials to come to her door to compromise and admit defeat. But when the news of the Rice Standard came out, it slammed her. No official intervention from the Dragon Kingdom? Was it Subai himself who led a group of local manufacturers to make things happen? No. Shouldn't these manufacturers be busy signing agreements with Vanguard to increase their purchase price? Why were they in Roncheng and why were they with Subai? Why did they come up with a Rice Standard? Transparent production plus low margin strategy. Once this combo is down, Wanjiai can't play for. What's more, there's more than just Wanjiai involved now. Under Zhang Lily's deliberate push and pull, this matter has been completely made a big deal to the international public opinion, and even the president of the Eagle country, Pu Chuan, has come forward. Ben thought he had delivered a successful shell to Pushan to hit the Dragon Kingdom. This incident will surely give himself a big credit, but now it's good. Once the Rice Standard comes out, not only did it slap Zhang Lily's face, it slapped the face of Wanjiai's headquarters, and it slapped the face of a host of Western consortia and gatekeepers. It also got POTUS in the face. As Lily Jiang herself said, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. Only now it wasn't Subai who fell, but himself. So many people have been punched in the face because of their own misinformation. Will she, Lily Jiang, still have good juice to eat? Sure enough, less than an hour later, when Pushan, who had just finished a press conference, received a message from his assistant and learned that the incident was a complete and utter oops, Pushan immediately felt like he had two big ears growing on his head, living like a stupid donkey, a dumbass who was teased. Sir, what should we do now? It's gotten so big, there's no way to end it now. Exasperated and pitch black, the corners of Pushan's mouth quivered slightly. What else can I do? I'm not officially in office yet. I'm just a businessman, to put it bluntly. As a businessman, what's wrong with me tweeting? What's wrong with tweeting? By the way, hurry up and delete that ING tweet for me. That's right, POTUS is starting to play hard to get. After all, he's not officially in the White House yet, and technically isn't the president of the Eagle State. That's the only step POTUS can find for himself. Soon after, POTUS's tweet, which was just posted yesterday, was deleted in its entirety. And international public opinion is not necessarily all in favor of the West, and even the West is not necessarily complicit. Especially those who didn't support POTUS in power are happier than anyone else after seeing POTUS get punched in the face. Ha 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 ha. I declare that the funniest thing of the year has appeared. A big Ouroboros for Pushan. And it's just not funny. The industry guidelines proposed by people in the industry themselves are treated as unfair competition by Pu Chuan. Pu Chuan, has your brain been eaten by zombies? Come on, let's meet the first man to force Pushan to delete his tweets. A cell phone maker from the Dragon Kingdom. Subai, there's no mistaking it. As of today, there's one more label for Su White, the man who forced POTUS to delete his tweets. And Subai, who had gotten the news, had just arrived at the International Conference Center by car. After hearing Secretary Xiao Lu's gossip, Subai was speechless for a while. I'm fighting with Manjiaji in the Dragon Kingdom. What are you getting involved in, Pushan? And now, well, it's a good punch in the face for no reason. The man who also forced POTUS to delete his tweets. It's a mess. It feels like it's going to be held against Pushan. But on second thought, I'm a businessman from the Dragon Kingdom. What am I afraid of you for? Now that I'm worth $100 billion, I dare to do battle with the daily chemical giant, Vanguard. When I become the richest man in the world, I won't necessarily be afraid to arm wrestle with you, the Eagle Kingdom. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 032, Success or Failure. This is the moment. The white pony has passed. And in a flash, it's December 31st, New Year's Day, Goat City. More than a month after the signing of the Rice Standards Agreement, located on the outskirts of Yangchang, the Friendship Daily Chemicals factory has been given a new look. Several production facilities in the factory are all renewed and upgraded, and the employees are all wearing clean and tidy working clothes, busy in the heat of the day. One employee resented the stuffiness of the mask he was wearing and subconsciously tried to take it off, but after looking up at the overhead camera, he decided to keep the mask on and continue working. Since the Rice Standards Agreement was signed, owner Hee Song-jo quickly installed cameras in the workshop and took the lead in transparent production. In the beginning, the live room of the Friendship Day Chemical Factory didn't have many people paying attention to it, but I don't know when. But Subai and Doin officially put on a pair of pants, and all the live rooms of all the manufacturers who signed the Rice Standard Agreement were all added with the logo of the Rice Standard. You don't say. This way, a lot of netizens who saw the Rice Standard logo all flocked to the live broadcast. After all, although the Rice Standard has been recognized by the general public, but the specific implementation of how can strictly comply with the standard is still completely unknown. So for a while, countless netizens acted as cloud supervisors. It's okay to go around this factory and look at that one, and make some exasperating comments every now and then. Well, you've done a good job today at Friendship Sun Chemical. The employee at post number 7 finally stopped deserting and dozing off. So that's worth praising. Jiangnan Day Chemical Factory today cannot the director of the long-winded, open a morning meeting or half an hour, suggest that manufacturers change. Masters work hard, stuff my lipstick more, stuff it until it runs out kind of thing. One might ask if this transparent production method, where employees are supervised throughout the day to do their work, would make them uncomfortable. You don't say. There really is. After all, who wants to be supervised by the whole network cloud when they work? But an incident happened that made all the employees who were supervised by cloud completely realize the benefits of transparent production. Just half a month ago, an employee of a daily chemical factory was fined $50 by the supervisor on duty for going to the toilet for more than 5 minutes. It would have been a very common thing that happened in many factories, but unexpectedly, as there were hundreds of netizens who saw the scene through the cloud monitoring, have been fighting for the employee. Some people even specifically edited the live video and posted it on the internet, denouncing the factory as a sweatshop. The story has been making the rounds on the internet, and the factory owner who learned of the news was scolded by a group of netizens. The day after the incident, it rushed out to apologize and take a stand, firing the supervisor involved at the first opportunity and stating that it would never again ask for bathroom breaks for its employees. This incident, too, is a wake-up call for all factories. Transparent production is not just as simple as transparent raw materials and transparent processes. With a full network of cloud supervisors, all workers' labor, too, will be legally supervised. The working environment is qualified or not. The working time has no overtime. Overtime work has no overtime pay and so on, all by the netizens to see in the eyes. The judgment of the netizens, on the other hand, means whether the products produced by this factory will be sold or not, and whether they can make money or not. It's impossible for bosses not to understand such a simple truth. Not only do people get it, but they also cite it. Therefore, during this period of time, in the live broadcasting rooms of the major manufacturers, the major bosses have been trying to please the netizens, and they are almost trying to please their employees in different ways. What? Your family gives afternoon tea to employees on the air in order to seduce netizens? Okay, you're the ones who were shameless first, so don't blame me for giving my employees a raise. What? Not only do you get a raise, but your employees get paid vacation on the weekends? Who has paid weekends off in their factory? Alright, no rules, no rules, no rules, no rules, no rules. Come on, come on. Employees, look over here. Our factory not only increased wages this year, there is also a month of year-end bonus. Not to mention, this set of tawdry operation down. Many factories are really on fire. Things sold or not sold, not to mention crooked. Their own factory's live room first fire. Take the Friendship Daily Chemical Factory. Just because he Shaokai engaged in a double overtime pay regulations, and then burst out of the staff payroll, the average salary of more than 12,000 yuan, the whole Friendship Daily Chemical suddenly fire. I chow. 12,000 average salary. Get out of the way. Let me do it. I'll work overtime until Yi Jihua goes bankrupt. My god, the factory pays more than a white-collar undergraduate like me? Envy? You see how many hours a day other workers work. Your office sitting and knocking on the computer can be compared? Yes, it's hard-earned money. The boss pays good wages, and the employees are happy to work their asses off. After a small fire, the Douyin followers of Friendship Daily Chemical also managed to break through 500,000. In this way, employees' interests are protected, work efficiency is improved, factories boost production, and netizens watch the fun. The unfolding of transparent production has completely realized a multi-win situation. Although it seems to be effective, but in the past few days, the boss Lee Song-jo's dark circles under the eyes, visible to the naked eye, has become heavier. Worried, as required when the rice standard was signed. All daily chemical factories, having achieved transparent production, need to speed up production and stockpiling. The first online sale must be made in time for December 31st, which is New Year's Day. Due to the friendship of Daily Chemical take the lead in the realization of transparent production. Production progress is also the fastest, coupled with the son of He Xiaokai encouragement. He Song-jo do not do nothing, directly to the factory mortgage to the bank loan of nearly $60 million of the huge sum. This $60 million, all used to purchase raw materials production stockpile. Until now, Friendship Daily Chemical has stocked up on several entire warehouses with more than $50 million worth of products. And today, it's New Year's Day, the day of the upcoming online sale of Friendship Daylighting. Losing, the factory was mortgaged to the bank, and Friendship Rewa became a complete history. Winning, Friendship Nisha soared back to its former glory. Success or failure, this is the moment. It's up to the netizens to buy and recognize this rice standard. At 7 p.m. 1 hour before the start of the broadcast, He Song-jo appeared early in the office remodeled live broadcasting room, watching his son He Xiaokai, who was fiddling with the live broadcasting equipment. Hyo-kai, I still regret it. I shouldn't have listened to you to go to the bank to get a loan. Look at it, now I've made it impossible to back out. You said in case if we can't sell our products, what can we do as a couple? He Xiaokai, who was debugging the computer, said without looking up. Dad, just put your heart in your stomach. If you don't trust me, you still don't trust Mr. Su. He from Joe is to believe Su-bai, but after all, tens of millions of products piled up in the warehouse. His heart is really no bottom. He Song-jo is not the only one who has no confidence in his heart. The more than 2,000 owners of manufacturers who have joined the rice standard are now almost the same as He Song-jo. All of them have the same heart thumping as if they were going to take the college entrance exam. Tonight is not only about whether the daily chemical industry in the Dragon Kingdom can bounce back, whether the daily chemical giant Wanjiayi can still flaunt its power in the Dragon Kingdom, and whether the rice standard proposed by Su-bai can be recognized by the public. Even other industries, too, are silently following the story. The emergence of the rice standard is not as simple as changing the daily chemical industry. If it really works, it is equivalent to Su-bai opening up a brand new path for all industries. On a smaller scale, this will affect the people's daily life in terms of firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea. On a larger scale, this concerns the future of the entire private enterprise of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 033, if you can't do it, put yourself up on the link. The time, which had come to 7:50 p.m. Inside a cozy family of 6 in Mountain City, there was no gathering around the living room to watch a TV show as usual. Instead, they were all seated at the table at the call of the hostess for a family meeting. The 30-something hostess, a high school teacher, had pulled out her usual classroom routine and set the tone for the day's meeting as soon as she opened the meeting. Families, today's meeting determines our living expenses for the next few months. As the saying goes, you don't know how expensive it is until you're in charge. And the family rule that our family has always practiced is to spend what you need to spend, but to save what you can. And today is a great opportunity to super save money. The grandparents, the father, and the 2 children were all sitting at attention, with a cell phone in each hand. Instead, the hostess began to hand out pre-printed A4 sheets of paper, giving out tasks as she went along. Mom and Dad, you 2 are in charge of going live to these daily chemical factories and grabbing them according to my catalog, including soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, hand sanitizer, and disinfectant. Children's father, you have the heaviest task, the toilet paper, shampoo, shower gel, lipstick, floor wax, shoe polish, mouthwash in the house, all to you. 2 babies, you'll be in charge of mosquito repellent, flower water, masks, and toothpaste. Seeing that everyone's tasks had been given, except for the mistress herself, who was not mentioned, the mistress wondered, what about you? At that, the hostess shook the thick pile of A4 paper she was holding. Me, in charge of the all-important cosmetics. Of course, their family being a middle-class family, the matriarch spends thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars on cosmetics alone every year. If we operate well tonight, we can save 4 figures on cosmetics alone, provided she had to grab it to win. As a veteran who did not grab a rice sanitary napkin in the last live broadcast of Su-bai, the hostess has learned her lesson this time, and is sending out her entire family tonight, ready to spread out and attack each one. Their family motto is, if you grab it, you earn it. At the same time, all over the country, there were countless families like this one. There are tons of people in the country who can get by. Back when the rice standard was announced, there were a lot of interested people waiting for this day. Transparent production has proven that these products meet rice standards and are guaranteed for quality and safety. Now, the suspense is only one. That is whether these manufacturers, as the rice standard says, can implement a low-margin strategy. Eyebrow pencils that cost only a few dollars and were sold by bandwagon hosts for $79 a pop will actually sell for how much this time around? We are concerned about the daily chemical products. In the end, and cannot do thin sales? The answer, as the time approaches, is about to be revealed. At 8 o'clock sharp, more than 300 manufacturers of daily chemicals opened the broadcast in mass. As many small-scale manufacturers of a single product, the lack of live effect, so many small manufacturers simply group live. A few dozen come together to sell goods. And one of the factories that got a lot of attention in this broadcast, Gangnam Sun Chemical. As soon as the broadcast started, the live broadcast room was flooded with 100,000 plus viewers, and the number was still surging. The reason for this is because the manufacturer involved in the last incident of the $79 eyebrow pencil is the Jiangnan Daily Chemical Factory. According to media reports after the fact, the anchor in question took the goods from the Gangnam Day Chemical Factory for less than $2. Then slap on a brand name of Vanguard and shake it up on the air and the price comes to $79. Although the matter has passed more than a month, many netizens still have not forgotten about this incident, and have run to the live broadcast of Jiangnan Day Chemical Factory to watch the fun. We are all curious to know how much the eyebrow pencils of Gangnam Rewa, after the inclusion of the rice standard, will be sold. Will it continue to cut leaks? Or can it really be as price conscious as the rice standard says it is? Therefore, just by opening the broadcast, the comments in the live room of Jiangnan Rewa exploded. Anchor, don't nag. Just go straight to the eyebrow pencils and tell us how much one costs. I'll bet $10 to $15 that I'll count your conscience if I can make that price. Come on, it's open Bet on big, bet on small, bet on sure. Jiangnan Rewa's live broadcast room did not hire a professional host, but the boss show was still in college granddaughter personally. The little girl is probably also the first time to sell goods live. Nervous? See, netizens are asking the price of eyebrow pencil. Also do not know how to hang the audience's appetite, but also really in the catalog inside the search. Eyebrow pencil? Wait, let me see. Our eyebrow pencil. The price is $2.70 a piece. Well, that's $2.70 a pop. The little girl was afraid that she had misread it, or that the audience hadn't heard her, so she even repeated it deliberately. And when viewers learned that the price of the eyebrow pencil was, in fact, less than $3, it completely blew up. How much? You're selling the same eyebrow pencil for $79 for $2.70? What's wrong with you? No way. There's a zero and a hole. 70 cents are here? Even the prices breathe a conscience. Don't say it. Buy it. I'll buy it, okay? On the link. Hurry up on the link. With the netizens coaxing, and the little girl's sparse operation, a group of daily chemical manufacturers in the live broadcast room, Jiangnan Rewa was the first to open the door. All the products, almost as soon as the link was up, were snapped up. Anxious many netizens who didn't get it slapped their thighs. Such a situation is playing out in every live room. You're selling toilet paper for 80 cents when it costs more than $2? Get out of my way. I'm stocking up today. You dare to sell laundry detergent for $20 when it was originally priced at $79? Come on. Hurry up with the link. I'll hoard it for a year. A $16 bottle of mosquito liquid costs you $4? In winter? I'll buy it in winter. If anything, the prices of common household items are so low as to make the populace scream. The price of that daytime big shot cosmetic has completely driven a bunch of dragon women crazy. This lipstick was sold for over $300 last month, and you're selling it for less? I'll buy it. Okay? Thousands of dollars a bottle of perfume. You guys have the guts to sell it for over $90? Ugly packaging? What's wrong with ugly packaging? It means the cost is all in the raw materials. I thought you guys would take 70% to 80% off, but you guys just broke your bones? This is forcing me to pay for it. Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, which specializes in skincare products, was the first to experience the frenzy of female consumers. The host, He Xiaokai, who was rushed onto the duckling. Whenever the price of a product is announced, it is almost always second-guessed as soon as the link is up. Amidst the impatience and urging of a group of female netizens, the original live broadcasting rhythm that He Xiaokai had prepared was completely disrupted. It can only be transformed into a robot, constantly announcing prices, uploading links, and getting seconds, and then repeat week after week for the next round of products. Ha? Not again? No. You guys bought so many. Will you run out? Seeing the products that were once again snatched up in seconds, He Xiaokai was dumbfounded. What do you care if we finish with it or not? Hurry up. What's the next product? Direct link. Is there any moisturizer left from earlier? I didn't grab it. Hurry up and put another batch on. There's only 20,000 bottles of your serum, so it's impossible to grab it. In the face of the urging of female netizens, He Xiaokai, whose rhythm was completely disrupted, hurriedly inquired what the next product was. But when he looked at tonight's catalog, he gulped furiously a few times. It's over. All the products, all sold out. Not a single piece left. The point is, the live broadcast of this group of wolf-like female netizens, many have not grabbed, all urging him on the link. It's a big deal that if you can't grab it tonight, you're going to go ballistic. Able to, tens of millions of dollars of goods, all taken by you guys. On the link? I'm holding my head right now. Desperate. He Xiaokai hurriedly turned his head to look at He Songjo standing behind the camera, his eyes revealing a few words. Dad, is there any more stock? He Songjo couldn't bear to look at his son's pleading gaze and silently turned his face away. Son, if you really can't, put yourself up on the link. Chapter 034, The Big Melon That Exploded All Over the Internet. January 1st of the national calendar. The festive atmosphere of the holiday season overflowed in the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. As the Chinese New Year is approaching, many people will go to the supermarket to purchase New Year's goods. I congratulate you on your fortune. I congratulate you on walking away. To the sound of the familiar congratulations to the rich music, the major supermarkets were crowded with people snapping up goods, but only the daily necessities area. The door is empty. Customers are scarce. Wang Jiayi in the Dragon Country spent 20 to 30 years to establish a huge offline superstore channels. In one night, the city fell down, the door collapsed. Despite the price cuts, discounts, and various promotions on a host of goods over and over again, there are still no takers. Not just offline, but all the major online platforms of Vanguard today. All the same, and even a large number of return orders today. As the saying goes, the walls are falling down. Magic City, Vanguard Asia Pacific headquarters. Early in the morning, outside the office of the personnel department, it was crowded with people. Without exception, all of them have to hand in their resignations. Last night's Douyin Daytime Vendor Carnival saw a staggering $120 billion in turnover in just 2 hours. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Jiayi had lost. The huge market built up over decades was completely defeated in less than 2 hours under the siege of Subai and a group of local manufacturers. All that's left is a chicken feather, and it's only a matter of time before they exit the dragon market. Meanwhile, at the Magic City International Airport, a large airliner bound for Europe took off with a bang. Wearing sunglasses, Zhang Lily looked through the porthole at the familiar scenery of the Magic City below. As head of the Asia-Pacific region, Lily Jian was urgently called back to headquarters for a debriefing after this series of events. This woman, who was a Dragon Nation native but specialized in oppressing her own countrymen, still hadn't let go of her ambition at the moment. The fantasy is to reorganize the cosmetic business in Little Day in South Korea, avoiding the low-end and mid-range product lines in the Dragon Kingdom, and re-entering the Dragon Kingdom market. But she didn't know that this time, the headquarters summoned her back, and it wasn't just as simple as a mere debriefing. Just over 10 hours later, when Lily Jiang arrived in Europe, ready to go from the hotel to the bar to spend some time relaxing, in a secluded street, was robbed at knifepoint by 2 punks and was stabbed several times. When the ambulance arrived, she was declared dead straight away. Sadly for Lily Jiang, even after her death in a foreign country, no one paid attention. Even the local news didn't broadcast the news. As author Mai Jia said in Life CC, a speck of dust from the times that falls on everyone's head is a big mountain. The accidental death of Lily Jiang did not bring a perfect end to the rice standards incident. After learning that a group of manufacturers who joined the rice standard had a turnover of hundreds of billions of dollars in 2 hours, other industries in the Dragon Kingdom also sat up. They have followed Subai's example and started creating all sorts of standards on an industry-by-industry basis, trying to replicate the rice standard and rebuild the New Year's Day carnival night. But as it turns out, it's not just the standard they're missing, it's a strong leader like Subai. The first thing that confronted the Transparency Factory was the boycott by a number of manufacturers from other industries. With the establishment of a transparent factory, there is no way to play tricks with the product or squeeze the workers, which is simply unacceptable for many manufacturers. More so that many manufacturers to resist, and low-profit marketing strategy, only less than 20% of the profit margin, undoubtedly reducing the interests of many large manufacturers. With a host of major manufacturers disagreeing, the standards can't be enforced. The matter went back and forth for months and eventually came to nothing. We can only say that the collective turnaround of the daily chemical industry cannot be separated from Subai, but also from the many assists delivered by Wang Jiayi and Zhang Lily. In the absence of a strong external threat, the manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom are simply a scattered mass, fighting on their own. Let's turn the clock back again to just after New Year's Day. The New Year's Day carnival night created by Subai is slowly dissipating the heat of the event as the Chinese New Year approaches. That's how the internet works. It's impossible to always let you, Subai, be the one to sing the lead. The Dragon Kingdom is so big and there are so many bulls. There is nothing new any day. As the saying goes, the news comes every month, and the end of the year is particularly eventful. It seems that at the end of every year, the internet is just like a race, and all sorts of big melons are always popping up. First, a fireworks merchant in a certain place caused a major fire due to mismanagement, causing an internet-wide discussion on whether or not fireworks should be banned for the Chinese New Year. It was later revealed that a netizen owed huge debts from offshore gambling and his persona collapsed. Until the 20th day of the Lunar New Year, less than 10 days before the Chinese New Year at the juncture, a large melon has completely blown up the internet. The incident started with the fact that hundreds of employees of the well-known live broadcasting powerhouse, Ninewoods Media, collectively demanded their salaries at the end of the year and besieged the company's headquarters, and the matter was in full bloom. And then, an anonymous source broke out a series of live photos of Zhao Fengquan, the boss of Ninewoods Media, now 37 years old and worth tens of billions of dollars. The photos show that Boss Zhao not only owns 2 private jets, yachts, and dozens of luxury cars, but also has had affairs with several famous actresses. As it involves a famous actress, the heat of this incident is rapidly rising, and with it, a lot of anticlimactic behavior from this Boss Zhao. According to this anonymous source, this Zhao boss usually only eat imported fruits. Domestic fruits do not touch. Red wine only drink Penfolds 407. White wine only drink Fei Tian Taizi. Water only drink Hung Tai Ice Spring. Meals need 3 bodyguards in the vicinity. The usual travel fleet vehicles cannot be less than 5. Bodyguards cannot be less than 15 people. The screenshots of the chat that appeared even revealed that Boss Zhao's price for a dinner was as high as 230,000 yuan, and that all of the high-grade ingredients that he couldn't finish were to be dumped. 230,000, more than most of the people's wages for a year. But in the eyes of the other Boss Zhao, it was just a meal. As the heat of the event continues to build, it has caused widespread discussion on the internet. I work from 9 to 6 every day. I'm as tired as a grandson. A dinner costs $23. A meal from a big boss is enough to feed me for a lifetime. Sure enough, a cow or a horse is a cow or a horse, born to be sucked and cut. Sure enough, poverty still limits our imagination, and the pleasures of the rich are beyond our imagination. There is a saying that it is not the people who hate the rich. You have the ability to make money and spend it. That's what you can do. What the people really hate is being rich for the sake of being rich. You get $230,000 for one dinner, and you're dragging out your employees' paychecks for months so they can't afford to go home for New Year's? It's only been a few years since the people of the Dragon Kingdom have had enough to eat, and you're going to pour out hundreds of thousands of dollars of dinners that you can't finish? There are only so many resources in society, and if you take more, others will have to take less. So you're worth tens of billions of dollars, and this is how you spend it, instead of being socially responsible? As the people's scolding became louder and louder, the social impact of this incident became worse and worse, and with it, more entrepreneurs and big bosses were exposed for their various extravagant lives. For a while, the internet was full of complaints and curses. It developed to the point that even the officials began to pay attention to the matter and realized that the bad image of domestic entrepreneurs would have unimaginable consequences if it continued to deteriorate in such a way. Just like in a class, if there are more and more poor students, the most effective way is to set up 3 good students as a typical. Take the lead and lead the class in the change of culture. Putting it in the same way in this case, officials now need a well-known entrepreneur with a positive role to step forward as a role model. But after half a day of searching, I couldn't find a suitable candidate. Just as the officials were having a headache over this matter, a name on the list of top 10 entrepreneurs submitted by various places caught the attention of the officials. Chapter 035, You're an old boss. What are you doing here? January 20th, the 21st day of the Lunar New Year. As the year draws to a close, the Rice Technology Park in Rongqing is busy. In Subai's office, Subai was checking this year's business statement on the computer. The basic disk of the Rice cell phone is still firmly in the first market in the Dragon Kingdom, creating tens of billions of dollars of benefits for Rice Technology every year. The Rice sanitary napkin factory has completed its expansion and is expected to fire up next spring, safeguarding the needs of female compatriots across the country and generating more than $6 billion in profits for Rice Technology. There is also the Rice Standards Alliance. There is no mistake that after the Rice Standard Agreement was signed, a group of daily chemical manufacturers came up with a Rice Standard Alliance. And today there are more than 2,400 participating manufacturers in the Rice Standard Alliance. It also provides tens of billions of dollars in profits for Rice Technologies every year. As of now, Subai's total assets had come to $215.7 billion. Since Rice Technology is not a listed company, there is no obligation to publicly disclose its financial statements, which also leads to the fact that all the major rich lists are inaccurate in their estimates of Subai's worth. Many lists assumed that Subai's worth remained around $170 billion. This also meant that Subai's true worth had actually entered the top 10 of the Dragon Country Rich List, ranking 9th. Of course, the premise is that Rice Technology is not listed. Once listed, Subai is properly the world's richest man. Of course, besides money, what Subai valued most was his own Douyin. After all, he himself was able to rank among the top 10 in China in just a few years, to a large extent, relying on the support of Douyin's netizens. It's the variety of advice and suggestions they've given themselves that have made Rice Technologies what it is today. I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Subai's total assets came to $215.7 billion. And by now, Subai's Douyin fans, too, had risen to 22.87 million, an extremely close figure. Of course, Douyin fans are kind of worthless compared to Subai's worth. Subai, who had more than 20 million fans, could only rank 67th on the Douyin fan list. If I had to find a way to comfort myself a little, among the 100 billionaires, Subai has the most fans. Among the multi-million-dollar doujinshi, Subai is worth the most. Synthesis. Su White, male, 28 years old, assets of $215.7 billion, 9th on the list of rich people in the Dragon Kingdom. Douyin has 22.87 million followers and is the 67th on the Douyin fan list. Currently single. This is the report card that Subai has delivered for himself since a year ago. Set a small goal next year to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Douyin fans surpassed 50 million. Just as Subai closed the computer page, his secretary Xiaolu knocked on the door and entered with a leaping face. Mr. Su, the doorman reported that 5 more large trucks have come, asking if we still want to put. At those words, Subai snapped his forehead with a helpless face. Did you track down the manufacturers for those truckloads just now? Checked it out. There's Friendship Rehuas, Jiangnan Rehuas, dozens of Rehua factories in total. Subai nodded his head to indicate that he knew. From the first few days, there were large trucks coming to the Rice Technology Park to deliver the goods one after another. The truck driver appears to be paid a hush money fee to just deliver the goods and nothing else. Guess not even need to guess. Must be that gang of Daily Chemical Factory. Looking at the Spring Festival, give Rice Technology to send the annual goods to come. This is not Xiaolu according to the goods packaging a check, but also really. In these trucks, not only the daily necessities produced by various daily chemical factories, a group of bosses also thoughtfully prepared a variety of New Year's goods, the number of which was so large that the comprehensive administrative department counted for 2 whole days. I didn't expect to see it again today. Put it in and unload it. They've given it away. How can you not want it? It's the same old story. Send a letter of appreciation in the name of the group, and next year, look for an opportunity to send a product of equal value over. Seeing that the secretary Xiaolu was still not leaving, Subai raised his head. Anything else? Clutching his tablet, Lu hemmed and hawed. Mr. Su, are you up to something? Just got busy. Nothing for a while. What? Only Xiaolu's smile grew even wider. All departments have to take advantage of the vacation before the work in hand to deal with. Really cannot spare people. Our comprehensive administrative department in the various large groups to find half a day. Just put together more than a dozen people unloading. If you're not busy, why don't you come and help too? Good lord, letting me sell tampons live on air is fine, but now I have to help unload them? But since the other secretary, Xiaolu, had the guts to mention this, it meant that Subai hadn't done this kind of thing before. Okay, Xiaolu, catching the strong man or catching the boss's office. There is progress, said the words. Subai turned off the computer and got up. The more I think the more I feel the loss. Why caught me a boss as a drudge? It's not fair. Send out a notice in my name that everyone above the level of group director will come to unload the goods. What is this called? If you get wet, no one else can hold an umbrella. Soon, nearly 100 people were assembled at the entrance of the warehouse in the Rice Technology Industrial Park. Whether it is the head of the marketing department, or wearing high heels professional attire of the public relations department Huan Lin, or hastily rushed from the sanitary napkin factory Sun Jing, a group of high-priced middle and senior leaders, one did not run away. The crowd rolled up their sleeves and spat at each other as they unloaded from a couple of 17-meter-5 high bay trucks. When I first came to apply for the job at Rice Tech, I didn't say I'd be doing hard labor at the end of the year. Oh, you don't know, right? Every year when the company sends the annual goods to the employees, it's always Sue who catches us management unloading the goods. Year after year, no one can escape. Alas, Don't mention it. This gang of daily chemical factories. Send too much. This is how many batches. These days my hands are moving soft. Hey, I feel pretty good. At least our boss is hands-on. Unlike other bosses who don't even see you a couple times a year, let alone work with you. While a group of middle and senior management unloaded the goods, several truck drivers stood around chatting and farting and smoking. Rice technology is like a thunderbolt in the Dragon Kingdom, and when they first came to Rice Technology's industrial park, the topic of conversation, naturally, was on rice technology. If I say, this Sue Big Boss, is really a character young, not yet 30 years old, break into such a big business, hey, you cannot mention, since that what came out that what the rice standard, my old lady to this Sue always see the data praise even if, but also always take me in Sue Boss comparison, look at me how not good, I don't know if I can run into Mr. Sue, if I run into him, how nice to sign a name and take a picture, it's not worth the end of the year to run this trip, you dream, people what level, 100 billion boss, you did not see the internet said, these big bosses, go out with a bunch of bodyguards, sitting either a private plane, or a row of luxury cars, can I run into you, and autographs and pictures, you want to eat, while chatting, suddenly, a sharp-eyed bearded driver steeply saw a familiar busy figure in his compartment, after fixing his eyes and craning his neck for a few seconds, the bearded driver hastily tapped the bystander on the shoulder, hey, you guys, look, who is that guy, is it Mr. Sue? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their heads in unison, and when they got a good look at Subai, who was rolling up his sleeves in the carriage to move the goods, they dropped their jaws. Where's the promised airplane and luxury car? Where's the promised pile of bodyguards? You're $100 billion boss. Let's just say you don't go for extravagance and enjoyment. You, working here as a porter? Chapter 036 Leader. Can I refuse now? Just as the big brothers of the drivers were shocked into skepticism by Subai's behavior, thousands of kilometers away from the capital, national television, Studio 6. Well folks, that's it for today's program. We look forward to meeting you all again. See you soon. Xiao Wu, as a famous host of the national TV station, his hosting style is known for its humor and fun, and is loved by many of the Dragon Country viewers. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who had finished hosting the program, was standing on the stage and cooperating with the staff, removing the microphone as a few people talked and laughed. It's obvious that within the national TV station, Wu is well liked, up and down the line. In addition to his own strength, Wu's character is unanimously recognized. Just like this year's Spring Festival Gala, Wu, who has hosted several Spring Festival galas in a row, took the initiative to give up his hosting spot this year in order for the station to train newcomers. That was the Spring Festival Gala host. Not anyone, like Xiao Wu, could voluntarily give up this opportunity to show his face in front of the national audience. That's why Wu is able to eat so well in the TV station. He was chatting and joking with a few staff members when suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the studio, and when Xiao Wu saw it, he immediately smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Yo, Mr. Li, you're a rare guest. Li Changyuan, a well-known producer for national television, created such well-known documentaries as 100 Years of the Dragon Kingdom and The Great River and Mountain, especially The Dragon Kingdom on the Tip of the Tongue, which became a phenomenal culinary documentary that became a household name in the Dragon Kingdom once it was aired. No, one gold producer on national television. The staff was puzzled when they saw Lee Sungwon appear in the studio. Lee Sungwon doesn't often appear on TV, but whenever he does, it means there's a big move. There's a new program on the station, and you've got golden producer Lee Sungwon personally working on it? Another big production? And you're looking for Wu as soon as you get here? Is this the rhythm of getting Wu to be the host? And seeing Li Changyuan Xiao Wu, at this time, his heart also steeply accelerated. Looking at the entire TV station, who does not want to participate in the program produced by Mr. Lee? This is pie in the sky on your head? No, this is presumably the leadership of the station. Seeing that he voluntarily gave up hosting the Spring Festival Gala, fearing that he had aggravated himself, deliberately gave himself compensation. Li Changyuan was dressed in casual clothes, in his 40s, and was ridiculously strong, judging by the extent of his baldness. In real life, Lee Sungwon is an extremely unsmiling, straight-talking pragmatist who never likes to beat around the bush about nonsense. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Xiao Wu, Li Changyuan pulled Xiao Wu to a corner, holding a serious face that never changed. The latest important assignment from the station is to make an exclusive documentary, and I'm going to ask you to be the host. Hearing that he was indeed going to be the host, Xiao Wu was delighted, but he didn't forget about the main event. Interview documentary. Interview with who? Lee Chang-yuan looked around, and after realizing that no one was paying attention to the two of them, he approached Xiao Wu's ear and whispered, "Rice technology, Su-bai, it's actually Su-bai? I've heard that it's been on fire on the internet for the rest of the year, and even Xiao Wu, he's using a rice phone. How come you want an exclusive interview with Su-bai for a good reason?" With Lee Chang-yuan's flurry of explanations, Xiao Wu finally understood. The reason for the interview with Su-bai is related to Zhao Fengquan, the old president of Nine Woods Media, who has been making a lot of noise during this period of time. Boss Zhao brought up the image of bad entrepreneurs, who are unkind to the rich, among the general public, creating an extremely bad and serious impact. Even now there is a voice in the populace that is rich and none of them are good. As the official, the investigation of the investigation, the arrest of the arrest, but also cannot stop this gang of rich bosses is too indisputable, cannot prevent the people's yo-yo heavy mouth. Therefore, at this juncture, it is particularly important to set up a positive example to serve as a role model for this group of rich bosses. And this time, the typical person that the official wants to set up is none other than Su-bai. It's a great way to set an example, but it's also just the right way to build momentum for Su-bai's top 10 entrepreneurs next year. Quite literally two birds with one stone. Hearing Lee Chang-yuan's explanation, Xiao Wu immediately felt pressurized. Boy, this is not as simple as a program. This is like a Masaru mission. No wonder the station let Lee Chang-yuan out of the mountain. This is not finished to write a review of the rhythm. Even Xiao Wu, who had a high emotional intelligence, couldn't help but be terrified at this point. Mr. Lee, you're picking up a hot potato for me. Since the officials want to treat Su-bai as a positive example, to put it bluntly, they can only take pictures of the good ones, not the bad ones. It is important to package Su-bai as a people's entrepreneur, but therein lies the paradox. They are all worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and they have long been out of touch with the people. Daily travel with a private jet, any car are 3 to 5 million. A meal, a bottle of wine is worth a year's salary. Do you think that Boss Cho is the upper limit of extravagance for the rich and famous? No. If he, a boss worth tens of billions of dollars, could be extravagant like that, wouldn't Su-bai, who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, be even more exaggerated? Although he, Su-bai, produced conscientious products and had a good character in the minds of the public, that was his image on the internet. In real life, maybe Su-bai is more trenchant? If you put that in a documentary, the people would buy it? That's why Wu said that he had picked up a hot potato to film the daily life of a $100 billion boss. I guess I can't film for a day and cut out a minute that will work. It's not difficult for people. It's not just Xiao Wu who's under pressure. As the producer of the entire program, Lee Sung-yuan sighed straight away when he received the task. He had a hunch that if this was not good enough, he would probably have to smash his own sign. It's an exaggeration to say that the whole of national television is feeling the pressure. This kind of officially ordered task can't even be scripted and acted out in separate scenes. It has to come realistically. There's no faking it at all. Nowadays, Lee Chang-yuan can only be hard. Seeing the frustrated Xiao Wu, said a not too good news. Luckily, I checked this boss Su's information in advance. At least from the information, he is the only boss among the $100 billion bosses in the country who doesn't have a private jet. Xiao Wu, who heard this, laughed harder than he cried, hoping that not having a private jet is considered a plus among today's tycoons. Time is short, the task is heavy, and the program must be aired in time for the Chinese New Year. That afternoon, Lee Chang-yuan and the host, Xiao Wu, took a flight to Rongqing with a large number of program staff. It's worth noting that the name of the show wasn't finalized until just before we boarded the plane. In 5 succinct words, the people's entrepreneur. The very day the program flew to Rongqing was also the last working day before the Chinese New Year for rice technology. The whole park is immersed in the joyful atmosphere before the vacation. Even Su-bai is preparing for the vacation home matters. It is said that the rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling at night in brocade. No matter how big Su-bai's industry is and how high his value is, every spring festival, he will go home for the New Year just like every ordinary laborer. And just as Su-bai was busy dealing with wrapping up his work, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. One look at the memo. Xiao Xiao Chang. Hey, leader, I really don't like socializing, so have mercy and let me go back home for the New Year. At first, Su-bai thought that it was the Rongqing officials who wanted to drag him to socialize. After all, as Rice Technology's position in Rongqing was there, and as a local entrepreneur in Rongqing, at the end of every year Rongqing officials would invite Su-bai to participate in all kinds of chambers of commerce and end-of-year dinners. Without exception, Su-bai refused them all. It was estimated that among all the bosses in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, Su-bai was considered to be the one who participated in the least amount of socializing. Hearing Su-bai whine, Su Xiaochang on the other end of the phone immediately laughed. Come on, don't I know your temper? Look how many times I've dragged you to social functions over the years. Getting down to business. I just received the news that the national TV station is preparing to shoot an exclusive documentary on you, and people are already on their way. I'll give you a wind. This is the capital account of the task, designed to help you set up into entrepreneurial typical, or for next year's top 10 entrepreneurs to create momentum. Hearing that it was a program interview, Subai immediately had a big head. Those who knew him knew that Subai never participated in any TV programs, not even the local programs in Rongcheng. Leader, can I refuse now? You guess? Don't worry, I've helped you understand. It's just an interview-style documentary, and people's programs don't deliberately ask you for anything. You should go home for New Year's Eve. Just go home for New Year's Eve. They'll just send a few photographers to follow you around. They'll edit it themselves afterward. Subai, who hung up the phone, sat in his office with a speechless face. Mom and Dad are hell-bent on him bringing a girlfriend back. Turns out the girlfriend didn't, and Subai brought a program back for New Year's Eve? Chapter 037. Look at that ordinary person in front. Does he look like Mr. Su? All the real estate agents in Hibiscus City can never get around a neighborhood called Deer Hill International when it comes to clients who aren't poorly educated. As soon as it was handed over in 2006, it became a benchmark villa in the central and western regions and was recognized by the mainstream media as the most influential international community in the Dragon Kingdom. The community's housing prices don't seem to be that high. The highest price is just less than 300 million yuan a building. Looking at the Dragon Country can't rank at all. It is famous because the entire Deer Hill International community is grand in scale, covering over an exaggerated 5,000 acres, and has been reproduced in its entirety by the developer in the style of a classical European town. This kind of puts the town size of the big money in the inch of land in the north of the city simply cannot take it. This makes Deer Hill International a unique presence in a city of over 10 million people. So even Xiao Wu, the famous host from the capital, had seen countless mansions because of his work. When he and the program team rode into Deer Mountain International, they were also staggered by the grand scale of this European-style town. Mr. Li, are you sure that we can really make this one's image as a people's entrepreneur stand up? Wu's tone was filled with uncertainty. They discussed it on the plane right here. What does it mean to be a people's entrepreneur? The most important thing is the first two words, people. To put it bluntly, we have to come from the masses and go to the masses, and take up our due social responsibility as entrepreneurs. To put it another way, the premise of the people's entrepreneur, he has to be a people before he is an entrepreneur. And who people? Living in such a luxurious villa area. At this time the producer Li Changyuan, the heart is also straight difficult. He knows that this trip is difficult, but I do not know that the difficulty is so big. But worrying is worrying. As a producer, Li Sungyuan cannot show on his face. The difficulty is great, but the work that should be done should continue to do. If you don't have the conditions, create them. Don't be afraid. There's always a way. The boat will go straight. At the same time, deep inside the Foothills International community, inside a European-style villa called Sequoia Valley 7, Subai, who was packing his luggage, received a message from the villa's housekeeper. Mr. Su, your guest has arrived. Just entered gate 1. Expected to arrive in 10 minutes. That's what happens when you have a big neighborhood. It takes more than 10 minutes to drive to the front door, and you can get lost walking around the block. Thank you. Tucking away his cell phone, Subai went to the front of the lawn outside the door and quietly waited for the program team. From time to time, neighbors walking their dogs or driving their cars passed by and took the initiative to stop and greet Subai. The entire Deer Mountain International was composed of several sub-villa areas of different styles. It is said that in the past 2 years, because Subai's value and popularity has skyrocketed, even the house price of the Sequoia Valley Villa area where Subai is located has also increased a lot. Many wealthy Midwesterners want to move in and be neighbors with Su White. It is said to stand high to see far, not likely to walk encounter Subai. Subai chatting about economic trends and industry trends can let them earn a lot of money. This is why Subai moved to Deer Hill International. Because usually in daily life, there are too many people who want to find him, especially many startups that are in urgent need of financing and investment. Every day with a bunch of startup financing and investment planning books, chasing Subai, annoying. In Deer Mountain International, from Sequoia Valley all the way to Gate 1, there are a total of 3 gate guards. Unless the owner himself agrees, idle people simply can't get in, which is very good to help Subai avoid this trouble. Otherwise, it was estimated that with Subai's temperament, he would still be living in the original set of 4 large flats. 10 minutes later, a Buick GL8, known as the Highway Lightning, appeared at the end of the road, with a national television logo on it, so it must be the person he was waiting for. Seeing this, Subai, who was wearing a white down jacket, immediately reached out and waved, signaling his position. Meanwhile, On GL8, the program team of People's Entrepreneur, in order to try not to affect Subai's private life, the team configuration was streamlined to the extreme. The group consisted of only producer Lee Chang-yuan, host Xiao Wu, plus a cameraman and a driver, totaling 4 people. At this time, Lee Sung-won was still bugging the photographer. The picture should be as grounded as possible, without too many high-end luxury things, like what bodyguards are, assistants are, nannies are, luxury cars are. Do not shoot if you cannot shoot. To try to take the entrepreneurial image of Mr. Su and make it as low-key as possible, like an ordinary person. This is said, Lee Chang-yuan himself is not confident. $100 billion boss, shoot as an ordinary person. It is simply difficult for the photographer. Just as Lee Sung-won was still trying to comfort the photographer so that he wouldn't feel pressured. Suddenly, sitting on the side of the small Wu, through the front windshield, a glimpse of the road ahead of a silhouette. After sticking his neck out to take a look and determining that the other party was waving to his party, Xiao Wu immediately poked Lee Chang-yuan with his elbow. Mr. Lee, look at that ordinary person in front. Does he look like Mr. Su? The process of meeting and exchanging pleasantries is simply omitted. However, it was worth mentioning that when Lee Chang-yuan shook hands with Su Bai, he expressed his gratitude with an excited face. Thank you Mr. Su for your cooperation. At those words, Su Bai was a bit puzzled. Match? Lee Chang-yuan froze, after looking around the room. Didn't you dismiss your bodyguard assistants to cooperate with our shooting? Even the small Wu on the side nodded slightly. He had seen a handful of entrepreneurs, even the smallest row, followed by an assistant. There simply would not be a situation where $100 billion boss, who did not even have an assistant in charge of reception, but personally stood on the side of the road to pick up someone alone. Su Bai smiled and let go of Lee Chang-yuan's hand. Maybe misunderstood. I'm usually alone. No bodyguard, no assistant. There is a secretary, but people are on vacation back home for New Year's Eve. I guess I'll only show up when I send out red envelopes in the group for New Year's Eve. Hearing this, Lee Chang-yuan and Xiao Wu froze in unison, and even the photographer who was organizing his own equipment on the side couldn't help but twist his head to look at Su Bai. You're a $100 billion boss, and you live by yourself during the week? Who would believe it? Wu was even gesticulating with his hands. You're so rich. Aren't you afraid that like in the movies, a mugger with a sack will appear and give you? I have to say, Wu really is just like in the variety show. Once he takes off his suit he becomes a bit of a amusing. For Xiao Wu, Su Bai had a good impression, and along with that, he became less repulsed by this exclusive interview. You said it all. It was a movie. In real life, as long as I don't leave the country, I basically don't have to worry about security. That's true. You can say that this is bad or that is bad in the Dragon Kingdom, but if you say that the security environment in the Dragon Kingdom is poor, then I guess that if you look around the world, you will not be able to find a safe place at all. As they say on talk shows, the biggest role of a bodyguard in the Dragon Kingdom is not to ensure safety, but to keep fans away from celebrities. What about an assistant? There has to be one. What do you need an assistant for? Running errands for you, getting a cup of coffee, ushering people in. I can do all that you're talking about myself and save a paycheck. And save a paycheck? In one sentence, completely to the well-known program host Xiao Wu Hole will not. On the other hand, Lee Chang-yuan, who was on the side, came to the side of the photographer and asked the photographer while watching the conversation between Xiao Wu and Su Bai, did you get it on camera? Ha? Didn't you say to wait for your order before shooting? At those words, Lee Chang-yuan couldn't wait to slap the photographer on the head. $100 billion boss with no bodyguards or assistants, plus the conversation Su Bai had just had, could simply be cut out as is? Such great material. And you're telling me you didn't shoot it? Chapter 038. This 100 billionaire boss is a bit wicked. A guest from afar is a guest. People's program team came all the way to find themselves. Naturally, they have to be invited to sit at home. Only this time the photographer learned his lesson, and after turning on the machine, he honestly followed behind Xiao Wu and Su Bai with the end of the machine. Originally, Xiao Wu thought that Su Bai was boasting to him about his villa. Like many celebrity entrepreneurs interviewed by Wu, he pretends to be low-key on the surface, but he can't help but show off himself. For example, taking out your own collection of antiques worth tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. For example, the carpet in your own home is again a limited edition of imported goods from wherever. Even the chopsticks you pull out for eating can tell you a story. But when it came to Su Bai, the picture was very different. It's not a good house. If you ask me, it really needs to be a large flat if you want to live comfortably. The villa has 3 pests: rats, termites and mosquitoes, which are annoying in the summer, and this 2-story villa. But if you forget something, run up and down dozens of times a day, enough to toss you. It's not good to have too much greenery in the neighborhood. You can always encounter snakes on a summer walk. At first, Xiao Wu, who was following Su Bai, thought that Su Bai was filling cups. After all, he himself was a master of filling cups. But listening to listen, Wu also smacked the flavor. This Su is not playing cup. He really do not want to live in the villa. It was only when I asked that I realized why Su Bai chose to live here. The feeling was that he was afraid of being harassed. And Lee Sungwon, who was following beside the photographer, nodded gravely when he heard this. This segment, too, could be cut into the documentary. Although people Su always live in the tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars of big bio, but Su always have a bitter feeling. It's not extravagant waste. Not really. After briefly introducing a round of his villa, Su Bai was about to depart for his hometown. Originally, he was going to go back home last night, and had put it off until this morning in order to wait for the program. I have to be back for lunch at this hour. It is said that at the end of the waxing moon, every day is a festival, and all the friends and relatives have gone back to their hometowns, and they are the only ones left who have not yet arrived. Su Bai naturally wanted to go back early. The program team, naturally, knew in advance that Su Bai was going back to his hometown for New Year's Eve, so they would follow him throughout. And the humorous Wu, after finding out that Su Bai has no frame, also very humorously guest starred as Su Bai's assistant. Mr. Su, since you don't have an assistant, I'll be your assistant from now on. Like I said, whether it's running errands, or getting coffee, your direct word is fine, and well, no need for a paycheck yet. Su Bai was speechless for a while. The national TV program host gave himself an assistant. He didn't have such a big score, but just as Su Bai was about to carry his packed luggage to load the car, the quick-eyed Xiao Wu took over the suitcase and asked while walking towards the main door, Mr. Su, just leave it to me. By the way, where is your driver? With Xiao Wu asking this question, the crowd then reacted to the fact that Su Bai had no bodyguard, no assistant, but there should always be a driver. But just now, after half a day of looking, it was really just Su Bai. It's not so bad that Su Bai, who is $100 billion boss, doesn't even have a driver. Seeing that Su Bai hadn't said anything, Xiao Wu froze in place with an incredulous look on his face. Mr. Su, don't tell me that you usually drive yourself and don't even have a driver. Let's not talk about $100 billion boss, but any boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You don't have a chauffeur beside you to drive for you. Do you have the nerve to go out? When someone's boss is in a meeting, the assistant opens the back door and the boss snaps and flashes a scuffed leather shoe. So you, Su Bai, go to a meeting and you have to find a parking lot first and do a reverse parking? Where's the hullabaloo? Seeing Xiao Wu's exaggerated expression, Su Bai shrugged. I was about to tell you that I don't really have a driver. So you usually travel for meetings. Take a private car and Enterprise Diddy can reimburse you. Seemingly to match the photographer's image, Xiao Wu repeated Su Bai's words once again. You're traveling for a meeting. Call a specialized car? Aha! This time, it wasn't just Xiao Wu. Even the cameraman with the video camera was a little bit numb, twisting his head to look at Lee Chang-yuan next to him with an expression full of meaning. Mr. Lee, this 100 billionaire boss is a bit evil. Turns out he was afraid he was too high-end and not grounded enough. But now that I've filmed it, I realize where people are not grounded enough. It's almost to hell. Can you believe that a $100 billion boss takes a limousine on business trips and meetings? Who would believe it? It's a wonder this wouldn't be called scripted if it was just cut into a documentary. At this time, Lee Chang-yuan, also a head too big, if not seen Su Bai's photo, he thought that he had found the wrong person. The station has repeatedly asked their program to make sure that they don't mess with scripts, and that they must shoot realistically. But, we didn't write the script, but I'm skeptical. So Bai, he's acting us out. It's nifty, the whole special car thing. Don't you dare go any further than that. Su Bai really dared. A few minutes later, Su Bai brought Xiao Wu and his group to the side of his garage. When the electric garage door slowly rose, Su Bai, the driver of the $100 billion boss, made Xiao Wu look at him with wide eyes for half a day. Is this your car? Just see the garage. Parked a black Audi A6. According to Reason, as a B-class car Audi A6, is not bad, called the working class ceiling, but can't stop. This is a 12 years old S6A, put on the second-hand market. Sell $80,000 or bad enough. A $100 billion boss drives an old S6 that costs less than $80,000. If you say it's not scripted, who will believe you? Indeed, Su Bai, as a big boss, even if he didn't have a driver, he wouldn't be able to drive such an old car. This is, indeed, very suspicious of showmanship, but Su Bai also has his own hard feelings. As a man, who does not want to drive a luxury car? A few years ago, Rice Technology has just reached the scale of 10 billion. Su Bai once spent money to buy a Primera, but as the old saying goes, people are afraid of being famous. In this part of Rongqing, a fart can travel 3 miles. Su Bai, who was in his 20s at the time, was worth tens of billions of dollars, and handsome, and the key was still single. How can the millions of single women in Rongqing let go of such a once-in-a-century golden son-in-law? No opportunity? If there's no opportunity, then create one. So, during that time, as long as Su Bai drove his Paramera out, he was tailgate almost every day, and without exception, chasing their own tail, all sorts of not bad money of the celebrity, thousands of gold, and even a mother to help their own daughter chasing the tail. After people chased the tail, immediately get off the car, decisively recognized their full responsibility. Good attitude. All kinds of fine Su Bai to contact. Later, Su Bai realized that at that time, the entire main road outside of Deer Mountain International, every day there are people waiting to chase their own tail. Many people even specialize in buying homes in Deer Hill International to chase their own tails. A Paramera. Su Bai drove less than 2 months. Insurance out 9 times. Can't find a single original part on a banged up ass of a car. It made Su Bai really have no choice but to think of such a stupid way. Drive your own old original A6. And also hung in the name of the company. Every once in a while, let the secretary Xiao Lu to go over the account. Change a license plate. This is how you avoid the hassle of being rear-ended on a regular basis. And don't look down on this A6. That Su Bai, with the first bucket of money earned when he went to college to buy, accompanied himself for many years, but also the old man in the same boat through thick and thin. Su Bai also thought, well, even if the annual review cannot be passed by then, is not ready to take it to the scrap disposal. Just park it at home and dedicate a garage to it, and it's a retirement. After listening to Su Bai, Xiao Wu was finally able to determine that Su Bai was not putting on a show. At the same time, he wondered what it was like to be tailed by a beautiful woman every day. Chapter 039. Hey, the old S6 is also an A6 ha. The highway on-ramp out of the city of Rongqing. A black Audi A6, the front end of which had just exited the on-ramp, righted itself and quickly picked up speed. Hey, an old S6 is an S6 too ha. Xiao Wu, who had made another cameo as Su Bai's driver, sat in the driver's seat, holding the steering wheel with a smile on his brow. The cameraman was in the GL8 in the back, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Bai finally had the chance to understand the purpose of this program with Li Changyuan. As the producer of the program, Li Sunyuan had nothing to hide and told the truth. That is to say, the impact caused by Boss Zhao of Nine Woods Media is so bad that the higher-ups want to set me up as a typical example and use it to set the record straight. Li Changyuan nodded. It's kind of building momentum for the top 10 entrepreneurs early next year. The top 10 entrepreneurs of the Dragon Kingdom, selected every 3 years, are full of gold when they are labeled officially, and it makes perfect sense to use a program to build momentum in advance. Also, the name of this program is very interesting. The People's Entrepreneur. Mr. Su, you should understand what it means. Su Bai nodded slightly. The People's Entrepreneurs, as distinguished from them, are naturally the capitalists of Western countries. This is obviously a signal deliberately put out by the officials, telling these rich big bosses and tycoons to keep a low profile and behave themselves in general. And the water can carry the boat can also overturn the boat. A reason. With the support of the general public, you can make money, can be a tycoon driving a luxury car. Without the support of the people, they would have ended up like Mr. Zhao, with their company going bankrupt and going to jail. I can't imagine an exclusive documentary with so much deep meaning behind it. At least now it seems that the top didn't look at the wrong person. Mr. Su, from your heart, you do call yourself a people's entrepreneur. Listening to Li Changyuan's compliments, Su Bai smiled. Because I don't have a bodyguard, an assistant, and drive an old A6? Just? A single word on it made Li Changyuan smile without saying a word. I don't know how many big bosses can't do this simple word just. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. How many of you would drive a nondescript old A6 when you can drive a multi-million-dollar luxury car? Even if it was Li Changyuan himself, he couldn't do it. At the very least, we all agree that you are very grounded. Mr. Su, the core material of the People's Entrepreneur this time around is all about grounding and making Su Bai an entrepreneur from the masses. From now on, without bodyguards or assistants, Su Bai, who drives an old A6, is quite grounded. No, it's been kind of far more than expected for the show. Hearing the 3 words grounded, Su Bai smiled in the sun. Grounded? If you guys want to shoot something else, I'm not really good with that, but if you want to shoot grounded, said Su Bai revealing his big neat white teeth, then you've come to the right place. Su Bai's hometown, in Yicheng, 200 kilometers away from Rongqing, is known as the first city of the 10,000-mile Yangtze River. For many years, Yicheng had been competing with its next-door sister city, Luzhou, for the name of the wine city until 12. when the Longwa Mingqing Society unanimously endorsed Luzhou City's title as Longwa Wine City through plenary deliberation. Thus, this multi-year battle for the wine city came to an end. However, the loss of the name of the city of wine Yicheng, over the years have also learned the hard way, boredom to engage in development. Not to mention, these years really buy Yicheng to make some big names. The current leader of Yicheng, Su Bai also recognize, is the original Rongqing in charge of investment promotion leadership. After taking office in Yicheng, a hand of investment promotion skills play a thief 6. In the second month after taking office, he ran to find Su Bai, saying that Su Bai is an entrepreneur out of Yicheng. Yicheng is also counted as Su Bai's mother's family, the daughter of this mother's family, even if she is married to Rongqing, but also the mother's family's heart, which is not a daughter of the mother's family, which is not a daughter of the mother's family's reasoning. The whole softly soaked Su Bai for more than a week, ran to Su Bai office every day to drink tea and read the newspaper. To Su Bai grinding really no way out, simply a supporting base of rice technology factory set in Yicheng. For this matter, Su Xiaochang and this big housekeeper of Yicheng almost didn't do a battle in Su Bai's office. Originally Su Bai simply want to support the construction of the old home. After all, Yicheng want nothing, the cost of investing in factories than Rongqing to a lot higher. But never thought, just a few years time less, the Yicheng leaders let this 1,000-year-old city has undergone radical changes. Not only using the name of rice technology, the city strategy of science and innovation city was proposed, and a large number of high-tech enterprises were introduced. Moreover, a university city has been established, and as many as 18 universities have been introduced to set up branches in Yicheng, and the number of university students has exceeded 100,000 in one go. Along with that, Yicheng's GDP has also been going up year after year, and has jumped from nearly 200th in the country 10 years ago to 82nd in the country now. It has been promoted from a small 4th-tier town to a 3rd-tier city. On the highway outside of Yicheng, Su Bai drove while introducing his hometown to Xiaowu and Lichengyuan. It's just that when other people describe their hometowns, they talk about where it's fun and where there's good food. And switching to Su Bai, the picture is completely different. People are spending real money to support the construction of their hometown. After all, who will not have the hometown leadership to run to their office to drink tea and read the newspaper, grinding their own experience of pulling investment? Although the cameraman was absent, the astute Li Sun Yuan used his equipment to record the conversation. Support the construction of hometown. This is like a people's entrepreneur, compared to Li Changyuan, who had business. At this time Xiao Wu was completely juggling flying, only to see Wu also took the cell phone, turned on the selfie recording video function. Family and friends, I'm Wu, and I'm currently on my way to Yicheng. Why am I going to Yicheng? As you can see, I'm sitting in the passenger seat. So the question arises, who is my driver? After selling the story, Xiao Wu's camera panned and swept towards Su Bai who was driving. Dang it, this is my chauffeur, Su Bai of Rice Technology, Mr. Su. It wasn't until after Su Bai smiled and said hello to the camera that Wu cut the camera back to his face. Yes, you guys didn't read it wrong. Mr. Su, the big boss who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars, is driving me. Ha ha ha, this kind of treatment, you won't be able to experience it. Ahem. That's what, Mr. Su, please drive a little more steadily. I'm a little carsick. Well, a little more steadily. Su Bai's side is still picking up the slack. Okay, Mr. Wu. And Li Changyuan, who was sitting alone in the back row, looked at the increasingly outrageous Xiao Wu, his face pitch black. There are so many hosts on TV. Why did he or she find such an unreliable one to come? Xiao Wu was still happy, turning around and bearing a mouthful of large white teeth at Li Changyuan. Mr. Li, can I send this video to my own family crowd? My dad is a rice noodle from Qinan Zhangbei. Originally, Wu wanted to say that her wife was also a rice fan. After all, Wu had seen rice sanitary napkins at home several times, but after his head had gone through it, he still didn't dare to say it. And at that moment, Li Changyuan forced a smile on his face. Guess. Chapter 040. That's not my black history, but the way I came here. Yicheng is located at the confluence of the Yangtze River and the Min River in a hilly area. Due to the topography, it is not possible to use a central radial city layout as boldly as the plain city of Rongqing. Rather, it is divided into a number of small cities by the two rivers, and like the mountain towns, it uses a number of bridges across the rivers to stitch the whole city into a whole. Su Bai was introduced while driving the old A6 across the Yicheng Bridge, and instead of turning into the city, he drove towards the southeast. Until then, the co-pilot Wu only noticed that the navigation destination is actually not in the Yicheng city area, but a place named very oddly named village. Dog's Village? Mr. Su, could this be your Su Bai, who was driving, smiled frankly. That's right, my old neighborhood. involving such private information as Su Bai's old home. Lee Cheng-yuan sitting in the back immediately turned off the camera. At the same time, Xiao Wu sitting in the passenger seat pondered for 2 seconds before showing his high emotional intelligence. That's a special name. I don't think I'll ever forget it. Su Bai, who was driving the car, turned on the turn signal and nimbly overtook a tortoise-speed car, then said in a flat tone, "When I was in junior high school in the country, I was 13 or 14, a very sensitive age. I also always kept my mouth shut whenever my classmates mentioned where their homes were. In those days I always thought that the name Dog Village was so earthy that it was embarrassing to say. When I went to high school in the county, I also envied those in my class whose families were well off, living in such and such a neighborhood, on such and such a street. At that time, I always thought that in the future, when I had money, I would buy a house in a big city, change my hookah to the city, and become a respectable city dweller." Finished. Just met the rear of the vehicle to hit the right turn signal to overtake. Su Bai hurriedly changed lanes to make way, and Wu, who had heard half the story, was wedded. And then, later, Su Bai kindly smiled, opened the armrest box with one hand and pulled out his driver's license and handed it to Xiao Wu. Seeing this, even Lee Cheng-yuan in the back curiously poked his body over and looked at it with Xiao Wu. Only the address column of Su Bai's driver's license. Yicheng City, Shu Province, Dog Village. Xiao Wu and Lee Cheng-yuan, who saw this address, were dumbstruck. Who would have thought that Su Bai, the $100 billion boss, his account, was actually in his hometown? Don't think that the expressions of the two people are too exaggerated. Nowadays, many of the rich and famous people and stars of the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention the account, many of them even changed their nationality. When the two learned that Su Bai was going back to Yicheng to celebrate the new year, they thought that Su Bai's home must be in the downtown area of Yicheng City. After all, with Su Bai's price, even the most expensive neighborhood in Yicheng City, he could buy it on a block-by-block basis. But the truth was worlds apart from what the two men thought. Not only did Su Bai not buy a house in Yicheng, his place of origin column is still the same Dog Village he always wanted to change when he was in high school. It was still the same, the village of dogs that had been so difficult for him to talk about in his youth. After reacting, Xiao Wu, as the host of the program, naturally wouldn't let the cold scene appear. And after taking the initiative to help Su Bai put his driver's license into the armrest box, Xiao Wu asked with a serious face, "I'm curious then, from the difficulty in speaking up during your school days, to the openness you just mentioned about your old home, what is it that has transformed you so dramatically?" Sitting in the back, Lee Cheng-yuan wanted to turn the camera on several times to record this conversation. The story of a $100 billionaire and the village of dogs. This ground catch is smoking. The fact that this topical story couldn't be cut into a documentary is worse than killing a prime producer like Lee Sung-yuan. Su Bai, who was driving the car, didn't notice Lee Cheng-yuan, who was having a hard time trying to kill himself behind him, and instead answered Xiao Wu's question in a relaxed tone while checking out the vehicles behind him through the rearview mirror. "Because I realized later, that's not my black history, it's the way I came." A sentence that gave Xiao Wu all dry silence. Yeah, water flows downhill, people walk uphill, and in this society, everyone is busy looking up at money, and who looks back the way they came? I've been taught. Mr. Su Wu was convinced. He was really convinced. When Su Bai said, "That's not my black history, but the way I came," the program People's Entrepreneurs has been completely elevated to a whole new level. They have realized that people's entrepreneurship, which is not a cold label or a task with a tinge of positive governance. He's a man of flesh and blood. He is not so high and mighty that people are deterred. He has his own likes and dislikes just like all ordinary people. Xiao Wu, who had calmed down, finally looked at Su Bai with a gaze that no longer carried the implication of a host, but rather appeared to be emotionally colored like a friend. "Mr. Su, I'd like to leave your contact information if I may. I hope we'll be in touch a lot after the program taping is over." Su Bai, who was driving the car, twisted his head and smiled. "Yeah, I'd kill to have a friend like you." The atmosphere in the car immediately came alive, and Lee Cheng-yuan, who had been sitting in the back row, looked at the two people who were talking happily in front of him and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He knows Wu better than that. This famous program host looks funny and humorous, but privately, he is withdrawn, rarely make friends. Even Lee Cheng-yuan himself do not have Wu's private contact information. And now, just a few hours later, Xiao Wu took the initiative to ask Su Bai for his contact information. Is it because of Su Bai's identity? You're afraid you're underestimating Xiao Wu's career. Lee Cheng-yuan's gaze fell on the side of Su Bai's face. It's because of Su Bai's charisma. No wonder this young man, not yet 30 years old, was able to make his assets hundreds of billions of dollars without being listed. With his charisma that had even convinced Xiao Wu, it was estimated that Su Bai's future would be much more than just the present. No wonder No wonder the above named them for an exclusive interview with Subai. If the show continues to shoot like this, where is the build-up for Subai? That's clearly making a god. Imagine, someone even Wu admires from the bottom of his heart. Can the whole country not love the show once it's out there? Chapter 041 Dog Village. 30 miles south from Yicheng. You get off the national highway and turn onto a curvy country road, until they came to a fork in the road and saw the blue road sign for Dog's Village, which was Subai's old home. Dog Village is not big, only dozens of families. Due to the hilly terrain, the villagers of Dog Village in earlier years has been in the form of diaspora. Later, the village was connected to a highway in 2003, piped water in 11 years, and natural gas in 15 years, and in the same year, the originally potholed gravel road was repaired into a flat asphalt road. 18 years of new rural construction. The original dozens of Dog Village villagers, centralized relocation to the current new rural areas. The fiber optic broadband is also connected. Since then, every family has lived in a two-story house. From the field to work back, the first thing to do is to rinse off the mud on the legs in the dam, so as not to step on the soiled floor tiles laid in the house. These years by the impact of urbanization, most of the young people work outside. Usually the Dog Village cannot see a few young people, mostly the elderly and children. Then education started to roll in too, and young people in the city didn't want to see their children lose out at the starting line, so they also brought their children to the city to study. That's why most of the time, Dog Village is dominated by elderly people who stay behind. These old people guarded the acre of land, planted gardens full of greens, and raised their children's favorite food, chickens, ducks, and geese. Then every morning I get up early and tear off a page of the calendar and count on my fingers how long it will be until the waxing moon and how long it will be until the New Year's Eve. Because at the end of the year, their children, who work outside the home, return to the land where they have been born and raised for generations. At the end of the year, the village of Dog's Child, where a dog's bark can usually be heard for 2 miles, will be shrouded in a lively and noisy fireworks, bustling with activity. Looking forward. The end of the year is finally here. Today is the 23rd day of the lunar month. As many young people will rush back to the village today, early in the morning, the Dog Village was bustling with activity. Mothers were busy picking vegetables and cutting meat. Fathers were busy catching chickens and slaughtering ducks. Redwood stoves were stuffed with large pieces of firewood that they usually couldn't afford to use, and the chimneys of every house were billowing white smoke. From time to time, the sound of firecrackers ringing in the village, groups of children blowing up pits and tree holes, scaring the whole village. Dogs are shrinking in their homes, do not dare to come out. A group of old people sat under the old acacia tree at the entrance of the village, all of them changed into clean clothes, smiling and chatting, always turning their heads from time to time to look at the end of the road. Within a short time, there would always be the sound of a car honking in the distance, and then small cars with different license plates from different provinces would be driving in the direction of Dog's Village. The puppies that have been drifting around in Dog Village are coming home. It was undoubtedly a lively day in Dog Village, but if we were to say whose house was the most lively, it would have to be the one at the east end of the village with the osmanthus tree planted in its courtyard. It is said that no one asks for you when you are poor in the downtown area, but you have distant relatives when you are rich in the mountains. This is a perfect phrase to describe the Su family. The Su family has 4 generations of poor peasants, until Subai's father, Su Guolian's generation, with 2 buckets of rice on credit, followed the neighboring village's carpenters to learn the craft, relying on the 8 villages to play furniture, built the first red brick house in the village of the dog. Later, Su Guoliang was introduced and married Su Jinfeng, the daughter of the accountant of the production team next door, which was considered a family. In the first year of their marriage, they had an older son, Su Jin, and 2 years later had a second daughter, Su Yun, and then a younger son, Su Bai. The family is also considered to have a good mix of children and family harmony. By this point in the story, the Su family can only be described as ordinary. After all, after the rise of the wave of coastal workers in the 90s, the village's bold young people have gone to the coast to break into life, and many of them have made a name for themselves. Later on, there were more and more red brick houses in Dog Village, and they also got bigger and better. Only Su Guoliang still guards his carpenter craft. The earliest repaired red brick house also became the oldest one in the village. The Su family, too, has become the most inconspicuous one in the Dog Village. If you have to ask what the Su family has to offer, it's probably the awards that are plastered all over the walls of the house. The old people in Dog Village often say that Su Bai was sent by the Dragon King, because on the day he was born, the holy Qing city was pouring with rain and the water in the river rose a great deal. Su Bai also lived up to expectations, reading year after year to get the first, every time to bring home awards. The Dog Village always have a child was beaten to cry. Until the summer of 10 years ago, the county leaders with people banging drums came to the Dog Village. The whole village only know That usually always smile-shy Su family's youngest son Subai became Yicheng City College entrance examination top student. The Su family, this only counted completely raised eyebrows for a time. Later, the later Sos realized that they had raised their eyebrows too soon. The top student of the college entrance examination is not the peak of Subai, it is only the beginning. From the freshman part-time entrepreneurship to earn the first million, and then dropped out of college sophomore founded Rice Technology, Subai and the rich list all the way to run wild. Even with the dog village of the Su family also chickens and dogs soared. It is said that the poor stand in the crossroads and play 10 steel hooks, but cannot hook relatives in flesh and blood, rich people in the mountains and old forests to play swords, guns and sticks, but do not break the unrighteous guests and friends. The Su family's doorway over the years has never been cold. Even distant relatives out of the 5 suits would come to the Su family on New Year's holidays carrying gifts. It is reasonable that there are rich people have rich troubles. For example, there are always relatives ask you to borrow money. Do not borrow it, face cannot pass. Borrow it, the other side of the probability of dragging not to return. But in the Su family, this kind of bad thing never happens. 4-1, with Subai's current assets. But any relative with a bit of brains knows that asking the Su family to borrow money is the most foolish behavior. Being able to have a relative like Subai as a network is better than borrowing any amount of money. Just like Subai donated a high school in the county. Su Jin, Subai's older brother who was a teacher, was promoted to high school principal by the city within 2 years. Along with several relatives, the establishment was solved. Just like Subai invested in building a factory in Yicheng, Subai's second sister, who was a doctor, was made into the management of the city hospital in no time. So the relatives of the Su family are clear that compared to borrowing money, getting on good terms with Subai and being more courteous is the way to get along. As for the second reason, then have to mention Subai's mother Su Jinfeng. When Su Jinfeng was young, she had her fortune told, and the fortune teller wrote and calculated for half a day, and said that Su Jinfeng had a noble son, and that she would be able to enjoy her children's happiness in her later years. At that time, Su Jinfeng was still thinking, his noble son, in the end, what can be expensive? 2 years ago Su Jinfeng asked several villages, and finally found the half-blind fortune teller, broadly sent 2 sheep, not for any other reason, because Su Jinfeng's third son, is indeed expensive, but also quite outrageously expensive, are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Who doesn't say that Su Jinfeng's belly is the most fertile in these villages? Su Jinfeng, who was in her early 50s this year, did not go to the city to live in a big house and enjoy the blessings of a rich son, as everyone thought. After a week of boredom at his youngest son Subai's Sequoia Valley Villa a few years ago, and after half a day of cross-talking with the English-speaking foreign professor next door, he bought his own ticket back to Dog's Village the next day without Subai's knowledge. Back to the dog village of Su Jinfeng full-blood resurrection, carrying a hoe in the morning to plow 2 pieces of land, pick 100 pounds of sweet potatoes in the ridge as fast as flying, half a mile away. She was able to scold a few shrewish ants in the next village to the point where they didn't dare to go out for a few days. The old people in the village say that Su Jinfeng is a laborer. Even if her harvest from the beginning of the year to the end of the year is not as much as the money her son earns in an hour, she can't enjoy her son's happiness. Su Jinfeng is very open-minded. Even if her bank card money can buy several sweets in the city, Su Jinfeng rushed to the market. Kill the price is not soft. It was also because there was such a great god holding down the Su family. So even though Subai's assets had gone up to hundreds of billions over the years, in the Su family, there was no ungrateful one who dared to cross their tails and look down on others. Like Su Guoliang, he still has to work in the fields, and in his spare time, he still has to make furniture and sell it for money. Like Subai's older brother, Su Jin, who even though he's a high school principal, still drives his old oil-burning Maytag. Just like Subai's second sister Su Yun, relatives begging to do things within the authority to try to facilitate, outside the authority, a blanket refusal. Just like Subai's several nieces and nephews who study, usually add up the pocket money, but still cannot get together $100. It's Dogville. It's the home of Su White. Chapter 042, What's wrong with being worth $100 billion? Subai deliberately braked at the entrance of the village, pulled out a box of long-prepared Ziyun cigarettes from the armrest box, walked toward a few old grandpas sitting under the old acacia tree, and handed cigarettes one by one. A few old men laughed and took Subai's cigarettes, and joked, saying that Subai was too stingy, such a big boss, but still smoking $11 a pack of cigarettes. Although they said so on their lips, the hearts of several old men were happier than anyone else, because the cigarette they usually smoke most often is Purple Cloud, because there's a $100 billion asset scion in the village who, like them, smokes purple clouds. It's the kind of thing that makes you look better than how good a cigarette you're smoking. Xiao Wu, following the local customs, played the role of Subai's assistant again. and followed Su-bai to order cigarettes one by one, and after being recognized by one of the old men, he also chatted with the old men in a very cooperative manner. Not far away, Lee Chang-yuan got out of the car and commanded the photographer who came down from the GL8 to hurry up and take a picture of the harmonious scene under the big acacia tree. It turns out that the $100 billion president returned home. Not like what is played on TV. A bunch of unenlightened villainous characters, all kinds of hate, waiting for the protagonist to come home to hit the face one by one. Soon, when a group of children spread the news of an old S6 parked at the entrance of the village, the already lively dog village became even more joyful. A group of young people about the same age as Su-bai came to the entrance of the village in groups of 3 to 5, and upon seeing Su-bai returning home, they greeted him. The name calling is also messy. From Su-bai to Bai, called anything. There were also many people who saw Xiao Wu and pulled him for autographs and photos. This was different from what the program team had expected. Originally they thought that with Su-bai's current status, he should be a supreme being in the small dog's village. After all, the assets were placed there, already completely separated from the ordinary people. According to reason, the young people of the same age would be respectful to Su-bai for various reasons. It was unexpected that Su-bai would actually mingle with his peers in the village. Instead, Xiao Wu became the star of the show instead. This was really unexpected by the show. A few old men sitting under the acacia tree appeared to be able to see the program's doubts, but they all laughed without saying a word. The program team obviously does not know that outside, Su-bai is a 100 billion old boss. But in the dog village, as long as Su-bai comes back, he will always be the same white doggy back then. The white dog who always carried a pack of purple cloud cigarettes in his pocket. It seems to have been notified in advance that a program crew was following Su-bai home. When Su-bai's old S6 slowly drove into the wide dam, Su-bai's father Su Guoliang, mother Su Jinfeng, elder brother Su Jun, second sister Su Yun, all stood in the dam waiting for the party. Seeing this array, Xiao Wu and Lee Chang-yuan hurriedly brought out the gifts they had prepared in advance and greeted Su-bai one by one as he introduced them. The other Su family relatives and a bunch of children, on the other hand, had stood at a distance to watch the fun. Secretly this Su-bai is getting more and more powerful. The national television program team can be brought to the home. As for Lee Chang-yuan, after formulaically obtaining the Su family's permission, he immediately asked the photographer to set up his equipment, ready to take a good shot and see how the spring festival of the 100 billionaires was really spent. First of all, I took a round of exterior shots. The Su family's small house yard, and the small yards of other families in the new countryside are not different at all. The decoration of the home can only be described as clean and tidy. There is no expensive furniture worth millions of dollars, nor a glance at the big open door of antique paintings. It looks like it's clearly an ordinary family, and it doesn't even come close to being a 100 billionaire. This pass shot down, to Lee Chang-yuan are not even whole confidence. If this documentary is released like this and it says it's Su-bai's hometown, can anyone believe it? I'll be damned if I'm going to believe it. This is a shot of the people's entrepreneur, not the township bagman. Forget it. When post-editing, it is better to put the main camera on the main character Su-bai, on the level of Su-bai's family. This small prosperous decoration, put into the documentary, sure to be scolded as a script. But just as Lee Chang-yuan asked the photographer to follow Su-bai, an even more explosive scene appeared, only to see that originally Su-bai was still taking Xiao Wu to introduce his bunch of relatives one by one, when suddenly, a voice came from the kitchen. Alright, we're almost ready. Lords of the houses, it's your turn. Just when both Lee Chang-yuan and Xiao Wu hadn't reacted to what was happening, just see not far away around the table playing cards a few men, all put down the hand of cards, half from their own pockets to take out a piece of the waist belt on the body. Su-bai's father, Su Guoliang, also put on his cuffs and incidentally handed Su-bai a piece of red and white plaid bib. The usual, you're still in charge this year. Su-bai, who received the girth, tied it neatly around his waist. Dad, didn't we agree on a rotation system? How come it's me every year after work? Xiao Wu, who saw this scene, was confused. Spooning? Wait, Mr. Su, you're, like, going to stir-fry? Before Su-bai could reply, Su Jinfeng, who was standing behind Su-bai to help him tie his girth, smiled. How refreshing. Szechuan men per capita chefs, wearing the reddest aprons and cooking the spiciest dishes. A sentence that made Wu skeptical. You don't have to tell me that men don't necessarily have to cook every day in the Kawasaki region, but when it comes to festivals and banquets, you really have to rely on the old men of the family to hold down the fort. If anything, northern men are born with the gift of drink lit up and come with a tutu punch. That Xuanyu man, on the other hand, has lit up his cooking skills and is a chef per capita. Then Mr. Su is different. He's, Su Jinfeng was smart-mouthed and quick, tying the rope and patting Su-bai's back. But what's wrong with being worth $100 billion? Being worth $100 billion doesn't wash dishes at best. Boy, Worth $100 billion and not washing dishes at best? No wonder Mr. Sue is so grounded. After half a day, the original is the family culture no matter how big your official position is outside, how luxurious your assets are, and how high your status is, as long as you go back to your hometown, you still have to put on an apron and go to the kitchen to swing a spatula as a cook. Well, there's one more thing. You have to be worth $100 billion to not wash dishes. Su Jinfeng's words almost caused Xiao Wu to suffocate his internal injuries. So if he, a nationally recognized host, had been born in Sichuan and Chongqing, not only would he have to wash the dishes, but he would also have to sweep the floor. If Xiao Wu was all shaken up, then Li Changyuan, who was following the photographer, was now completely broken. No, you are a group president, next year's top 10 entrepreneurs in the country. Not to say waving and pointing, you at least have to have an entrepreneurial model. As it turns out, as soon as you got home, you put your girth on first. It's for you to be grounded, but not this grounded. Even the cameraman looked at the picture miserably, staring back at someone with an inquiring look on his face. After touching his forehead in pain, Li Changyuan nodded with a helpless face. It's the new year. Come all the way. What else can be done? Keep shooting. It's better to shoot Sue by swinging a spatula than to shoot Sue by drinking red wine in a private jet. As it happened, the station's leadership called, worried that the program was in trouble. After all, it's still theoretically very difficult to try to ground a $100 billion old boss on camera. It is hoped that the program team will not be daunted and will try to overcome the difficulties and complete the task. But Li Changyuan, who received the call, looked at Su Bai, who was cooking oil in the kitchen with a blazing fire, and tears were coming down. Leader, the situation is much more complicated than we thought. When the leader on the other side of the phone learned that Su Bai is swinging a big spoon in the kitchen of his rural hometown, spare the big waves, but also silent for a long time. Both of them have the same concern, fearing that the audience will scold the script and that the program is creating a persona for Su Bai. After all, the world is one giant straw man. Even the manned moon landing in the Eagle Kingdom was suspected to be scripted, let alone Su Bai. The contrast between Su Bai's image and identity was so great that it was hard not to be suspicious. After deliberating for a while, Li Cheng looked at Su Bai in the kitchen from afar, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. Leader, I have an immature idea. Chapter 043, The $100 Billion President live streaming by Pig. Have you seen it? Live? What's with the good old documentary? It's going to be replaced with a live broadcast. The next morning, Su Bai had just eaten breakfast and was about to take the program team for a stroll around the village when he heard the news brought by Li Changyuan. Of course, this matter was only a suggestion from the program team, and ultimately, Su Bai had to agree to it. After a flurry of explanations from Li Changyuan, Su Bai realized that the reason was still in himself. After all, you can barely justify driving the old A6 yourself. The old family is in the countryside and it makes do, but the decoration of the home, it really doesn't look like the home of a 100 billionaire. Especially the 8 immortal table. Clean is clean, but it can't stop being older than Su Bai. Coupled with Su Bai's mastery of swinging a big spoon in a girth, where else would he look like a stealthy tycoon? It's simply an ordinary family. In all honesty, such a Su Bai is indeed very much in line with the original intention of the program, and is grounded enough. But it was also so grounded that it caused the show to worry that viewers would suspect it was faking. Don't fail to build up the image of the people's entrepreneur by then, but instead collapse Su Bai's own persona. That's a lot of fun. That's why Li Changyuan was in a hurry and came up with the idea of live broadcasting. Since no one trusts an edited documentary, a live broadcast can never be suspected of fakery. Once the show starts, you, Su Bai, can do whatever you want. You can even water the ground with a manure spoon, not to mention frying with a spoon. The live streaming works well, but there's still a problem. That would require the consent of Su Bai himself. For this matter, Li Changyuan is only holding the idea of trying. After all, Su Bai's identity is there, and it is not a netizen who relies on live broadcasting to eat. Coupled with the fact that this was Su Bai's old home, it was inevitable that some of Su Bai's privacy would be involved, and for Su Bai, there was a high probability that he would not agree. But who knows? When Li Changyuan proposed that he wanted to switch to a live broadcast, Su Bai did not refuse. For Su Bai, it was true that he wasn't a netizen who relied on live broadcasts to make a living. But his position today couldn't be separated from every fan who supported him and supported Big Rice technology. As for privacy, Su Bai, who was chased after every day, has long understood a truth. In his current position, many of the private aspects of his own life are, sooner or later, open secrets. It's not just live. There's nothing unseemly about his life. Most importantly, the showrunners want to make Su Bai a people's entrepreneur. Then why would Su Bai not want to use the influence of the program to suck a wave of powder hard? In this day and age, Traffic is king. Subai has the certainty to convert as many fans as possible into effective customers of rice technology. That naturally the more fans the better. Okay, I agree to switch to live. So when does it start? Hearing Subai agree to live broadcast, Lee Chang-yuan grinned happily and just wanted to say that he could start anytime. But the next second, he heard Su's mother, Su Jinfeng, standing in front of her house, shouting at the top of her lungs with her trademark loud voice. Sanner, today your second uncle's family killed the New Year's pig, and asked you to go over and press the pig. Xiao Wu, who was standing at the side, was hiccuping because he had eaten too much in the morning, and as a result, Su Jinfeng's voice scared the hiccups away. What? By the pig? No, Mr. Su, you, going to press the pig? What pig? What's wrong with you? Do you need a Forbes list billionaire to press it? And Lee Chang-yuan, who heard that Subai was going to press the pig, couldn't wait to pull out a whip and spin the photographer who was adjusting the equipment. Make it quick. The president presses the pig. Have you ever seen it? If you haven't seen it, you're right. Today is the day to show you. Originally, I was worried that viewers would call out the show for faking, but now I finally don't have to be afraid. As long as Subai presses the pig's picture once released, what the old S6, what swinging spoon frying, all is not a matter. It is the 24th day of the Lunar New Year. Many students and white-collar workers are home for vacation, and in the morning, many people are lying under the blanket to enjoy the rare vacation time. When you wake up and don't want to leave the warmth of the blanket, what to do? Take out your cell phone to brush the soybean sound. Many netizens also know that holidays are peak traffic times, and have been making every effort to recruit viewers in their respective live rooms. In particular, many head of the 10 million fans of the big network Red, although the new year went home, but also did not forget to seize this rare opportunity, have opened the live broadcast. Netizens are not stupid. Relying on fans to eat stars are not stupid. Live broadcast opened one early. As for the content of the live broadcast, well, they are not bad. The main one around the country of the Chinese New Year customs and traditions, with the addition of people from all sides. For a while, the entire Douyin live streaming area was simply a swarm of demons and bustling with activity, just as a huge number of netizens happily swiped through the live stream. Located in the capital city of Yinjing, the entire Douyin headquarters was busy due to the late release of the Chinese New Year vacation and the high traffic of the Spring Festival. There is no way. During the New Year's period the audience is several times more. Along with the star netizens piled up to open the broadcast, it is strange not to be busy. It's being kept busy. Suddenly, the person in charge of the live broadcast received a phone call. His face changed greatly, hung up the phone and immediately yelled in the company's large group. Urgent task. Highest priority. The national television special program, People's Entrepreneurs, is going to open a synchronized live broadcast with our platform, which will begin soon. Attention operations department. Traffic directly maximize push. How many smash? All smash in. Promotional departments pay attention. Time is too tight. Pre-attraction is too late. Immediately do an open screen ad. Generic template. Copywriting changed on the line. PR department. Immediately contact all major platforms to push the hot search. Okay, no need. They're moving faster than us. Needless to say, as a video media with more than 700 million daily active users, today's Douyin video is so powerful that even national TV stations need to use Douyin to disseminate their content. Not to mention, with the strong support of Douyin's official support, the news that Subai was going to broadcast live spread all over the internet at a very short speed. Many netizens who have just opened Douyin have had their attention drawn to Shake's slightly crude opening page. National Television Spring Festival Special People's Entrepreneur. Let's get close to Subai, the founder of Rice Technology. Approaching People's Entrepreneurs for spring break. Boss's vacation. Waiting for you to come and see. I have to say, not to be outdone by Dajinshi, above the title party. It's always been kinda title party. There are 4 lines of text in total, and they are hooked. Even without mentioning Subai, a boss's vacation alone whets the appetite. Add Subai's big name to the mix, and it's like a doped up pig, with the heat soaring all the way up. The point is that it's time sensitive. A few days ago 9 Media Zhao Boss extravagant heat has not yet dropped it. These 2 days to this group of rich people for the unkindness of the rich is cursing. I can't imagine that at this juncture. The official actually lifted Subai out. There was also a Chinese New Year special, the People's Entrepreneur. But anyone with a little brain, it is not difficult to guess. This is the official down. To set up a positive example, in order to set the record straight. However, looking at Subai's name, many people were secretly worried. The pearl and jade are in the front, the wooden casket is in the back, and Boss Zhao, who is worth tens of billions of dollars, is extravagant like that. Despite the fact that Rice Technologies products were conscientious and fairly priced, Subai's stature was there after all. Spring break for a $100 billion president. Don't even think about it because ordinary people can't even imagine it. That's a lot of luxury. Maybe with Su Bai's character. The only difference between him and Boss Zhao is, Boss Zhao's 230,000 a meal dinner will be dumped if he can't finish it, and Su White will probably put it in the fridge and save it for another meal to continue. That does not delay Su Bai a meal of 230,000 after all, where people's assets are placed. It's not like going to a commoner's house for a home-cooked meal, but if that were true, Su Bai would be considered a successful entrepreneur at best, and would clearly have nothing to do with the program's title, The People's Entrepreneur. So what is the official rush to push out Su Bai for? Raise the ceiling of the imagination by showing the populace the spring vacation of a $100 billionaire boss? Let's see if Su White sends out red envelopes for New Year's Eve. Is it a check or a bank card? Chapter 044, Boss's Spring Festival? Is this the rhythm of killing and killing? As it turns out, when the official Dragon Nation in Douyin wanted to team up to push the stream, even if you're an obscure streetwalker one second, you can be touted as a traffic star the next. With this kind of firepower to push the flow of the whole network, it is expected that any celebrity would be drooling with envy when they see it, but they could only be envious. They couldn't talk about a little jealousy and hate, because the person who was pushed into the stream was Su Bai, the head of Rice Technology. It's the man who makes tampons for all the women of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the man who made the president of the Eagle State delete his tweets. Therefore, when Su Bai's Douyin fans learned that Su Bai was going to broadcast live, they were the first to enter the live room. Oh my god. Am I reading this right? Su Bai can actually broadcast live? The people's entrepreneur? Has the official finally noticed Mr. Su's conscience? Such an entrepreneur should be vigorously publicized. I go. The official and Douyin join push flow. Mr. Su open a live broadcast card so big? At this point in the live broadcast, it didn't directly switch to Su Bai's old home scene. The screen was still stuck in the temporary studio of the national television station, and the host was vocally introducing Su Bai's information, warming up for the upcoming live broadcast. As more and more viewers entered the live broadcast room, the voices that were originally praising Su Bai became complicated. Look at both sides of the coin. Some people praise and naturally some people curse. Oh, Zhao Feiquan's matter hasn't been dealt with yet, and now you're promoting Su Bai? Aren't you afraid that the two of them are the same? I still say that all rich people are no good. Also the boss's vacation. Su Bai is so rich, I don't even dare to think how extravagant his spring festival is. Oh, this is to see that our Chinese New Year is too poor and let us experience the rich people's Chinese New Year? Is this to kill and kill? What's more, because of Zhao Feiquan's stunt of $230,000 for a dinner, he directly brought up the tempo in the comments section. Let's all guess how much Su Bai, a $100 billion boss, is worth for his New Year's Eve dinner. There are guesses of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and even millions. It can be seen that the impact of the Nine Woods Media Zhao Fengquan incident is too bad, and even most of the netizens do not have a trace of goodwill towards entrepreneurs like Su Bai. Meanwhile, Bean Sound HQ has taken note of the negative comments. Chief, do you need us to intervene? Several staff members asked the person in charge for instructions that it was perfectly possible to ban these negative comments by setting relevant sensitive words, but the man in charge shook his head. He had just contacted the national television station, and the other party's reply was dry and dismissive. Even the man in charge got curious. Zhao Fengquan's influence hadn't yet passed, and at this juncture, pushing Su Bai out was clearly untimely. But judging from the official attitude, they seem to be confident again. But where do they get their confidence from? Are they so sure that the image they have created of the people's entrepreneur of Su Bai is so easily accepted by the masses? All questions will be answered in this upcoming broadcast. From the sidelines, this is a big gamble initiated by the official Long Wei. If you win the bet, you can establish the image of Su Bai as a people's entrepreneur, eliminate the bad influence brought by Zhao Fengquan in one go, and set a good example for entrepreneurs all over the country. But once the bet is lost, it is estimated that the Zhao Fengquan incident will be repeated on Su Bai, and this boss Su, who is regarded as the conscience of the national product by women all over the country, will also completely fall off the altar. And just as everyone was curious about what Su Bai's Spring Festival would be like, Dogville, the workload involved was steeply increased as the documentary temporarily became a live broadcast. So Li Chengyuan commanded a group of reinforcements borrowed from the Yicheng TD station. Nervous and orderly pre-broadcast preparations, the warm-up hosts on the capital side were running out of words to say, and the announcer had rushed them several times. In the end, Li Chengyuan set the live countdown to 1 minute, and the main character at this time, Su Bai, what is he doing? He had come to his second uncle's house dressed in the battle robes of a Chuanya man, with his red and white checkered waistband. Standing by the fire with some of his cousins, he chatted, waiting for the arrival of the Hog Slayer. and gesturing at the large white pig locked in an iron cage off to the side. Since all of them live in the new countryside, every house has no pigsties, so the so-called New Year's Eve pig killing is actually the purchase of a live pig. The pigs were all grain hogs, collected from the nearby countryside by familiar hog owners, and were strictly speaking not much different from those raised in their own homes. It is worth mentioning that in Western countries, there is the term bar mitzvah, and in the dog village, the so-called bar mitzvah is to press the pig. If a boy presses the New Year's Eve pig, that means he's grown up, just like Su-bai. At the age of 16, he honorably joined the village's pig pressing brigade, just like today, when Su-bai and a few cousins gathered around and chatted. A few half-grown children stood on the sidelines, looking at a few big brothers with eyes full of envy. All the time, they are not looking forward to joining the village's hog-pressing brigade. Su-bai was chatting with one of his cousins when suddenly, he noticed Xiao Wu, who was standing in front of the camera a few meters away, turn around and give an OK sign to himself. This is the signal for the 30-second countdown to the live broadcast. Know the time on the line. Su-bai other don't have to care. They should do what to do. The lens words in spite of handing over the small Wu on the line. Su-bai also nodded at Xiao Wu, then looked at his several cousins. The broadcast is about to start. Not nervous. A few cousins heckled. Nervous? How can you be? I told your sister-in-law to make sure she tapes the screen. It's my first time on TV. Hey, bye. Thanks to you. It's the first time I've been on TV since I grew up. Quickly help me to see. The hair is messed up or not. Play to play to play. Don't grip my hair In the middle of the conversation, the pig killer invited by the second uncle, riding a 125 motorcycle to kill the door of the yard, with a cigarette in his mouth, untied the guy thing tied to the back of the motorcycle and yelled, "Work!" as Su-bai opened the iron cage that held the pig. The next second, the pig's squeal resounded throughout the entire dog's village. At the same time, in the Capitol studio, the host of a few cartwheels back and forth, after seeing the guide's given signal, are almost moved to tears. Well, viewers, the live feed is ready. So let's link up with the program's resident host, Wu. Hey, Wu, can you hear me? As the live screen signal switched in between, the netizens in the live room were once again in an uproar. Asterisk. Xiao Wu, could it be that Xiao Wu and Mr. Su are live streaming together? Boy, a live broadcast with Xiao Wu as the host. The cards are against all odds nah. Here we go. Let's see how much the annual dinner of 100 billionaire is worth. Just as everyone was talking, the screen switched successfully. Just the familiar Wu, standing in front of the camera, wearing a black down jacket with a microphone pinned to his lapel. Hello host, this is Wu. Signal is good. With Xiao Wu's hands clapping in front of his chest. Well, viewers, this is the national television's special Chinese New Year program, The People's Entrepreneur, and I'm the host, Xiao Wu. As our Lunar New Year draws closer, I'd love to ask all of you in the live broadcast room, are you on vacation yet? Xiao Wu single-handedly brought up a pot of whichever pot he wanted, immediately causing a group of netizens in the live broadcast room who had not yet taken a vacation to wail. I have to say, when it comes to messing with the effects of the show, Wu does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. However, there are many netizens noticed that the live screen of Wu seems to be in the countryside. Behind the screen can still vaguely see the farmhouse, as well as passing by the villagers waving at the camera. A lot of netizens were curious. Isn't it a live broadcast of Su-bai's Chinese New Year? Why are you still running to the countryside? This is a rural area in the southwest at first glance, much like our old home, and there's absolutely no mistaking it. Could it be that Su-bai's hometown is in the countryside and this is his New Year's Eve in the countryside? How can that be? A rich man like him would still live in the countryside? Agree. The nationality does not quietly touch to change to foreign countries or good. Can be in the country for the new year? I am counting his Su-bai conscience, but also rural areas? You are thinking of farts to eat. Chapter 045, Script. Definitely a script. As the number of viewers in the live stream grew, the netizens' discussions became more and more heated. However, Wu, who is the host of the program, is not in a hurry to reveal the answer, but rather sells it. I'm sure you're all wondering where I am right now. Our program is called The People's Entrepreneur and the main character is Su-bai. So where is Su-bai man and what is he doing? As the founder of Rice Technology, Mr. Su-bai Su's Chinese New Year, and exactly how to spend it? When he had whetted the audience's appetite, Wu, who was standing in front of the camera, waved his hand at the camera and laughed. Hold on everyone, please follow our view. The next second the live feed switched again and was handed over to the live drone that was flying over the dog village. With the drone's overhead image, the entire village of Dogger is in full view. Grass. It's really in the countryside. No way. 100 billionaire would go back to his rural home for New Year's Eve? Scripted. Definitely scripted. Suggestions to look into the brain of those who say scripted. Your home live with a script? Amidst the chatter of netizens, along with the overhead footage from the drone, Xiao Wu's drawings began to appear. As you can see, the location we are in now is the Dog's Village in Yicheng City. Hearing the name Dog Village, many netizens could not help but laugh. I can't imagine there are such earthy names for places. Immediately afterward, the overhead drone view ends and the image returns to Wu once again. Then why are we here? A smile appeared on the face of the young Wu who spoke. I'm sure many smart internet users have already guessed that. There's no mistake. Here is none other than our famous entrepreneur Su Bai, Mr. Su's old home. As far as we know, Mr. Su goes back to his hometown every year to celebrate the new year. And this year, our program team, along with Mr. Su, came to his hometown, Dog's Village, by way of live broadcast. Take a look. As the founder of Rice Technology, as 100 billionaire Mr. Su, his spring festival, and how he will spend it. With the introduction of host Wu, the entire comments section of the live broadcast immediately boiled over as countless question marks floated by. What? Su Bai's hometown is really in the countryside? A $100 billion boss would actually go back to the countryside for New Year's Eve? I go, said good private plane, said good villa mansionette, you directly to me dry rural areas to come? No, I've bought a house in the city for the new year, and Mr. Su is still in the countryside? What's the fuss? At first, the netizens didn't believe it, but on second thought, this is a live broadcast. This is a live broadcast initiated by national television. Names of people and places, all available. It's simply not possible to fake it. Just as everyone was in a trance, another special group of netizens appeared in the comment section. Ha 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 ha, the Yicheng hometown is here to gather. There's no mistake. Mr. Su is one of us from Yicheng. Let me say a fair word for Mr. Su. There is nothing wrong with what Xiao Wu said. Mr. Su has to go back to his hometown every year to celebrate the new year. My house is next door to the Dog Village, and I often see Mr. Su's old S6 on New Year's Eve. This one is finally solid. Su Bai's hometown is really in the countryside, and return home for New Year's Eve every year. More crucially, due to a certain netizen's revelation, Su Bai's old S6 was also discovered by sharp-eyed netizens. The old A6? Mr. So drives an old A6? No, Mr. Su's class. My class. I actually drive the same car as Mr. Su, this is something I know. Mr. Su's car is a 12S6, and there is no driver yet. From an employee of Rice Technology who wishes to remain anonymous. When this piece of news spread, the entire live broadcast room commented, and a large portion of it was suddenly missing. Countless netizens were directly silenced by these two messages directly dry. Especially the pile of netizens who had just guessed that a New Year's Eve dinner for Su Bai was worth several $1 million. People were dumbfounded. No private jet, no villa luxury car, just an old S6 more than 10 years old, and a villager with a dirt cheap name. If it is just this, it is nothing special. At best it is considered Su Bai's low-key life and simple style. But don't forget, Su Bai, he has another identity. With the most conscientious price and the best quality, it has built a rice phone that every dragon nation can afford to use. Ligang Daily Chemical giant Wanjiati has safeguarded the health of fellow women across the country with a rice sanitary napkin that is so cheap that millions of female netizens are collectively shouting for a price hike. The rice standard initiated the resurgence of the domestic daily chemical industry, with prices so conscientious as to be heartbreaking. Judging from all of Su Bai's deeds, he is undoubtedly a successful entrepreneur, an entrepreneur with a conscience. And today's live broadcast showed another side of Su Bai. He was low-key and simple to the point where he was, on the other side of the spectrum, no different from the average person. He drove his old A6 back to his rural hometown for New Year's Eve, not splurging or being high and mighty, ordinary to the point of being, like a certain friend of ours, or rather, Su Bai of Rice Technology, a successful entrepreneur, and Su Bai, who went back to his hometown for New Year's Eve, is a common people's man. Perhaps that's why the show is called The People's Entrepreneur, because Su Bai he came from the people and returned to the people. For a while, the group of netizens who had been cursing Su Bai just now were completely speechless. Ahem, I admit I was a bit loud just now. Mr. Su's cowhide, worthy of the title of People's Entrepreneur. Convinced, I can't imagine that 100 billionaires' private life is actually so low-key and simple. Mr. Su is so rich that he is still driving the old S6. I looked at the BMW I bought with a loan and slapped myself hard. As the comment winds shifted, Su Bai's own fans all came forward. Humph, what do you mean by people's entrepreneur? This is what you call a people's entrepreneur. Don't forget the beginning, understand. Mr. Su is good, and entrepreneurs all over the country should learn from Mr. Su. If we were all like Mr. Su, we wouldn't have to curse this group of rich people every day. As the famous comedian Gua Gang said, comedians are not allowed to wear watches, rings and necklaces on stage, because the audience off stage will see it and feel uncomfortable. There will always be the suspicion that those watches and rings were bought with money from yourself. The same reasoning makes just as much sense when it comes to Subai. Driving the old S6 back to the rural home for the New Year Subai, people are not out of money, but the money is spent on the knife edge, used in the consumers to build a conscientious product. For a while, the viewers who had finished brainstorming, especially the female netizens who already had a good feeling about Subai, were all touched. No wonder the products of Rice Technology, the price is so low. I finally know the reason now. Woohoo! I can't believe I'm actually touched by a boss. That's warmth from an entrepreneur? Wrong, please use the full term. People's entrepreneur. The antonym is inhuman capitalist. Meanwhile, Yenjing, at the national television headquarters, a group of heads looked at the comments section, where the wind had changed dramatically, and were thrilled. I can't imagine that the broadcast has just started and People's Subai hasn't even shown up yet. This image of the people's entrepreneur. Just stand up. The group of leaders didn't have the slightest idea that they were too happy too soon. Yes, the image of Subai as a people's entrepreneur did stand up, but they had overlooked one thing. The main character of this live broadcast, Subai, hadn't appeared on the live broadcast screen yet. For before long, Subai, who had personally set up his image as a people's entrepreneur, would again go through his own tawdry maneuvers. Take your own persona and steer it in an inexplicable direction. Chapter 046, Pressing the Pig. People's entrepreneur? Through the national television station's efforts, the full support of the Douyin platform, through the form of live broadcasting, coupled with a set of professional triple links of the gold medal host Xiao Wu, all kinds of buffs stacked on top of each other. The Chinese New Year special, The People's Entrepreneur, has just kicked off with surprisingly good results. It is said that a clever woman can't cook without rice, although the live behind-the-scenes lineup is ridiculously strong. But if Subai's real image pulls the crotch, if you want to set up this image of the people's entrepreneur, it won't be so easy at all. The key is still in Subai. As a $100 billion veteran, his low-key, down-to-earth style was a hit with the audience as soon as the show started. Now that the image is up, the purpose of the show is served. As the netizens in the comments section praised Subai, it also meant that the effects of the Zhao Fengquan incident were being quickly eliminated. That is, the positive effect of setting a positive example. Seeing how well it worked, a few heads of state television were so happy they were about to pop champagne and celebrate. Good, our mission is considered accomplished. How many viewers are watching the live broadcast now? A staff member in charge of data monitoring stared at the big screen. 8,200,000 online viewers. Still rising. I have to say, the official hand. The effect is not the same. Subai Live selling goods. Online audience will not have more than 2 million times. As a result of a program down, the audience watching Subai directly exceeded 8 million. At this rate, it is not impossible to exceed the 10 million mark. The leaders were also happy to hear this number. More live viewers means a better show. Very well, tell Li Changyuan on the scene to be sure to hold steady and control the live effect. As long as Subai's image as a people's entrepreneur doesn't crumble. After the live broadcast is over and the program team comes back, I'll personally give him a celebration. A leader said with conviction. Avalanche? Subai's image has been established. Where is it so easy to collapse? As long as Subai doesn't go to kill or set fire to anyone, he will never fall apart. Are you kidding me? National TV is out. You're kidding me. At the same time, more than 8 million netizens gathered in the live broadcast room, with the image of Subai's people's entrepreneur being established. The live broadcast comments section, which had originally been divided, became harmonized with the naked eye. It was supposed to be a big year. Who wouldn't want to have a good time? Now, well, Subai came out at this stop, eliminating the negative impact of the Zhao Fengquan incident with his own low-key and simple style. The netizens naturally wouldn't be holding on to it, and the topic in focus shifted to this live broadcast as the host, Xiao Wu, introduced it. Like Wu said, as the founder of Rice Technology and as a $100 billion old man on the rich list. Since Subai is so low-key and simple, how did he spend his spring festival? Seeing that Subai's figure hadn't appeared on the screen yet, many netizens couldn't sit still. Okay, I admit that Subai counts as the people's entrepreneur of the real name. Then let us see his spring festival in the end. How to spend. That's it. I realized that Xiao Wu is talking especially much today. You should show us where Subai is. It's obvious that after the image was erected, viewers are now curious as to what Subai's spring festival is like since his private life is so low-key. At this time on the live broadcast screen, standing in front of the camera, Wu, naturally, does not know what the netizens are talking about. Just from Li Someone's gesture, I know that the live broadcast is good now, since the effect was good. Then Wu was quite relieved and began to continue the introduction in order. Alright, viewers, after all the introductions, I'm sure you can't wait as long as I can. So without further ado, let's all follow along with our camera. With a wave of Xiao Wu's hand, the cameraman with the camera followed Xiao Wu's lead, steadily carrying the equipment towards the front. As the screen shifted, more than 8 million netizens stretched their necks and stared at their cell phone screens with wide eyes. Where is Su Bai? And what is he doing? Under the gaze of 8 million netizens, the live camera slowly came to the dam of a small farmhouse. Ask when the countryside is at its best. That would probably rank in the top 3 for killing the New Year's Eve pig. At this time, the dam of Su Bai's second uncle's house was a lively one. Inside the concrete dam the size of a basketball court was full of people. And in one corner of the dam, on a brickwood stove, a large pot of hot water steamed. A few laughing women are sitting on short benches picking vegetables. The big yellow pregnant orange cat is sitting under the eaves licking its paws, with the explosion of a firecracker. A few little kids in cotton jackets run through the dam, drawing a scolding from the elders of the family. And the big yellow dog on a leash shrinks in the corner of the dam, shivering. The second uncle of the host family, Su Bai, was holding a box of cigarettes and handing them around with a big smile. The pig killer who had just finished sharpening his knife took the cigarette and clapped it on his ear, spat out the dying cigarette in his mouth in one mouthful, replaced it with an iron hook, and talked and laughed his way toward the big white pig in the iron cage. Seeing this, the few members of the pig-killing brigade who were originally still chatting on the side wearing girths, including Su Bai, all surrounded them. An annual pig slaughtering drama has been kicked off. The screen was quite lively, but the crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were busy looking for Su Bai's figure in the pile of people. This is not in the killing of New Year's pigs. Our southern rural New Year's Eve every year the reservation program. Make a half day. Su Bai people it. What is this? Mr. Su's house? And where is he? Mr. Su's family also kills pigs on New Year's Eve? It feels the same as our ordinary family. Photographer, you're out of chicken legs today. Shot half a day. Shot what? Where is the man? Where is Su Bai? Can't really blame the photographer to be honest. For one thing, there were too many people on the scene, but Su Bai was wearing a girth, squeezed into the pig pressing brigade, and with his back to the camera, he couldn't be detected at all. The experienced Xiao Wu, seemingly aware of such a situation, squeezed through the crowd and took the photographer's camera along with him, heading towards Su Bai. Excuse me, please, Mr. Su, Mr. Su, as the host Wu called out. All the netizens were wide-eyed. They all want to see how Su Bai, as a $100 billion boss, spends his spring festival. What is Su Bai doing now? Again, with millions of netizens watching. The next second, a high-pitched pig squeal came from the pile on, as the crowd of onlookers dispersed, only to see the live broadcast screen. 4 or 5 strong boys pulling, pressing, in the yell of the pig killer, a big fat pig of more than 300 pounds, firmly pressed to the ground. And among the group of lads, Su Bai, who was wearing a red and white plaid girth, was now grasping the pig's hoof with one hand and the pig's tail with the other, with half of his body pressed against the pig. Hearing Wu's call just now, he was looking up just in time to face the direction of the camera. Here it is. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, close to 9 million netizens, after seeing Su Bai who was pouncing on the pig through the screen. Silence is tonight's Cambridge, when the focus of the photographer's picture was perfectly and unmistakably dislike Su Bai's face. As the pig squeals in the picture, it comes out of the cell phone speakers of 9 million netizens. The whole world, silent. Even netizens who usually talk a lot and have fast hands can only hold their cell phones and be skeptical at this time. In Rongcheng, Su Xiaochang, who was groping the fish in his office and watching the live broadcast, saw Su Bai, who was pressing the pig on the screen, and then took a mouthful of tea with soup and leaves and sprayed a whole desk. Capital, an older national TV leader, after seeing the picture of Su Bai who pressed the pig, he already had a heart attack, almost a breath of air, shivering hand from the pocket to look for quick-acting heart pills. Yang Chang, walking while watching the live broadcast of Yishao Kai, after seeing the picture of Su Bai who pressed the pig, he fell headlong into the green belt, and the person fell down and the machine flew. The silence from the 9 million netizens lasted a full 5 seconds before, finally, a comment from a netizen from the Northeast, quietly refreshed. This is National TV's Spring Festival special program by the pig, the people's entrepreneur? Chapter 047. This live broadcast is becoming more and more golden. The howling of the pigs echoed through the large dog village. It also reverberates through advanced live broadcasting equipment, echoing throughout the Dragon Kingdom, from home to home, throughout the history of human civilization. It may never be possible to find such a pig that can be watched by 9 million viewers, witnessing the last moment of his life. Similarly, the Forbes rich list, which originated during the World War I era, has lasted for more than 100 years. And how many of the world's billionaires have been on the list? But I'm afraid we'll never find another. Per pig, $100 billionaire. So, when a pig who lived honorably and died heroically runs into a $100 billionaire who has kept a low profile beyond imagination. One pig, one person, just a subtle chemistry. This chemistry, witnessed by 9 million netizens, evolved into a whole new word. Program effect. There's one thing to be said for all the years since the birth of this live streaming thing. The picture of Sue by pressing the pig. In terms of program effect, even if it is placed in the bombing world, it is also the existence of the originator of the bombing world. Originally, many netizens and celebrities who run live broadcasts were still outraged by the loss of popularity in their live broadcasts due to the official push of streaming. But when they came to Subai's live room and saw Subai who pressed the pig, without exception, all gave a knee. This is nasty, and it's a hell of a comparison. My clothes stripped naked 720 degrees upside down spinning hairwashing, but also not as good as you 100 billion old boss New Year's Eve by the pig. With the effect of your show, why do you need an official push stream? Pure and simple waste. Not to mention the 9 million netizens who were rendered collectively silent by Subai's flurry of operations. Even the program host Xiao Wu who was at the scene. Let him hosting experience is rich. The scene reaction is fast. When he himself saw the press pig Subai, our shocked half a day did not react. Originally, Wu thought that Subai helped to kill the pig, but just a formality. At most, stand next to help give a hand. But who would have thought that this Subai, he is something really on. He's not only really on, he's a mainstay, can you believe it? Throughout the several members of the pig pressing brigade, due to the reason that all of them are southerners, most of them are in the upper and lower meters of 1 meter 7, and very few of them can be more than 1 meter 8, and Subai, who was 5 feet 8 inches, stood out among the crowd of press pig members. This scene had the appearance that without Subai, this pig could not be pressed. With another burst of pig squeals, was shocked outside the small Wu, only then reacted to his own still hosting. There are millions of netizens watching the live broadcast. Only Xiao Wu came next to Subai and faced the camera. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've seen what our Mr. Su is doing. That's right, he's pressing the pig. As we all know, this killing of New Year's pigs, is one of the New Year's customs in most of the rural areas of our Dragon Kingdom. Luckily, in the village of Dog's Child, in Mr. Su's hometown, today happens to be the day to kill the New Year's Eve pig, and our Mr. Su is personally involved today. With Wu's explanation, the netizens, who had been silent for half a day, became active again. What's going on? What are you doing to that pig, Subai? I finally understand what it means to say that the life of the rich is beyond our imagination. It's, who the hell would have thought? No, Mr. Su, even if you drive the old A6, even if you go back to the countryside for New Year's Eve, even if you press the pig here, would indeed be a bit excessive. Screenshot has been taken. I announced that the best picture of the year is officially born. 100 billionaire Mr. Su presses the pig. Wow, the way Mr. Su presses the pig. So man and handsome yo. Love love love. Just as a bunch of netizens were busy taking screenshots of this rare and famous scene, the host, Xiao Wu, had already bent over to Subai's side and hadn't forgotten his job. Mr. Su, can you tell our viewers and friends in the live broadcast room how you are feeling at this moment? I just heard from the villagers that you have been pressing pigs since you were 16 years old. I can see that you are very experienced in pressing pigs. Can you share with us? Needless to say, Wu is no less effective when it comes to messing with the effects of the show. People Subai is busy pressing the pig. You let people introduce the mood even if, but also share the experience? At this time, half of Subai's body is pressed on the pig. Hands and feet. Busy are busy. He shares a what? Seeing this, a group of netizens are about to burst out laughing. Mr. Su is now in the mood of a big pig. A lot of people, and the host, Wu, is annoyed. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being a $100 billion president. Pressing a pig is so handsome. If the assets are only a few $1 billion, this pig definitely can't be pressed. Pig, how can I be so virtuous that a $100 billion old boss comes and presses me? Pig, Mr. Su, you're pressing me to sit on the butt meat. The main character, Subai, is cooperating with several cousins, and together with the pig killer, tugging and dragging the hissing pig toward the slab, listening to Xiao Wu's chatter in his ears. Where is the time to answer him? Feeling the growing force of resistance underneath him, Subai realized that something was wrong. It's going to be overwhelming. 2 more. I have to say, the New Year's Eve pig that my second uncle's family bought today does look a little big. Usually it's not much more than a couple hundred pounds, and this pig weighed in at a full 380 pounds, which is running at 400. The 4 members of the pig pressing brigade, plus the 5 men of the pig killer, were hard on the verge of being unable to press. Hearing Subai's voice, Subai's second uncle and a half-grown boy immediately rushed up to help, and a group of watching women and children around, watching 6 or 7 people pressing a pig. This scene full of testosterone. No one can move their eyes. Coincidentally, there is not only 1 but 2 other families in the village killing pigs today. This also led to the original dog village sizable number of press pig brigade. The whole was split into 3 waves. The number of people is small, coupled with the pig is also large, to half a meter high on the board to lift the pig. Hard to not lift the move. Anyone else? 2 more. As the main force, Subai turned his head and saw Xiao Wu behind him, who was still chattering to the camera, and immediately shouted, "Wu, come help." Ha! Hearing Subai's call, Xiao Wu, who was still facing the camera, was confused. No. Is there anything else for me here? Ooh, here it comes. Before leaving, Wu did not forget to humor the camera in a wave. As you can see, viewers, Mr. Su's pig is going to be pressed, and I have to go help. After saying that, Xiao Wu then squeezed into the larger and larger press pig brigade amidst Subai's urging. Mr. Su, I'm here. How to press? Subai directly handed over a rope to Xiao Wu's hand, the other end of the rope, tied to the pig's back hoof, and instructed, pull on it, don't let go, and talk to me if you can't. Okay, don't worry. With the addition of Xiao Wu, a group of netizens watching the live broadcast were laughing. No more. This broadcast is getting more and more gold. Ha ha ha. Following the other name of the scene after the $100 billion old man presses the pig, Xiao Wu presses the pig. This pig is a ing crime, ha ha ha. Pig, do I really have to die today? Pig, here. Wu, put the microphone in my mouth. I have something to say today. But there are also sharp-eyed netizens. After looking at Xiao Wu, who is tugging on the rope and pulling on the pig's hind hooves, this Xiao Wu has never pressed a pig at first glance. This posture, veritably dragging his feet. Wu is indeed dragging his feet, only it's dragging the pig's feet. And Subai should never have put such an important rope in the hands of a national TV host who had never pressed the pig at all. So much so that in his later years, whenever Subai recalled this day, he would regret this decision and slap his thighs. Chapter 048. Our reputation has been planted on a pig. The sound of pigs squealing, still echoing in the dog village, witnessed by tens of millions of netizens. The press pig team is gradually growing. Unfortunately, with more and more people, nearly 400 pounds of large white pigs still did not break free from the shackles of fate. By the crowd managed to carry on the case. The pig killer with a cigarette in his mouth, grasping an iron hook in one hand, hooking the upper jaw of the pig, and holding a brightly shining pig killing knife in the other hand, constantly adjusting the pig's head position, ready for a slash and burn. Seeing this, the cameraman also skillfully avoided the upcoming gory shots and placed the main image on Xiao Wu, who was pulling the pig's hooves, and Subai, who was pressing the pig's butt. I'm sure it won't be long before the curtain falls on this rare and famous spectacle, and many of the netizens who watched the show didn't get enough of it. Ugh, is this going to end? It instantly feels tasteless. Witnessing a $100 billion boss and a gold medal host teaming up to press a pig. I'm kind of out of my league. Still want to see it and suggest moving it to this year's spring show. And just when a bunch of netizens thought that the climax of the story had passed, none of them realized that the pig-killing drama had just begun. I saw Subai's second aunt put the big iron pot with salt and cool white water, put it under the pig's neck, waiting to catch the pig's blood to make pig's blood wang, and the hog slayer had found a good place to lay his knife, and with the knife in his hand, he said he could go. The horde of hog-pressing brigades also put forth their best efforts to prepare for the most violent resistance that was to follow, and as the main character, the big white pig, after seeing the brightly shining pig-killing knife in front of him, as if he also knows that he has ushered in the countdown of life, and tries to make a final resistance. But this resistance does not matter. Riveted to struggle for a while, the clever pig then realized that his hind legs are quite loose. The guy who seems to be pulling his own leg didn't eat. As we all know, a job like pressing pigs is all about a precision fit. Can't get loose anywhere. Loose a random spot. And once the pig finds a hint of room to fold, it's all over the place like dominoes. And as it happens, with this pig today, it really found its chance. With a final, high-pitched squeal, pig exerted all his strength, and his right hind leg closed in with a sharp stomp. In the next second, Xiao Wu, who was standing at the back, looked at his empty hands and was dumbfounded. What about the rope? Where's the rope in my hand? Mr. Su, before Wu could tell Subai, who was pressing the pig, about the situation. In the next second, Subai, who was still pressing on the pig, was directly toppled by the huge pigs but directly flying more than 2 meters away. Several members of the pig pressing brigade were also bounced around by the pigs that broke away. The pig that succeeded in breaking free also caused the surrounding crowd to scream. A few old people shouted and tried to salvage the situation through their command. 2 children watching the scene were directly picked up by the adults, and the big yellow dog lying in the corner of the yard. It stood up to see. The scene was a mess. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and the pig killer, who had been preparing to stab the pig, saw that the greater part of the pig had broken free, and with quick eyes, immediately loosened the iron hook that was hooked in the upper jaw of the pig. It doesn't matter if the pig runs away. It's the one with the hook that gets hurt that's the problem. And as the iron hook loosened, the completely liberated piggy, directly from the more than half a meter high plate fell to the ground. The white body and the concrete floor flipped half circle, with the limbs successfully touched the ground, then began their own piggy great escape. The pig this run is okay. The key is, Subai's second uncle, at this time, is still dead holding the pig neck. At first, he thought that he would wait for himself to find a steady heart before letting go. But where did he think that Piggy didn't give him a chance at all, and carried Subai's second uncle on his back and ran wildly. Seeing that the pig's speed is getting faster and faster, Subai Airbo did not dare to spread his hands anymore, and with a bright idea, after holding the pig's neck, he simply rode the whole person on the pig's back, along with the pig riding second uncle. 1 person and 1 pig disappeared into the doorway of the yard, leaving only the second uncle's unyielding rage in his ears as he left. Gone you mother asterisk. Live. It's over after all. In the 40th minute after Piggy carried Subai Airbo Pig Surge, this pig-killing drama finally came to an end. There's one thing to be said for this livestream, and it's surprisingly good. Online viewership peaked at over 14 million. Of course, that doesn't compare to the hundreds of millions of people who watched the Spring Festival Gala, but for the Douyin live streaming platform, this live broadcast by Subai had broken the highest record set by Heavenly King Lu 2 years ago. It became the largest online audience for a live broadcast since the inception of Douyin. With this data alone, Douyin can proudly announce to the world that they are the #1 platform for private live streaming, and deservedly so. Aside from the fact that Douyin made a lot of money, the national television stations that planned the broadcast were, without a doubt, the biggest winners. This People's Entrepreneurs, once on the air, caused a positive reaction on a grand scale among the common people, making the public realize deeply what a real entrepreneur is. On top of that, those 14 million netizens are undoubtedly lucky, because through a live broadcast, they opened their eyes, witnessed multiple famous scenes, and left behind many famous internet stems. For example, 100 billionaires by the hog. Xiao Wu presses the pig. Wu is dragging his feet. Desperate second uncle. Blah blah blah. After a quick analysis, this appears to be a multi-win situation. The premise is that 2 people have to be excluded. In the evening, 2 forlorn men were sitting alone under the big acacia tree at the entrance of Dog Village. Phew. In the smoke, Subai, who seldom smoked, was holding a cigarette in his mouth and looking at the direction of his house in the distance with bleak eyes. How come? Can't pull it off. On the side of the small Wu, is squatting on the flower bed, right hand propped up on the chin. Eyes look at the ground listlessly, a face of aggrieved. Mr. Su, what to do? I heard that the internet is now full of terriers of the 2 of us, and various emoticons are flying all over the place. Subai once again exhaled a mouthful of smoke. What does it all say? Wu switched hands to prop his chin up. Say what you will, that you're an entrepreneur who can't hold down a pig, that I'm a facilitator who can't pull a pig, that we're crouching dragon in Phoenix. When he said this, Wu was on the verge of tears, his voice urgent. Mr. Su, both of us have been planted on a pig for a lifetime. Hearing this, Subai was worried to death. The idea was to create an image of a low-key, simple people's entrepreneur through a live broadcast. And by the way, suck up another wave of powder for yourself. The powder poured in a smattering of more than 1. And the fans soared directly from 20 million out of the gate to 32 million, a jump of more than 10 million. But what Subai never expected is that their own people's entrepreneurial image just set up, on the ing with the pig on the dry. Now the whole internet, but any mention of pigs, cannot be separated from him and Wu. Whenever he and Wu are mentioned, you can't get away from the pigs. Like Wu said, he is a big boss. Forbes billionaire, did not fall into the hands of the daily chemical giant Wanjiaji, but fell into the hands of a pig. Chapter 049, If the enemy can go, I can also go. Xiao Wu left. He went back to Rongqing overnight and took a plane. The douchey host, who can't pull a pig, has seen his doujinshi followers go up by more than 5 million in just half a day. Of course, the price is quite heavy. More than N nicknames, hundreds of emoticons, and countless ghost videos. In Wu's own words, today he, a well-known gold medal host, has become a complete joke on national television. Before leaving, pulling the pig Wu or cheeky to find Subai, to Subai's prestige number and private cell phone number. Subai also gave quite painful. The same as the press pig duo. The two at least is considered to have shared a disaster, belonging to the Hard brothers. However, next year when he kills the New Year's Eve pig, Subai will definitely not give the rope to someone he doesn't trust. The prerequisite is that his second uncle, who has also become a big joke in the village, still agrees that he should press the pig in order to do so. The departure of the crew didn't bring with it the lively jubilation of the village of the renegades. On the contrary, as the Chinese New Year is getting closer and closer, the whole village of Dog Village is immersed in a joyful and festive atmosphere. And Subai, too, is still the same Subai. What it is on the air is what it is in real life. I would follow the old grandpa in the village and play chess in the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village, and was laughed at and scolded by a group of old men for being a stinky chess basket. I would also stand in my own dam with a bowl of rice in my hand, shaving rice while watching the new daughter-in-law of a neighbor's house. When I had nothing better to do, I made a slingshot and taught the little kids in the village to shoot lit cannonballs into the sky. But most of the time, Subai will move a stool, sitting in their own yard sunbathing, next to a thermos cup, the cup brewing hot tea. From time to time, end up sip. This rare leisure time was just right for Subai to empty his brain and think about his grand endeavors. To outsiders, Subai was a business genius, $100 billion president, and a people's entrepreneur of the people. But only Subai himself understood that he was facing an insurmountable dilemma. Today, the basic plate of rice technology, the cell phone business, has achieved the first in the Dragon Kingdom, passed the period of rapid development, and entered a stable period. This also meant that it was impossible for Subai's assets to expand as quickly as they had in previous years, and the goal Subai had set for himself at this stage was to be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. How much does the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom have now? $390 billion. Rounded up, it's twice as much as Subai. With Subai's current rate of development, it was no surprise that within 4 years, Subai would be able to exceed this number. But the math, that's not how the math works, because you Subai in the development at the same time. Other people are also in the development. The most critical thing is that other people's development speed. It is possible to be faster than you. The reason for this is that the volume of rice technology is not enough to support Subai's ambition. In other words, if Subai wanted to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom purely through the cell phone business, the probability was basically zero with his current profit margin. So, to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, Subai needed to find a whole new track. Well, esteemed readers, here comes the most informative part of this novel. What should be the first step if you want to become the richest man someday, even if you don't want to be ordinary? Watch for live, practical instruction from a $100 billionaire, only to see Subai take out his cell phone, click on the browser, open the Dunian, and then search for World's Top 100 Companies. Why are we searching for this list? We are going to need to know a truth that has been around for ages. That is, it is always easier to copy than to innovate. It's also true that it's much easier to go straight into an existing industry and copy your competitors until they're dead than to rack your brains to develop a new business that's never been done before. Let's say you want to open a hot pot restaurant. The easiest and most effective way, it is to find a hot pot restaurant with the best business in your neighborhood. Copy his location, copy his purchase channels, copy his decoration style, copy his management services. It doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed, but it's a lot easier than doing it on a whim. By the same token, since Subai wants to develop new tracks, new businesses, the easiest way, too, is to copy. But with Subai's assets nowadays, he certainly wouldn't go so far as to copy a hot pot restaurant. For him, if he's going to copy, he's going to copy the best. Take out the number one on the list of the world's top 100 companies and wouldn't he be number one in the world? Professional operation. Please don't imitate. Everyone choose according to their own strength. Let me con. Who is the number one in the world right now? Again, as the browser page refreshed, a complete list of the world's top 100 companies appeared right on Subai's cell phone screen. With Subai's strength, he naturally didn't need to pull down the list and just stare at the first place. When Subai took a good look at the name of the world's number one enterprise, he instantly raised his eyebrows. Wah! Mar! Who would have thought that a superstore chain from the Eagle Kingdom would beat a host of internet giants and oil and energy overlords to become the world's no. One by force. Yes, a supermarket owner became number one in the Fortune 500. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any law of the land? Subai, who saw the three words Wajima clearly, the corners of his mouth were simply harder to suppress than AK. That is the uninhibited and indulgent that has been passed down in the genes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom for generations. It was as if every cell in the body was screaming, if the enemy can go, I can go. The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. The poor Taoist, Subai, invites maritime to his death. If you are a high-tech enterprise, or a resource monopoly, then Subai really have to weigh. After all, there are industry barriers in place, but if you're a supermarket owner, that would be embarrassing. Some people may wonder, as a large chain of superstores, Wojima, which dominates the world and has been ranked as the #1 company in the world's top 500 for 12 consecutive years, is not as easy to pin down as Wanjiaji. There were many people like Subai who had wanted to challenge or shake Wojima's position, but judging from the results, all of them, without exception, had failed. That's Subai. And where is the confidence, dare and this behemoth? Single road against the line not to mention, but also want to block the other side under the tower. Troop lines are not allowed to eat each other. Sorry, people may have forgotten, even though Subai wasn't open, he was a genuine traveler. Just by copying a certain me from his previous life, Subai became the leading leader of the cell phone industry in the Dragon Kingdom in just a few years and became a 100 billionaire. Then please ask, when Subai moved out of the previous life popular in the Central Plains, scolded the entire internet supermarket uncrowned king a certain Donlai, and how should Walmart respond? It is worth mentioning that a certain Donlai in his previous life did not go out of the Central Plains due to many complicated reasons. But now, for Subai, what a certain Donlai could do, he, Subai, could likewise do. What a certain Donlai couldn't do, he, Subai, could still do. And just as Subai was sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea and sunbathing while thinking about how to borrow the Donlai model and take out the world's #1 Wojima and replace it, outside the yard on the main road, passing a few young people of the same age in the village, look at the appearance, is together about to go to the village kiosk door to play cards. Chinese New Year. In rural areas, playing cards is a very common form of entertainment. Just as several people passed by the courtyard of the Su family, after seeing Subai sitting in the courtyard drinking tea, they greeted each other. Brother Bai. Sunbathing, go, play cards together. Brother Bai. Look at you sitting in the yard thinking hard for half a day. What are you thinking about? Why don't my brothers help you out? Subai put down his teacup with a gentle smile. Not thinking about anything, thinking about how to be the richest man in the country. At that, a few of the young men almost gave brittle. This scene was exactly the same as when he was a child and asked Subai how many points he scored in the exam. Just ask this one more time. When people say they want to be the richest man in the country, they are mostly bragging. But this one in front of me, he can really do it. It is said that goods will be thrown away and people will die. No wonder people can be rich and powerful while they can only be a cowhorse wage earner. That's the difference. This is not in the mood to play cards. Oh, hurry to break up the group to go home. But just as several people were all struck by Subai's sentence, Subai walked towards several people with a thermos cup in his hand. Play what? Mahjong? Well, I'll be the first to say that I won't play anything over $10. Seeing that Subai was actually willing to play cards with them, a few people were instantly enraptured. Just kidding, there are more people who can play poker, but it's a rarity to sit at a table and play cards with a 100 billionaire. That's a bullseye. In a flurry of heckling, several young people surrounded Subai together and walked towards the village entrance kiosk. The backs of a few people hooked up, as in their childhood. Chapter 050. Strike the first blow. Strive for a good start. Now that you've decided what to do, all that's left is how to do it. According to reason, since we want to benchmark Wojima, the best way is to deal with Wanjiati like this. Not to seek the whole map to open fire, but to seek a single point of breakthrough first. Just like the rice tampons, the first salvo in the crusade against Vanguard is a good way to get a head start. And what a way to fire that first salvo. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Subai stood in the living room with a bowl of yuanxiao, eating yuanxiao while looking at the map of the Dragon Kingdom that his father, Su Guoliang, had pasted on the wall of the living room. Business competition, to put it bluntly, is a game of capturing the market by attacking the city. At a glance, today's Wojima has more than 400 stores in the whole of the Dragon Kingdom, basically achieving full coverage of first, second, third and fourth tier cities. It can be said that in the land of the Dragon Kingdom, all the small flags of Wojima have been planted. The strength of the world's #1 company is really something. Then try to ask, facing such a powerful opponent, clamoring for the king's vassal, rather than the seat of Subai, and how to start the game. History has taught us that there are only two approaches. One is the urban encirclement of the rural areas. The other is obviously the rural surrounded by the urban. The former, that is, Subai chose like the Magic City, the capital of the first-tier cities, open a rice supermarket, copying the Donglai model, and then face-to-face and Woolman sing against each other. After achieving a stage of victory, and then sink radiation to the second and third-tier cities. That's what Wojima did in the first place. This is a model that is difficult before it is easy. As long as you have established a firm foothold in the first-tier cities and made a name for yourself, it is much easier to radiate to the second and third-tier cities. equivalent to the opening of the big dragon from pulling out to fight. Want to lose is difficult, but there is a prerequisite for doing so, and that is that one's own strength has to be enough. Wolmer entered the dragon market in 96, and as early as 85, Wolmer's founder had become the richest man in the world. People have enough food and fodder, strong soldiers and horses, when entering the market of the dragon state, of course, have the strength to choose to directly open the big dragon. The first store opened in the reopening of the frontier city of Pengcheng. As for Su Bai, he wasn't even the richest man in the dragon kingdom right now. With his cash flow, going for the big dragon in the opening game is a pure and simple giveaway. Therefore, the safest way is still to surround the city from the countryside. The company chose to open its first rice supermarket in a third or fourth tier city to establish a firm foothold before expanding to first and second tier cities. Now that the strategic direction has been set, the rest is easy. Only Su Bai ate the last bite of the lantern, and after searching around on the huge map of the Dragon Kingdom, he finally set his sights on his old hometown, Yicheng. Yicheng happens to be a third-tier city, or his hometown, occupying the advantages of location and people. As for the timing, Su Bai is not worried at all. As Su Bai often says, the vast majority of one's success relies on peers. As long as one stays true to one's heart and stands with the people, there will always be a bean like Lily Jian to give one an assist. After finishing the yuan shao, Su Bai put the empty bowl back into the kitchen and then slipped away in a dignified manner. As a $100 billion boss, Su Bai has the absolute privilege of not washing dishes. Su Jinfeng's special authorization. Sanner, remember to pay New Year's greetings to a few of your uncles and aunts later. Got it. The customs of the countryside are very different. In addition to paying New Year's greetings to the elders, many of the younger generation also pay New Year's greetings to Su Bai. But red envelopes, well, they don't give checks or bank cards like they say on the internet. Instead, it's a flat $200 bonus. If I had to say there is a difference, there is. It is Su Bai's red packet, usually prepared several small $100,000, because every day on the first day of the Lunar New Year, almost all the children of the dog's village would come to pay their respects to Su Bai. It has even evolved over the past 2 years to the point where children from several nearby villages also come. Su Bai, on the other hand, did not reject any of them, but whenever a child came to pay homage to himself, manually, and just as Su Bai went out to pay his respects to the elders, an 11 or 12-year-old boy hurriedly put down his own dishes in a residential house in the next-door village of Wadian. Grandpa, I'm full. After dropping the sentence, the boy went out in a hurry and hurried in the direction of the dog village. The boy's name is Lu Daji, and because of this name, he has not been teased by his classmates. But even if his classmates chased after him every day after school and called him Dajiba, he never once got red in the face or got into a fight, because he knew that the family couldn't afford to pay for injuring someone. This 12-year-old boy, who had been without parents since he was a child, had been dependent on his grandfather. It is said that the children of poor families are born early, and Lu Daji is a typical example. Not only did he help his grandfather with the housework when he was a child, but he was also a good student, coming in first place every year. Coincidentally, Lu Daji's homeroom teacher happened to be the original Su Bai's homeroom teacher. Whenever he gave out awards to Lu Daji, he would always smile and touch Lu Daji's head and say, "This child is so much like Su Bai," with an aura in his eyes. And later this year, Lu Daji will go to the county to Reed Junior High School. Reed Junior High School means to live in school, can only go home once a week, and before Lu Daji went to middle school, he had one more big thing to do. Buy his grandfather a used electric tricycle. Lu Daji's grandfather, in addition to farming, usually sells vegetables to supplement the family income. On market days, Lu Daji would get up early and help his grandfather bundle the baskets of fresh vegetables on the back of his bicycle. Because the southern part of Sichuan is hilly, there are many uphill slopes, and when it's time to go uphill, Lu Daji always has to help his grandfather push the bike behind him. But once you go to the county to study in junior high school, there will be no one to help grandpa push the cart on market days. So, Lu Daji needs a motorized tricycle. It doesn't need to be too good. A used one will do, preferably the kind with a canopy. In case it rains, grandpa won't have to get wet. The price Lu Daji has already asked. The used one costs 1,200 yuan. Over the past 6 months, Lu Daji has saved $112.50 by saving his money. That's $1,087.50 to go. For a child from a 5-income family, this is certainly a huge amount of money. If Lu Daji wanted to round up the 12,000, he would have to take a bit of an unconventional approach. After a long run, the panting Lu Daji had arrived at the entrance of Dog's village and looked out in the direction of Su Bai's house. The reason why I know where Su Bai's house is because Lu Daji came here last year too. At that time, he mixed in the pile of children, said a good new year to Su Bai, and then got a $200 red envelope. Later this $200 was used by Lu Daji to buy a padded military coat for his grandfather. It was the first time Lu Daji had seen his grandfather wearing new clothes since he could remember. And this year, Daji Lu was back, squatting under the big acacia tree at the entrance of the dog village. He just kept waiting for the other children to appear so that he could mix in the pile of children and go to pay New Year's greetings to Subai. Only different from last year. This year's Lu Daji looked very vain, as if he was going to do something wrong, a face red to the root of his neck, and his little heart was beating wildly in his chest. Lu Daji planned it out. He needed to blend in with the kids and give Subai repeated New Year's greetings and repeated red envelopes when he wasn't paying attention. Keep getting 5 bonuses until you get 5 bonuses. 5 red packets. That is $1,000. Their own first half of the year and then save a save. Should be able to make up the remaining 87 yuan 5. Grandpa's electric tricycle will have landed. And for Lu Daji, a child who grew up with excellent character and learning, the first time to do speculation to get more red envelopes, this kind of thing, it is inevitable to feel guilty. Seemingly to make himself feel better, Lu Daji kept consoling himself. Count me as a borrower. Just a borrower. And when I'm old enough to earn money, I'll pay it back. Double time. Unbeknownst to the speculative 12-year-old, thought about taking 5 red envelopes, $1,000, and then slowly scraping together the rest of the 87.50 on my own. And yet it never even occurred to me that I could take 6 red envelopes directly and still have $112.50 left for myself. Chapter 051. It's New Year's Eve. He has the nerve to reject me? The young man Lu Daji squatted under the big acacia tree at the entrance of the village, waiting to pay his respects to Subai. He was far from the only one who wanted to pay his respects to Subai. At the same time, on the country road leading to Dog's village, a black red flag sedan with an ordinary Yicheng license plate was slowly driving in the direction of Dog's village. The car a driver, a passenger, although both wearing ordinary plain clothes down jacket, alone from the words and behavior, it is not difficult to see that the two are not ordinary people. Driver Zhang, early 30s, serious senior students of the National People's Congress, the examination of the public into the office of the district commission, and then opened up the general scurrying upward, and now has been the secretary of the city of Yicheng big manager, a proper number 1 secret. Since Chang was driving, it was self-evident that he was sitting in the back of the car, only to see the guest driver, Xiao Zhang, observing the road surface, carefully meeting the car on the narrow country highway, while not looking back, asked, "Boss, for us to come to Mr. Su like this without saying hello, can it really work? I don't know when, but local secretaries, they like to call their leaders bosses." In the back row of the car sat the slightly blonde middle-aged man, who was holding his cell phone and swiping the video, which was exactly the ghostly video of Subai being bounced by a pig. Seeing the image of Subai and Xiao Wu chasing the pig, the middle-aged man twitched with laughter. Dong Xin, Yicheng's grand steward, but in the official circles of Sichuan and Chongqing, Dong Xin's other nickname is much more famous. Dong Sanjin. Dong Xin, who comes from the northeast, has clearly taken his talent for drinking and utilized it to the fullest. When he was in charge of the investment promotion port in Rongqing, with his exaggerated capacity for drinking, in just a few years, he pulled 16 listed companies to Rongqing, and the amount of investment pulled by one person exceeded $50 billion. I heard that back then. A bigwig from a listed company let slip at the table that he would invest 100 million in Rongqing as long as Dong Xin had a glass of wine. No one knows exactly how much Dong Xin drank that night because he blew 52-degree liquor into the bottle. Then that listed company dropped tens of billions of dollars in Rongqing one after another in 3 years. Since then, Dong Xin has become famous. By the way, his nickname, Dong Sanjin, does not mean that he has the capacity to drink 3 pounds. Instead, 3 pounds to the bottom. Nowadays, there's no one who doesn't know Dong Sanjin, who was the owner of a big company in the whole Dragon Country, because without exception, Dong Sanjin has gone to pull investment. Otherwise, why do you think so many big companies have come to Yicheng to build factories and invest in Yicheng in the past few years since Dong Sanjin took office? Saying more is the bitter tears of one big boss who doesn't believe in evil. After being dunked under the wine table, it has grown to the point where this great steward of Yicheng has become a touchstone for a host of businesses across the country. In the words of the industry, a boss, if he has not been poured wine by Dong Sanjin and pulled investment, it means that his business is not big enough. Hearing Secretary Xiao Zhang's concern, Dong Sanjin, who put down his cell phone after watching the video, yawned, his big ballast-flavored northeastern accent especially obvious. Are you being naive and giving him a heads up? That wouldn't be tipping him off? If he knew I was coming, would he have waited for me honestly? He would have run away long ago. Why did I pick the first day of the year to come here? Isn't it to block him for money? He had the nerve to turn me down in the middle of the year? If he dares to reject me, I'll make a poster of him being bounced off a pig and hang it at the Yicheng Highway toll booth. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a good time. Not to mention Dong Sanjin, the great steward of Yicheng, comes to you on the first day of the Lunar New Year. You, Su Bai, can't do it without some blood? The other guy, Lu Daji, went to pay his respects to Su Bai just to get 4 more red envelopes and felt guilty about it. And this Dong Sanjin, this trip to Su Bai New Year's Eve. Su Bai also do not have to give too much. 3 billion on the line. For what the numbers are prepared in advance, because Dong Sanjin has long inquired. Su Bai's rice sanitary napkin factory, so far only put into production less than half. There is still $3 billion left for the size of the plant to continue to expand with additional investments. Although this 3 billion has become the meat in the bowl of Rongqing, but as long as this piece of meat has not eaten down into the stomach, he Dong Sanjin have the courage to snatch it. You're a big family in Rongqing. You're not so bad with this 3 billion, but we Yicheng is not the same with this 3 billion rice sanitary napkin factory, tax revenue first, not to mention, alone to solve the employment of several thousand people. To help him Dong Sanjin solved a big problem. So, for the sake of this $3 billion, for the sake of these several thousand jobs, this big steward of Yicheng is going out on a limb today. Specially picked the first day of the new year, this auspicious day, to come to Su Bai to pay New Year's greetings. Happy New Year, Uncle Dan. In the courtyard of Su's house, a 4 or 5-year-old boy wearing a new cotton jacket tilted his head and grinned straight at Su Bai. Good New Year. Su Bai picked up one of the large stacks of red envelopes on the stool next to him and handed it to the little boy, smiling. Study hard and listen to Mom and Dad. Got it. Thanks, Uncle Su. The little boy who got the red packet ran away, happy all the way to the straight avalanche. See the situation? Su Bai smiled and waved. Next, at this time in the courtyard of the Su family, the children have already formed a long line. The small ones are 2 or 3 years old. The big ones are 15 or 16 years old. All of them have come to pay New Year's greetings to Su Bai, queuing up the children chattering a rowdy, and many adults are not far away from the laughing and watching the fun. It can be seen, to Su Bai to pay New Year's Eve, has become a dog village New Year's Eve when the program is reserved. And in the pile of kids, Lu Daji was so far ahead in line that he kept his head down the whole time because he felt embarrassed. It didn't take long for the kids in front to get the red packets and run away happily, and when it was Lu Daji's turn, he finally mustered up the courage to come in front of Su Bai. Uncle Su, good New Year, good New Year. Study hard and listen to your teacher. Su Bai smiled and handed the red envelope to Lu Daji before continuing to call the next one. There were a lot of kids coming to get their red envelopes this year and he had to hurry and move fast to get them out before lunch. And Lu Daji, who received the red envelope, circled around the dog village, and then once again lined up to receive the red envelope, and before long, came to Su Bai again. Uncle Su, good New Year. This time, Lu Daji was no longer as frank as he had been a moment ago. Even his voice became a little shaky as he spoke. This 12-year-old who had never told a lie since he was a child was trying hard to try and look calm. What to do if you are recognized? If you are recognized, then be honest and admit your mistake. But if Grandpa finds out, he'll be very sad, I'm sure. His well-behaved grandson, who had always won first place every year and was so proud of himself, would actually cheat on the red packet. Just when Lu Daji's heart was beating wildly and his days were like years, a red packet printed with the 3 words New Year's pressure packet had already appeared in front of Lu Daji, and together with it, there was also Su Bai's gentle smiling face. Good New Year, another year older. Study hard and help the family share the chores. Lu Daji, who received the red envelope, nodded his head heavily a few times, and forgot to say thank you, and hurriedly ran away after getting the red envelope. Luckily, it went unnoticed, but Lu Daji, who was in a hurry to leave, didn't realize that Su Bai's eyes lingered on him for a second longer. This countryside teenager, who was still in elementary school, obviously didn't know that more than 1,000 employees at the headquarters of Rice Technology could all be memorized by Su Bai's perverted memory, and let alone hundreds of children. Chapter 052, Are you worried that I'll renege on my debt? But all the children who came to Su Bai on the first day of the new year, without exception, all by their parents to 1,000 instructions. The year can be worshipped and red envelopes can be asked for. It's New Year's Eve. It's a celebration. And Mr. Su isn't that far behind you with the 200, but definitely cannot think that there are many people. So mix in the pile of children. Repeat to Su Bai to pay tribute to the new year to ask for red envelopes. This is not only a question of the character of one's own children, but more critically, it is a question of nature. With today's Su Bai's position in the dog village, everyone is thinking of ways to get closer to the Su family. No matter what, the Su family has something. Everyone to help will be the most active. On the one hand, it's gratitude. Because of Su Bai's existence, Dog's Village is the first village in the Holy Cheng to have a cement road. Many people are speculating saying that the reason why the village was able to have a concrete road so early that year was because Subai privately paid for it. Subai himself, on the other hand, said nothing about it. There are many other things like this, these years for the economic downturn, but only the dog village is getting more and more prosperous. In the end, because of what? Everyone in the heart is clearer than anyone else. Only Subai has not been recognized. We have been tacitly not mentioned. Just people in the countryside all talk about a favor. There is a way to come back. Subai has done so much for the village privately, and everyone is thinking all day long about how to return the Su family's favor. No one would be larded up and run to take advantage of Subai's $200. If this kind of thing got out, the whole village would be poked in the spine, and the children are quite well behaved, coupled with the fact that they were already so fond of this uncle who could make a slingshot, and no one would go to get more red envelopes, and honestly ran away after paying tribute to the new year. Only Lu Daji, who had already mingled with the children, got the fourth red envelope. When Lu Daji still wanted to take the fifth one, he panicked, because most of the children had already received their red envelopes and dispersed. There were only 7 or 8 people left in the long line. If he were to get back into the line now, with only 7 or 8 people separating him, would Subai find him? Lu Daji was panicking. On one side, my grandfather, who is in his 70s and has difficulty with his legs, is in desperate need of an electric tricycle to sell vegetables, while worrying that you'll be discovered and lose all the credit. It was the year that the 12-year-old rural boy was confronted with a $200 red envelope. It's as if we've hit the biggest hurdle of our lives. In the end, Lu Daji managed to muster up the few courage he had and made it to the end of the line. When all the children in front of him received their red envelopes and walked away, Lu Daji had become the last one. And just like that, a teenager who had saved only $87.50 in 6 months stood in front of a boss who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Subai had noticed Lu Daji for a long time. Lu Daji's acting skills, which he thought were flawless, were simply full of holes in Subai's eyes. It was only that Subai had never broken it down and treated it as if he didn't know, because in addition to seeing Lu Daji's poor acting skills, he also saw something else in this teenager's eyes. Distress. It was the helplessness and indignity of having removed all dignity in face and having to bow to the reality of life. It was hard to imagine such a look in the eyes of a teenager who was supposed to be enjoying his childhood. Subai did not know why Lu Daji took so many red envelopes. He only knew that once he dismantled the teenager in front of him. I'm afraid that for this incident today, Lu Daji will need to spend his whole life to heal. Thinking of this, Subai once again picked up a red packet as if he hadn't noticed anything and looked at Lu Daji with a smile on his face. Next, as soon as Lu Daji says Good New Year to him, the $200, it's his. But just when Subai thought that Lu Daji would be the same as the previous times, after saying Good New Year, he got the red envelope and left. This teenager who kept his head down the entire time, actually pulled out 4 red envelopes from his own shirt pocket in front of Subai. With a voice trembling with sobs, he said to Subai, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I want to buy an electric tricycle for Grandpa. There's not enough money. I don't know what to do. Really, I'm sorry, Lu Daji's thin shoulders shook as he lowered his head and handed the 4 red envelopes to Subai. Seeing this scene, Subai was silent. It took all my courage and face to get 4 red envelopes, and I was on the verge of getting the 5th. And for the last time, the teenager in front of him actually chose to admit his mistake. Subai took the 4 red envelopes handed over by Lu Daji and whispered softly, "Why come and admit fault now?" Lu Daji still had his head down, sobbing. "My grandfather taught me not to do anything wrong. I never knew. I didn't know what it meant to lose heart." That's right, until just now. Lu Daji didn't understand. He does get to take the 5 red envelopes, and by taking the $1,000, he does get to buy his grandfather an electric tricycle. But today's incident brings with it feelings of guilt and guilt that will likely stay with him for the rest of his life. It's called loss of heart. Subai listened quietly, not accusing or judging. A grandfather who teaches his grandchildren not to do anything wrong. A grandson who finds a way to buy his grandfather an electric tricycle. It's really. And after apologizing and giving Subai a deep bow, Lu Daji raised his hand and wiped his tears before turning to leave. But the next second, wait, Lu Daji fixed. This time finally had the courage to raise his head to meet Subai's eyes. The class teacher said it was good. He had a spirit in his eyes. Subai remained seated in his own chair, looking over at the child who was unwilling to do anything wrong. The red envelope was returned to me. What about your grandfather's electric tricycle? At the mention of the tricycle, Lu Daji was despondent. I heard that on the county junior high school final exams, there's a $200 bonus if you can come in first in your grade in any subject. Subai nodded. There are a lot of middle school students in the county, and it's not easy to be first in your grade. Lu Daji pinched the hem of his shirt and stubbornly said, "I can do it. I've been first in my studies in the township every year." The fastest I can do it is 1 semester. The slowest is 1 year. And I'll be able to buy Grandpa a car. Hearing this, a smile bloomed on Subai's face. I have an idea that will keep you from losing money and allow you to buy Grandpa a motorized tricycle right after New Year's. Do you want to do it or not? What a way. Just say yes or no. As long as it's not a loss. I'll do it. Only to see Subai turn his head and shout at the second-floor window of his house. Bean, get down here. Half a minute later, a little boy of 8 or 9 years old appeared in front of Subai with a motorized toy gun and said with a tiger's head, Uncle Sam, do what? Subai stroked out his head and looked at Lu Daji. This is my big brother's kid. He's in 3rd grade this year, and he's doing very average academically. The way I say it is, from today until the end of winter vacation, you come to my house every day to help Daudu with 2 hours of tutoring for $100 a day. Funny thing is, Subai's older brother Sujin is still the principal of the high school, outside the peach and plum, but the family is not at bitter melon. And when he heard the word makeup class, the school scum Daudu scattered and tried to run, but he was yanked by Subai by the collar and fluttered straight. Hearing Subai's words, Lu Daji's eyes glowed. He doesn't start school until after the first of the year, which means he can make a little over $2,000 just by tutoring Daudu until school starts. That's not all. Subai continued. This is the tuition fee. In addition, as long as Daudu's grades on each exam advances 1 place in the class, I'll give you an extra $200. If he becomes top of the class, I'll give you $1,000. If he's top of the grade, I'll give you $5,000. Well, the performance appraisal bit was used by Subai on Lu Daji, and upon hearing the exaggerated prize money, Lu Daji wasn't swept off his feet. Instead, he looked at Daudu, who was caught by Subai and kept flopping around, with a hard look on his face. What if he doesn't listen to me? Subai smiled and shrugged. If he'd obeyed, what would I be looking for you for? I don't care if you take him up a tree to pull out a bird's nest or down to the fields to catch fish and loaches. I look at the results, not the process. Well, think about it. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Lu Daji finally gathered his courage again. I've written down everything you've said. You can't back out and renege on your debt when the time comes. Subai was speechless. I'm $100 billion boss, and I'm talking to you about a few $1,000s of business, and you're actually worried that I'll renege on my debt? Looks like you've thought this through. Don't worry, absolutely no bad debts. After saying that, Subai extended his hand to Lu Daji, and Lu Daji also followed Subai's example and reached out to shake hands with Subai tightly. Chapter 053, This Red Packet. It's really different. After fixing the time for the daily tuition, Lu Daji left, carrying a $200 red envelope in his arms. This bonus is not a loss. When Lu Daji passed by the entrance of Dog's village, he inadvertently glanced toward the big acacia tree, and a familiar face caught Lu Daji's attention. Grandpa used to watch the news on the family's old TV, national news to watch and local news to watch, and that uncle standing in the pile of old men chatting. Lu Daji had once seen it on the local news, and at every meeting, this uncle sits in the center. It seems like a big official. Bang! With a nearby firecracker, a dog bowl rises into the sky. Lu Daji, who had returned to his senses, lifted his leg and ran towards his home. Big officials and all that have nothing to do with themselves. He had to hurry back to tell his grandfather that he had found a job, and after the new year, he would be able to buy him an electric tricycle. Dong Sanjin has been here for a while, and did not rush to the Su family to find Subai, but posed as a foreigner who was visiting relatives, and mixed in the pile of old men under the big acacia tree. After receiving the purple cloud cigarettes handed over by an old man, Dong Sanjin smiled and thanked the point. It's been a long time since I've smoked this cigarette. It's strong. The old man appeared to have been waiting to take up the slack for a long time, a wave of pride overflowing. You don't look down on this cigarette. Just our village's Sion Subai. People hundreds of billions of dollars. Still not smoking this. Dong Sanjin smiled on the surface, but in his heart, he spat. I've heard this 8 times since I entered the village. No wonder people in your village like to pass cigarettes when they see outsiders. To take the hearts of the people, but also Subai. A pack of a dozen or so purple clouds of cigarettes. Let the whole village to fill the cup of hundreds of billions of dollars. And while the old people were only concerned about filling Dong Sanjin's cup, no one recognized that the guy who left his secretary in the car and came to hang around the village alone in civilian clothes, claiming to have come to visit relatives, was actually the Yicheng Dazheng. There are 2 old people feel familiar, but the county leaders came to the village to inspect the condolences of the time. Are a huge bunch of people. What kind of a big official hangs around by himself? Dong Sanjin mingled with the old people and asked a lot of questions in casual conversation, such as reimbursement for medical treatment, children's schooling, and where their children worked. When he met the old people who praised him, Dong Sanjin smiled and grinned straight. Encountered the old people scolded. Dong Sanjin will hold a cigarette and do not speak straight, scratching his head. In the midst of small talk, the topic unknowingly turned to Dong Sanjin, the great steward of Yicheng. It can be seen that the people have seen the radical changes in Yicheng in recent years and have unanimously recognized Dong Sanjin's work. But the only thing is that the old people have been skeptical. That's how much Dong Sanjin drinks. I think hanging, but also 3 pounds to hit the bottom. The son of the old fourth family in the village of Shawan, or the brewery brewer, but also 2 pounds of alcohol. Estimated. Also 1.5 pounds. Are high children to him to count. 3 pounds to hit the bottom. Absolutely bragging. Ha! I heard it's from the Northeast, and there's no denying that Northeasterners are passionate, but they're also number one in the country when it comes to bragging. Hearing this, Dong Sanjin couldn't sit still. You guys criticize my work, and I take it with a grain of salt, but if you want to question my ability to drink, then looking around the circle of old men with an average age of over 70, Dong Sanjin was speechless. I'm not angry with a bunch of old men. After raising his hand and looking at his watch, it was almost time for dinner. Dong Sanjin patted the cigarette ash on his pants leg and stood up, laughing. Come on, you guys talk. I have to go to my relative's house for dinner. After saying goodbye to a group of old men, Dong Sanjin, wearing a cotton jacket, followed the example of his childhood home in the Northeast, put his hands into each other's sleeves, hunched over, and walked slowly toward Subai's house. He even breathed white all the way there. This South is really, once winter comes, it's cold everywhere. Arriving in front of the Su family's small courtyard, Dong Sanjin cat ears and listened, heard the sound of clanging in the kitchen, presumably frying vegetables to prepare for dinner. Probing his head towards the Su family's small courtyard again, he confirmed that Subai was not in the courtyard. It was only then that he smiled and walked into the small courtyard of the Su family. Is the master's house in the good new year? Hearing the sound, Su father Su Guoliang walked out from the living room, and before Su Guoliang could speak, Dong Sanjin laughed. Big brother, I came to the countryside to visit relatives. The result is that the cell phone is out of battery, but the place has not found. You see this New Year's. The next second, Su Jinfeng, who heard the sound, poked her head out of the kitchen. Which village is It's all the way to mealtime. Come on, eat before you go. Find you a charging cable to charge your cell phone. I'll give you directions in the afternoon. In the countryside, you may not be able to ask for money with a bowl, but if you want to rub a meal, it is estimated that you can rub it back to the northeast from the southernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention someone like Su Jinfeng, who was typically a knife-tongued and tofu-hearted person. How can that be a good idea? Just lend me a charging cable. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Listen to your accent? The Northeast. Right. The Northeast people are hospitable. We Southerners are not bad. Ha ha ha. That's a good feeling. It's too embarrassing to meet a good family. Saying that he was sorry, Dong Sanjin raised his foot to cross the threshold, while his heart was happy. Mr. Su, this time I'm not the one who's not leaving. It's your mom who insisted on keeping me for dinner. It's New Year's Eve. How dare you kick me out? It doesn't make sense. Under the warm welcome of Su's father, Dong Sanjin smilingly took his seat on the living room sofa and did not speak after looking around the decoration of Subai's house. On the contrary, it was Su Guoliang who served Dong Sanjin tea and fruits, and was busy for a while. Neither of the older two apparently knew. Today Dong Sanjin came to pay New Year's greetings to Subai. That's really a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken. No good intentions. This lunch today is going to cost their son $3 billion. According to reason, Subai's $3 billion, spent in Rongqing is also spent. Spent in Yicheng is also spent. But if Subai really invested the $3 billion in Yicheng, then how to explain Su Shaoshang there? Take the head to account. Subai is still busy answering the phone upstairs. A morning cell phone has not rested to the level of Subai. Although Subai are considered to be low-key, but the network is also ridiculously wide. From Rongqing to the capital, from home to abroad, from all walks of life, there are countless people who are busy paying New Year's greetings to Subai. Think about it. If you have Subai's contact information stored in your cell phone, feel usually embarrassed to bother. Most of them will be through the Spring Festival this point in time. In order to say a few words with this 100 billion old boss, Subai was busy, but it was Subai's elder brother, Su Jin, who first came down from upstairs holding the child. Mom, where's Daodu's toy gun charger? I'll charge it for a while. As he was talking, Su Jin, who was passing by the living room, glanced at someone else in the living room with his afterglow, subconsciously twisted his head, and when he saw Dong Sanjin's appearance, he almost dropped Daodu in his arms on the floor. Dong Shu. Dong Sanjin was studying the remote control when he heard someone shouting and jerked his head up, and after seeing clearly that it was Su Zhen, he immediately raised his hand to interrupt. I didn't work over the new year. Call Uncle Dong. Su Jin, who was the principal of the high school, swallowed saliva frantically in his throat and slowed down for several seconds before squeezing a smile from his face. Uncle Dong. Dong Sanjin smiled and nodded, looking at the child in Sujin's arms. Is this your son? What? Your family still has the custom of beating up children on the first day of the year? At this moment, Daodu was in Sujin's arms, her red eyes obviously having just cried. It's strange not to cry. By the third uncle Subai inexplicably arranged a tutor tutorial. Simply the sky is falling. Come, Grandpa Dong has a red packet here. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin pulled out the long-prepared red envelope from his arms. Seeing this, Sujin immediately put down Daodu and urged with a smile. Go on, pay your respects to Grandpa Dong. I'm not going. I've got the red bag. I don't care. Sujin's teeth were almost clenched. Looking at his indomitable son, he could not wait to slap the wall. Obedient son. This red packet. But, it's really different. Chapter 054, don't you know that Northeast Silver has the best face? When Subai took her cell phone and went downstairs, she heard from afar that the restaurant was a happy place. By the sound of it, is this a guest? The puzzled Subai had just walked into the restaurant when he saw that next to his father, Su Guoliang, was sitting a familiar figure. Upon seeing the other party's face, Subai subconsciously stopped his footsteps and immediately turned around. Mom, I'm going to eat at my second uncle's. And when Sujin, who had taken his seat, saw Subai, who had left in a hurry, it was not right to stop him, nor was it right not to stop him. On the one hand, there is a big leader who is many levels above him, and on the other hand, there is his own brother who is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Can't afford to mess with anyone. As for Su Jinfeng and Su Guoliang, they hadn't even realized the taste until now, and when they heard that Su Bai was going to leave, Su Jinfeng immediately yelled. She doesn't pick her days for cursing. What's the point of rubbing your face in the new year? There's not enough food in the house for you to eat. After saying that, seemingly sensing that something was wrong, he smiled again and looked at Dong Sanjin. Brother Sanjin, look at this mouth of mine. It's just no good. Not you. Don't mind. This oldest in my family. I've spoiled him since he was a child. Don't take offense. Dong Xin, who called himself Dong Sanjin, laughed as he took the chopsticks handed over by Su Guoliang and looked at Subai, who had been called back by Su Jinfeng, his face almost smiling. It's all right. This oldest of your family, he looks like a man of destiny to me at first glance. At this time, Su Jin, who had no ears to hear anything outside the window and only wanted to be an idler, almost couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard Dong Sanjin's phrase, the one with the destiny. It does have a destiny, but it's a different meta. There are meta-humans. I heard that the last time Dong Sanjin grinding in his brother's office for more than a week, forcing Subai had no choice but to spend more than $1 billion to invest in a factory in Icheng. And this time, Dong Sanjin even didn't greet one, came to the house to block Subai on the first day of the year. It was estimated that Subai would not be able to send this great Buddha away without spending billions of dollars. Otherwise, could Subai's current expression be so ugly? Returning to the table, Subai's face was depressed as he looked at Dong Sanjin, who was sitting across from him, with one head and two big heads. He knows better than anyone what Dong Sanjin is here for. It's nothing more than that $3 billion investment for the rice tampon factory to follow. If you put it in the year, in Rongqing merchant's mouth of the time, in order to this $3 billion, Dong Sanjin is not guilty of New Year's door blocking people. But this is one thing and this is another. With a population of more than 20 million and a GDP of more than 2 trillion, Rongqing is naturally large and wealthy. But Icheng is different. With a population of only a few million and a GDP of just over 200 billion, Subai alone this 3 billion smashed in, GDP can be hard smashed up 1 percentage points. This is still not calculated under the premise of the multiplier effect. Can he, Dong Sanjin, not be moved? Look at his stance today. It's clear that he wants to snatch the meat from Rongqing's mouth. Despite his reluctance, Subai invited Dong Sanjin into his study after lunch. The furnishings of the study are also very simple, and the bookcases are not filled with large books for mugs, but are stuffed with a few extracurricular books loved by nieces and nephews. Even Subai's desk had chessboards on it that the kids had confiscated after playing. Brewing a pot of tea, the two simply played chess against each other. Subai opened the game by arching his pawns forward and pressed on with no intention of defending. If you're wanting the 3 billion for rice tampons, then there's really nothing I can do about it. Truth be told, old Su specifically called me and told me to guard against this hand of yours when I return to Icheng. The officialdom is concerned about a fixed atmosphere. To the position of Dong Sanjin, it is difficult to make him a shock. Obviously Subai's direct opening of his mouth to refuse had been expected by Dong Sanjin. If Subai had agreed right off the bat, he probably would have thought there was something fishy going on. This old Su, not righteous, at least in Rongqing work together. Actually in the back of the defense me, Cold heart. Chilling. Subai silently poured the tea. Don't you know why you're being guarded? Dong Sanjin stretched out his fingers and nodded on the table, his eyes fixed on the chessboard after lifting his teacup. The economy has been in bad shape for the past 2 years, and last year our official employment rate in Icheng dropped by 5 percentage points. Actually, well, you know all about it. After taking a sip of tea, many of our Icheng dolls who work outside the city have been laid off and optimized, and they just can't survive in the big cities anymore, so they have to come back home to Icheng. But the big cities are like this. How much better can we be in Icheng? As he spoke, Dong Sanjin's voice began to become despondent. I went to the city center a couple of days ago and there are a lot more young people setting up stalls and selling snacks this time of year. I found a sticker booth owned by a young girl in her 20s. Once we talked, we realized that the other girl had graduated from college more than half a year ago and couldn't find a suitable job at all after going around in circles. 12 years of hard study. It is not easy to graduate from the university. The result is that because you cannot find the right professional work, can only do the base salary of 1,008 sales, and even life is not enough to meet the expenses. Do you dare to believe? Forced the girl had no choice but to come back to her hometown, set up a stall to paste the film, while studying at home to take the public examination. When I was paying to leave, the little girl joked that I had the air of a great leader, and I said no, I don't have the heart to say, who's the leader? Letting their own children can't find a job, in the cold winter months, in the street to make a film to earn their living expenses off. After saying that, Dong Sanjin raised his head to look at Subai. I came to you with a thick skin, not for that $3 billion, nor for that little GDP performance. I'm just trying to get your thousands of jobs for our Icheng dolls. Here it comes, after all. After circling around for half a day, Dong Sanjin was actually waiting for himself here. This hand of emotional cards played, Subai was powerless, totally putting Subai on the fire. As a Icheng man, as a hometown, can Subai not agree? He can't really agree. If it was before the rice sanitary napkin factory project landed, Subai could still consider it. But now since he had already promised Su Shaoshang, then Subai naturally had no reason to back out. Today, as long as he dares to promise Dong Sanjin to set this precedent, then the next time there is any investment, it is estimated that people like Dong Sanjin who come to find themselves can break down the threshold of their house. It's a matter of principle. Therefore, in the face of this Icheng Grand Steward's reasoning, Subai did not waver in the slightest. Decidedly, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Lao Dong. That $3 billion, I really can't give it to Icheng. Before Dong Sanjin could say anything, Subai directly jumped his horse and ate Dong Sanjin's river crossing cannon. But those thousands of jobs, I can help you with that. At those words, Dong Sanjin's eyes lit up. It's true, there's no way out, but there's another village in the dark. Originally we're ready to fight a long war. Continue to soften Subai. Even if you do not want to come to 3 billion, at least from the mouth of Roncheng to deduct a few hundred million out, but never thought that today was the right day, and the unexpected. And over here, Subai had just finished speaking and was waiting for Dong Sanjin to pick up the story. After all, their own rice supermarket, they are ready to take Icheng as a pilot, when the time certainly cannot be separated from the local support of Icheng. But this kind of thing, Subai took the initiative to go to Dong Sanjin, and Dong Sanjin came to Subai. One active, one passive, two completely different concepts. It was just the right time to take advantage of Dong Sanjin coming to find himself. It was also a disguised promise to Dong Sanjin's request, but what Subai never expected is that the opposite Dong Sanjin, instead of not moving look, but the old god planted to drink tea. They're all 1,000-year-old vixens. What's the point of playing chatty? When he heard Subai say that he could help Icheng solve several thousand jobs, Dong Sanjin smacked his lips. After half a day, this 100 billion old boss, this is the rhythm to do something again and by the looks of it, it was planned long ago to land in Icheng. Although Dong Sanjin's heart was scratching like a cat's, he wanted to ask Subai what the hell he was up to, but the surface does not move the wind color. Calm as a match. Kid, still trying to pin me down? You're still a little young. Don't you know that Northeastern Silver has the best face? Chapter 055, My opponent is never woebegone. In the courtyard of the Su family, Subai's elder brother, Su Jin, held a stool to guard the stairway to the second floor. As a high school principal, Su Jin's phone calls didn't stop on New Year's Eve. However, Su Jin was busy answering the phone while keeping his eyes on the few unlucky children in the house, lest a few of the little ones run to the second floor to make trouble. At the beginning of the new year, there are a lot of people who come to the Su family to pay their respects to their relatives, and as soon as the lunch hour was over, there were several cars parked in front of the Su family's yard. The Su family living room and yard were also full of friends and family, as the host family of Su Guoliang and Su Jinfeng, serving tea and water, our busy feet, while the two sons did not come to help. What are you doing? You're on the phone all the time. You've got so many customers. Aren't you going to take care of them? People are coming for us old folks. It's still not directed at you two brothers. Where's third? Tell him to hurry down. Hearing his mother's greeting, Sujin immediately hung up the phone and smiled awkwardly. No, Mom, San is upstairs talking. With that Dong Sanjin? How did they renew? Seeing that he really couldn't hide it anymore, Sujin came to his mother Su Jinfeng's ear and whispered, Mom, that pound of his is gold for gold. Jean of gold? Dong Sanjin? At first, Su Jinfeng didn't react, but after a few seconds passed, Su Jinfeng's mouth abruptly opened wide. He is our Dongshu. Before Su Jinfeng could finish her sentence, Sujin blindfolded his mother's mouth. May babe, you can keep your voice down. If this is blown up by Su Jinfeng, in less than 10 minutes, the township leaders will come. In less than half an hour, the county will have to come too. It won't be an hour before the city gets it too. By that time, there could be a meeting of all three levels of cadres in the dam of the Su family. At this moment, Su Jinfeng was simply shocked and delighted. Who would have thought that the one who sits at a table for lunch is actually a big leader of our Icheng? I am a rural woman, and I have been talking to people for a long time. What do you mean? Fluffy? This is Fluffy. You said he came to talk to our San about something? Sujin nodded. Not to look for Su Bai, or to look for himself? You don't have such a big face yourself. Alas, our Saner has the ability. Look, people who are leaders, all personally come to look for him. Sujin's smile was forced as he looked at his mother's happy face. You're so happy to see Su Bai? If you know that this Dong Sanjin, in Su Bai's office every day to drink tea and read the newspaper, relying on not to go, you have to be happy into what kind of? Well, people looking for 3 children must be talking about big things, cannot be disturbed. You will be here to guard, do not go anywhere. Sujin was speechless. What do you think I'm doing here? Su Jinfeng, who had returned to the pile of guests, had explained to everyone that Su Bai was meeting an important guest. The guests all smiled in understanding, but they couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. It's a big year. I'm afraid that a guest who can be met by Su Bai alone has an unusual status. Nothing out of the ordinary, just like Su Bai, a stinky chess player. The point is, the two are not on par with each other in chess, and they happen to kill each other. What? After all that, it's a supermarket? Even though Dong Sanjin's determination was more than sufficient, when he heard Su Bai's introduction, his face could not hang on. Thought the $100 billionaire had something big up his sleeve. It also talks about giving Icheng a few thousand employed people. And after all that, it's actually a supermarket? Are you sure it's a supermarket? Not a joke? What kind of supermarket is this? Stuffing thousands of people in it? Buying and selling people? That's not good. It's against the law. Dong Sanjin's questioning was as if it had been anticipated by Su Bai. What? You can't see it? After Dong Sanjin hesitated for 2 seconds, he really did nod his head without giving face. I can't really see it. You haven't learned about the supermarket in Icheng. 5 years ago, the Chikahui supermarkets that started in our city all closed and withdrew their stores because they didn't perform. Then another Tin opened in Midtown, and at first business was good, with a lot of traffic, until the year before last. Walmart moved into Icheng, and boy, was it crowded on opening day. It's not. Last year, Tin Lock also withdrew. Who goes to Tin Lock when there's Woolman's? So, Dong Sanjin went up in an arching car and directly ate Su Bai's horse. I can't really see you running a supermarket business. With Wajima around, we can't do superstore business in Icheng. Even if you have an iron head, you're not going to kowtow to Wajima, right? They're number 1 in the world, and their arms are thicker than your thighs. While speaking, Dong Sanjin observed Su Bai's expression on the opposite side. Seeing Su Bai's calm face, now Dong Sanjin couldn't calm down at all and hurriedly put down the chess pieces in his hand. No, you can't really be a toad trying to at Wajima. Well, that's a bit of a poor analogy, but that's pretty much what it is. Su Bai calmly picked up his own teacup and took a shallow sip before putting it down. What? He's a hedgehog and can't be touched? Ta! The chess pieces fell on the tile floor, and Dong Sanjin didn't bother to pick them up, looking at Su Bai like he was crazy. I didn't expect that. Getting rid of a Wanji has inflated you like this? All dare to stroke Wolmer's tiger now? Kid, if it wasn't for your resourcefulness in coming up with a rice standard and the thousands of daily chemical manufacturers backing you up, do you really think you could get rid of Wanji on your own? Su Bai was quite sober. It's not because of me that Wanji has withdrawn from the dragon market. It's the choice of consumers. Dong Sanjin was completely unmotivated to play chess. Su Bai, it's not easy for you to save up this little bit of family money, and now even the state is giving you its endorsement and pushing you out to become a people's entrepreneur. If you don't think about love and care, forget it. What kind of a fight are you running against the world's number 1? There was a saying that Subai's existence was not only the honor of the Su family, but also the honor of Yicheng. The country's prefecture-level cities are vast, but there are only a few hundred billionaires. Even if the headquarters of big rice technology was not in Yicheng, Subai casually invested in a factory in Yicheng with more than $1 billion. Seeing that Subai hasn't gotten enough light, who wants to see Subai go looking for death? Let me tell you something. Walmart is not a soft touch like Wanjiai. I know a little bit of the inside story of the Wanjiai matter. And the reason for this is that the person in charge of their Asia-Pacific region has been fooling around, and that's what gave you the opportunity to take advantage of it. But Walmart, Dong Sanjin wasn't afraid to hurt Subai's face. You're playing the conscience low price thing with Walmart, and the people aren't going to buy it. Dong Sanjin was talking hard, but Subai took advantage of Dong Sanjin's distraction to raise his horse and give Dong Sanjin a general. Who told you that I'm going against Walmart? One sentence confused Dong Sanjin. So you still have a supermarket? In his next words, Subai really didn't know what to say, because a certain Donglai in his previous life had never thought of Wojima as a rival, or rather, the world's number one, Wobigon, was not qualified to be a rival to a certain Donglai. So did Subai. Opening a rice supermarket, his rival is not Wojciech Ma, rather, it's the Times. This bosses use their employees as slaves to make Cow Wars Times. Chapter 056. I have a hunch that Mr. Su is up to something. Just say it or not. Dong Sanjin's 1,000 words were input into Subai's ears, and what was output from Subai's mouth were only 3 words, dry or not. Of course, as the boss, Subai didn't forget about the pie painting bit, and I don't intend to replace Wojciechma as the world's no. 1. But I'm still sure about squeezing Wojima out of the Dragon Kingdom market and making my rice supermarket the number 1 in Dragon Kingdom. By then, the odds are that I'll be the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. When that time comes and you come back to me to beat me up, it won't be as simple as just $3 billion. Make a play to make a play, and draw a pie to make a circle. Subai continued to strike while the iron was hot. Also, I can assure you that the headquarters of the rice supermarket, I will keep it in Yicheng. As soon as those words were spoken, Dong Sanjin was completely unable to sit still. What logic? What rationality? All that is left behind. There are quite a few measurements for a city, and one of those measurements, in particular, is important. That's the number of Fortune 500 companies owned. As the capital of Shu province, Rongqing owns several of them. 4. You read that right. Even in the city of Hibiscus, with a GDP of $2 trillion, there are only 4 of them, and one of them is still Rice Technologies, and no other city in the province, not a single one. This is why, back then, Dong Sanjin was bent on pulling Subai and moving the rice technology back to Yicheng, because once Yicheng has the world's top 500, then with his Dong Sanjin's wrist in vigor, he dares to call the shots with second-tier cities, third-tier cities and second-tier cities. The difference between one word and the other is worlds apart. Can you understand the kind of gold that comes from being a steward of a city and taking the city you manage and living it up a level? Subai's flurry of flimflam was on the verge of crippling Dong Sanjin. Which cadre can stand up to this kind of temptation? If he doesn't gamble on this, is he still Dong Sanjin? Seeing that Subai's advantage on the chessboard was getting bigger and bigger, Dong Sanjin took advantage of Subai's effort to pour tea and quietly slipped away one of Subai's cannons. Are you really sure? Do you see me doing anything I'm not sure of? Hearing these words, Dong Sanjin really couldn't sit still. Even his breathing started to become rapid, and he was even so excited that he was pacing back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. He knew that Subai had approached him, making it clear that he needed Yicheng's absolute support. And without the absolute support of Yicheng, Subai can still do it alone. He wants to change the city to engage in rice supermarkets. People will certainly raise their hands to welcome. But if it's done, when it blossoms, there'll be nothing left for Yicheng. So today Dong Sanjin must take an attitude out, to get on the boat of Subai or not. Once the ship sinks, I'm afraid it will also become a stain on Dong Sanjin's career, and it will be difficult to advance an inch from now on. It's a big gamble. Thinking of this, Dong Sanjin looked at Subai with a serious face, his tone cautious to the point of being terrifying. A few percent sure. 70%. In fact, Subai has 90% certainty. After all, once the Donglai model is released, for the entire Dragon market, it is undoubtedly a nuclear bomb, and Wojtima, at best, was the unlucky one to be sacrificed in this nuclear explosion. Subai didn't regard it as an opponent at all. 70%. That's enough. Back then, Chen Xiaodao, with $20, dared to win $27 million. Back then, Old Li, when he was a regimental commander, dared to hit the city of Ping'an County. Now that I'm 70% sure, I, Dong Sanjin, still don't dare to bet on the game? You do not accompany the sunset, the East Mountain again, who you are a lot of things. The world where there are so many cheap things for you to pick up. If you want to be big and strong, you need to show your gumption when it counts. Only to see Dong Sanjin come to Su-bai with a serious face and solemnly extend his right hand. Kid, if you lose, I'll come to your house when I retire. Su-bai also stood up and extended his right hand to shake Dong Sanjin tightly. If I win, I won't be able to block my door on the first day of the year from now on. Vacation time always flies by. The first 10 days of the new year. The day of the opening of the Rice Technology headquarters. The new year. The new weather. Just returned to the company's employees are all happy, each sharing their own holiday insights. One of the most talked about incidents has to be the one where a certain $100 billion old man pressed a pig. Even after all this time, the heat from this incident still hasn't completely dissipated. Some netizens even commented that this year's Spring Festival Gala was not as good as the whole village of Dog Village chasing pigs. Early in the morning, in conference room No. 1, the executives of Rice Technology gathered together, and the entire conference room had a cordial atmosphere, chatting while waiting for Su-bai's arrival. But as time passed, people gradually felt that something was wrong. It's already 9:30? How come Mr. Su hasn't come yet? Rare. Mr. Su would actually be late? I guess I've just had a vacation and I'm still getting used to it. It's all pretty much the same. And the employees in our department, I don't think they'll be able to get back to work for 3 or 5 days. Just as everyone was wondering that Su-bai would actually be late, Su-bai's secretary, Xiao Lu, pushed open the office door with a serious face. Leaders, the meeting is cancelled. Hear the news of the crowd are surprised. Rice Technology to start the year, the first meeting, involving many work deployment. Actually want to cancel the meeting? That's not like Mr. Su's style. Secretary Lu, what's the situation? Xiao Lu stood in the doorway and shook his head. I'm not sure, but, Mr. Su doesn't seem to have returned to Rongqing at all? Just when everyone was in a daze. The cell phone that Huang Lin, the head of the public relations department, was holding in her hand, vibrated, and she picked it up to see that it was an email alert. Mailer, Mr. Su. When I clicked on the email, it was a job deployment that was thousands of words long. At the end of the document is this paragraph. I will not return to Rongqing for the time being. Please take charge of your daily work. Send me feedback on special matters by email, and contact me by phone for major matters. Just as Huang Lin was checking Su-bai's work email, the other executives also picked up their cell phones, and by the looks of it, they had received the same email. For the current Rice Technology, none of the senior management here is Su-bai trained elite talent, put into any enterprise, are able to block the existence of a party, do not say is telecommuting. Even if Su totaled the plane, encountered a plane crash, came to a year and a half of desert island survival. When Su white back, Rice Technology should be what kind or what kind. Maybe the company even got bigger. After all, this group of executives, other did not learn from Su-bai. A handful of consciences listening to persuasion. That's a lesson in not squeaking. You won't be returning to Rongqing for a while? What is Mr. Su doing? A group of executives were baffled to learn that Su-bai would continue to stay in his hometown. Cheng, who knows? Our boss's brain circuit. You're not unaware of it. It's called a clear cut. I'll go. Mr. Su is not at home. You say bad things about Mr. Su. Oh, I said the same thing to my face. Bull. On that day, all the employees of the entire Rice Technology headquarters received a work email from the president's office. In addition to stating that the boss, Su-bai, would not be returning to Rongqing for the time being, so that everyone could work well, he also deliberately explained one thing. When Su-bai officially returns to work in Rongqing, give all the employees a wage increase. Employees who saw this message were overjoyed, because when other bosses paint a pie, it's a real pie, and his own Mr. Su draws the cake, he really cooks it for you. The difference was that those who received Su-bai's individually sent email were another group of people in addition to a group of executives. Secretary Xiao Lu, a few capable officers in the financial department, personnel department and marketing department, and mostly single and childless. After each of them received a separate email from Su-bai, they did not inform any unrelated people about it, but instead, they all went home and packed up their things, and then directly left the headquarters of Rice Technology in the name of a business trip. And the few executives who were informed of the incident were silent about it, treating it as if they were completely unaware of it. Only when they meet privately do they talk about it. Between the words, I have a feeling that Mr. Su is up to something. I've noticed that too. Or something big. Shu, keep it down. Chapter 057, Mr. Su, that's true. Mr. Su, this way please. The smile on Chang's face didn't stop for the rest of the morning. As Dong Sanjin's secretary, according to reason, in this acre of Yicheng, he is also considered a figure. The general officials also have to be courteous, but it also depends on who you're dealing with. For example, this one in front of me, although young, not even 30 years old, but cannot stop people hundreds of billions of dollars, not to mention. Or even Dong Sanjin have to go on the first day of the year to block the door of the existence of Ah. Originally, Dong Sanjin wanted to let the Yicheng investment port to receive Subai. After all, Subai to invest in Yicheng is also considered to be the work counterpart, but after thinking about it, he sent his secretary over. It was nothing more than to express the importance he, Dong Sanjin, attached to this matter through this action. If there's anyone out there who wants to make trouble and add to it, just come and try. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, Subai, followed by Xiao Zhang, came to a square in the central district of the city. As the host, Xiao Zhang pointed to a building and introduced to Subai. This is it. Originally called Fu Xing Building, built in 12 years, commercial complex. The first and second floors cover a combined area of over 500 square meters. People's Road in the city's central district, the busiest part of the entire Yicheng. It makes sense that a rice supermarket would be the perfect place to choose. Subai twisted his head, looking hundreds of meters away, after Woolmer's huge billboard, and then turned back to look at Fu Xing Building. What about the underground parking lot? How many spaces? 121. It was obvious that Chang had done a lot of work in advance. Hearing this number, Subai shook his head decisively. No. Hearing Subai say no, Xiao Zhang showed a bitter expression. In one morning, took this Mr. Su to visit several places, almost all the places suitable for opening large-scale superstores. All took Subai to go, and there are 2 places that are in better condition than Wajima, but without exception, Subai refused them all. Now, Xiao Zhang is completely at a loss. Mr. Su, how exactly are you going to open this supermarket? Mr. Su, why don't you and I talk about your specific requirements? Subai pondered for a moment and looked at Xiao Zhang, who pulled out his notebook. First of all, the area should be large, preferably 3 to 4 floors, with no less than 3,000 square meters on a single floor. Upon hearing this request, Xiao Zhang, who was in charge of the records, had his head spinning. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to open a supermarket? The size of this, it could be an armory. What supermarket? It's so big. That's not all. Ideally, there should be a loop on 3 sides and at least 3 two-way entrances and exits to the underground parking lot. Also, it's best to have 6 lanes in both directions to prevent traffic jams when there are too many customers going in and out of the mall. No. This, 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Xiao Zhang's heart. Is this the difference between the thinking of an ordinary person and a $100 billionaire? Ordinary people open supermarkets and think about how to get more customers. And when it comes to Subai, the problem of not having enough customers will not be considered at all. People are thinking straight ahead. Too many customers and fear of traffic jams. I've seen the blowing of the powerful. Have not seen so blowing of the powerful. The point is, other people bragging Xiao Zhang can still retort a little. But this one in front of me, not only can Xiao Zhang not refute, but also can only honestly write down. While taking notes, Xiao Zhan was worried in her heart. Mr. Su, you are blowing such a big cowhide. If the time customers 2 or 3, how can you end up? Also, the number of underground parking spaces, try to exceed 300. If that can't be met, I need the supermarket floor to provide, at a minimum, 500 parking spaces. Hear the request. Chang doesn't have to keep track anymore. There's no need to memorize it at all. What is the concept of 500 ground-level parking spaces? Put down 500 cars, at least need tens of thousands of square feet of area. Pull the satellite map and see for yourself. If I could find a piece of vacant land with tens of thousands of square feet for you to use as a parking lot in the holy Cheng city, I would pluck out my eyeballs and step on it as a bubble for you. At this time, Xiao Zhang had a bitter face. Mr. Su, that's really nothing. Hearing Xiao Zhang said no, Subai did not feel too surprised. After all, a morning, he followed Xiao Zhan ran all over the city of Yicheng already have a rough amount of understanding. But that's the bottom line for Subai. Square footage, transportation, parking. These 3 points do not determine the lower limit of the rice supermarket, but they are related to the upper limit of the rice supermarket. As the first rice supermarket, Subai must make it a model project, a benchmark project. This first shot, it must be fired. Okay, well, that's a lot of work. You go back and tell Boss Don that these 3 demands are my bottom line. After saying that, Subai left, leaving Xiao Zhang in the same place confused. Talk to Mr. Tong? It's no use talking to the landmaster. It's not even a question of who to talk to. Okay. Not more than an hour later, Dong Sanjin, who had gotten Xiao Zhang to repeat his order in his office, put down the signing pen in his hand. Did he really say that? 1,000 times over. Hearing Su Bai's 3 requests, Dong Sanjin leaned his back against the seat with a frown on his face. Tens of thousands of square meters of supermarket outlets. Over 500 parking spaces. There's going to be 6 lanes of traffic in both directions next to it. This kid, opening a supermarket and making so much noise? Still afraid of customer traffic jams? No, the supermarket isn't even open yet. Where did he get the confidence that he'd be stuck in traffic? But what else could be done? Having promised Su Bai to go all out, it's just going to have to be hard now. For the sake of the big pie this guy drew for himself. Now even if Su Bai wanted stars, Dong Sanjin would have to step on the ladder and pick one down for him. Dong Sanjin, who couldn't think of a solution, simply stood up. Go to the meeting. Half an hour later, a meeting involving several departments was held under the auspices of Dong Sanjin. A group of Yicheng's heads were overjoyed at first to hear that Su Bai wanted to invest in Yicheng, but as soon as they heard that Su Bai was going to open a supermarket, all of them stopped talking, one by two staring at their notebooks and writing and drawing, not daring to meet Dong Sanjin's eyes. What's wrong with investing in a superstore? Do you really think that Wachekmar is just for show? You, mister. So, have no place to spend your money. It's okay to use it for charity. You're opening a supermarket? What to think? Dong Sanjin, who had already obtained the unanimous consent of several of Yicheng's top executives, didn't have the need to explain himself to everyone. After all, now that the 8 characters are not even a scratch, Dong Sanjin can't possibly draw a pie like Su Bai did. Still, he just needs to play the matchup. For the rest, leave it to Su Bai. And when Dong Sanjin stated Su Bai's needs, not surprisingly, the entire conference room was quiet. Such a large area and supporting facilities, rummaging through the entire Yicheng urban area, cannot be taken out. And just as the disappointed Dong Sanjin was about to announce the adjournment of the meeting, suddenly, a cadre sitting in the corner silently raised his hand. I do know a place if only those 3 conditions are met. More than an hour later, Su Bai, who had just driven home, received a call from Dong Sanjin. Are you sure you just need to meet those 3 conditions of yours? Nothing else matters? Su Bai parked the car and turned off the engine, sat in the car and answered the phone. That's right, how about a suitable place? As long as the cap was resolved, nothing else would be a problem for Su Bai. Su Bai had thought about it. If he really couldn't find a suitable location, then he could only buy a piece of land and build it himself. The money is trivial. The point is that this is time-consuming and can easily start at a year or 2. There are so many things you want to do in your life. You can't spend all your time on a rice supermarket. I can't imagine that Dong Sanjin has found a suitable place so quickly. On the phone, Dong Sanjin's voice came again. The place was found for you. It's a chicken farm. Chicken farm? Su Bai had the look of a subway old man looking at his cell phone. The next second, Dong Sanjin's voice on the other end of the phone raised several decibels. It's not a chicken farm for chickens. It's an airport. It's an airfield with a 2,600-meter runway. This time, I'll give Su Bai whole will not. I'm opening a supermarket. You're giving me a whole airfield? Chapter 058, you're starting to get pressurized? Located in the southern suburbs, Nanqiao Airport is considered a common memory for generations of Yicheng people. In the 1940s, due to the needs of the war, a route that has gone down in the history books came into being. Hump Route. 4 cities ultimately stood out during site surveys for this important material route. They are Spring City in Yun Province, Wine City and Mountain City in Shu Province, and Yicheng. September 42. The construction of Yicheng Nanqiao Airport began, when more than 80,000 civilian workers were employed, completing the volume of 900,000 cubic meters of earthwork, 140,000 cubic meters of stone paving, and 200 meters of runway. In order to support the war, the people of Yicheng worked day and night, men and women, young and old, to build Yicheng Airport in just 3 months. It can be said that this airport not only carries the weight of history, but is also a monument of merit for millions of Yicheng people. After the reorganization, the economy took off and Yicheng Airport saw several expansion projects due to the increased passenger traffic. The 4th expansion in 2009, but also the Yicheng Airport Terminal, expanded to 25,000 square meters. Even the runway of the airport has been expanded to 2,600 meters, plus appropriate communication, navigation, meteorological, fuel supply, cargo and firefighting facilities. It has become a standard 4C civil airport. Despite several expansions, the Yicheng officials at the time underestimated the speed at which the Dragon Kingdom was taking off, with high-rise buildings rising one after another in the urban area, and the downtown area rapidly extending toward Nanqiao Airport. The presence of Southbridge Airport limits the height of a large number of buildings in the immediate area, coupled with the fact that the expansion of Nanqiao Airport had already reached its limit. So at that time Yicheng officials launched the existing Jiuquan New Airport project after 2 years of justification. A new, modern airport was rebuilt on the northern outskirts of Yicheng and officially opened 3 years ago, and bear the memories of several generations of Yicheng people. Nanqiao Airport, after more than half a century of vicissitudes of the years, but also eventually escaped the fate of the closure. When the news of the impending shutdown of Southbridge Airport was announced to the city via television, the next day, tens of thousands of Yicheng citizens spontaneously rushed to the outside of Yicheng Airport, and countless elderly people could not hide their tears of excitement after seeing the last airliner unfold its landing gear and land on the runway of Nanqiao Airport. Southbridge Airport is closed. Yicheng future generations of children and grandchildren will still remember 180,000 Yicheng people in the construction of Nanqiao Airport, the sound of the horn of the sky. Just as times are better now. Do you remember the 3 million young and old who went out to fight the war in Sichuan? It is also due to the heavy sense of history that the shuttered Nanqiao Airport has been a headache for Yicheng officials for several years. To the military? It turned out that People's Air Force had no need to arm themselves in Yicheng. Selling to a realtor? What has become of real estate in the past 2 years? Who still dares to take such a large piece of land? Tear it down? It'll cost a fortune to tear it down. Don't dare to tear it down. Don't dare to sell it. And so, Southbridge Airport has been on hold for 3 whole years. According to the latest argumentation given, the best way is to transform Nanqiao Airport into a city park, just like Shangjiang Prelude Airport and Germanhof Airport. But a city park renovation project of this size involves no small amount of money. Just when Yicheng officials were scrimping and scraping to come up with the money, hey, Su Bai appeared. On the one hand, there is Su Bai, a landed investor who needs a supersized area to open a supermarket. On the other side is the Yicheng official who can't find his mom with his child in his arms. It's like defecating on a dog. It's not a coincidence. On the runway of Nanqiao Airport, Su Bai took off his sunglasses and looked at the end of the runway that could not be seen at a glance, and then looked back at the huge terminal. Even if Su Bai is used to seeing big scenes and big spending, he was still numbed by this wave of Yicheng's operation. No, I'll just open a supermarket. You guys give me the whole airport. Does it fit? Dong Sanjin, wearing a black executive jacket, handed his hung-up cell phone to his secretary, Xiao Zhang. The terminal is 25,000 square meters, 2,600 meters of runway for you to use as a parking lot. Old Airport Road in downtown to Southbridge is 6 lanes in both directions. I don't care if you're suitable or not. I fulfilled all 3 of your requests anyway. As he spoke, Dong Sanjin came next to Su Bai, and the two of them stood side by side on the runway. Kid, the stage you want, we've set it up for you in Yicheng. I don't care if you're going to cause havoc in the Heavenly Palace or flood the Chentang Pass. This next scene is up to you. It's starting to get to the pressure? Before leaving, Dong Sanjin, who had come to the car door, stopped and looked at Su Bai. By the way, a word of warning. You make all this noise, and if you end up setting off a dud, then it's not as simple as me retiring to your house to retire. I'd advise you to spend money in advance to build a cadre nursing home. Good lord, is it that stressful? It wasn't that Dong Sanjin was intentionally trying to put pressure on Su Bai. It was Dong Sanjin himself who was ridiculously stressed. If Su Bai's movement is a little less okay, the big deal is that the family scandal will not be exposed at that time. But Su Bai motion to engage in so big, along with the Yicheng official, can only continue to increase the code, and even the shutdown of the Nanqiao Airport are moved out, is to follow Su Bai directly. The spread is so big. If Su Bai ends up pulling a big one, the fun, it'll be great. Seeing Dong Sanjin, who left by car, Su Bai, who was under constant pressure, pulled out his cell phone with a helpless face. Where have you been, Mr. Su? The navigation shows 3 minutes. 5 minutes later, 3 business cars with Rongqing license plates slowly drove into Nanqiao Airport and drove directly into the runway to the side of Su Bai. With the sound of the car door opening, more than 10 elite soldiers of Rice Technology, including Secretary Xiao Lu, all got off the car, and seeing the crowd getting out of the car, Su Bai stared straight up. You guys, what the hell? Only to see, including the Secretary Xiao Lu, more than 10 people, all clear color black suit, leather shoes brushed rubbing bright, hair also combed meticulously, one by one carrying a black briefcase, but also all set a cold face. Look at this stance. It's just like the workplace elite coming out of a Hong Kong movie. Mr. Su, didn't you say there's a big project? We deliberately changed this line to support you. Listening to Secretary Xiao Lu's explanation, the corners of Su Bai's mouth twitched madly. God ing hold up the field. You think the mobster negotiates? That's right, Mr. Su, you can tell us now what exactly you're going to do. Secretary Xiao Lu and others are still in the dark until now. All the way to guess what kind of big action Mr. Su has. It wasn't until just now when they received the locator launched by Su Bai and knew that the destination was a ruined airport that everyone's curiosity was pulled up to the ceiling. Couldn't understand what this big boss of his was up to. Su Bai's ass was on top of the front of his A6, wrapping his arms around his head and looking at the curious crowd. He didn't answer the question directly, but asked with a smile, "I'd like to ask, do any of you, or anyone in your family, have a supermarket? Open a supermarket?" The crowd had a head full of question marks, and as it happened, the secretary, Xiao Lu, silently raised his hand and asked weakly, "Mr. Su, my dad opened a kiosk downstairs in the neighborhood. Counting. Does it count?" Hearing this answer, Su Bai slapped his palm in excitement. "Duly noted. Call your dad and ask him what he needs to look out for to make a supermarket a Fortune 500 company." The crowd? What? Chapter 059, have you asked Wajima's permission? If you were to ask, who is deservedly number one in the world of commercial building design in the Dragon Kingdom? Odds are that out of 10 people, there are 10 different answers. But if you take that question and narrow it down to the 80s, the answer is fairly uniform. Zhao Xiaofeng. He was at the top of his game when he debuted, and won the Finalizing Prize, which is known as the Nobel Prize in Architectural Design, with his flamboyant goat tower. To put it in plain English, when it comes to commercial architectural design, you will be right if you look for Zhao Xiaofeng. Although as past the age of Zhao Xiaofeng, handled a few hands of masterpieces cannot be counted, is also considered to have seen the big waves. However, when Zhao Xiaofeng stood on the empty Nanqiao Airport runway and looked at the huge terminal building, he still couldn't stop himself from asking again, "Mr. Su, let me check with you one last time. Are you really going to take an airport and retrofit the design into a supermarket? What evil work has not taken, but so evil?" Zhao Xiaofeng were the first time to see airports converted to supermarkets, literally like no one before or since. "What's for sale?" "Selling missiles." "What are you doing with such a big piece of land?" "You're opening a supermarket?" "What to think? How was it, Mr. Cho? Was it difficult?" Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head. "The difficulty is not there." Su Bai gave the design demand program. Most of them are practical demand remodeling. Art and aesthetics is secondary. The design of large commercial complexes, Zhao Xiaofeng has maneuvered many times. What might be slightly more difficult is the firefighting issue. After all, Southbridge Airport is a waste old airport. All kinds of wiring and piping deterioration. Converted into a large supermarket, the fire problem is the top priority. It could be said that this kind of job, inviting Zhao Xiaofeng over, was quite a bit of the same thing as hitting a mosquito with an anti-aircraft gun. The genus is really a big deal. It's not a big problem. I'll send someone to do the pre-measurement data first, and I'll need a copy of the drawings from the airport's previous expansions. As soon as I finish my work in the capital, I'll bring my team over, and in 2 months at the earliest, the first version of the drawings will be in your hands. Zhao Xiaofeng was pulled over by a phone call from Su Bai. As a design master, it is impossible for people to be idle. There are several commercial projects in their hands. To be able to give Su Bai drawings for 2 months is already on the face that the two are old acquaintances. And when he heard that it would take 2 months to produce the map, Su Bai immediately shook his head. And Zhao Xiaofeng saw this. "What? In a hurry? Alright, I'll pull in more manpower and work overtime for a month and a half. That's alright. Overtime pay is on you anyway. You're not that far off. Who knows?" Su Bai still shook his head. "No, Mr. Su, what do you want? Let me say this first. Don't mess with me. I could have you pressing the pig emoji." Su Bai stretched out 3 fingers. 3 months. The supermarket opens by May Day. The words just fell. Zhao Xiaofeng twisted his head and laughed. Half a second did not hesitate. Put 20-something years old. It is estimated that Zhao Xiaofeng directly scampered away. Are you kidding me? A small 30,000 square meter terminal building was converted into a supermarket and opened in 3 months. Do you really think you're a street vendor? What are you hiring me for? Hire a local renovation team. Directly small hammer 40, sledgehammer 80 to smash the wall is not enough? Mr. Zhao, add money. I'll add money. Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng about to leave, Su Bai hurriedly stopped him. The main reason was that Su Bai really didn't want to waste time on this matter. For a businessman, especially a successful one, never trade time for something you can buy with money, because when money is gone, you can earn it again, but when time is gone, no amount of money can buy it back. Hearing that Su Bai wanted to add money, Zhao Xiaofeng shook his head decisively. "Mr. Su, it's not about money at all." As he spoke, Zhao Xiaofeng broke his fingers and counted them one by one for Su Bai. "Leaving aside the design I am responsible for, such a large renovation project, you have to set up a project bidding. You have to screen the general contracting company, general contracting and then contracting, civil engineering, water and electricity, fire protection, decoration, landscaping, all have to spend time. Right. It takes half a day of work to find someone. And here it is, not even officially in. 3 more months to open. Are you kidding me? Seeing Zhao Xiaofeng's insistence on leaving, Su Bai directly said, what if, say, I'm all set and waiting for your design proposal? Ready? Ready for what? Just as Zhao Xiaofeng was wondering, a coaster with a local license plate drove into the airport runway. And when the door opened, Dong Sanjin's secretary Xiao Zhan was the first to get off. Bosses, we're here, please get off. As each middle-aged man with a beer belly got out of the car, Zhao Xiaofeng froze as several of them he recognized, all in the circle. 2 of them are also regional heads of state engineering firms. There were also a couple of guys handing out business cards around who looked like subcontractors. This set of operations down, I'll give Zhao Xiaofeng whole will not. So you, Big Boss Su, have invited all the guests to the table and are waiting for me, the cook, to serve the food? Mr. Su, what a situation. Su Bai shrugged his shoulders. First, this isn't some government project I'm working on. It's all up to me whether or not to invite bids. Second, I still have so many contacts in this acreage of Sichuan and Chongqing. Third, now that real estate is in a slump, jobs are up for grabs as long as you have the money. All in all, it's just a statement that Papa A has more energy than you can imagine. Fine. You're rich. You're arrogant. You're noble. You're great. Then, I have to finish the work of Capital Zhang first. People are waiting. Su Bai said decisively. Mr. Zhang from Rising Wind Network? I called him this morning and he said it can wait a little longer. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. What? Even Mr. Zhang of Windy Network was traded by you? I got off the plane in Yicheng today and you didn't intend to let me go. I have seen the duck on the shelf, but the designer on the project, it is really the first time to see Okay, I'll do my best. Do my best, okay? There you have it. After saying that, Su Bai is going to leave. Since the big problem he is the boss of the negotiation. The rest of the problem, to their own people to solve it. But Su Bai, who walked to the car and pulled open the door, appeared to remember something and looked at Zhao Xiaofeng. Right, Mr. Cho. What? Anything else? I hear the project you're most proud of is the Goat City Tower in Goat City? Yeah. What? Su Bai grinned straight up. Trust me, soon it won't be the Goat Tower. As Su Bai closed the car door and drove away, Zhao Xiaofeng still had a puzzled look on his face as he looked up at the terminal building that stood in front of him. If it's not the Goat Tower, could it be you, the supermarket? Making a scene. It wasn't until Su Bai's old black A6 completely disappeared from view that Zhao Xiaofeng remembered a key issue. The country's leading cell phone maker is not busy selling phones. Why are you thinking of coming to open a supermarket? Did you ask Wachekmar for permission to make such a big fuss? Chapter 060, all packed away? Su Bai was so fastidious with this meal that he didn't even bother to use money to smash the time. Saving time is just one. Until now, the news that Su Bai was going to enter the superstore industry had only spread in a small area, and not too many people knew about it. There was no lack of components that Su Bai had deliberately concealed. The reason for this was that Su Bai wanted to fight a blitzkrieg, not giving Wachek Ma too much time to react. In the words of our old ancestors, on the first drum, battle rice is made. On the second drum, battle robes are tightened. On the third drum, swords are sheathed. This 4-pass drum goes down, and the knife has to see blood. It's called momentum, and it's called the heart of the army. The opening of the supermarket has to be delayed for a year and a half. Not to mention the knife out of the sheath. The knife is rusty my ass. Now that Southbridge Airport has embarked on a bold renovation and refurbishment project, the drum has been beaten. As for the two-way drums, that brings us to an old saying in the retail industry. Starts by traffic, lives and dies in the supply chain. Traffic. Su Bai is not lacking. Press a pig can have more than 10 million people to see. At the heart of the rice supermarket lies this supply chain. In human terms, you have to have enough suppliers to sell their products on the shelves of your supermarket. And these products, too, have to be liked by consumers. The series of complex problems involved. Su Bai's idea of solving them was quite simple. Leave it to the professionals to do what the professionals do. Yicheng Bridge off the bridge. Turn right 800 meters on the riverfront road. There is a car wash store business. Has been very good. And even a lot of guests across the city have to come here to wash the car. Not that this car wash washes cleaner than others. And the quality of service was only average. The reason why business is good is because this car wash has a special group of car washers who are not good at talking, always have a naive and innocent smile on their faces, and their movements are not exactly nimble. Most of them suffer from mental retardation, cerebral palsy, autism and Down syndrome. They also share a common name, He-Beaner. As the sign says, hibernate car wash. The owner of the car wash is called Feng Jun. In his early 40s this year, 5 years ago, he and his wife opened this car wash. The original reason for opening the store was because her son, who has autism, had been unable to find a job. Fong Jun usually doesn't talk much, even has a mean face, and often gets his ID checked by the police when he goes to the pedestrian street in the city center. Only the store's joyful and naive people know that the owner has a bodhisattva's heart. Regulars who come to the car wash will also take advantage of the breaks in the car wash to chat with Fong Jun and smoke cigarettes, but few people know that the usually always silent car wash owner, 5 years ago, had a completely different identity. Founder of Chikahui Supermarket. When the locally Chang from the start of the Qianjiahui Supermarket, by virtue of good quality and cheap goods and good service, not only dominate the Yicheng, and even expanded to Sichuan, Chongqing and Yunnan provinces, its branches are more than 87. With an annual income of hundreds of millions of dollars. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. After 8 years, in the domestic first-tier and second-tier cities to gain a firm foothold in the international large-scale chain of superstores, opened a vast sinking strategy. Walmart, Soldatron, Auchan, Ito. For the local superstores of the Dragon Kingdom back then, it was no less than another version of the Eight-Nation Alliance. People have advanced business philosophy, perfect supply system, strong scale effect, complete set of logistics system, integrated information system. As for local superstores, in the face of the onslaught of international superstores, there is only a promotional poster with price cuts and discounts. So Fong Jun came to open a car wash, and Mr. Fong, too, became Boss Fong. To this day, whenever Fong Jun reviewed, he felt that his loss was not unfair and convincing. One is still better suited to be a car wash owner than a superstore veteran. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Fong Jun was sitting at the counter counting today's earnings, and didn't notice in the slightest that a black Audi A6 had slowly driven into the car wash. Bang! After Subai closed the car door, he looked at the naive clerk who greeted him. The keys are in the car, please. No thank you. Just a big smile from the store clerk. By the way, where's your boss? A mousy clerk reached out and pointed in the direction of the counter. Thanks. Passing through the gate, Subai went straight to the counter, and after seeing the water dispenser next to it, he first went to get a paper cup to catch water. Taking advantage of the break in receiving water, Subai twisted his head to look at Fong Jun, who was looking down at his cell phone at the counter. I heard from my HR manager that he couldn't get you out of the house in 3 visits. Fong Jun, who heard the commotion, raised his head, just in time to see Subai, who picked up a paper cup and stared for 2 seconds. Mr. Su nodded after taking a sip of water. If you're talking about Mr. Su, the one from Rice Technology, that would be me. If you're talking about the can't hold down a pig one, I'm wringing my hands. How did you? Came to meet you, a legend in the Southwest Superstore world, and watched the car on the way. After a period of pleasantries, the two were seated on both sides of the coffee table. Fong Jun took out a cigarette and handed it to Subai, and when he saw Subai refused, he inserted it back into the cigarette case. How many years old is that? Mr. Su, as you can see, I am now the owner of a car wash. Your HR manager did come to me. And to be honest, the offer was very good. But, I'm really sorry, my level is average and my strength is limited, so I'm really not up to the task. Subai put down the disposable paper cup in his hand and laughed. I'd like to think that Boss Fong isn't unsure of himself. He's just unsure of the Rice Supermarket. Fong Jun is a person who does not like to lie. Just smiled and did not say anything. Subai continued. Do you think? I'm from the cell phone business. Cross-border into the super industry, at best, is considered the nature of the game. Anyway, money, tossing and playing. Do you think that the Rice Supermarket, even if it can be a sensation by my influence, it's just a flash in the pan and can't last? Seeing that Subai had said his words to this point, Fong Jun had nothing to hide. Ugh, Mr. Su, let me say something you don't like to hear. Your advantage is conscience and listening to persuasion. But as far as Walmart is concerned, people don't eat you up. The merchandise at Worcester and Marine doesn't have to be higher priced than you. And the quality, too, doesn't have to be worse than you. You can network to listen to advice to take advice. People also have their own customer service. The scene will be able to deal with the problem solved. If you were a consumer, would you rather go to a Worcester and Oregon store that has long since cultivated a habit of spending money? Or to a Rice Supermarket that you've never heard of? It's not for nothing that people are still standing after more than half a century of existence and have become the world's #1. Fong Jun said a lot in one breath. And it was obvious that he had worked hard in private and had a very clear understanding of the Rice Supermarket. However, there was one thing that Fong Jun never said. That would be this group of pleasant bean shoppers. Fong Jun is not assured that these simple children to others. After all, these silly children, even if hard work for a day of work, when the boss to give them 10 yuan a day's wages, they will be happy to continue. Never 2 words. Not everyone, either. could be like Fong Jun, with a cold face and a kind heart. Fong Jun said, and Su-bai listened quietly, not retorting or changing his face because of Fong Jun's bluntness. Su-bai, who had gone through many business negotiations, was most used to the truth that one should never follow the rhythm of others. Even though he wanted to explain to Fong Jun what was meant by the Donglai model, after careful thought, he decided to shut up. There is no such thing as a certain Donglai in this world, and people can't understand something that hasn't even existed. Everything, only the results speak for themselves. After a long period of silence, Su-bai looked towards a few Hindaner who were polishing the car outside the main door. Tell you what, I'll renegotiate your treatment. When he heard the treatment issue, Fong Jun directly shook his head silently. This was not a treatment issue at all. Even if Su-bai gave more money, he wouldn't go. As a former boss with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets and a lot of ups and downs, money is nothing more than a string of numbers to Fong Jun now. In the end, it's still a dream. You'll still serve as CEO of RiceMart and report directly to me. Other than that. Speaking of which, Su-bai lifted his chin and signaled the Pleasant Bean car wash clerks outside. I would also create a separate car cleaning department under the customer service department of the Rice supermarket, specializing in free car washes for customers who drive to the supermarket. Therefore, on behalf of the personnel department, I would like to cordially invite these brothers to join the car cleaning department at RiceMart. If it's okay with Mr. Fong, let's talk about their treatment. When he heard that Su-bai was going to hire these Pleasant Beaners, the Fong soldiers were dumbfounded. Originally, Fong Jun thought that Su-bai's so-called treatment issue was his own treatment. Never in a million years would I have guessed that it would be one of these Pleasant Beaners. Rice supermarket, actually hiring these high beans? It had to be said that Su-bai's hand back to the head to pull out, directly to Fong Jun to pull out the crotch. People are pulling out the numbness. This is, you want to take the whole car wash with you? Chapter 061, Congratulations. You've learned to answer the question. Mr. Su, are you saying that you want all of these children? Looking at Fong Jun's surprised expression, Su-bai knew that the initiative of this negotiation had returned to his hands. It is still the same saying that there is only a hoe that cannot be swung, and there is no corner that cannot be dug. I've taken it personally, and you want me to come back empty-handed? Don't you want the boss to lose face? That's right, Fong Jun, now, is starting to falter. It's not because of the goodwill shown by Su-bai in hiring these high beans, because the goodwill, too, is likely to be feigned. Rather, it's because of Su-bai's business mindset. Imagine the same two supermarkets, one of which even has trouble parking. The other, on the other hand, not only has ample parking, but also offers a free car wash. Which one do you choose? Take a step back again and say the same two car washes. One is a normal employee, while the other is a high beaner. Which one would you pick? This is a question that Fong Jun, who is the owner of She Beaner Car Wash, has the most right to say. And now, Su-bai directly combined these two advantages into one. Pleasant Bean Free Car Wash. This card is a king bomb. It can be said that this handful of tawdry maneuvers alone can bring a very substantial amount of customer traffic to a medium-sized supermarket. The premise is that the supermarket's profits are enough to support such pie-in-the-sky ideas as Su-bai's. Or rather, could it be that Su-bai is trying to hire these joyful simpletons at a very low rate? It's not out of the question that the daily expenses of a car wash can't be considered big, but they're definitely not small. Since the free car wash service was provided, Su-bai could only squeeze the wages of his employees if he wanted to maintain the supermarket's profits. So, the heart of the problem is still the treatment of these high beans. Mr. Su, I think you've misunderstood. These children in my store, although they have all kinds of defects, but in my place, they are normal people, and they also get the same salary as normal people. If Su always thinks that just because they're high beans, they can do your work for a very low paycheck. Thinking of this, Fong Jun resumed his usual cold face. He had been a boss, and naturally knew the nature of capital seeking profit, and often the bigger the boss, the less humane he was to speak of. The so-called employees are nothing more than tools for them to make money. Fong Jun admired Su-bai's business thinking in his heart, but it didn't mean that Fong Jun recognized Su-bai as a person. Su-bai didn't seem to notice Fong Jun's face change at all, still looking at the busy hay beaners outside the store, and couldn't stop nodding his head as he listened to Fong Jun's words. It's true that you can't give it as normal. See, it's true. Fong Jun's face became even darker, and he even picked up his own teacup and drank the water. Quite a bit of tea to send off the guests. They should be treated better than normal. Fong Jun kept the action of serving tea, a face of seeing a ghost expression staring at Su-bai. Just now he was a little deaf. What did you say, Mr. Su? You said, Su-bai said to himself. I've seen documentaries about them, and a lot of the high beans have, in terms of their lives, a big inconvenience. That's commuting to work. It takes them a long time to remember which bus to take. which stop to get to and which direction to go. If they take the wrong bus or get off at the wrong stop, it can be a problem. In response to that, I think it's entirely reasonable to provide them with dormitories close by, and a cafeteria. As for the basic salary, temporarily set to 8,000 to 10,000, specific have to let the personnel department accounting, after all, is a manual labor, although low point, but our welfare benefits are. As Subai was talking, he suddenly glanced over and saw that Feng Jun, who was sitting next to him, had an extremely bizarre scene, only to see Feng Jun, although the expression is still cold, but do not know when. Feng Jun hand holding the teacup, but shook into a sieve. With the increase in the amplitude of the shaking, tea shaking began to splash out. Seeing the situation, Mr. Feng, are you alright? At this time, Feng Jun had 10,000 heads of pigget in his heart as the pig surged forward. These hide beaner, he all just give for 500 salary plus a lunch, YouTube food and housing, even if you're giving me 8,000 to start with? How dare you ask me if I'm okay? I'm fine. I'm not passing away for a while. Ahem. It's okay. My hands are numb. Although Subai gave a very high treatment, Feng Jun was not swept off his feet. Mr. Su, I'm curious. Do all the employees of the rice supermarket pay such high wages? Subai nodded. Problems? Feng Jun looked puzzled. Are you sure that Rice Mart can afford such high labor costs? Subai gently shook the disposable paper cup in his hand. It's still a matter of supermarket efficiency, to say 1,000 words. The question circles back around. How can we ensure the effectiveness of rice supermarkets? Like Feng Jun just said, does it rely on Subai's conscience and listening to advice? Mr. Su, unfortunately, up to now, I still can't see what the core competitiveness of rice supermarket is. Seeing this, Subai really had no choice. Dipped some water from a paper cup and wrote a word on the glass coffee table. A skimmer. Man. People? That's right, it's people. Subai said bluntly. Mr. Feng, let's say that you are now an ordinary college student with a specialization. Just graduated. And the average salary of a freshman in the market is around 4,000. How would you feel if you applied for a job at my company and I offered you 4,000? Hearing this question, Feng Jun hesitated for a few seconds. According to the present employment environment, it is good enough for college students to get a job. And even if the average wage level is maintained, it is not bad at all. Just go to work honestly. No, who knows? As soon as the words fell, Subai directly retorted. You will go to work and clock in on time, leave at the end of the day, do the work when you can, and push it when you can, whether the company makes money or not. How effective. And you have nothing to do, as long as you can pay wages on time, because $4,000, in this day and age, will only allow you to survive, not live. A call that left Feng Jun speechless. He had to admit that what Subai said was true. So what if I take the paycheck and bump it up to 6,000? Then you have a completely different attitude, because it's more than the average wage in the area. As long as you don't live too extravagantly, odds are you can save a fortune every month to watch movies and have dinner and tea with friends. By the end of the year when you go back home, you can still buy 2 new clothes for your parents and have a happy family year. Looking forward to a better next year. Reacting to that at work, you'll start caring about whether the company makes money or not and try to do more. You'll expect the company to stay afloat, to not go out of business, to not lay off people. A call, said Feng Jun frequently nodded. So, what if I then bump my salary to 8,000, twice the regional average? By this time, you are completely out of the realm of survival, and the amount of money you can save each month becomes more. And with that, you think about saving up for a house, a car, getting married and having kids. You'll realize that all of these expectations all rest on your work. So, every day when the alarm goes off, you will get up early and get to the office, and you will devote yourself to your work with full enthusiasm. You no longer just expect the company to sustain itself, instead, you'll want it to get better and better and more efficient, because only then will all your ideals be realized. So, speaking here, Subai looked at Feng Jun. What if I took a recent college student's salary and raised it to $10,000? Feng Jun said decisively. He'll be like a chicken blood, can't wait to live in the company, grabbing what he can do, learning what he can't do, and guarding what he can't do. He will be more concerned than you, the boss. Even if you fart in the elevator, he will have to grab it and say he put it there. Hearing this, Subai smiled and extended his right hand towards Feng Jun. Congratulations, you've all learned to snatch. Extra chapter added to today's stockpile. Chapter 062. Let you think. How dare you think? Subai's old S6 has been washed, parked in the open space outside the store. A group of Joy Beaner immediately copied the guy surrounded. Wipe the car, vacuuming the vacuum. In the store, Feng Jun was still frowning in deep thought. It couldn't be helped that Subai's flurry of rhythms just now had almost crippled him. He had to calm down and think about exactly what was going on. After all, he was once considered a boss with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, met countless bosses, and knows a bewildering number of theories about doing business. By normal logic, as a company, there must be labor costs to consider. Since it is a cost, it should be compressed as much as possible, and the wages of employees should be as low as they can be, and they should not be increased if they can. Only in this way can you ensure a larger profit margin. The simplest example, labor brokers. They are the ones who make money on your salary, and they want to raise it? What are you thinking? That should be the normal way of thinking about employment. But when it came to Subai, it was a reversal of the norm. Feng Jun was keenly aware of where something was wrong, but he couldn't think of anything for a moment, until he looked at Subai who came out of the toilet. Then he finally understood where the problem was. Out on Subai. If it were Feng Jun himself, would he be willing to shell out that much money to his employees? Mouth can say, but really to the time of financial delineation, looking at the huge labor expenses, it is estimated that Feng Jun will be heartbroken straight teeth, because that money, it could have been his, and who would give their money, for no good reason, to someone else? So why is Subai, again, willing to do this? Mr. Su, I still can't understand. Subai, who wiped his hands with a paper towel, sat down and laughed. Can't understand what? Can't understand why I, an entrepreneur, who is supposed to be driven by profit, would prefer to do the opposite and raise my own labor costs? Seeing that Feng Jun didn't say anything, Subai asked himself, so have you thought about the employees who, like you just said, I'd grab over if I farted? What if I had 10? There are 100 of them. And what happens? What if the hundreds of employees at Rice Supermarket, all of them, were like this? Hearing this, Feng's soldiers were numb. Imagine that image. A group of employees who are wailing with chicken blood. A group of employees who are paid high wages and are more worried than their bosses that the supermarket won't be able to stay in business and go out of business. Thinking about it, Feng Jun's brain twitched and thought of Li Yunlong of the Independent Regiment. Looking at it, Feng Jun's eyes glazed over and he saw Subai as old Li, and one, apparently, becomes Zhou Kong. Didn't people loudly say so much because he hoped to piss in the same pot as himself? Having said that, he, Feng Jun, still had a reason to refuse? 5 minutes later, Subai drove a freshly scrubbed old black S6 and left Haybiner car wash. Only lower Feng Jun stood on the side of the road and called his daughter-in-law. Hey, wife, tell you something, it's not much, just, Feng Jun, who didn't know how to open his mouth for a while, looked at Subai's taillights and thought for a few seconds before popping out a sentence. Have you ever seen Bright Sword? Meanwhile, Goat Town. Although the first month has passed, the red lanterns at the entrance of the Friendship Day chemical factory are still hanging. Compared to the past, now the Friendship of the Day has ushered in a sea change. Even the rusty gate, also at the end of last year, replaced with a brand new electric retractable door. Only the boss, Hitsongjo's old Celestial, which was almost sold for paychecks, still hasn't been replaced. For one thing, he's driving out of his feelings from Chow. Rather, since learning that Mr. Su drove an old A6, Hitsongjo had looked away. People's big bosses with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets drive a 6S. Being a small business owner of a daily chemical, I'm not ashamed to drive a Celestial. In the morning, Hitsongjo was holding a calculator, snapping and counting the performance in the office, when suddenly, the office door was pushed directly open. Hitsongjo said without lifting his head, "You kid, how many times have I told you? You don't know how to knock when you enter the office." Pushing the door in, He Shaokai came directly to the water fountain, seemingly thirsty, grunting and busy filling water. Seeing this, Hitsongjo put down the calculator and removed the presbyopia glasses on the bridge of his nose. "How's it going? Did you talk it down?" Since the start of the year at work, He Shaokai has been out running business. To be more specific, it's running a superstore. It must be said that the Friendship Day plant, after adding the rice standard, has been given a second lease of life. But from an objective point of view, it is not at all problematic. Ruobi lives selling goods, although it can avoid the behavior of the middleman to earn the difference in price. But there is a problem is unavoidable. Courier fees. Although the Friendship of Daily Chemical Factory and the major courier companies have negotiated a large customer agreement, but after all, the unit price of many products would have been very low. A handful of courier fees, it is very uneconomical. Again, consumers who buy through live streaming are not the majority right now. Many customers said that they were helping friends or family members to buy, which shows that the products of Friendship Daily Chemical, the sales channel is still too single, has not yet covered enough groups. In order to solve this problem, this period of time, He Shaokai has been running super We hope to expand our products offline through superstores with factory direct supply. But through He Xiaokai's expression, it was not difficult to see that the results of him running for a period of time down the road did not seem to be good. Don't mention it, Dad. It's all about the ing money, and the mention of me makes me angry. It must be said that when He Xiaokai went to these superstores on behalf of Yu Yijihua, the purchasing managers on the other side were still quite polite. After all, it's a fact that Friendship Daylight's products are popular, selling out at live sales. It's natural for a superstore to receive this kind of quality customer. But after the conversation, He Xiaokai's face changed. Take the largest supermarket, Walmart. People have sufficient backing, strong background, and use the financial strength of the self-pickup model. To put it bluntly, they buy your Friendship Day Chemical Factory's products first, and then they price and sell them themselves. This brings us to the question of offline-online price differentials. If Walmart sells more expensive than online, then consumers will naturally not go to Walmart to buy. So the pricing at Wajima, too, must be lower than online, or at least equal. In this case, Walmart wants to make money again. So what to do? That's naturally when the purchase is made. The purchase price of Friendship Nickels is pressed like crazy. Then the problem comes again. The Friendship Daily Chemical, which has joined the rice standard, has already low profit margins, and then it is cut by this big knife of Walmart. They're all working for Wachekmar. Well, the road of self-pickup supermarkets cannot go. Then go to the self-supporting totalit. What's called self-employment is really consignment. For example, the Friendship of the Day 5 a bottle of hand cream, plus freight to the supermarket offer 5 too, and then send the goods to the supermarket. The supermarket according to their own situation to sell. In order to make money, the supermarket may sell 6, may sell 8. Of course, is to sell the more expensive the better. Whatever it sells for. It settles with Friendship Daycare for $5.02. It sells to customers who don't know how to compare prices, see the rice standard logo, and mindlessly fill their shopping carts. He Xiaokai, who had heard this pattern, had a crooked nose. Isn't this a smashing of the rice standard? If He Xiaokai dares to do so, take the lead in messing up the price of the product, destroying the image of the rice standard, it is estimated that his peers will be able to drown him with a mouthful of spittle. As a result of a walk down the road, pick your own supermarkets do not work, and self-managed supermarkets do not work. Sort of a wasted effort. He Xiaokai, who had finished drinking his water, put his cup down on the table. I can kind of see, Dad, that the offline superstore is a road that no one else can count on. Listening to his son's complaints, Heetsong-jo felt indifferent. For Heetsong-jo, today's Friendship Day Chemical Factory has made him dream of waking up with a smile. Do not seek to build on the success, but only for stability. Since this road cannot go, then do not go not on the line. Live selling alone is enough. From what you're saying, who else would you expect? He Xiaokai came over to the desk, his face leaping to attention. Mr. Su Dad, people Mr. Su is not the main one to listen to persuasion? What do you say I go and talk him into doing the supermarket? Not to mention anything else, as long as he's willing to do it. As soon as he sets up his stick, our thousands of daily chemical factories will certainly respond to the call to back him up. Hearing He Xiaokai get more and more energized, He Xiaokai didn't even bother to dampen his confidence. It's not like Su was stupid to listen to advice. A supermarket? What do you think Wajseum is? Alright, go ahead and persuade. If you really want to persuade, you'll move your chopsticks first in future family meals. Really? You kid, have you gone against the grain? Let you think. You really dare to think? Chapter 063, I doubt you wanna kill me. Icheng Yuehua Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Icheng. Just 2 days ago, the manager of the hotel's customer service department received a large order to provide accommodation, office and conference services for a team of over 200 people. The name of the client organization is Rice Technologies. Although many people say that Subai is stingy, driving the old S6 around every day and not even hiring a driver. But only the employees of Rice Technology know how stingy this boss of his own is to himself and how good he is to his employees. Just like this time when Subai drew staff support from Rice Technology for the sake of the rice supermarket, there were countless employees who voluntarily signed up. And these more than 200 employees from the technical department of the headquarters of the Rice Technology, this time rushed to Icheng's task, is for the soon-to-be-established rice supermarket, the establishment of a set of perfect integrated information system. That's Su White blatantly copying Wajima's homework. There are many reasons why Walmart is the world's #1, but one of them is crucial. That's because Varoma has an extremely advanced information system. In the 1970s, Wajchekma established its first logistics data processing center. It was one of the first companies in the world to use computerized offices. By the early 1980s, Walmart had spent another $400 million on commercial satellites to network data globally. In the 90s, Baroma started to popularize the Global Positioning System, GPS, to the logistics terminals. In 2004, it took the lead in popularizing radio frequency technology. The combination came down and reduced Wojima's operating costs to a horrific figure. That's why, again, you get the goods from the manufacturer, but your price can never be cheaper than Walmart. So, if you really think of Worcester as a grocery store owner, you're very wrong. The world's one company, which covers tens of thousands of stores globally, is much more than it seems. It's no exaggeration to say that from the big data within Walmart, the Eagle Kingdom's intelligence service, it can easily know the level and trend of consumption of the residents of any city in the Dragon Kingdom, how many middle-class people there are, and how many moderately well-off families there are, and thus project whether the economy is growing or declining, thereby providing side-by-side corroboration of intelligence at the national level. That's why it's so important to say that the world's number one, it really isn't. And now what Subai is going to do, to put it bluntly, going Wojima's way and leaving Wojima with no way out. Just copy it and be done with it. More than 200 strong soldiers transferred from Rongcheng just came to the first day, on the passive skills as a program ape hair loss mode, in the office floor provided by the hotel. The keyboard knocked out sparks. It can't be helped. Mr. Su is giving too much. At the same time, these 200 or so people are still just the vanguard of the frontline station in Yicheng, which involves a lot of field testing work on hardware and software. In the rear, Subai also specifically contacted several large domestic outsourcers and suppliers, forming a large rear force of thousands of people to provide remote hardware and software technical support. That is, right now Subai does not have enough cash flow in hand, and the rice supermarket has not carried out an expansion strategy. Otherwise, Subai, who is addicted to copying, is probably going to find the Space Department and hit it a few commercial satellites up. Let's have a global data network too. Time has come to the middle of March without realizing it. Less than a month and a half remains until the official May Day opening of RiceMart. Over this period of time, Feng Jun had lost weight, and it was visible to the naked eye. The face, which had been recuperating for several years and had managed to grow round, had become angular. A pair of black eyes, also dark and scary, obviously hadn't rested well for a while. Just after leaving the hotel elevator, Feng Jun ripped off the tie from his collar and quickly walked towards Subai's office. As Secretary Xiao Lu pushed the office door open, Subai was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window making a phone call. Seeing this, Feng Jun wanted to take out a cigarette to smoke one, but after seeing the clean ashtray on Subai's desk, he still resisted the idea of smoking. Subai, who hung up the phone, saw Xiao Lu, who was serving tea, go out the door and then pulled over a chair to sit opposite Feng Jun. Well, Feng Jun shook his head decisively. I suggest the opening be pushed back. Oh, over this period of time, Feng Jun has been running major brand suppliers. According to the original plan of Rice Supermarket, the outlet SKU, product assortment, should be at least 16,000. Yes, that's a copy of Wojciech too. However, after running for a period of time down, the number of SKUs negotiated, only less than 3,000, not up to 20%. At this rate, by the time it opens on May 1st, half of the shelves in the Rice Supermarket are estimated to be empty. It wasn't that Feng Jun was incapable, it was mainly because Subai's demands were too high. All products, not only have extremely strict requirements for quality, but crucially, the price is also very compressed. This is the kind of condition that the vast majority of brand owners shake their heads when they hear it. It's also a good deal and a good price. Hoping that you Rice Supermarket really think that good value for money is a word. Mr. Su, according to your request, it's okay to talk about some unknown small manufacturers, but many big brands, it's simply impossible to talk about them. Big brand? Yeah, not to mention the big brands, even a lot of the mid-range brands, when they heard what we were asking for, they didn't even want to talk to me. But, I didn't ask you to talk about big brands, either. In one sentence, it completely gave Feng Jun a whole lot of trouble. No talk of big brands? Where's the hullabaloo? A Rice Supermarket, directly dry into a small commodity wholesale market? You a commodity, without a brand, you have no credibility. The brand is unseen. Who's buying you? Seeing Feng Jun's incredulous expression, Subai pulled his chair and sat closer to Feng Jun. Let me put it this way. Branding is, in fact, a false proposition. This concept has been around in our country for a long time, but it was the West that refined it and formalized its use in commodities. It's like the story of the Zippo lighter that followed Eagle Country soldiers around the world and then stopped bullets with one that became a household name. There's nothing wrong with letting more people know about your product, from a business perspective, but that doesn't mean that when your product is popular, you can raise prices with impunity. For example, a lighter that amortizes the cost of research and development. which is also only a few dozen dollars. In the hands of the consumer, the price becomes 1 or 200, or even a few $1,000s. You may see this as branding, but in my eyes, it's an IQ tax. There are many more of the same. A clear stone dug out of the ground in South Africa, cut and packaged with the phrase, "Love lasts forever," and one lasts forever. It'll sell for thousands and thousands of dollars. It doesn't matter if you sell it for a lot. The point is that it doesn't hold its value, and it's only a couple $100 when you resell it. So you can sell it for tens of thousands of dollars and I can only sell a few hundred after wearing it for a day? And then you tell me it's called branding? And then there's the same domestic car, which isn't bad at all. And you change the foreign label and say it's a joint venture, and say it's an import. Several times the price? There's also a price increase. And then you tell me, you call this a brand? If I'm rich, not that bad, and buy some big brands for face saving, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just an ordinary person. I just want to buy something affordable and good. You want to tell me that the big brand is good? No money can even buy a loan. Then I have to wonder, you're trying to get on my leak. These 2 chapters are a bit watered down, overdone chapters, so make do with what you've got. Chapter 064, this is all. It works. Otherwise, it is said that Subai is a big boss. This brain circuit, this thinking, who can keep up? It's actually quite easy to understand. Daily life nowadays is full of overwhelming advertisements from big brands and companies on the internet and on TV and radio, telling you to buy from them, that theirs is the best and everything else is scum. It's like brainwashing you over and over again to instill that thought, thus changing your spending habits. Just like the current rice technology, Subai can completely in various ways to rice phone price increases, and do not have to increase too much, even if only $200. The profit margin can also be doubled. Even if it goes up $1,000, Subai is not worried about selling it. For one thing, the quality of rice phones is really reliable. The profit margins themselves are low, and the price/performance ratio is ridiculously high. Secondly, Rice Technology has become the leading cell phone company in the Dragon Kingdom, and in this industry, he calls the shots. In other industries is not so. The first use of money to smash low-price promotions to capture the market, squeezing peers, until the market occupation. Peers are almost dead. Then a backhanded set of sit-downs, playing a flip-flopper. Why don't you say, the city is deep, all want to go back to the countryside. Subai could understand this because Subai himself was an insider in the bureau. He stood tall so he could see farther. On the contrary, Fongjun was a bit unable to keep up with Subai's pace. Mr. Su, as the old saying goes, you get what you pay for, and many consumers still recognize the brand. Subai shook his head decisively. The simplest example, Vanguard, the international daily chemical giant. It's kind of a big brand. Don't you dare say they're worth every penny? Besides, Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, a second-tier daily chemical factory that was unknown last year. You dare to say that they don't have cost effectiveness? It's true that you get what you pay for. It's wrong that you tie it to the brand. The mistaken assumption is that only big brands, you get what you pay for. Although Fong Jun recognized that Subai had a point. But Mr. Su, even if there are conscientious products inside small brands and small manufacturers, consumers can't tell the difference. Subai laughed. So what do you think we're doing now? After saying that, Subai stood up and brought over the teacup on the desk. Consumers recognize the big brands because they used to go cheap and got screwed by a lot of inferior goods. Even if it costs a little bit more, it's going to buy a peace of mind and a peace of mind. To put it bluntly, the so-called big brands are a guarantee. Subai, who had resumed his seat opposite Fong Jun. Since the big brands are guaranteed, we can have it at the rice supermarket. We guarantee that everything in the rice superstore is of guaranteed quality and quantity, and at a lower price than the big brands. For non-consumable items, we offer a 7-day return, 14-day exchange, and regular repair. The reason I told you not to go to the big brands, it's because our Rice Mart is supposed to be branded. I want all consumers to know, Rice Supermarket produces the best. The words have been said so clearly. If Fong Jun is still not clear about what to do, then Subai had better replace him before it's too late. Under a flurry of enlightenment, Fong Jun's entire body was energized, especially that line. Rice Mart is a brand in itself, giving Fong Jun a whole lot of blood to boil. It's a shame that he's a former supermarket owner who can't even understand that. That's right, bosses are always looking for money. Make more money how you want. And how many people would be like Subai, thinking from the perspective of an ordinary person? Perhaps that is the difference between a capitalist and a people's entrepreneur. Alright, Mr. Su, I know what to do next. I'll give you a marching order. If the SKUs don't meet the standard and you can't open on May 1st, you'll take me to task. Seeing Fong Jun, who got up excitedly, Subai waved his hand. Don't get all serious and test you. When the time comes, You can just bring your head up. A joke, but let the stressful Fong Jun as a relief. By the way, here's an idea for you. Although you don't have to go to the big brands, you can stare and dig at their corners. Hearing this, Fong Jun raised his eyebrows. You mean, go to a supplier of a big brand to work with? That's right. After this incident with Wan Jiai, Su Bai sort of understood. In fact, many of the so-called big brands do not have their own factories, are looking for OEM processing products, and then labeled with their own brand. For premium sales, a piece of the same quality of clothing, the cost of less than $50, labeled with a brand can be sold for $800 or $900, like a certain gram, a certain D. There are also a lot of technical patents involved. Do you think people manufacturers themselves do not have technical patents for their own products? Otherwise you think, how did the shell change Mercedes come about? Hearing that he was asked to poach the big brands, Fong Jun was a little numbclawed. Mr. Su, if we are so blatantly digging into people's corners and engaging in ping tai, will we offend a bit too many people? Hearing this, Su Bai's shoulders shrugged. I'm the one who's offended. So what are you afraid of? You're allowed to charge a premium for your brand, but we're not allowed to get even? Well, there's a taller one to hold the sky when it collapses. Fong Jun raised his hand and looked at his watch. Okay, then Mr. Su, I'm leaving. There's still an hour's flight to Zhejiang province. Su Bai nodded and looked at the dark circles under Fong Jun's face. You're the CEO of RiceMart now. Permission is given to you. Know how to use it. How much can you accomplish in a day if you do everything yourself? Even if you're busy as hell. Hire when you need to hire. And don't be afraid of high labor costs. Use that method I taught you to recruit. I promise. God, it works. Fong Jun's front foot just left. The landline on the desk rang the voice of the secretary Xiao Lu. Mr. Su, manager He Xiaokai of Friendship Daily Chemical Factory has made an appointment for your call time. Hearing the words Friendship Day Chemical Factory, Su Bai came behind the desk and pressed the one-button call. No need to make an appointment. I'm free right now. Pick it up. Okay, on line 1. In fact, He Xiaokai regretted it when the call was first connected. It's not a farce to persuade Mr. Su to open a supermarket. He is the founder of the Dang Dang Rice cell phone, responsible for the sanitary napkins for fellow women across the country, and is also the helmsman of the Rice Standards Alliance. Soon it will be necessary to add the gold standard of a people's entrepreneur. Just this position, just this status. Is it bad for people to sit with their legs crossed and enjoy themselves? Just because you, Mr. He Xiaokai, said so, you're going to fight against the world's no. One Wojima? Where did you get such a big face? But the phone is connected. Can't hang up for Mr. Su again. Hello? It's Su Bai. Listening to Su Bai's voice on the other end of the phone, He Xiaokai's heart was about to jump out of his throat. When it comes down to it, sticking your head out is a knife, and shrinking your head is also a knife. The phone calls have been made. So what are you afraid of? If you get rejected, you get rejected. And how many men haven't been rejected? After briefly talking to Su Bai about the current situation at the Friendship Day Chemical Factory, He Xiaokai politely indicated to Su Bai, Mr. Su, I was just thinking that if you stepped up and opened a supermarket, we, the entire daily chemical industry, will definitely support you. And on the other side of the phone, listening to He Xiaokai's narration, Su Bai himself was a bit confused. The reason why he didn't let Fong Jun go to these daily chemical manufacturers first is because the current Rice Standard Alliance can't hide anything at all. When one manufacturer knows that Su Bai is opening a rice supermarket, the whole industry knows. If the whole industry knew about it, I guess the whole Dragon Kingdom would know about it. Until now, Su Bai has been doing his best to hide behind the curtain. And Fong Jun, as CEO, is the smokescreen that Su Bai threw out? I wanted to leave these daily chemical manufacturers for the end, but I didn't expect them to come to me on their own. It's really, how big are your shoes? How big are my feet? Su Bai looked at the calendar on the computer. This is the middle of March. It is estimated that the matter of the rice supermarket cannot be hidden soon. Anyway, it's just a matter of a few days early and a few days late, and it doesn't affect much to talk about it now. Half a minute later, He Xiaokai hung up the phone and stood in place with the phone. Frozen. Clarity was written all over his face. Seeing this, He Songzhou, who was next to him, shook his head and laughed. Rejected, right? I told you long ago. It's not possible at all. You're making this call. You're purely looking for trouble. On the contrary, it was He Xiaokai, who was stuck in place with a confused look on his face. Dad, Mr. Su said he'd think about it. Well, think about it. What do you mean? He said he's thinking about opening a supermarket. He Songzhou stood up, looking his son up and down with an incredibly surprised face. It's all. Is it working? The world knows that Su White listens to advice, but he from Zhou in any case could not have imagined that Mr. Sue was so obedient to persuasion. Chapter 065. Don't blame the road for being uneven if people can't do it. Warm and humid air from the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. Difficult to cross the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau, as if the floodgates opened, headlong into the basin of Shu Province. With the first spring rains landing, Yicheng citizens also finally took off their cotton coats and ushered in a spring with pleasant temperatures. Time, without realizing it, has come to April. With Su Bai's order, the newly formed personnel department of the rice supermarket opened the vast recruitment work. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory building of Yicheng City College, Liang Wenchao, who had deliberately changed into a suit, pushed open the door of his dormitory room and then threw down his duffel bag and sat on his own bed with a tired look on his face. A few roommates saw this and inquired about the situation. Wenchao, what is it? Can it work? Liang Wenchao didn't say anything and shook his head silently. As juniors, they are graduating in June, and right now almost everyone is finalizing their jobs. Liang Wenchao vaguely remembers how excited everyone was when the instructor asked them to look for jobs after the course. Everyone has their own ambitions and ideals, and rolls up their sleeves to get ready for the big time in society. Yes, society is cruel. Society is realistic. The axioms are well known. But for this group of college students who haven't graduated and haven't experienced setbacks, they simply can't relate. To paraphrase a phrase that has been widely circulated among young people, hands up. Not sorry, but you've got some practice, buddy. Don't blame the road for your failure. Just because you can't, doesn't mean we can't. Look at brother. Then a few months down the road, a few buddies in the roommate group, without exception, were all on their knees, with the initial bravado still echoing. The reality of the situation is that one is drier than the other on their knees. Can you believe that the study group members with scholarships are selling tickets at the movie theater? The deal was to buy a car in 3 years and a house in 5. The reality is that a 5,000 paycheck isn't available. 4,000 is fine. Number 4,000? I'll do it for 3.5. What? Even if you work overtime, you get $100 for being late? Grizzly Ray's old mother. It turns out that when you turn around, there are people who are up for the 3,500 job. It is said that when people teach people, they can never be taught. When things are taught, they are taught once. A few months down the road, the group of smiling, cheerful and lively college students were all silent. On the balcony of the dormitory in the middle of the night, you can always see someone looking out the window in silent awe. After so many years of reading, society has taught them the truest lesson of all. I heard from my cousin that there are more opportunities in Rongcheng and the salary is higher than Yicheng. Otherwise, let's go to Rongcheng. A boy half lying on his bed whispered. Ha, I read it earlier. The high salary is not much higher. The key is the kind of place in Rongcheng. The expenses are big, like our kind of specialist fresher. The money earned in a month is not enough for your living expenses. Can't exactly say that. 600 or 700 a month if you share a room. 100 or 200 a month if you take the subway bus to work. And 2,000 is enough to save a little bit of life. And then, the boy who had spoken was himself silent. When you do the math, you're left with $3,000 or $4,000 a month in your pocket at the end of the day. So you work for a year just to pay the rent to the landlord, just to buy a car and a house for the boss. So you really went to college just to be a cowboy. If we can't, let's go into the factory. Another boy said as he came out of the restroom. I heard my sister say that the factory now does piecework. And if you work overtime, you get 7,000 or 8,000 a month. It's hard work, but it's a lot of money. It sounded like a good idea, but no one, including a few people from Liang Wenchao, said anything. Once you enter the factory door, it's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. For this group of young people in their early 20s with a lot of enthusiasm, who would want to go to a boring job that looks at the end of the road at a glance? Who wouldn't want to gamble on tomorrow with their youth and put up a fight? While everyone was silent, suddenly, the head of the dormitory, who was sitting in front of the computer, received a message from the guide. Attention all students. Today Rice Technology is recruiting for our school. Please bring your resume to the school auditorium as soon as possible if you are interested. The dormitory manager picked up his cell phone and looked at it. Holy, Rice Tech came to our school for school recruiting. The boy lying on the bed sat up immediately. Rice Technology? The Rice Tech by the pig? How can it be? People are the world's top 500. Come to our junior college school recruitment. You funny. If you don't believe me, read the cell phone group message for yourselves. A few seconds later. Nay, nowadays college students are uneducated. All I chow walks the world. A few minutes later, a group of crowd boys rushed down the dormitory building at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, each holding a resume, rushing towards the school auditorium. Along the way, there was a bewildering number of girls rushing out of the girls' dormitory building. It seems that the school also knows the influence of Rice Technology, directly to the recruitment site in the auditorium. Just for this scale, the classroom simply cannot fit. How did RiceTech come to recruit at our school? Do any of you know? I just got word from my guide, too, and I'm here without even changing my part-time clothes. Wow. I'm so excited. I wish I could work at RiceTech. You think too much. People come to school recruiting. Must be the best of the best. Don't look at our school is so big. I guess people look at, just so 3 or 5. Tops. Whatever. Let's go ahead and take the position. Just in case someone's personnel manager has an eye for 1,000 miles of horse like me. The same school recruitment, at the same time, is going on at the same time in more than 10 colleges and universities in Yicheng. And in the midst of this vast school recruitment drive, Rice Supermarket, too, has officially come into the public eye. For this group of college students, they don't care why Rice Technology is setting up a supermarket, and they don't really want to understand what the deeper meaning is behind this matter. For those who have been struggling to find a job for months, their only concern is to find a suitable job. And the HR department from Rice Supermarkets has deliberately played a careful game in this school recruiting effort. There was no talk of any Rice Supermarket treatment other than the need for the job, and the condition of no professional restrictions. They didn't even confiscate paper resumes. They just ended up leaving an email address to submit a resume and then skimmed the surface. This hand operation down. Many students attending the school recruitment mentality. That can be very different. After all this, it's actually a supermarket. I thought I was going to work at the headquarters of Rice Technology. That's right, we are at least serious college students. Actually let us go to the supermarket as cashier guide? Who are you looking down on? I told you, the world's top 500. How can be so kind? After half a day, it turned out to be hanging sheep's head to sell dog meat. Ah shucks. People's entrepreneurs. Disgusting. You need college students to open a supermarket. Do you really take us college students for cattle and horses? I'm not going. Working at the supermarket? Standing for so many hours a day makes my legs thick. Not everyone holds that thought. For example, Liang Wenchao, who walked out of the auditorium, had already taken a picture of the email address of the personnel department of the Rice Supermarket with his cell phone. It's a supermarket and the pay may be low, but how low can it be? Spoken as if I could get a high-paying job. What really caught Liang Wenchao's eye was the background of the Rice Supermarket, and a deep background means a high ceiling. I believe that if I work hard enough, I can move up the ladder at Rice Supermarket step by step. You can call this corporate potential and understand it as room for advancement. The other reason, naturally, was Su Bai. Liang Wenchao meditatively felt that the boss who couldn't hold down the pig shouldn't be able to screw his own hometown. Right. Chapter 066, To live. To live is to endure. In addition to the large-scale school recruitment, the social recruitment work of the personnel department of the Rice Supermarket is also being carried out at the same time. Yicheng major recruitment platform, but also all put up the Rice Supermarket recruitment information. It's the same old story. In the treatment and benefits section, there are only 2 words, negotiable, at 5:50 p.m. Inside an office building in the central district of Yicheng City. There were less than 10 minutes before the end of the shift, and Zhang Wei had already packed up his things. Last week his father was hospitalized in a car accident, and every day after work Zhang Wei had to rush over as soon as possible to help his mother take care of his father. After confirming that all the work for the day was taken care of, Zhang Wei stared at the time on his computer in boredom, worrying about his father in his mind. But just as the time came to 5:58, the door to the general manager's office pushed open, and a beer-bellied boss in his 40s, with a stern face, walked out and shouted towards everyone, "Stop whatever you're doing and come over to the meeting." From the expressions of the surrounding employees, it is not difficult to see that this kind of stepping on the point of the meeting is a common occurrence, and has long been accustomed to it. On the contrary, it was Zhang Wei who hesitated to talk to his boss about the fact that he had to go to the hospital in a hurry. But after a few seconds of silence, Zhang Wei still picked up his own notebook and followed the crowd, heading towards the office. After all, he had already offended his boss last week because of his father's car accident, and the boss was holding a grudge against him. The day of my father's accident was last Wednesday afternoon. At that time, Zhang Wei, who got the news, went to ask for leave with the boss in a hurry, but the boss came in a salty way. "What the hell is going on and you're taking a vacation without even figuring it out? If they're all like you, how is work going to go on? Isn't there your mother? It's not like there's no one else. Your focus should be on your work. Do I have to teach you that? Is everything okay at other people's homes? Why don't they take time off work and you're the one who has to do it every day?" At that time, anxious Zhang Wei, directly in the office, disliked the boss a few words. See, things have made a big deal. The boss black-faced as Zhang Wei approved leave. As a result, the next day, Zhang Wei's project bonus for the previous month was cut in half. The reason was that Party A did not approve of Zhang Wei's work when the project was wrapping up. It's superfluous. It might as well be said that Jiang Wei had entered the company's gate with his left foot, destroying the company's feng shui. Although he was not happy in his heart, Jiang Wei could only grit his teeth and endure it. It can't be helped that he's 28 years old, hasn't bought a house, hasn't gotten married, and has less than $20,000 in savings. As it turned out, the father was still secondarily responsible for this car accident. The medical bills were calculated at just under $20,000 for a flurry of reimbursements, as if fate was deliberately trying to play a joke on the young man, doomed to leave him penniless and bumbling. What else can be done? Put in the university, just graduated at that time, met this kind of stupid hanging boss. Jiang Wei, bird do not bird, turn around and go. But now, already 28 years old Jiang Wei has long lost the initial sharpness, has completely recognized the reality of society, where there are so many chills and miracles and soaring successes. For the remote rural born to be a cow or a horse. You're a cow or a horse all your life. The human race is not worth. It's just like Shiwa said, to live is to endure, to die is to die. The saddest thing is that Jiang Wei doesn't even have the courage to die, because he still has his parents who raised him with painstaking efforts, and his family who loves him, facing those expectant eyes. All Jiang Wei can do is to endure. In the conference room, the boss, who was in his early 40s, sat on the main seat, as if the High Emperor was reprimanding his ministers, or as if a landlord in ancient times was lecturing his family's longtime laborers because he was not satisfied with this year's harvest. If anything, the capitalists, driven by profit, are no match for the people's entrepreneur Subai, who walks the line of conscience that is placed in the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, many bosses, not even capitalists, because the capitalist is only thinking of making your money, whereas with many private owners, you not only have to help him make money, but instead you have to make you grateful to him. Essentially, these private small business owners still belong to the feudal slave owner mindset. As far as they are concerned, since you are paid a wage, you have to obey him like a long slave laborer. He won't think you're working efficiently and quickly when he sees you idling around. He'll just think it's the small amount of work you've been assigned. And as an employee, you not only need to help your boss make money, but more importantly, you need to provide him with emotional value. Let him enjoy that feeling of being high up and pointing the finger. Otherwise, would so many companies move to emphasize militarization and wolf culture? Just like now, the meeting has been held for half an hour, the boss nagged for half a day, and did not mention anything serious, but everyone, including Jiang Wei, had to hold a pen and pretend to take serious notes. Of course, you can also not install the consequences. You think you're smart? Everyone else takes notes but you. No wonder you don't finish your work well every time. Many times you need to reflect more on yourself and what the problem is. If you're doing a good job and your boss is in a good mood and you want a raise, that's another set of words. You're still young. Don't think about enjoyment as soon as you arrive. Learn to settle down and build up. There will be bread. There will be milk. And in the whole company, you're the one I'm most optimistic about. The reason why I haven't given you a raise is because I'm testing you. So, with a boss like that, Jiang Wei should be well paid. That's right. The reason why Jiang Wei was able to put up with it was because of this job, which was able to provide him with a salary of $5,000 a month. $5,000 isn't much. On the internet where millions of dollars per capita are paid per year, nothing. But in a third-tier city like Yicheng, $5,000 already exceeds the income of the vast majority of people. The meeting finally ended at 7:30 p.m. Lights in the neon. Out of the office building, Jiang Wei came to the street, waiting for the bus gap. Jiang Wei took out his cell phone and looked at the major recruitment platform. The idea of changing jobs has long been on Jiang Wei's mind. He doesn't expect a salary increase for jumping ship. He just wants a less torturous boss. That's all. It's the same old saying, a cow or a horse. You have to be aware of being a cow or a horse. Flipping through the pages, a recruitment content appeared in front of Jiang Wei's eyes. Rice Mart? Click in and see. A subsidiary of Rice Technologies? Rice Technology is entering the superstore business and is going to open a supermarket in Yicheng? And there are a lot of job openings. Shopping guide, cashier, customer service, sorting, security. With Jiang Wei's work history and specialty, it is obvious that it is not suitable for such a position. A good job not to do. 5,000 monthly salary not to take. Run to a supermarket to work? But Jiang Wei was genuinely moved. The heart of the matter is not the job position, but the person Su Bai, the company Rice Technology. As a Yicheng hometown, Jiang Wei is also a fan of Su Bai Douyin, and he is convinced that Su Bai's persona is not scripted. There is no screenwriter that would dare to have a $100 billion old boss to press a pig. Although the salary at the Rice Mart doesn't seem to be higher than what you are getting now, the owner is nice. How about a bet? Give up your current job and go to Rice Mart and start from scratch. At 28 years old, I'm still young, so if I'm willing to work hard, I'm sure I'll have a chance. Taking advantage of the gap between the bus arriving at the station and opening the door, Zhang Wei, who was about to get on the bus, had a hard heart, clenched his teeth, and pointed his finger. Resume sent. Chapter 067 Looking for a job. Talk to the boss directly? Monday, April 21st. 9 days to go until the rice supermarket opens. Yicheng City North in the early morning. Zhang Wei stepped off the bus and looked at the navigation tips on his cell phone, wondering, isn't this the former Southbridge Airport? Rice supermarket, how come it's here? Originally, Zhang Wei thought that the rice supermarket must be in some busy location in the city center. After all, Yicheng is so big that only the city center has human traffic. But as the bus drove further out of town, Zhang Wei's heart grew more apprehensive. Who opens a supermarket on the outskirts of town when there's still foot traffic? At this moment, Zhang Wei's heart was in a state of confusion, and up to now, his mind was still echoing the words his boss said when he resigned. With your look, you're going to be hung like this for the rest of your life. Resignation report, I'll approve it for you, but when the time comes and you try to beg me to come back, it won't be at the same salary as it is now. The back way, it's gone. Zhang Wei, now 28, has put his future on the line, and there's no going back. Just when Zhang Wei didn't know whether it was right or wrong to come to the rice supermarket, passing around a corner, his jaw dropped as he saw the scene before him. Just see the original Southbridge Airport terminal building, which now has a new look, with a gray and white facade featuring polyhedral geometric shapes. From a distance, it looks like two huge gray and white blocks next to each other, giving an exaggerated visual impact. At first glance, it looks like it came from a master architectural designer. Zhang Wei is not very literate, and if he had to describe it, it would be foreign. It can be said that in the Holy Cheng, there is no such foreign-style building. Even in Rongcheng, it is one of the most important existences, and on the facade directly in front of it, a few large letters stand out. Rice Supermarket. After seeing the words Rice Supermarket clearly, Zhang Wei's entire body froze. To take the entire Southbridge Airport and turn it into a supermarket? Sure enough, big deal. With an astonished face, Zhang Wei walked towards the main door of the rice supermarket, only to realize that the number of employees who reported to the rice supermarket today was simply too many. It was easy to see from the expressions on the faces of the crowd that everyone was just as apprehensive and excited as he was about coming to work at RiceMart. After coming to the office of the personnel department, submitting the physical examination report and having a brief communication to understand, it was obvious that the personnel lady was very satisfied with Zhang Wei's resume. After all, for supermarket employees, the requirements are not that high, with Zhang Wei's work experience, to come to work in the supermarket, but rather a little bit of condescension. In between conversations, Zhang Wei still couldn't help but ask the question he had always wanted to ask. Is it convenient to know the salary package of the position? Although Zhang Wei came for rice technology in Subai, it didn't mean that he didn't care about the treatment. And the job posting also says, face-to-face. Who knows? After hearing this question, the personnel lady did not answer Zhang Wei positively. I'm sorry to say that the issue of your treatment is not one to talk to us about. Not talking to personnel? Who to talk to then? Just as Zhang Wei was fuming, the personnel lady added with a smile. The issue of treatment will be discussed with you personally by Mr. Su. Mr. Su, the Mr. Su you mentioned, could it be? That's right, it's Mr. Subai Su. Hearing the word Subai, Zhang Wei man was confused. I'm applying for a job as a supermarket employee, not as the CEO of the RiceMart. Are you sure you're right? A few $1,000s salary at the top, and you're asking the big boss, Mr. Su, to come and talk to me in person? It's not. It's true. Look for a job. Talk directly to the boss. True boss direct, right? According to the instructions of the personnel, Zhang Wei went downstairs to the parking lot behind the rice supermarket. Said parking lot? In fact, it is the original runway of Nanxiao Airport. Painted parking spaces after a glance. I guess rice supermarket is the only one in the world that can use an airport runway as a parking space. At this time, on the parking lot, thousands of newcomers who had come to report for duty had already gathered, and it seemed that everyone, like Zhang Wei, had learned the news that Subai would personally talk to them about their treatment. By the looks of it, it's definitely not one-on-one, but Subai talking with everyone. It had to be said that this was the first time Zhang Wei had encountered such an odd way of talking about treatment. As he walked into the line, murmurs came from around him. I'm so damn out of my league, talking directly to the $100 billion boss about job offers. To be honest, I came here because of Mr. Su, at least he's conscientious, unlike my previous boss, who didn't treat his employees like human beings. Me too. These days, wherever the wages are low, I don't expect to get a high salary in the rice supermarket, at least with Mr. Su as the boss. it won't be such a tosser. I would like to think that the background of the rice supermarket, at least there is Sue backed up. It will not be like those small companies. Dry half a year on the closure of layoffs. Promotion space is also big. It was obvious that most of the people, like Zhang Wei, were coming for Sue Bai. Even if the salary is low and the starting point is low at the beginning, they are willing to follow Sue Bai. As the crowd got bigger and bigger. Same time, the office area on the top floor of the rice supermarket. Sue Bai sat in his office, writing and drawing on the A4 paper in front of him. Today is April 21st, a 9-day countdown to the official opening of Rice Supermarket. And just 2 days ago, the Rice Supermarket officially completed its acceptance. Even the formaldehyde issue that Sue Bai was most worried about was reduced to a safe standard by Zhao Xiaofeng by all means. Papa A's energy, as it turns out, is truly beyond imagination. Only, when Zhao Xiaofeng came to Yicheng, he was 167 pounds, and when he left, he was 135 pounds. No one knows what he's been through these past 3 months. In addition to this, Feng Jun also listened to Sue Bai's method of employing people, and spent a whole twice the high salary to set up a purchasing team of more than 100 people. This group of whaling purchasing staff has tapped all the suppliers of the major brands in the country. That whole swing, one is harder than the other. As of now, Rice Supermarket's SKU categories have fully met the 16,000 expected. Every day there is a steady stream of freight trucks with license plates from all over the country driving into the storage and logistics center of the Rice Supermarket. In addition, the integrated information system of the Rice Supermarket was finally delivered and accepted after thousands of programmers stayed up all day and night. Renovation and remodeling, complete. Product availability, complete. Information systems, complete. Sue Bai's gaze rested on the last piece of the Rice Supermarket's puzzle. People, as Sue Bai and Feng Jun said, people is the core competitiveness of the Rice Supermarket, so much so that this time, Sue Bai, the big boss, had to personally step in for a boss direct hire. 2 minutes later, Secretary Xiao Lu knocked on the office door. Mr. Sue, it's all ready. Sue Bai put down the signing pen in his hand and rubbed his sore wrist. How many? Exactly 1,200, according to your request, plus reserves. Hearing this figure, Sue Bai nodded with satisfaction and stood up while grabbing the jacket on the chair while asking his secretary Xiao Lu. Lu, do you know how you should negotiate your treatment as a boss? Xiao Lu, who was holding the tablet, shook his head in wonder, and Sue Bai, who had put on his jacket, tugged at his collar. It's very simple. Pay high salaries, as high as you can, until the employee is scared. Scared? Yes, it's fear. Fear of losing this job, fear of losing this paycheck, and how scared he is, how hard he works. After saying that, Sue Bai led Xiao Lu towards the elevator. Come on, I'll take you to scare them. Chapter 068, Mr. Sue, are you serious? 1,200 newcomers who had come to check-in had gathered in the large runway parking lot. It wasn't a long wait. The team had only just assembled when Sue Bai, dressed in casual clothes, came to the podium. Sue Bai's appearance immediately caused a loud applause from the scene. It had to be said that Sue Bai Network's conscientious persona of listening to persuasion had won a good deal of favor among the general public. He made the rice phone, which became a great choice for the common man with its superb price-performance ratio. He set off a rice standard that benefited families. He should have stayed high up on the altar held up by the people, enjoying the flowers and applause. However, through a live broadcast that could not hold down a pig, he jumped from the altar himself, contributing countless emoticons and famous internet stems. It also makes everyone realize that Mr. Sue is not too high up to look up to. He drives a regular sedan like everyone else, and goes back to his rural hometown for New Year's Eve. Even also presses the pig. That's the people's entrepreneur. That's what everyone expects to look like. As soon as Sue Bai took the stage, some bold newcomers in the front row started to raise a ruckus. Mr. Sue, next New Year's Eve I'll help you press the pig, and I promise to press one without squeaking. Mr. Sue, my mom is your fan. My whole family is your fan. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Sue cowhide. There were also quite a few people who were worried about whether Sue would get angry if they joked with him like this. After all, the internet is the internet and reality is reality. Just like a lot of big stars, usually in front of the camera quality pull full, but in private, but the big name cannot, not move angry scolding. But what they didn't expect was that instead of being angry, Sue Bai had a smile on his face. I'm sure you all know from the personnel department that I'll be here in person today to talk to you about your treatment. As soon as Sue Bai, who was holding the microphone, opened his mouth, the scene fell silent. But, before we talk about treatment, I believe everyone should be very clear about my persona, right? As soon as the words left his mouth, one of the employees on the stage shouted, "Listen to the advice." In the next second, the crowd resounded with laughter. there is no mistaking the persona of Su Bai, who does listen to advice. It was listening to advice that led to the rice phone. It was by listening to advice that the rice tampons came into being. Listening to advice, so to speak, is synonymous with Su Bai. That's right. It seems that everyone knows that I'm a great listener. So, I'm still going to take a listening approach to talking to people about their treatment today. In other words, I'd like to hear your own views on how everyone is being treated. As soon as the words fell, the entire scene fell silent, and the crowd all looked confused. And, so obedient? Isn't it always up to the boss to decide how employees are treated? You came to ask us? So, let's make up our own minds about the treatment? Similarly, in the team, Zhang Wei, who heard this way, was confused, and before he could figure out the situation, the little brother standing next to him came over. Brother, what is the situation this is? Treatment can still raise their own? Liang Wenchao, who was looking for a job for the first time out of society, hurriedly asked Zhang Wei next to him. I don't know. It's the first time I've ever stumbled upon this. Not to mention Zhang Wei, I'm afraid that the presence of 1,200 newcomers, no one has met this situation, all talking to each other, looking around, do not know that the Su president this time and what to do. Seeing this, Su Bai had to take the initiative to speak. Tell you what, everyone, tell us what your expected salary is, with specific questions. This is much better. It didn't take long for a big brother in his 30s to raise his hand. Mr. Su, I came to apply for the security guard job, and I also ran to you. I didn't think to ask for a high salary, just 3,000 out. With the first person speaking, naturally there is a second and a third. Mr. Su, I used to work in a supermarket. I have experience. I want $3,800, just the same as the original. Mr. Su, I don't have much experience, but also run to you. The salary is okay. Less is not less. As long as the leader scolds, don't scold the elders of the family on the line. Listening to everyone's requests, Su Bai was speechless. And don't yell at your elders? Is that a request? After a preliminary look at everyone's expected salary, most of them are centered in the 3,000 to 4,000 range, and those exceeding 4,000 are considered a very small minority. Su Bai, who was holding the microphone, stood on the stage and looked around at the crowd, slowly curling the corners of his mouth. Okay, got it. Looks like everyone wants to get paid around 4,000, right? Since everyone wants to get that much, then I'll really give it like that, yo. Su Bai's call directly caused a commotion at the scene. No, Mr. Su, you're serious. Are you really here to listen to advice? How much do we say? How much is it? Still? Sure, that's all you want to take, is it? Then I'll really listen to advice. With Su Bai's burst of adding fuel to the fire, a little brother finally raised his hand and shouted, Mr. Su, I want $5,000 a month. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, Su Bai raised his hand and pointed at the little brother who had spoken, uttering that classic quote, copy that, set it up, colleague in personnel, mark him down for $5,000 a month. Is there any more? I told you, I'm here today to listen to persuasion. After this village, there is no more store. The little guy who just raised his hand had a look on his face like, who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing? I had the guts to yell out 5,000 and Mr. Su really gave it? Is that even possible? Su buys this passive tart operation, directly to the scene of the crowd. Show hemp. Seeing the little brother shouting 5,000 and taking 5,000, the crowd panicked. Immediately someone raised their hand again. Mr. Su, I want 6,000. Give me $6,000 a month. I'm sure to do a good job. If you do not do a good job, you do not have to dismiss me. I will immediately carry the bunk roll away. Copy that, set it up. If anything, the $5,000 just now still left everyone puzzled. Now $6,000 a month has made everyone stupid. $6,000 a month, has exceeded the wages of the vast majority of people in Yicheng. Simply tempting. The key is that people say 6,000. Mr. Su on the spot to listen to persuasion arrangements. Hesitation did not hesitate. If someone else can do it, why can't you do it yourself? If someone else can do it well, you can do it better than him. 2 shoulders and 1 head. How can I be worse than you? This time, Zhang Wei, who was standing in the line, also finally couldn't help himself and immediately raised his hand. Mr. Su, give me $8,000 a month. I don't dare to promise you anything. All I can say is that I will be able to afford this salary. With Zhang Wei's sentence of $8,000, the crowd craned their heads in unison. Dude, that's fierce. I told you to yell, and you really dared to yell? A supermarket employee, you want 8,000? With that kind of guts, you'd be better off as a supermarket employee than a robber. To be honest, Zhang Wei, who had finished shouting 8,000, wimped out himself. Indeed, for this kind of work, shouting 8,000 does seem a bit excessive. Who in their right mind would give their employees 8K a month? But what everyone didn't expect was that Jiang Wei had just finished shouting when Su Bai's voice came to his ears. Copy that. Set it up. Ha! Hearing this, Jiang Wei was staggered in place. No, Mr. Su, you're really giving. You don't even think about it? $8,000 just like that? The people present were also all the same as Jiang Wei, and were directly confused by Su Bai's handful of arrangements. If 5,000 or 6,000, there are still people who dare to shout boldly, then there weren't many people like Jiang Wei who shouted 8,000. There's no way around it. If you get paid $8,000, you have to be $8,000 strong. People are afraid. They're afraid they don't have the ability to get that high of a salary. If you can't beat a guy with $6,000 a month with $8,000 a month, it's a big joke, isn't it? At this time, Jiang Wei was also afraid afterward. 8,000 a month. What do you have to do to deserve this salary? You're the first one to arrive at the office and the last one to leave every day. Just when Jiang Wei was regretting his impulsiveness, he didn't know it. Next to him was a freshly minted rash that was even more fierce than he was. Only Liang Wenchao directly raised his hand and shouted, Mr. Su, give me 10,000 a month. Nothing more. I'll go and cut down the fortune tree in front of Wojima tomorrow. Chapter 069, whose fierce general is this? Or else they say the odds are overhauling the workplace. For post-00s college students like Liang Wenchao, what unspoken rules and what workplace rules are all bull asterisk. Your boss didn't have the money in place. I'll step off at 6 o'clock from work, and a second's delay is disrespectful. You call me on the weekend to talk about work, and I'll dare you to just pull the plug. But then again, as long as your boss has the money in place, everything is fine. I can live in the company and work overtime until the company goes bankrupt, as long as you're willing to pay double overtime. It is said that bosses in the 70s and 80s like to talk about ideals, but for the young aughts, sorry, I only talk about money. Just like Liang Manqiu, as long as Su Bai dares to give him $10,000 a month, he really dares to go in the middle of the night to cut down the fortune tree at the entrance of Wolheimer. The prerequisite was only if Su Bai was willing to give it. And when Liang Wenchao, the rash man, shouted out $10,000, the entire scene, 1,200 newcomers, all looked at Liang Wenchao with the eyes of a demon. Originally thought that Jiang Wei, who shouted 8,000, was already invincible, but I didn't expect that there was someone even fiercer than him. Dare I ask whose fierce general this is again? At this moment, Jiang Wei, who was standing next to Liang Wenchao, silently moved half a step away. Move away another half a step. Don't even look at me. I don't know this little cutie. It's none of my business if he yells 10,000 for 8,000. I was ready to be the first to arrive at work and the last to leave. But this guy was even more aggressive, coming up to cut down the Woolmer fortune tree. Nima for $10,000 a month. You've put your blood on the line. But just when everyone thought that Su Bai would not pay any attention to this tree-cutting rash, who knew that Su Bai, who was standing on the stage, didn't give everyone time to react at all, but instead looked at Liang Wenchao with an appreciative face. Okay, $10,000 a month. Copy that. Set it up. That's okay? This time, someone finally sat down. Another wide-bodied big brother raised his hand with a serious look on his face. Ahem, Mr. Su, truth be told, my father is a lumberjack, and the piece of tree felling, I count it as a family learning. Give me 10,000 and I'll go with him. As soon as the words fell, all 200 people at the scene raised their hands, and without exception, all of them wanted to cut down the tree. It was obvious that people weren't running to the fortune tree at the entrance to Wojima. Instead, they're running for the $10,000 bucks. The reason why I raised my hand was to tell Su Bai, they, like Liang Wenchao, would let them do whatever they wanted as long as Su Bai paid them a high enough wage. And seeing that everyone had raised their hands, Jiang Wei's hanging heart finally dropped. Finally, I don't have to be the first to arrive at work and the last to leave. And Su Bai on the stage, looking at the crowd of people who raised their hands, finally revealed a satisfied smile, raised his hand and pressed, signaling everyone to put their hands down before saying in a serious tone, the tree wouldn't have to be cut down. I can see that people want to be paid well but are afraid of being sorry for that paycheck, but I want to tell you that it's not your $10,000 ability I want, it's your $10,000 attitude. Ability, which is only your lower limit, can be slowly improved on the job, but attitude, which is your upper limit. I don't believe any assurances given to me by the staff, because assurances, they're all false, but I'm sure the employees I hire for $10,000 000 are going to give it their all and nothing but their best on the job. Because money, that's what's real. Now it seems that everyone's opinion is very unified. In that case, I'll set everyone's salary at the rate of $10,000. Yo! This time, finally, no one spoke or raised their hands again. Instead, one of the front row employees asked boldly, Mr. Su, you're not joking with us? Everyone held their breath, deeply afraid that Subai would suddenly come out with a sentence. You guys were kidding me first. Seeing this, Subai did not answer directly, but turned his head to look at the personnel manager standing on the side of the podium. Make a hard note. Starting today, minimum base salary at RiceMart, $10,000. Exactly how much? According to the individual's ability and job placement to talk. In addition, this is after tax, does not include Social Security as well as Provident Fund. Also, the annual salary increase, as with Rice Technology, is 12% per year for grassroots employees. It wasn't until the personnel manager had written down Subai's request that Subai looked at the crowd of dumbfounded employees on the stage and laughed. Can I hear it now? The monthly applause? The employees froze in unison. And then, across the track, applause rose to the sky. Whistles and cheers. Many people even shouted, Mr. Su, this is the applause of a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars. Listen to it. Is it loud enough? Phew. Mr. Su, I love you. Mr. Su, you're the most handsome in the whole world. And Liang Wenchao, who was on the stage, clapped his hands together after seeing Subai really set a monthly salary of $10,000. Really give 10,000 and 12% salary increase. This rice supermarket, I really came to the right place. At this time, Jiang Wei was also so excited that his legs were shaking. This time, fate finally didn't play any more jokes on him, but instead gave him a big surprise. Quitting his job to come to RiceMart was the best decision he ever made. And the crowd beside him was thrilled and talking. Oh my god. I changed jobs and my paycheck more than tripled. Did my family's ancestors smoke in their graves? Green smoke? I think it's burning. $10,000 a month. You can't find it by beating your head against the wall. Brother, give me 2 slaps on the back. Am I dreaming? Why don't I wake up? Hee. Make the master laugh. If 3 or 4,000 a month, I can still pretend for you. But if you earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, I'm sorry, I don't pretend. I'm just famous on both sides of the Yangtze River, as well as some of the townships of Yicheng gold medal sales, known as the king of the sales of Chen selling light. Thank you all. No, brother, I think it's better to cut down the fortune tree at the entrance of Walmart. Keeping it is definitely a scourge. Just when everyone was excited about the monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars. Who knows? Subai on the stage raised his hand and pressed, until everyone endured the excitement and quieted down. Okay, now that the pay scale is set, let's move on. And talk about the benefits package? And the benefits package? You're making tens of thousands of dollars a month and you have benefits? Seeing this, a bold big brother directly shouted, Mr. Su, just for your salary. I don't want the welfare. You just look at it. We will certainly do a good job. Who dares to pull the rug out from under you? I directly give him 2 electric cannons. That is, Mr. Su, the salary is so high. But also what benefits just work overtime. So do I. It's not like people haven't seen welfare before. $200 for birthdays and gifts for holidays. No big deal. As for working hours, you're making tens of thousands of dollars a month and you're asking for hours? Whether it's 996 or 007. You, Mr. Su, just greet it. Since you dared to offer $10,000, we'll show you what a $10,000 attitude means. Do you really think you're a cow or a horse for nothing? Chapter 070, unsure? That's right. Heard a bunch of employees yelling that it didn't matter if they were blessed with benefits or not. Just let them work. Subai, who was standing on the stage, was speechless for a while. Why did he put the wage thing in the beginning? Because compared to the salary, Subai felt that the welfare benefits of the Donglai model were more important. A $10,000 monthly salary is high, but it depends on how it's done. If it's 007 every day, it's too much for a man of steel. If you have a single weekend off, sleeping in, getting up, doing laundry and chores in the afternoon, and then going back to work the next day, it's no different than not having any time off. What Subai wants is a group of employees with fighting ability, not a group of robots that only know how to work in a bored manner. But in response to the benefits package, as opposed to the salary, Su White couldn't be bothered to listen to persuasion. For wages, there is also a rashly young Manchu who dares to stand up and shout $10,000. But as far as welfare benefits are concerned, it is no exaggeration to say that in this day and age, the vast majority of people lack imagination. Even if Subai asked everyone to mention their treatment, They didn't know how to open their mouths. It can be said that the fact that the boss can stick to the bottom line of the 8-hour work system is the best benefit for the employees. Since everyone couldn't mention it, it was only Subai himself. Looking at the group of employees who had already filled themselves with chicken blood because of the 10,000 monthly salary, Subai slowly said, "There may be some misconceptions about the benefits package at Rice Supermarket. I can tell you quite frankly that our benefits package is, in a way, more important than the paycheck." At those words, the crowd wondered. Benefits package, more important than salary? Mr. Su got it backwards. Can it be that when an employee has a birthday, the company pays for a birthday cake and pulls together a group of people to sing a birthday song? That's not welfare. That's social death. Okay. Or is it the Rice Mart Perks package with all the other bells and whistles? But it's no more fancy than a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars. Just when everyone was curious about what Subai's so-called welfare benefits were, Subai, who had successfully aroused everyone's curiosity, finally slowly opened his mouth. "First of all, I just heard someone yell that the benefits can be left out. Just work overtime though. What I want to tell you is that at Rice Supermarket, once you work overtime without permission, you will be interviewed by the HR department, because overtime, which means double overtime pay, means that you need to apply to your immediate supervisor to get it." "A call," said the crowd present dumbfounded, all with a face of Mr. Su you tease me expression. "Without permission? Private overtime? You have to apply for overtime? Double overtime pay? These words, and they go together like this? No, Mr. So, you're paying $10,000 a month and you still won't let us work overtime? Is there any justice here? Is there any law left? I doubt it. You're looking down on us." Even Zhang Wei, who was in the crowd, had his brain almost go down from Subai's words. He was just now thinking that since the Rice Supermarket was paying such a high salary, it must mean that the workload would also be very high, meaning that working overtime and staying up all night would be commonplace. Even Zhang Wei was mentally prepared to work overtime every day. But now you're suddenly telling us that we have to apply for overtime? I get $10,000 a month and I have to apply for overtime? Just as everyone was shocked at the odd pattern of overtime applications, Subai continued to add fuel to the fire. Also, the working hours of the Rice Supermarket are 8 to 10, which equates to 14 hours of work per day, and those 14 hours will be divided into 2 shifts, one every 7 hours. So, as a friendly reminder, if you work more than 7.5 hours, you are suspected of not being prohibited from allowing private overtime, and you will likewise be interviewed by the personnel department. Once these words were spoken, the entire scene was silent, and the crowd had skeptical expressions on their faces. Don't let private overtime even if you don't. You're even taking time off from work? You can't even do it in 8 hours? Listen to this, all of you. Is this what a boss is supposed to say? That's all. It's not even finished. Subai continued to add. In addition to this, all departments of the Rice Supermarket, all adopt a double rest system. In addition to the unified Tuesday closed for rest, the other day off, each department to arrange their own transfer. When this was said, everyone sat back. Who doesn't open all year round? You're a supermarket? You're a supermarket? Employees still take double time off? No overtime, 7-hour days, and double time off, plus tens of thousands of dollars a month. So we're treated better than civil servants? Are you sure you're running a supermarket? Are you sure you're hiring? Not hiring a CEO? In addition, all employees of Rice Mart have 30 days of paid annual leave, and as the length of service increases, the annual vacation time increases accordingly. 30 days of annual vacation, and paid? If anything, the welfare benefits proposed by Subai earlier were still within everyone's understanding. That month-long paid annual leave is totally over the top for this group of employees who have to be put on the spot by their leaders when they take a vacation. 30 days of annual leave is practically unheard of. Even Liang Wenchao, who was standing next to Zhang Wei, asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, what does Mr. Su mean by this? I can treat myself to whatever I want for these 30 days? And you get a paycheck for coming back afterward?" Zhang Wei froze and nodded. "It seems, it is." At those words, Liang Wenchao immediately glared. No overtime, and double time off, and 30 days of annual vacation, and tens of thousands of dollars a month. Then we're just a bunch of assholes now? Zhang Wei remained frozen and nodded his head. It seems, it is. That's right. The thoughts of the two at this moment were also the common thoughts of the 1,200 new employees present. Forget about paying good wages. Big deal. We all work more overtime and do a good job. At least being able to afford the paycheck through your hard work gives you peace of mind. But Subai was good. Even if they don't allow overtime, they even screwed up 30 days of annual leave. So, we've all become dry. This time, can really let everyone's heart know bottom ah. just because of this condition, not to mention recruiting them, even if they are 985,211 college students. It is also randomly recruited. What's the point of using them? A big brother was in a straight panic in his heart and shouted at Su-bai on the stage. Mr. Su, why don't you lower my salary? Otherwise, I don't want the 30 days of annual leave, okay? This treatment of yours, $10,000 a month. I'm not sure what I'm taking. The crowd nodded in unison as they listened to their big brother's statement. Seeing this, the corner of Su-bai's mouth slowly curled up. Uneasy at heart? The heart is not in the right place. Otherwise, what do you think I've been talking so much for? It is not just to let you go back to the heart hair, worried to sleep at night, even eating and sleeping or thinking how to do a good job. Chapter 071, Not So Bad. Not so bad. It had to be said that in the aspect of holding people's hearts, Su-bai was indeed quite good at holding them. A pack of a dozen or so purple cloud cigarettes makes an entire dog village of old men fill 100 billion cups. By the same token, a salary of up to tens of thousands of dollars, plus a passel of perks and benefits, and a set of back-to-back moves that directly holds a bunch of newer employees at bay. You don't say. That night after going back, Zhang Wei really did not sleep all night, lying in bed for a while giggling. For a while the quilt covered his head in whimpering. Throughout the latter half of the night, Zhang Wei was thinking about one thing. That's how you can do this job well and how you can make yourself, seemingly, worthy of this paycheck. How to make yourself look and not look like a dry eater. It was not easy to stay up all night, and early the next morning, before the sky was even bright, Zhang Wei woke up early, and after breakfast, he hurriedly rushed to the company. Like Mr. Su said, if you can't have the ability, then you must have the attitude. Since I'm not allowed to work overtime, there's nothing wrong with me arriving at work a little early. But when Zhang Wei got off the bus, he felt sure that he would be the first to arrive at the company. The scene in front of him directly caused the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth to twitch madly, only to see that at the entrance of the rice supermarket, there were already hundreds of people either squatting or standing. Even the rash Liang Wenchao came earlier than himself. When Liang Wenchao saw Zhang Wei, he shook his head while eating the bun in his hand. Brother Zhang, your work ethic, it's not working. Zhang Wei had 10,000 MMPs in his heart and didn't know whether to speak or not. Of course, it's not as simple as that to actually get started at rice supermarket. After all, many of you are new and have no experience of working in a supermarket, and all of you need a week-long induction training, which you can only do after you have passed the training. And after a burst of excitement from Su-bai yesterday, this induction training for the rice supermarket can be completely described as crazy. In one corner of the warehouse, a master is training dozens of newcomers at the same time in the use of ground oxen, trailers, carriers. Before using a ground cow, be sure to check the tires for wear and leaks, and that the power is sufficient. Always wear a helmet. Pay attention to your surroundings. In a word, there's no harm in being careful. With those words, the master pushed the ground ox into the pallet gap, ready to start the hydraulic elevation. But coincidentally, the ground cow happened to be damaged at this time. Embarrassed beyond belief, the master had a bright idea. See, this is what happens when you don't check. What should we do once we have this problem? Just as the master was questioning the dozens of newcomers present like a teacher, what to do, Zhang Wei rolled up his sleeves and went up. What else can I do? Move. Just in case there's a way to pick up the goods in the outlets. With those words, Zhang Wei lifted a case of beer from the shelf, directly towards the designated shipping area. The master was confused at the sight. What about? No, the ground cow is broken. You don't know how to find another one? What's the point of moving straight up? But the point is, there is nothing wrong with what people Zhang Wei said. People are willing to move manpower. You can still say he is wrong? If there's a power outage in the warehouse and the backup generator breaks down, won't we have to move it manually? But that's an extreme case. Not even waiting for the master to explain, the dozens of newcomers who had gathered in a circle were stunned when they saw Zhang Wei running away with a box of beer. This guy, to earn that training test score. See how smart you are. You're the only one with hands? You're the only one who works hard? In the next second, a big brother who was about 5 feet 8 inches stood out directly. Laugh. A big old man carrying a box is good enough? Look at me. The next second, the big brother directly a sinking waste force. 3 cases of beer directly go up. Before the master reacted, a group of newcomers all scrambled to the pallet. You a box and I 2 boxes. Just like the war to move ammunition. Less than a minute to a pallet of beer all empty. And the body is small and thin. Did not squeeze through the group of Liang Wenchao. Finally looked at the empty pallet. Confused, he finally rushed to the master to reveal a college student clear smile. Master, please move over. I'll carry the pallets along. You're here. You have to move something. The master in his 40s looked at Liang Wenchao. looking at a group of newcomers who were desperately trying to earn their performance in front of him, with a crying and laughing expression. Not so much, really. The same happens in all sectors during training. Cashier. This is a special position that belongs to the finance department. The most important job during training is to learn to operate the cash register software. In another corner of the warehouse, dozens of radios had been set up by now, and more than a dozen experienced cashier sisters were training newcomers. Remember, don't trust the system completely. Many times the system can be wrong when calculating your change. If you're unsure, it's perfectly fine to use a calculator to aid in your calculations. Also, you can manually enter the item number when you come across a lot of items whose barcodes can't be scanned. Just like me. After a lecture, a bunch of young girls stood behind the cashier's desk to get started and learn. It's worth mentioning that there were also a lot of sisters in their 30s and 40s in there as well, probably due to their own older age, but they were rather more serious during the training. For example, when manually entering the barcode of a product, everyone is following the numbers under the barcode, like a one-finger zen, entering them one by one, and confirming from time to time that there is no mistake. But just when everyone was keeping up a pace that was exactly what a newcomer should be, the entire training ground suddenly resounded with the sound of rapid rhythmic tapping. Da-day-day-day, da-day-day-day. With the direction the voice came from, everyone turned their heads to look in unison. Just a big sister in her 40s. While one hand kept changing barcodes, the other pressed stumps directly on the keyboard. Big sister's eyes were firm as eagles. For the tuition and living expenses of the 2 children in the family. Future college expenses. For my mother, who has been sick and on medication for years. For the sake of those spiteful eyes of the widow who had been called a kvetching widow in the village all these years because of the death of her man. For not having bought a decent pair of shoes in a couple years. My hands. Get your ass moving. Noticing that everyone around her was casting attentive gazes, the woman choked out a sob as she kept entering barcodes. I'm sorry, I really need this job. You can never imagine a rural woman in her 40s trying to feed 2 children and support her parents, serving food and washing dishes in a city restaurant, emptying garbage cans and mopping floors in an office building, and standing all day selling clothes at the mall, when she had done all the work she could. How much a job that pays tens of thousands of dollars a month with many benefits means to her. Seeing this scene, a personnel department employee of the rice supermarket finally couldn't hold back any longer. She stepped forward silently and pressed a hand to her big sister's flying right hand. Sis, congratulations, you've been hired by Rice Supermarket. Officially. My older sister, who heard the news, was so excited that she covered her mouth and reddened her eyes. And the group of young girls who heard that their big sister had been successfully hired looked back at their keyboards and then at their right hands. Dead hand. Move your ass. Chapter 072. Woebegone, it's over. It's coming for me. End of April. Subai devoted 2 days to a trip to the capital. The internal results of the triennial Top 10 Entrepreneurs Awards, led by the business sector, came out back at the end of March, and the awards party was set for April 24th. And Subai also became the first place of this year's Top 10 Entrepreneurs by overwhelming the other 9 entrepreneurs' absolute appeal. And when Subai held the trophy, he appeared within the live channels of the TV stations and major network ends. Many netizens realized that the people's entrepreneur, who could not press the pig, had disappeared from the internet for 3 whole months. Although the live broadcast of Big Rice Technology is still on every week, Subai has never appeared in these 3 months, which has to make everyone wonder. This boss who plays the internet for all it's worth has been off the grid for 3 months? What the hell has he been doing for the past 3 months? As the saying goes, when there is a demand, there is also a hot spot. Since there were people who cared about what Subai was doing during this time, there were naturally people who were willing to provide gossip for the majority of netizens. Just at noon on the day after Subai became a top 10 entrepreneur, a hot search rushed onto all the major platforms. Subai, one of the top 10 entrepreneurs, has secretly entered the supermarket industry, and his rice supermarket is about to open. As soon as the news was announced, it attracted the attention of a crowd of netizens. What? After 3 months, Mr. Su has quietly entered the supermarket industry? I go. Rice cell phone, rice sanitary napkin, and now a rice supermarket? Mr. Su, the rice ecosystem, it's a bit all-powerful. Woman, it's over. It's coming for me. With the previous experience of the last rice sanitary napkin, this time, no one dared to jump out and say that Subai was not doing his job. But that doesn't stop many authorities in the industry from coming forward to analyze the pros and cons of Subai's entry into the superstore industry. An analysis of the prospects of rice supermarkets is not optimistic. Wojima is not Wanjiai, and Subai, a top 10 entrepreneur, has picked the wrong opponent this time. What are the chances of a rice supermarket against the world's no? 1. Walmart, since we're talking about superstores, there's no getting around the fact that Wojima is definitely a topic of conversation. As many authorities have said, Worcester is not a Van Gogh. There was no tainted tampon incident, and no one in charge, like Lily Jiang, who specializes in screwing over her fellow dragons. On the contrary, among the domestic superstores, Woolmolma's reputation is quite good. Whether it's the quality of the product, the price, or the service, it's way ahead of the industry. Just like what Sun Jing said, facing Wanjiai's Subai, not only was the division famous, but there was also timing, location, and people, so it was hard not to win. But what about facing Wobegon? There's no need to mention anything about right place, right time, right people. Subai is simply a master of his craft. Since the division has no name, it is also difficult to win the support of the majority of the people. And naturally, it cannot be like the entry into the daily chemical industry, a large number of people to obtain the hearts of the people. Then this battle, Subai take what to win, faced with the analysis of a group of authorities. This time, even Subai's fans couldn't find a reason to support Subai. I also have this feeling, Mr. Su this time is to choose the wrong track. Cell phones do well, why go to do superstores? To be honest, even if the products of the rice supermarket are as conscientious, this way by still stand Wojima, has become a habit of consumption. Every week to go to Wojima, really can't figure out what Mr. Su is trying to do by entering the superstore industry. Don't say the populace is confused. Even Wajsima herself was confused. Peng Cheng, the headquarters of Wolmer's Grand Dragon Country, Zhu Pengfei, as the chief executive officer of Wolmer's Greater Dragon Country, learned about Subai's rice supermarket in Yicheng a month ago. After all, using an airfield to transform into a supermarket, such a big commotion, it's hard not to be noticed by Zhu Pengfei. This has led to the fact that Zhu Pengfei has been conducting investigations within the company during this period of time. Want to see if there's something wrong with the company, selling expired food, or poor quality merchandise, or bad attitude of the employees? So much so that the majority of netizens ran to the Subai comments section to make things happen, collectively suggesting that Subai enter the superstore industry. But a survey down, hundreds of stores across the country are fine, neither selling expired food, nor any large-scale incident of poor quality goods, nor group reaction to the poor attitude of employees appear. That, Zhu Pengfei became curious. We, Wojima, are doing fine, and you, Subai, have always been well-watered and have no grudges. Netflix didn't suggest you get into the superstore business either. Even I, Zhu Pengfei himself, am still a member of your Subai's more than 30 million fans, and all I use is still your rice phone. The result? I don't understand why you're coming at us. Wajsi Ekma, we didn't invite you, we didn't mess with you. You've just become a top 10 entrepreneur. You haven't even warmed up your trophy yet, and you're coming to fight with us at Woolmolma? Aren't you afraid of trashing your own sign as a people's entrepreneur? As the matter got bigger and bigger, even the head of Wojima's public relations department came to ask Zhu Pengfei if he wanted to react to this matter. Zhu Pengfei is not the kind of naive person like Zhang Lily who specializes in giving assists to Subai. After thinking for a few seconds, Zhu Pengfei ordered, when the rice supermarket opened, the official account posted a message to congratulate the opening of the rice supermarket. Also, in my personal name, I'll send a pair of flower baskets over to Mr. Su at that time. The head of the PR department was astonished. And there were congratulations on the opening of a competitor? Do as I say. Until after the other party left the office, Zhu Pengfei, who had crossed his legs, tapped on his knees. Unlike Zhang Lily, the reason why Zhu Pengfei can sit in this position today is not by oppression, but by brains. Everything, to him, is a probability. For example, what is the probability that Subai will enter the superstore industry and want to beat Walmart and open rice supermarkets all over the country? Less than 1%. You can't say there's no chance of winning, only a slim one. Just for this 1% probability, Zhu Pengfei would have to send a pair of flower baskets over to him Subai, not for anything else. If Subai really did it, then, wouldn't he, Zhu Pengfei, be out of a job? Then, remembering the fragrant love of this pair of flower baskets, you, Mr. Su, mustn't offer me a high-paying position at the rice supermarket? Of course, this is nothing more than Zhu Pengfei's own rainy day. He won't be able to get his money back for the flower baskets, more or less. After all, Wolmer is not a soft touch like Wanjiai. It was no exaggeration to say that Zhu Pengfei didn't even need to deliberately target Subai, and there was no need to target at all. After all, Wolman's competitors are not few. Metro, Auchan, Ito, which is not a strong rival, a rice supermarket, now queuing up for a number. Do you really think that the world's #1 giant is for you to joke about? Chapter 073, Subai wants a bodyguard? When Dong Sanjin learned that Subai was on the hot seat, he was fishing with Subai. With a stuttering float, Dong Sanjin lifted the rod violently and a big slab of crushing carp surfaced. Secretary Xiao Zhang had already taken the plunge net and stood by, and when he saw his boss hit the fish, he smiled even more happily than Dong Sanjin. Dong Sanjin rehung the bait and threw it into the water, glancing at Subai who was sitting steadily. And you're not worried at all? The whole internet is now in an uproar, saying that Subai is out of his depth for choosing to enter the superstore industry. Unlike the last rice sanitary napkin, Subai has the support of a large number of female netizens in Manhwa, and the sanitary napkin has one half of the public opinion before it is even produced. And this time, the rice supermarket, almost all the netizens are in the mindset of watching. There are even well-known experts who have come forward to say that the rice supermarket, most likely, will be the first Waterloo in Subai's career. Subai sat on the turret, his eyes staring dead at the C-pin-like float. My opponent, as I said, has never been Walmart. The hot search thing, Subai had long noticed, only he didn't care at all. Now the whole network thought that Subai chose the wrong track. Obviously the division is not famous, but it is hard to head iron, to go to the world's first Wollheimer hard. However, no one knew that Subai had never regarded Washchek Ma as an opponent from beginning to end. As Subai himself said, the rival of rice supermarket was never Walmart. Rather, it's this age of the bull and the horse. He is not a teacher without a name either. He is speaking up for millions of ordinary people like Zhang Wei and Liang Wenchao. He hoped that through the rice supermarket, he would ignite a starry flame that would burn throughout the land of the Dragon Kingdom. When the fire started, it was also the day of the big expansion of the rice supermarket. Yes, Subai did all this for the purpose of becoming the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. But he always felt that being rich alone didn't count for much. You can't be really rich until everyone is rich together. Only, just as a summer insect cannot speak of ice, a frog in a well cannot speak of the sea. This time, Subai was destined to not be able to put himself out there and go for popular support like he did with the rice sanitary napkins last time. Let's not forget that back in the day, a certain Dong Lai was torched by a fire before it could grow. Even if a certain Dong Lai later succeeded in gaining momentum, he could only draw the ground, depressed in the Central Plains. If you don't think there's a capitalist ring behind this, can you believe it? Premature exposure of the Dong Lai model may usher in a momentary cheer from the people, but it will also prematurely kill the rice supermarket. Seeing Dong Sanjin catching fish again, Subai silently lifted his turret and rod and moved another 2 meters closer to Dong Sanjin's nest. With a smooth hand, he threw the fishing rod, as if without thinking, and threw the bait directly into Dong Sanjin's nest, then sat down with a calm face. I'm honestly more worried about myself than I am about RiceMart. Seeing Subai's faceless approach, Dong Sanjin took a deep breath and ignored it. Worried about yourself? Seeing that Dong Sanjin had once again started the fish, while his own drift was still not moving like a mountain, Subai raised his hand and pinched the tip of his nose. Well, aren't you well connected? Ask for a suitable security team for me. Security team? Subai wants a bodyguard? Even Xiao Zhang, the secretary who was copying the fish on the side, couldn't help but look up at Subai. Everyone knew that Subai had never been alone and had never looked for bodyguards. How is it that at the juncture when the rice supermarket is about to open, this Mr. Su is making an unprecedented move to look for bodyguards? Even Dong Sanjin's complexion became serious and frighteningly cold. Someone's trying to get to you? In this part of Yicheng, with him, Dong Sanjin, keeping an eye on it. Is there really someone so ungrateful? Not yet, but soon. This time, Dong Sanjin was also anxious. You kid, what the hell are you doing? You've been so secretive. You won't say anything even when I ask you. I can't say it in a sentence or two. You have a wide range of contacts, so I'm counting on you in this matter. It wasn't that Subai didn't want to say it, but he didn't dare to say it. This time, what Subai was going to do really counted as inverting the Big Dipper. In an era when most bosses are squeezing their employees, Subai's counterintuitive practice of deliberately raising the cost of labor is undoubtedly working against all industries. An ordinary supermarket employee who was paid such a high salary every month, coupled with Subai's own influence, this matter would undoubtedly cause a huge repercussion throughout society. As the saying goes, no comparison, no harm. Your supermarket employees are paid such high wages. What about the rest of the ordinary businesses? The private sector bosses, can they still get their employees to do what they are told, as they used to do? The original employees were honest because they had no comparisons to make, and because society as a whole, people like them only get paid so much. It's like the ignorant peasants in ancient times who didn't read and kept obeying the landlords and saying whatever they wanted. But suddenly, one day, a man stepped forward and told everyone, they can actually live as human beings in a dignified manner without having to be bulls and horses. Then what will they think? It's like that line from Wanderlust. Hope is the most precious thing in this age. You, Su-bai, 100 billionaire boss, a rich man. How can you betray the rich to show hope to the cattle and horses? Yes, this approach by Su-bai is undoubtedly a betrayal. A betrayal of the majority of the capitalist circle. I'm sure that by then, once the Donglai model is exposed, Su-bai will undoubtedly be pushed to the tip of public opinion, ushering in the capital circle's frantic boycott and retaliation. As the saying goes, breaking people's money, such as killing parents. When the time comes to send a vicious capital circle, will let go of Su-bai, the initiator? Do you think that Sun Jing's father's death on the way to court was really a car accident? Seeing that Su-bai still refused to speak, Dong Sanjin had no choice. Alright, I'll connect you, and I'll arrange for someone else to protect you until the security team arrives. Although I don't know what Su-bai wants to do, but from Su-bai that I don't know where to come from 70% certainty. It's not difficult to guess. This guy must have held back what big tricks, just like the last time a rice standard was established. Listening to Su-bai's tone of wanting to find a bodyguard, I'm afraid that the matter is even bigger than the last rice standard matter. Thinking of this, Dong Sanjin had a serious face. Boy, I don't know what the hell you're going to sing about in this play, and you never get through to me. All I can say to you is that as long as you do the right thing, we Icheng officials have your back, and we, the 5 million Icheng hometowns, all of us, have your back. Hearing this, Su-bai, who was holding the fishing rod, saw Dong Sanjin, who had once again caught a fish, and for no reason at all felt his nose turn sour. Pump it. Chapter 074. I think the service is just average. May 1st, Labor Day. As a holiday second only to the Spring Festival and National Day, as early as the night before, the highway across the country, jammed with big smart. It's that time of year when the Dragon Kingdom shows off her prowess as the world's second most populous country, the capital of the Badaling Great Wall. To travel to the family of three, crowded in the crowds of tourists turtle speed forward, a face of life. On the Bund in Magic City, a young couple held each other's hands tightly, deeply afraid of being separated by the crowd. On the hiking road of Huashan Mountain in Qin Province, a Special Forces college student, who came to travel, was blocked halfway up the mountainside, unable to go up, unable to come down, and could only let out a loud shout at the distant mountains. Ah, Mom, I want to go home. Of course, most of those who are stuck inside the tourist attractions are unbelievers, and many people who are afraid of being stuck in traffic jams will take the opportunity of their vacation to go back home honestly to see their parents and walk around with their relatives. Of course, it is rare to go home, always have to buy something for the elderly and children at home, and shopping at the superstore is a natural choice. Early in the morning, He Liping took his wife, children and parents, ready to drive to the city of Yicheng district shopping malls. Shopping. As soon as he got into the car, He Liping typed in Wojima on the navigation software. Since the opening of Walmart in Yicheng, it has become almost the only choice for purchasing daily necessities. The family has also gotten used to shopping at Walmart over the years, but when he saw that his son was going to Walmart, his father, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, waved his hand. No Worcester this time, go to Rice Mart. Rice Supermarket? The one Su-bai runs? As a working family working in the mountain city, over 40 years old, He Liping usually busy at work, although usually rarely online, but also know a little about the rice supermarket. He has also read various analyses of rice supermarkets on the internet. Without exception, all of them say that rice supermarkets are not as good as Walmart. Think about it, a specialization in cell phone Su-bai, where compared to decades of superstore Walmart. Dad, people's Wojima old brand. Things are trustworthy. This rice supermarket just opened. Who knows how it is? When he saw this, his father stood his ground. Ha, you don't understand, do you? The other boss Su is our Yicheng hometown. If he screws us old folks, will he have the face to go back home for New Year's Eve? At first glance, it makes sense, but He Liping obviously does not eat the set. He believes more in the analysis of experts on the network. One can only say that old people don't go online and don't understand the outside society. These days, don't we get enough of the old-timers screwing over the old-timers? He Liping, who was only tenacious of his father, still honestly entered the location of the rice supermarket on the map and drove towards the direction of the rice supermarket with his family. Since the old man doesn't believe in evil, wouldn't it be better to take him there? He didn't believe that Su-bai's rice supermarket could be better than Wolheimer's. Along the way, advertisements for the opening of the rice supermarket can be seen everywhere, on buses, cabs, outdoor billboards. It is evident that in order to support the rice supermarket, the local officials of Yicheng have left no stone unturned. But driving on the old airport road He Liping seems to be again in their own father to fight. Like the family crowd, father always sends some public articles, said this also cannot eat, that also cannot eat. A living, breathing, unscientific curmudgeon. It was the same with this trip to the rice mart. Just had to be stubborn. Had to be there to support the homies. You just have to be screwed to know you regret it. Looking at the vehicle gradually moving away from the city and the surrounding area becoming more and more remote, Liping pretended to be careless and said, "This supermarket isn't even in the middle of the city. Who would come this far to buy something?" Father he paid no attention to his son's complaints and sat in the passenger seat, faking sleep to recuperate. Sitting in the back seat, his mother, as well as Liping's wife, smiled without saying anything when they saw the father and son who were fighting over a supermarket. They wouldn't be used to it if they didn't fight harder any time. And although Liping complained with his mouth, in his heart he did not have any prejudice against the rice supermarket. On the contrary, every time he went to Wollheimer's during the holidays, he would encounter traffic jams, and the roads in the central part of the city were not wide at all, resulting in Liping having to spend a good deal of effort in order to find a parking space every time. But the rice mart is on the outskirts of the city, but the old airport expressway doesn't even have a stoplight, so step on the gas and you're there. If it was only about the transportation environment, Liping would definitely give priority to the rice supermarket. Sure enough, a full 7 or 8 kilometers of road. It didn't even take 10 minutes to get there fast, when the vehicle just came out of the turn, not waiting for Liping to react. Sitting in the back seat of the son will be the first to scream, "Wow! Look, Daddy, what big blocks!" With his son's voice, the family in the car looked forward in unison, only to see 2 large geometric gray and white buildings towering above the ground where the original Nanqiao Airport terminal had been, with the words Rice Supermarket on the front, standing out. "This is Rice Supermarket? I thought it was just a small supermarket, but I didn't expect it to be this big. No, I'll have to take pictures of it later. It's more grand than any of our big malls in Mountain City." Listening to the murmurings of his mother and wife in the back seat, Liping's face was a little hard to hang on to. "Ahem, I feel, it's okay." Seeing this, Father he in the passenger seat leisurely opened his eyes and the corner of his mouth slowly curled up. "Well, it's average. It's average. It's not as good as Volmer. It's an old brand." Hearing his father's yin and yang, Liping, who lost the first round, remained stiff-lipped. What's the point of fixing a big supermarket? It's also about the product and the service. Although the mouth does not admit defeat, but Liping's heart is still convinced, at least from the positioning navigation. Rice supermarkets have 3 two-way entrances and exits alone. It's not like Walmart. There's only one entrance and exit, and it's jammed up. Randomly picking an entrance that didn't have too many vehicles, Liping drove in with a single hand on the steering wheel. Just as Liping was looking for a parking space, a little man in a gray uniform, too enthusiastic for words, stood at the entrance of the passage directing the vehicles. "Parking this way please. For a free car wash go this way." At first, Liping thought that he had misheard, until he lowered the window and was surprised. "And a free car wash?" "Yes sir. Our supermarket offers a free car wash. Yesterday a vacation. Liping after work with his wife and children back home in Yicheng, all the way to the dusty. The car did not have time to wash. I was thinking of looking for an opportunity to wash my car, but I didn't realize that Rice Supermarket actually had a free car wash." "Really no money? Or, there are other requirements?" "Yeah, ask if it's a matter of how much shopping you have to do to meet the criteria." Even Liping's wife warned, "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. How can it be free when it's 34 for a car wash out there and the price goes up on holidays?" In the face of the customer's question, the supermarket boy is still the same warm smile, without the slightest impatience. "Yes, there are no requirements. Of course, if you have the time, you are welcome to come to Rice Supermarket exclusively for a car wash." "It's really free? Specializing in car washes and no shopping? Is there such a thing as a good thing?" In the next second, Liping, who couldn't resist the temptation, immediately rubbed the steering wheel and drove towards the free car wash channel. Just as Liping was sighing at the level of service at the Rice Supermarket, his father, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was still grimacing. "The service, as I see it, is just average." "Right, son." Chapter 075. Are you sure this is a supermarket? After driving to the car wash area, the family got out of the car and Liping had to hand over the car keys to a staff member. At the same time, I was worried about the change in the armrest box of the car. Since this is a free car wash, there won't be any employees who are not clean enough to steal the valuables in the car, right? But I did not expect. In the face of Liping handed over the car keys, the staff simply did not reach out to pick up. "Sir, you don't have to give us the car keys, just keep them to yourself." "Not handing over the car keys? So how do you wash the car?" "You've got to get your car into the wash, and after the wash you've got to get it out and into a parking space." "Sir, we are equipped with a car-moving robot which will take care of getting your car to the designated parking space." "Move the car." "Robot? Looks like I've heard it somewhere." The next second, only to see not far away slowly sliding over a lying doorplate, directly into the chassis of the vehicle he Liping, respectively, stretched out 4 pairs of mechanical claws, fixed 4 tires, directly lift the vehicle off the ground. Not waiting for he Liping to see how in the end to operate, I saw his car has been toward the designated wash workshop slip to go. This set of operations not only gave he Liping a dumbfounded look, but even the family standing not far away looked straight ahead, especially he Liping's youngest son, stretching out his fingers and screaming, "Wow, it's so cool, look mom, does it look like the Monkey King's somersault cloud?" At this time, he Liping had a trance-like expression of where am I? He has never seen this advanced car-moving robot in the mountain city, but never thought he would be the first to see it in his hometown. Cheng, who would have thought that coming back home to open your eyes would come? So, how am I going to find a car when I get out later? The staff member reaches out and points in the direction of the exit from the supermarket's parking area. After you finish shopping and come out, you can check the location of your vehicle through the smart terminal at the entrance. But our parking area is huge, with 1,200 parking spaces, and if you don't want to go, you can also summon the car-moving robot through the intelligent terminal to take your car to the designated location. Deliver the car to yourself? It still works like that? Are you sure this is a supermarket? It's not some tech experience? I have to say, this hand of free car wash and move the car robot simply show he Liping a face. This time, even if he Liping again hard mouth, also have to admit, Rice Supermarket this level of service can be called heaven. Just this, it's not even officially in the Rice Supermarket yet. With curiosity, the family all followed the crowd that was as shocked as they were, and together they walked towards the front door of the Rice Supermarket outlet. Coinciding with the holiday season and with strong publicity, there were a surprising number of customers at the Rice Mart today. Opening well, it is normal. Many people are running to see the strange and lively too, but after the opening, can you keep people? That's a different story. As the sensor-activated motorized door opened, the attendants, who did not stand in 2 rows, shouted welcome in a strange tone. Aside from being larger, the Rice Supermarket outlet is not much different from other large superstores. He Liping, who had originally held a hint of expectation, immediately lost it. It also seems that just one free car wash counts as the highlight of the Rice Mart. Only, when picking up the shopping cart, he Liping's wife, who was holding the baby, ran straight to the side. "Wow, look hubby, people's shopping carts come with child seats." On hearing this, the family rushed around the past, only to see the original major supermarket's unified system of shopping carts. At the Rice Supermarket, it was actually separated into several categories. There are carts with baby seats, child seats, and even carts equipped with magnifying mirrors on the armrests, specifically for senior citizens. And underneath all the shopping carts, there are also pull-out seats, so when you're tired of shopping, pull them out and sit down. Careful he Liping also noted that the 4 corners of each shopping cart are wrapped in cushioning foam to maximize the avoidance of collision damage. If anything, the free car wash service can be seen as a strategic vision for Rice Supermarket, which can provide it with a steady and sufficient flow of customers. That compartmentalized shopping carts will totally reflect the tactical details of the Rice Supermarket, and you can tell from the eyes of he Liping's wife that she has begun to like the Rice Supermarket. On the contrary, it was his father, who remained still gloomy. The service, well, it's average. Seeing this, he Liping also got energized and continued to talk tough. Supermarkets sell things, not services. Whether it works or not, the key still depends on the goods, on the price. With that, the 2 fathers and sons continued to dawdle as the family headed toward the interior of the outlet. Just entering the store, the family noticed the biggest difference between the Rice Supermarket and other supermarkets. That's 2 prices marked on the price tag of each item. One is going to be lower. It's the price of entry. One is going to be a bit higher, being the sale price. He Liping roughly calculated that the average gross margin of the Rice Supermarket is 4 to 6%. The first time they saw this type of markup, the family thought it was new and wondered whether it is a shopping mall, supermarket or street kiosk. Who is not the purchase price hidden dead, quietly raise the sales price to sell goods but the Rice Supermarket is good, and it directly shows the purchase price. True explicit price? You can't buy it and you can't be fooled? Subai was such a big boss, or a people's entrepreneur, and since he dared to mark his prices so clearly, it proved that these prices were all true. There is no need to make deliberate falsehoods to trash your own brand. This hand operation down. He Liping this time is really convinced. Originally, he was worried that this Mr. Su would screw the old folks, but now it seems that it was entirely his caution that was being used to measure the heart of the gentleman. Mr. Su, this is a true conscience. The service and the attitude of the price tag are 2 blocks away from Walmart. As long as the quality of Rice Mart's products is over the top, He'll definitely come back a second time, a third time. Keep coming. Just when the family was wondering what the products of the rice superstore were really like, just walked into the household goods area. Heiliping's wife could not move her feet. Mom, come and see. Haven't you always wanted this frying pan? The last time we went to see it at Walma, they sold it for more than 1,000. You couldn't be bothered to buy it. No, where do you need such an expensive pot? It's enough for as many dishes as you can buy. No, Mom, this pot is only 102 at RiceMart. Ha, let's see. It's true. It's simply the same, only the brand is different. This can't be a fake. Hearing the word fake, even Heiliping's father and son came over. Heiliping himself did not believe it, although he felt that the goods of the rice supermarket are not necessarily comparable to Ojima. But it is not so blatant to sell fake goods. Just as the family was in disbelief, a uniformed shopper approached them. Hello, can I help you? Hi, is this your nonstick pan? The same as the one from Walmart? In the face of Heiliping's wife's question, the shopper didn't choose to respond positively, but answered politely. It's like this, if you buy this nonstick pan after you get home, once you encounter any problems, we are 7 days return and 14 days replacement. 7 days return? 14 days replacement? Still? Hearing this, Heiliping had a look of disbelief on his face. Sure there are no conditions? Any problems are covered by a refund? Don't talk a good game now and return it with all kinds of reasons and excuses. In the face of Heiliping's aggressiveness, the shopper's enthusiastic smile did not diminish at all. Sir, there really are no conditions. Even if you haven't encountered any quality problems, you just think it's too expensive to buy and you don't want it anymore. You can return it in 7 days. Not waiting for Heiliping to react, his wife directly a packaged pan, directly lifted into the shopping cart, boldly said, buy it. This, just the beginning. The next Heiliping constantly heard similar words from his wife and mother. Wow, this silk summer quilt is more than half cheaper than in the mall. Buy. No way. The shampoo I've always wanted to buy. I can't even grab it in the live broadcast. And Rice Supermarket actually has so much of it. Dad, come and try this leather shoe. It must be real. People return it in 7 days. I have to say, it's hard not to be impressed with the prices at the Rice Mart. The key is that you also do not worry about buying poor quality fake goods. 7 days return 14 days replacement guarantee. You can let customers stomp their hands without fear. Cool is to buy cool. But looking at more and more full shopping cart, Heiliping is want to cry. I said I'd come to hang out, but how come I'm here to stock up? Look at this situation. Today do not ride half a month's salary in. Is not want to go just opening, not exploding cool points. Cool points will soon be centralized explosion. Everyone do not rush. Chapter 076 Restraining the level of service in the future. It took Heiliping a full half-month's salary to get the family from the household goods section into the food section. But just when Heiliping thought that his wife and mother would also go crazy shopping in the food section, an unexpected scene appeared. If anything, the vast majority of household items at Rice Supermarket are cheaper than other superstores. The exact opposite is true for fresh food at that Rice Supermarket, where prices are generally higher than in the market. Like pancetta, the market price these days is only $17 or $18 a pound. However, at the Rice Supermarket, the price of pancetta is as high as $25 a pound, which is a full third higher. 5-liter bottles of cooking oil are marketed at $60 to $70 to $100 a barrel, but at the Rice Mart, it's $102 minimum. What's even more exaggerated is the chicken, which costs more than $10 a pound at the market, and at the Rice Supermarket, the price is actually as high as $55 a pound. It's a couple $100 to buy one. The same goes for many packaged fresh vegetables, which are generally priced higher than in the market. After some shopping, Heiliping's thrifty mother shook her head straight. It's too expensive. All the food in this Rice Supermarket is more expensive than in the market. Forget it, let's go. It's okay to buy some daily necessities. This food and vegetables it's better to go to the food market. And this time, instead, it was Heiliping who felt something was wrong. The products and services of this Rice Supermarket are absolutely nothing to write home about. But why are the prices in the food section more expensive? My mother likes to look at the price of things she buys and turns her head away if it's expensive. But Heiliping noticed that the vegetable section of the Rice Supermarket had a label of directed planting. The so-called directed planting means that the source can be traced and pesticide residues are tested to ensure that they are green and pollution-free. And products like pork, fish, delicatessen and bread also promise never to stay overnight. Is all this true? There are food products out there in the market who don't say that their products are crunchy good. But what about the fact that food safety a check and no squeak? Thinking of this, Heiliping took advantage of his family's inattention and directly picked a box of packed chicken and stuffed it into the shopping cart. 55 pounds. I'd like to see if you're worth it. When the family finished their shopping and came to the cashier's area, It was only then that they noticed the surprisingly good level of service at Rice Supermarket. Every staff member had a warm smile on their face, and it was obvious that it wasn't one of those professionalized leathery smiles. They were genuinely happy, even in the face of impatient customers. The staff explained patiently over and over again without any impatience. When the cash register, the cashier lady saw that Lighting family bought a lot of things, are full of a shopping cart stack tip. There are a few things have to rely on hand carrying. Seeing this, the cashier lady immediately called through her headset. Cashier 8, push another shopping cart over here. Not waiting for Lighting's family to react, only to see not far away, a uniformed boy, with a face as happy as if he had found money, pushed his shopping cart and came over. Hello sir, are you going to the parking lot? Here, put everything you can't fit in this shopping cart of mine. I'll push it for you. Give me all the heavy ones. I'm strong. It's okay, you guys just lead the way. I'll help you load the truck. Since you never encounter this situation when you usually visit the supermarket, no one will care about you after you buy something, even if you buy more and carry more weight. I can't imagine that there is such a thoughtful service at Rice Mart. Lighting, who encountered this situation for the first time, said thank you. When passing through the parking lot, Lighting also found that a customer's car, probably the battery aging, start when the fire. Just when Lighting thought the other party would call for help, a staff member with a car hitchhiker greeted the car directly, and in a matter of 3 strokes, set it ablaze. The customer was so happy that he had to give the staff money, but they wouldn't take it. Seeing this, Lighting looked at the little brother who helped him push the cart. I didn't realize your service was so good. In the face of Lighting's compliments, little brother grinned a mouthful of white teeth. It's okay, and our supervisor said that we should try to exercise some restraint. A little restraint? Yeah, let's keep the measure of our warm service in check and not be so enthusiastic that we make our customers uncomfortable. It's ing. Or is it the level of service after restraint? So, I'm curious as to what you guys would do if you didn't refrain. The little brother who was helping Lighting load things into the trunk thought for 2 seconds. I can help you get your car back if you need it, and then help you carry your stuff home. Hearing this, Lighting almost hit his head on the rear door. Ahem, better exercise some restraint then. If you are a supermarket employee, if you come up with this level of service, then I don't send you a banner or write a letter of thanks. I feel that I have no conscience. Later that night, Ho's family then stewed the chicken that Lighting had sneaked into the shopping cart. Mother even complained, saying that Lighting cannot live. So expensive chicken obviously bought a loss. But as the stew went on, the family sensed something was wrong. Starting with his father shrugging his nose as he passed through the kitchen. What soup? It smells so good. Even Lighting's wife came up. It smells so good. It seems like the earth chicken I used to eat in my rural home has this kind of fragrance. Even mother uncovered the pot and looked at the boiling soup in the pot and wondered. Oddly enough, it still smells like groundhog chicken. This Rice Supermarket sells. Is it groundhog chicken? Since the family moved from the countryside to the city, they have long lost the freedom of local chickens, and are only able to ask their relatives in the countryside to buy 1 or 2 during the Chinese New Year and festivals. Nowadays, the earth chicken in the market, which is said to be authentic earth chicken, is only 20 or so pounds. But anyone with eyes knows that serious local chickens just feed the grain for a year and a half or more than that. There are also a lot of people who say that there is very little nutritional difference between a ground chicken and a fast-growing chicken from a chicken farm, and that it's a total IQ tax. Whether it's an IQ tax or not I don't know, but once this earthy chicken soup is simmering, even Lighting's youngest son, who was a picky eater, drank 2 large bowls in a row. Now, even his mother, who had always been frugal, stopped saying that Lighting was wasting money. Son, let's make another trip to the Rice Supermarket tomorrow, and I'll buy some more groundhog chicken and come back to freeze it for slow consumption. You can't get a good deal on groundhog chickens these days. Lighting now finally came back to taste the reason why the Rice Supermarket food is expensive, but absolutely a penny, value for money. Father also slowly put down the chopsticks in his hands, looked at his son who had been fighting with himself for a day, and laughed. So, no calling me old-fashioned this time? Seeing this, Lighting raised his own wine glass and clinked it with his father. Dad, I'm convinced, people Mr. Sue this Rice Supermarket is really good. This old country, hard to get. Chapter 077, let the bullets fly a little longer. Mr. Sue, good news. Early the next morning, Subai had just entered the office when Feng Jun followed him in with a surprised look on his face. Our turnover yesterday, a whole $2 million. 7,200,000 ah. This was a number that Feng Jun could not even dream of. When he used to open the Qianjiawi supermarket, the highest single-store turnover record was only 3.4 million, or at the end of the peak season. And Rice Mart, on top of that, more than tripled right off the bat. No, early in the morning, Fong Jun came to give Subai the good news, but Subai, who heard this sale, did not have any expression of surprise, and even slightly lost. Only 2 million? Just? The word talent directly caused Fong Jun's smile to stiffen on his face. Mr. Su, this turnover, it's quite a lot. Subai slowly came to his office chair and sat down, shaking his head as he turned on his computer. Don't you forget, it's Cinco de Mayo, or our first day of business, and turnover would have been on the high side. That means that our average single-day turnover, which is around 3 million, might not even be 3 million. Subai last time and Fong Jun pulled the finance department to make a calculation. The normal number of employees at Rice Supermarket is 350 to 400, and the current excess of more than 800 employees are all reserves for the outlets. If we calculate on the basis of an average annual income of $180,000 for employees, the wages alone will cost $60 million to $70 million. This is not counting the rent and utilities. Despite the fact that Yicheng officials have given the biggest support to the Rice Supermarket, the yearly operating cost is still small, 100 million, based on an average gross profit of 5% for rice supermarkets. In other words, a rice supermarket must have a turnover of more than $2 billion a year to break even. That translates to an average day's turnover, which is about $5 million. This figure sounds exaggerated, but in fact, Walmart can make a single store, Sam's, annual turnover of $3.5 billion. The average daily turnover can be $9.5 million. Subai is not demanding, not to mention the record of turnover compared to the Walmart in a first-tier city. But this general store in Yicheng, the average single-day turnover, cannot be less than 8 million. You have to make yourself $500 million a year, or else he's really yelling for nothing? $8 million? Hearing Subai's 8 million average daily turnover requirement, Fong Jun straightened his neck. In his opinion, Subai's practice of asking for thin margins and high employee benefits would be good enough to even out the books in a year. It's simply not realistic to still want to achieve an average daily turnover of $8 million. Mr. Su, to be honest, although I'm very confident in the rice supermarket, my estimated average daily turnover will not exceed 6 million at most. $8 million? I was really not thinking. Seeing Fong Jun's lack of confidence, Subai smiled and said, Mr. Fong, do you know why big rice technology has grown big and strong? And why I've become worth hundreds of billions of dollars? Because you have a conscience and listen to advice? No. Subai revealed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. The so-called conscience and listening to advice are contrasted. I'm only successful because of my peers. Ha! Seeing Fong Jun's seemingly understanding expression, Subai decisively said, you just manage the day-to-day business of the supermarket, and you don't have to do anything else. It's only natural that we'll have peers back there to give us assists. Just lay flat and sit back and wait for the opposite base to explode? And also, like this? Fong Jun, who left Subai's office, stood in the hallway and thought hard for half a day, but finally shook his head. Originally, he thought that after following Mr. Su for a few months, he had more or less learned a little bit, but now it seems that instead of narrowing the gap between the two, it's getting wider and wider. This business is done. Is getting hard to read. Fong Jun had just left on the front foot, and Dong Sanjin's phone call came on the back foot. This time Subai entered the superstore industry. Yicheng official can be regarded as all-round support. In the words of Dong Sanjin, born and raised in Yicheng, creating the first Fortune 500 company in Yicheng. So after the opening of the rice supermarket, Dong Sanjin is more concerned than Subai. I say you kid also can't I let Xiao Zhang went to Walmart to see. People Walmart as usual a sea of people. Be honest with me, that 70% certainty of yours, is it not watered down? There is indeed water. Not 70%, but 90%. Subai, who had pressed the speakerphone, handled his emails while talking to Dong Sanjin. It's just opened. What's your hurry? Hold your horses and let the bullets fly a little longer. A sentence of letting the bullets fly a little longer almost suffocated Dong Sanjin with internal injuries. Then let's wait and see what kind of drug Subai is selling in his gourd. By the way, the security team you wanted me to find for you, found it. That fast? You boys are really not taking me for a cadre. Ahem. Which is not. By the way, the other guy wasn't some security team, just one guy. Alone? Hey, it's a long story. He just got off the plane and is on his way to your place. Anyway, let me put it to you this way. The person who recommended him to me said that he, alone, works better than 100. That fierce? Hey you kid, you're giving me the comic relief here. Okay, I have to go to a meeting. Hang up. Hanging up the phone, Subai froze. One man, it works better than 100. Is it possible to have 3 heads and 6 arms? Just as Subai wanted to see what kind of god Dong Sanjin was looking for. A full 2 hours had passed and no one had arrived yet. until Dong Sanjin's phone rang again. Su Bai, who picked up the phone, almost thought he had misheard. What? Lost? You're a ING bodyguard and you got yourself lost? How did you get here? Just take a cab and say RiceMart. That's how you can get lost. Talent. Hey, don't mention it. This guy didn't find a cab off the plane and got himself on a China bus, and then a nap in the car. Straight next door to Luzhou. Was all over Luzhou asking where the rice supermarket was. The people have been contacted and I have them on their way to you. Hearing Dong Sanjin's description, Su Bai grabbed the phone with a "you're teasing me" expression. I say, Lao Dong, is this man really as reliable as you say? Even Dong Sanjin was not confident this time. Anyway, whether it's reliable or not, you'll see it when you see it. If I can't, I'll find it again for you. It was another 2 hours later, after Su Bai had eaten his lunch, that Dong Sanjin's secretary Xiao Zhang knocked on Su Bai's office door. Mr. Su, I've brought you the people. Hearing the person arrive, Su Bai behind the desk hurriedly looked up. He wanted to see how this bodyguard, who could get himself lost, managed to be more effective with one person than 100. Not long after, a man followed the secretary, Xiao Zhang, into Su Bai's office. The moment Su Bai saw the other party's image, his eyes abruptly widened in disbelief. The guy in front of me, center-parted hair, doe-eyed, skinny as a sparrow. It's like being Captain Jia in the underground transportation team. This kind of appearance, this is not lost. This ING is to go to the Royal Army to lead the way to it. Are you sure you're here to be my bodyguard and protect me? Not here to attract hate value to yourself? Chapter 078, Walking on the Roadside. Where can one not wet his shoes? The atmosphere in Su Bai's office was quite weird. According to the secretary Zhang's introduction, Captain Jia's real name is Zhou Zizhou, and if you look at his name alone without looking at his looks, he is quite bookish. But when it comes to Lao Zhou's previous work history, Xiao Zhang directly a light sentence special department to directly carry over. It was precisely these 4 words that made Su Bai come directly interested. With the energy of Dong Sanjin, coupled with the special department, then the origin of Lao Zhou can be quite uncomplicated. Looking at Lao Zhou's age, he was estimated to be in his early 50s, and the probability was that he had withdrawn from the special department. No wonder Dong Sanjin would say that he is worth 100 by himself. I'm afraid that in terms of professionalism, this old Zhou is much more professional than those hardened bodyguards in suits and tigers on the market. Is that enough, Lao Zhou? Not enough, I'll order another one for you. At this time, the old weak is sitting by the coffee table to plow rice. Is really in the plow. That eating speed, almost end up pouring into the mouth. As a matter of fact, this guy who looked like Captain Zhou always had a blank smile on his face, and spoke and acted in a rather formal manner. 3 times directly after shaving the rice, the old weak directly raised the palm of his hand to wipe his greasy mouth. After burping, enough of that, Mr. Su, let's get down to business. You suddenly want a security team because you foresee danger? Opening the door without nagging, which Su Bai liked. Yes, there will indeed be no peace around me for some time to come. Except I was looking for a team, and I didn't realize. Hearing Su Bai's words, old Zhou decisively said, Mr. Su, I don't know exactly what kind of people are trying to trouble you, but there's an old saying in our industry. It's called the steadier the defense, the harder the you taste, you savor. A word to the wise. With Su Bai's brain, it wasn't hard to guess what old Zhou wanted to say. If you want to do a person a disservice, surely you will do it right. If the other side is only one person, not even a bodyguard, it would be simple. Call 2 gangsters directly set sacks to knock the muffler. But if the other side of the 3 layers of bodyguards, it is clear that the average gangster is not an opponent. This time, you have to follow the intensity. Can use hot weapons to use hot weapons? Can use snipers to use snipers? Or, in accordance with the conditions of the Dragon Country, direct full insurance half hanging go up. What's that called? That's called watching the plate. If Su Bai really got a bunch of bodyguards around him, it was estimated that the people who wanted to target him would have to come as hard as they could in order to get Su Bai killed. Mr. Su, your advantage is that you never had bodyguards around you before. Even if someone wanted to target you, they wouldn't risk getting a sniper rifle to blow your head off. What I'm suggesting is that, on the bright side, you'll still have no bodyguards around you, and I, on the other hand, will act as your chauffeur while taking care of your security. Only in that case, what will happen? You'll have to pay extra for the extra driving job. Looking at the opposite, staring at their own nose to talk about the old weak, Su Bai Hole cannot laugh, is really the quality of pull full. By the way, your expected salary is, old Chow held out a finger, his eyes still on the bridge of his nose, $10,000 a month? It's $1 million a year. Nima, the boss has met a black-hearted employee? By the way, you have to pay the money into my designated account first. In our line of work, you know, The biggest fear is that people die and the money is not spent. To be honest, using $1 million to buy a guarantee for his safety wasn't expensive given Subai's worth, but the cockeyed old Joe sitting across from him always gave Subai a feeling of being a bit professional, but not much, as if he could see Subai's worry. Old Joe withdrew his finger. Of course, just like a regular job. 7-day trial period. After which, if you're not satisfied, I'll just walk out, and you don't even have to pay for the airfare. After all was said and done, Subai still had a reason to refuse, at least for Dong Sanjin's sake. He had to try. Okay, so, what do I need to do with you? No, just go about your business. I'll be the first to show up if there are any unforeseen circumstances. Good lord, that's a mouthful. What do you think? You're a grandpa in a ring. To be honest, Subai really didn't hold much hope for this Captain Jiao Lao Zhou. After all, the other guy was only one person and a handful of years old, almost as old as his own dad. Looking at his weak appearance, Subai was worried that if something really happened, who would protect who? If it doesn't work out after the trial period, find Dong Sanjin again for a replacement. After spending half an hour solving the security problem, Subai was busy again. After all, the rice supermarket had only just opened, and as the big boss, he would take time every day to wander around the outlets. After locking the computer and putting on the mask, Subai took his secretary Xiao Lu with him and went downstairs towards the store. When entering the elevator, Subai also deliberately pressed the door open button and waited for Lao Zhou for 2 seconds, and when he saw Lao Zhou standing outside the elevator without moving, Subai wondered, "You're not following me?" The old weak outside the elevator door shrugged his shoulders. "I told you, you don't have a bodyguard with you." A bewildered Subai loosened his fingers and let the elevator door close automatically. The secretary Xiao Lu saw this. "Mr. Su, is he the bodyguard you found? It seems like from a TV show. A traitorous bailiff. Right, why doesn't he follow and protect you? Who knows?" More than 10 seconds later, the elevator door opened. The noise from the store poured into the elevator car. It seemed that there were quite a lot of customers today. Just as Subai walked out of the elevator with his secretary Xiao Lu, a guy outside who was pushing a shopping cart and was holding a product to look at the ingredient list made Subai and Xiao Lu directly fixed in place. "Old Chow?" Subai looked back at the elevator and then at old Joe who was shopping like an ordinary customer with a hellish expression on his face. "Didn't you just? Why are you here?" Old Joe was pretending to be a customer, and after being directly called out by Subai, he put down the things in his hand and showed a helpless expression. "Can you not make a fuss? The whole world knows we know each other when you shout like that. I told you, you don't have a bodyguard with you, and now I'm just a regular customer, and it's none of your business. Just, you don't exist. Right on. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a wet shoe when you are always on the roadside." Subai, who likes to show others a face, never thought that he would have a day when he was also shown a face by others. The whole shopping mall Subai, the whole time is nervous, always cannot help but look around, want to see where the old weak will be, but when Subai really went to look for him, he couldn't find him again. Holding the curiosity of trying, Subai, who came to the home appliance supplies area, saw that no one was around, so he shouted in a low voice into the air, "Old Chow!" The next second, Lao Zhou in his employee uniform peeked out from the side of the shelf, revealing his own cock eye. Asterisk 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 huh? When did you put the staff uniform on again? Chapter 079, This Rice Supermarket. It doesn't work either. May 3rd, Xu Pengfei is on vacation in the Maldives, is lying on the beach of the blue sky and blue sea, leisurely enjoying sunbathing. It didn't take long for Xu Pengfei's phone to ring, and after lifting his hand to pick it up, "What's the situation?" A few minutes later, Xu Pengfei hung up the phone and casually picked up the juice and drank it, gazing at the distant sea through his sunglasses. Around $7 million? This rice supermarket. It doesn't work either. Although Wojima is not so bad as to target a newly opened rice supermarket, it doesn't mean that Xu Pengfei doesn't care about this matter. On the contrary, on the opening day of the rice supermarket, he also sent a regional manager from the southwest to go to the rice supermarket to find out what was going on. The other side squatted at the rice mart for a day and came to the conclusion. The opening turnover of the rice supermarket, probably around $7 million. The figures are not accurate, but it should not be too far off. Only about $7 million in turnover with the double buff of opening and holiday stacked on top of each other? That is to say, the average daily turnover may not even be $3 million. That's not a bad number for a supermarket in a third-tier city, but the volume of the rice supermarket is there. I'm afraid that once the 2 reductions and 3 exemptions policy support period is over, this income, even to maintain the daily operation of the difficulties. Ugh. Thinking of this, Xu Pengfei sighed deeply. It seems that when he heard the news about the poor performance of the rice supermarket, he even lost his mind instead. Unlike Zhang Lily, who specializes in pitting the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhu Pengfei, an executive of Woolmer, on the contrary, has the feeling that his heart is in the Chao camp and his heart is in the Han. To be honest, every year, watching Wajima earn away so much money from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Pengfei's heart is not good either. The world is so big. The resource cake is so much. You Eagle country earn $1 more. We Dragon country earn one less. This is how the gap between the rich and the poor is slowly widening. Therefore, during his tenure as CEO of Walmart's Greater Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Pengfei has been expecting to see the rise of the Dragon Kingdom Superstore. He also hoped that one day the superstores in the Dragon Kingdom would not be dictated by Woolmer. But sadly, after so many years, in the words of Zhu Pengfei, not a single contender. Now it is not easy to appear a conscience to listen to persuasion. Subai, look also quite powerful. Engaged in a rice supermarket is also decent. It is not easy to bring up the interest of Zhu Pengfei. But what happened? Now it seems to have been a wasted effort. With Zhu Pengfei's prediction, at most 2 years, at least 1 year, Subai's rice supermarket will have to close store and withdraw. Meanwhile, on major online platforms, the past 2 days have been full of hot searches for vacation travel, with very little news about the opening of the rice supermarket. For one thing, Subai has gone against the norm this time and has not used his influence to publicize the rice supermarket on the internet. Second, it's just like what experts analyzed the last time RiceMart was on the hot seat. Subai's entry into the superstore industry this time. The division has no popular support. Without the people's hearts, naturally, no one wants to pay attention. To put it bluntly, is a supermarket, or open in Yicheng, in addition to the local people of Yicheng, and the majority of netizens, and have a few pennies relationship it. So, to summarize, the opening of the rice supermarket was considered uneventful and unattended. Like Zhu Pengfei said, this rice supermarket, it doesn't work either. But the shrewd Zhu Pengfei, but ignored one thing. He sent a regional manager to explore the news of the rice supermarket, learned the general situation of the rice supermarket. The regional manager was removed. According to Zhu Pengfei's prediction, once the May Day holiday is over, the turnover of the rice supermarket will drop wildly, which is quite a normal situation. Not to mention RiceMart, but all supermarket malls. Business is usually pretty mediocre except for openings, weekends, holidays, and when there are big sales for events. But Zhu Pengfei did not expect that this golden rule of retailing on the rice supermarket, but it does not exist at all. May 6th, Tuesday, the first working day after the May Day holiday. He Liping's mother woke up early, ate breakfast, and then pulled her little grocery trailer out the door. Just after exiting the elevator, I bumped into several of my old sisters at the front door of the neighborhood. Come on, if you go late there won't be any more. Since the last time his mother drank a meal of earth chicken soup from the rice supermarket, he had his son take another trip the next day. This time, mother he didn't mind the price, and bought all the ingredients she needed. You don't know what you're getting until you buy it. The ingredients in this rice supermarket are more expensive than in the market, but people do have a reason for being expensive. Take an ordinary tomato. The market tomato just grows a tomato-like and smells but does not have a tomato flavor. As soon as I ate them, I knew they were grown from a vegetable garden, and these tomatoes are usually shipped in from out of town. In order to ensure freshness during transportation and storage, they have to be removed from the branches before they are fully ripe at the time of picking, and then chemically treated to make the surface appear ripe, when in fact they are still raw inside. This is why many tomatoes bought on the market are hard to the touch. The tomatoes from rice supermarket were completely different, coming up to the tip of the nose with a strong tomato flavor and tasting soft and juicy. The bottom line is that vegetables and fruits bought at RiceMart go bad extra fast. Many young people may think that breaking down fast is rather proof of bad quality, but as many seasoned seniors know, in the old days when chemicals were not used for food preservation, vegetables and fruits did go bad fast. Now a lot of fruit, buy home and put in the refrigerator for half a month. Put in what kind? Take out or what kind? A lot of people still think it's the refrigerator that keeps things fresh. Actually, anyone who works with fresh produce knows that it's worthless when it goes bad, so they have a variety of methods to keep it as fresh as possible. The difference is just whether you want to use it or not, and how much you use it. And just as mother he and her own group of old sisters stood at the bus stop waiting for the bus, a 501 bus that was just pulling out of the bus yard. The middle-aged driver who had just turned in was yawning as he rubbed the steering wheel. The entire May Day holiday down. The entire bus company full staff on duty. Can be a big guy or busy. It was hard to get through the holidays and finally get some downtime. His trip on the 501 bus, a route that the bus company had only just restructured, traversed half of the city before terminating at the original Southbridge Airport, now known as the Rice Supermarket. I heard through the grapevine that it was the Yicheng city officials who deliberately adjusted the route in order to support the Rice Supermarket. There are 4 whole bus routes for the same thing. To put it nicely, this is called supporting the development of local enterprises, but to put it bluntly, there is inevitably a suspicion of collusion. Dong Sanjin doesn't know what to think. Supporting the rice supermarket so vociferously, doesn't he worry that if the rice mart goes out of business, he'll suffer too? For a bus company employee, the middle-aged driver cannot care about this kind of idle. Just drive honestly. But just when he thought he was going to be fairly laid back today, when he drove the 501 bus, pulling into the first stop, just opened the door. There are a large number of Moncler outlet online rushed up. The middle-aged driver looked surprised as he watched everyone carrying shopping trailers in their hands. What's going on here? Isn't May Day over? Chapter 080, do you still have a card? The 501 bus situation is not an isolated case. All 4 bus routes to the rice mart are bursting at the seams today, each to a station. The driver looked at the crowds to the car-crowded adults. The head is big, can only shout at the top of their voices. The center one is a little further back. It's really not coming up. Stop squeezing and wait for the next trip. Oh my god, Lou. Big Mom, you do not rush. Take it easy, ah. The driver himself didn't realize that when he adjusted his route, he picked this line specifically. I had thought it was a retirement line and laid back. As it turns out, now that I look at it, it's not a retirement line. It's more horrible than a commuter line during rush hour. While driving, the driver wondered about it and asked an older woman, "Auntie, what's going on with you guys?" Auntie gasped as she gripped the railing with a death grip. Going grocery shopping. Grocery shopping? Don't you all go to the food market to buy? How come you go on the rice supermarket? I can hear that the food in the rice supermarket is not cheap. Big Mama rocked with the body. Ha, they don't call that expensive. They call it value for money. Let me put it this way. I bought juice for my grandson at Rice Mart the day before yesterday. I didn't finish it that day and put it in the fridge. And guess what the next day? Why? It's gotten stale. Ha, you taste, you savor. Doesn't it break after a day of sitting on it because of poor quality? But the driver thought for a few seconds and then immediately reacted. Then it's not ing flavored. It's the juice from people's rice supermarkets. No additives. If what a Big Mom says can't be counted, then what about this bus full of grandpas and grandmas? It's very simple. If you don't know where to buy groceries, just look at the neighborhood where the grandparents usually go to buy groceries, and you just follow them. For this group of retired and time-rich seniors, as long as they get their money's worth, even crossing the entire city to go grocery shopping is just a matter of waking up half an hour earlier. Looking at the battle, if it weren't for the fact that the driver had to drive and couldn't make a phone call, he would have sent his own family to the rice supermarket to buy groceries. Meanwhile, Yicheng Bus Company, the person in charge of the first day of work, just after May Day, is now sitting in his office to slow down his energy. I can't help it. I got high on vacation and it's normal to have a hard time adjusting to the first day of work. Just when the person in charge of half a day cannot enter the work state. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Pick up the phone. The person in charge of less than 5 seconds. Immediately into the work state. What? Are you sure? Half an hour later, in Dong Sanjin's office, it was easy to see from Dong Sanjin's expression that he had been under a lot of pressure in the past few days. The rice supermarket project, which he led and supported, was originally questioned at the outset with reservations. It is thought that with the presence of Wojima, supporting Subai's rice supermarket is a useless exercise. But because of Subai's 70% certainty, and Subai's big cake of the world's top 500, Dong Sanjin still stood. In his capacity as a big steward of Yicheng, he argued strongly in favor of the rice supermarket project to be launched. Originally, Dong Sanjin was waiting for the rice supermarket to be a hit when it opened. As a result, this kid, Subai, gave himself a line to let the bullets fly a little longer. It was not clear how long the bullets were going to fly, but Dong Sanjin knew that someone already had a problem with him now. Said he Dong Sanjin in order to support Subai's rice supermarket, official in Yicheng to engage in a one-word, is a big parental style, do not listen to the advice of comrades, is a pat on the head behavior. Now the rice supermarket is lukewarm. Yicheng's support investment, all become a basket of water. He, Dong Sanjin, has to take the first responsibility for this. Knock knock. Dong Sanjin pinched his signature pen and kept tapping it on his desk. You kid, what the hell are you playing at? Just as Dong Sanjin was worried about the situation at the rice supermarket, his secretary, Xiao Zhang, hurriedly knocked on the door and entered with an excited expression. Boss, just got word from the bus company. This morning, all 4 additional bus routes to the rice mart were full. They have urgently increased the frequency from half an hour to 15 minutes. I also asked a few cab companies and the situation is the same on their end. With routes to the rice mart becoming popular, a lot of cab drivers are plopping down at the rice mart. The major cab companies are also contacting the Rice Supermarket Operations Department, hoping they will carve out a separate piece of space to be offered exclusively for cabs to pick up and drop off passengers. Listening to the Secretary Xiao Zhang's excited expression, Dong Sanjin had a calm face that did not move as if it were a mountain, and even took a shallow sip from his teacup. Okay, got it. Don't panic all day like that. How many times have I told you that when things come up, you must be calm and be joyful? Until he saw the Secretary Xiao Zhang left and gently closed the office door. Dong Sanjin listened with his side ear and confirmed that Xiao Zhang had gone farther away before he bounced up from his seat with a pang, hands cupped in fists punching the air with a burst of swings. Beautiful. Well done. I'll let you guys call me one-dimensional in Big Parent style. Hear that? The buses are packed. All of you wait for me. When Rice Supermarket becomes one of the top 500 in the world and holds a celebration party. You guys, I won't inform a single one of you. After a flurry of excited flailing, Dong Sanjin then sat back down at his desk and dialed Subai's phone number once again. You kid, you can. Subai on the other end of the phone had been delayed for a while in the morning, which had just arrived at the company, and after receiving Dong Sanjin's phone call, he was puzzled. Can? Where is it okay again? Listening to Dong Sanjin's explanation, Subai realized that the major bus lines were packed this morning. Subai, who heard this news, had a calm face, and unlike Dong Sanjin, Subai was not pretending. It was the sort of thing he'd expected. The supply chain of the Rice Supermarket. It is true that Feng Jun is in charge, but it is in the piece of food. But Subai personally grasped. There is even a special food purchasing department for Rice Mart. In the simplest case of pork, the food procurement department has signed subscription agreements with many farmers. For every farmyard pig purchased, a piglet will be sold to the farmer at a low price, with a promise to buy it back from the farmer at a high, marketable price after the pig has been raised. Farmers are also willing to sell the vegetables they have to the rice supermarkets because the prices they give are high enough. Now every day there are more than a dozen trucks from the food purchasing department, traveling on the roads of the major rural areas of Yicheng, just like buses, and at every stop, there are farmers who have prepared their vegetables in advance, standing by the side of the road and waiting. For farmers, they can sell their endless vegetables and chickens and ducks at a high price, and they don't have to run to the city market to sell them themselves, so why not? Although this will result in a more expensive price tag. For a lot of the dragons, they can dress poorly and use poorly, but when it comes to food, as long as you have good quality, they really won't save that kind of money. So the situation of a group of grandparents crowding the bus was long foreseen by Subai. That's not the bullet I'm talking about. Listening to Dong Sanjin's excited tone, Subai said bluntly, where is this going? He hasn't even begun to contribute yet. You still have the bottom card? Holding the phone, Dong Sanjin more excited. The bus is crowded. Not yet finished. Subai, this hand, hiding can be deep enough. It's not that there's more. It's that I didn't play my cards at all. Say goodbye to waiting for peers to send assists. You think? Subai joke? Chapter 081, a silent roar against this age of cows and horses. After the May Day holiday, the turnover of the rice supermarket, instead of as Zhu Pengfei expected, plunged to 2 or 3 million. Instead, it stabilized at just over 5 million, and that number will spike to 7 or 8 million during the weekend. This time, it is no longer the young women in general who support Subai and support the rice supermarket. On the contrary, Yicheng's grandparents, in a short period of time, they became the main consumers of rice supermarkets and praised the service of rice supermarkets. Don't underestimate this group of retired city Moncler outlet. Among them are teachers, doctors, state-owned enterprise employees, civil servants, the real spending power, not much worse than young people. Compared to the internet, they are more accustomed to word of mouth. Whoever went to the rice supermarket experience once will spread the word in the neighborhood. Do free publicity for the rice supermarket. It is said that gold cups and silver cups are not as good as the word of mouth of the people. No matter how good the advertisements are, they are not as good as the recognition in the hearts of the people. Even the bus company's routes have increased from 4 to 8 during this time. And that's it. Still on weekdays, once the weekend comes, there will be a separate increase in frequency to make it enough. By this point, with an average daily turnover of more than 5 million, the rice supermarket is considered to be completely stabilized. But what Subai wanted was not stability, but explosion. Let Rice Mart light up the world like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Dong Sanjin is waiting. He has always wanted to see. Subai in the end held back what big tricks. Rice supermarket limit. In the end, in where? Feng Jun was also waiting, and he had also been curious as to what exactly Subai was talking about when he said peer-to-peer lining. Subai is also waiting. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. It was a month's wait. June 1st, International Children's Day. On the evening news online that day, the hosts officially announced the numbers for this year's college graduates. 12. 22 million people. At a time when the employment situation is extremely critical and many people are already unable to find a job, these 12 million university graduates are facing the plight of unemployment once they graduate. In the hot days of June, countless college students stand at the crossroads of their lives with resumes in hand. For the first time, I felt the economic winter. And just when the general public is lamenting the dire employment situation and the difficulty of working, just the next morning, at the Magic City Economic Forum conference, when the host asked Shini Hui, the president of the listed company and the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, how he viewed this year's employment situation, Shini Hui took the microphone and uttered the following words. It's not that the employment situation is tough, it's that young people can't take the pain. Many young people nowadays are afraid of work and complain when they work overtime. What's the fear of working overtime? It's a blessing to be able to work 996 in a previous life. You should be thankful to the company, to the community, for giving you 996 and the opportunity to suffer and exercise. And the host sitting opposite Shini Hui, when he heard this paragraph, he wanted to stop it was too late. With a face of total you are really powerful. This kind of words dare to say. It's a public ing speech. And the various television stations, news media, and a group of photographers and journalists who were responsible for filming on the stage all had glowing eyes when they heard Shini Hui's words. This hot search, isn't it coming? That afternoon, this video of Shini Hui's speech was put on the internet by the media who were watching the fun. Since Shini Hui had been re-elected as the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom for several years, when the video of his speech had just appeared on the internet, it had received the attention of the majority of netizens. But after a little bit of going in and hearing Shini Hui's anticlimactic remarks, the netizens immediately exploded. Is 996 a blessing? Screw you. If someone like you can be the richest man in the world, everyone here is to blame. We young people can't take the hard work? Come on. I'll give you this courier for Mr. Shin. I'll say you're good if you can last a week. You have hundreds of billions of dollars in ing assets, all sucking our blood. And you're saying we're too picky? The richest man in the world? Ovum rich. Under the severe employment situation, coupled with high property prices, low wages, and the boss's 996 and 007, young people would have been overwhelmed. As soon as Shini Hui said these words, it was immediately like a spark scuttling into a pile of dry wood, burning a sky-high fire. Within 24 hours, the video had more than 300 million views and more than 10 million comments, all of which, without exception, were curses. The employment environment in the Dragon Kingdom has been brought down by you capitalists. Oh, if you, the richest man, take the lead in 996, won't other capitalist bosses follow your example and squeeze and exploit their employees along with you? It's not that I don't agree with you on 996, but if you're working overtime, you should give me overtime pay. Overtime for a month, into a free job. The salary is still 3 or 4,000. And then you tell me that this is a blessing? I'll tell you the truth. Due to Subai's presence, all the major business owners followed suit and started their own Douyin accounts. Even Shini Hui was no exception. That afternoon, Shini Hui's Douyin account was directly blasted by tens of millions of netizens. That comments section is full of signs, one swearing dirtier than the other. Even the more than 3 million fans that Shini Hui had managed to accumulate overnight had all run out. Shini Hui was also confused, a mouthful of his own, and said what was in his heart. Originally, I wanted to carry on, do public relations, and wait for the wind of this incident to pass. But what Shini Hui did not expect is that the next day Shini Hui's listed company, the stock just opened a direct drop. Shini Hui's value also evaporated 54 billion. This time Shini Hui could not sit still, and immediately came out to make a video public apology. But it's obviously too late to apologize at this point, and it's clear that the internet won't buy it anymore, until the third day. Because of the continuous decline in the value of the wildly reduced hundreds of billions of Shini Hui, directly announced the withdrawal of the company's board of directors. This is obviously the board of directors did not want to be implicated by Shini Hui, and directly kicked this Mr. Shen out. In the end, the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, who claimed that 996 was a blessing, took only 3 days to receive the blessing from the general public. Not only has he fallen from the throne of the richest man, but even his company has been officially sentenced to an astronomical fine of $21 billion. Just when everyone thought that this 996 blessing incident was over, another hot search once again caught the attention of the netizens. An employee from an internet powerhouse, 100 Whales Entertainment, died suddenly at his workstation directly due to excessive fatigue while working overtime late at night for 2 consecutive months. 007. By the time co-workers realized the situation, the employee, who was 26 years old and had just gotten married and had a child, had stopped breathing completely. The next morning, the incident caused an uproar. Netizens from all over the country have expressed their condolences for the employee, who had just become a father. Countless takeout boys placed bouquets of flowers on the floor of the 100 Whales Mutual Entertainment Building. Those thousands of bouquets of flowers were mourning and protesting. It's a silent roar against this age of bulls and horses. Chapter 082, The East Wind Blows. The war drums beat. This June is not destined to be quiet. First, the richest man. Shani Hui's anticlimactic remarks were verbally attacked by the majority of netizens. And then came the sudden death of employee 007, which undoubtedly pushed the long-suppressed labor management conflicts in the Dragon Kingdom to the forefront. Now that the Dragon Kingdom is rich and powerful, aircraft carriers are raining down dumplings, and fifth-generation planes are double-dating. Even the photolithography machine, which is known as the jewel of industry, has begun to be mass-produced. The Dragon Kingdom now dares to put up a straight fight and slap the table with the Eagle Kingdom on the international stage. Yes, the country is rich and powerful, but you can't see how many people in the Dragon Kingdom, with a monthly salary of less than $5,000, work more than 10 hours a day and are called around by their bosses. You can't see that the 8-hour workday is clearly written into the labor law. But how many companies have done it? Can't you see how many young people don't want to have children because they have already become cows and horses, and they don't want to let their children continue to be cows and horses? The reason: Hibiscus just returned to the office in the Su Shaochang, a face of iron green, a hand ripped loose tie, a hand of the speech ruthlessly slammed into the desk. These capitalists, their conscience is eaten by dogs. Seeing this, the secretary who followed him and hurriedly closed the door carefully and stood aside, not daring to utter a breath. 2 days ago, the capital issued a document to all regions, asking them to interview major enterprises in response to the existing problem of labor management conflicts, and to guide them to actively improve labor management relations, so as to avoid the recurrence of the egregious incident of sudden death of employees from overwork. This morning, Su Shaochang personally met with representatives of hundreds of enterprises in Rongqing for a 2-hour meeting on improving labor management relations. But when they hear about improving employee benefits and observing labor hours in accordance with labor laws, a group of entrepreneurs immediately stop, but also did not dare to sing against the face of Su Shaochang. But a meeting, hardened into a bosses complained about the meeting. Without exception, all of them are using the poor economic environment as an excuse. Are you kidding me? To these capitalists, why spend $6,000 when you can hire a cowhorse for $5,000? Can let this group of cattle and horses 996 overtime to earn money for themselves? Why not let them add, quit your job? You can quit your job. There are plenty of people who can't find a job. You're not the only one. Su Shaochang was furious at the time, and almost didn't hold back from cursing on the spot. As bad as the economic environment is, you entrepreneurs are just going from making $5 billion a year to making $4 billion a year. But for a lot of the populace, that's a real living hell. In the end, the meeting ended up being a non-event after all. Boss entrepreneurs go back to working overtime and taking pay cuts. Being a boss in the Dragon Kingdom has no other advantage. It's just a lot of cows and horses, and low wages, not to mention the fact that it's a lot of work. Seeing that Su Shaochang had finished fuming, the secretary then brought Su Shaochang's teacup over. Boss, don't get too wound up. Our national conditions are such that it's really beyond our strength to try to intervene in the market economy with an invisible hand. The country's economy cannot grow without this group of entrepreneurs. But capital is ultimately profit-seeking and does not care about the people. These two things, inherently, are contradictory. Officials can appropriately regulate, but they cannot force intervention. Therefore, the development of the Dragon Kingdom has been crossing the river by touching the stones and walking its own path. Avoid exaggerated polarization as in the case of Western countries where capitalists are allowed to grow big and then widen the gap between the rich and the poor. The Dragon Kingdom must also never have the irony of a homeless person on Wall Street. So over the years, the country has been engaged in fighting poverty. First, let the poorest group of people in the Dragon Kingdom be able to have enough to eat, afford to see a doctor, and be able to read. To put it bluntly, keep the bottom line in place first. We'll clean them up one by one when we're freed up. After all, which side should the billion or so ordinary people, and the tens of millions of rich people group be on? History has long told us the answer. At this time, Su Shaochang also finally calmed down. Think about it. Want to let this group of fall into the money eyes of the boss, out of their own money to share with the staff, is tantamount to a fool's errand. I am afraid that the situation across the country is similar to that of Rongqing, and this matter will mostly end without any problems. The key is that these bosses you can't push in yet. After all, the economy of the region, but also rely on them to pull. But when he thought of the faces of these lords, Su Shaochang couldn't swallow his breath. Pacing back and forth in his office with his hands behind his back, he was thinking about what he could do to cure this group of capitalists. Suddenly, a person's figure appeared in Su Shaochang's mind. Thinking of this, Su Shaochang immediately stopped and looked up at the secretary. Where's Su Bai? this kid hasn't returned to Rongcheng yet? Yeah, there's a freshly minted people's entrepreneur in Rongcheng. How could I forget about this guy? Not yet. I contacted Mr. Su last week, and he said that he would wait for the rice supermarket to get on track before returning to Rongcheng. The matter of the rice supermarket is naturally clear to Su Xiaochang. However, he shares the view of most people that with the presence of a behemoth like Wallman, Su Bai's strategy of entering the superstore industry is a foolish move. Even Su Xiaochang thought that the so-called rice supermarket was nothing more than a face-saving project that Su Bai had been pushed by Dong Sanjin and mounted in Yicheng. Nonsense. Not making a good cell phone. Running off to work in a supermarket. No, gotta call this kid back. He's spooky and full of ideas. Surely he has a way to clean up these capitalists. But just as Su Xiaochang came to his desk and was about to pick up the phone to call Su Bai, the phone rang on its own, and Su Xiaochang looked down. Hey, speak of Chao Chao Su Bai Dao. This guy Su Bai actually took the initiative to call him. Su Bai, on the other end of the phone, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out the window at the runway parking lot that could not be seen at a glance. After Shini Hui, the former richest man, made his infamous 996 speech, Su Bai was keenly aware that the opportunity of the rice supermarket came. But what Su Bai did not expect is that the sudden death of 007 employees is even more on this fire, pouring a pot of gasoline. It's a public grievance across the internet right now. Countless battered workers are cursing their bosses' entire families on the internet while they are forced to go to work honestly under the pressure of life. When the cows are really mooing and the horses are mooing. Little cow and horse. Copy copy copy. The populace has been completely triggered. For Su Bai, the east wind he had been waiting for, hadn't it come? Hearing the sound of the phone being picked up across the street, Su Bai, wearing headphones, stood in front of the window and laughed. Leader, I just sneezed twice. It can't be you scolding me behind my back. How dare you say that? These 2 days on the network so fierce you cannot see? How can you be a people's entrepreneur and not come out to make a statement? I'm calling you to talk to you about this. You sound like you have an idea? Su Bai was silent for a few seconds before the smile on his face faded away. Old leader, it's okay to let me step in, but I want to ask clearly first, if this time I, the sun monkey, make a big deal out of things and come to a big mess in the heavenly palace, you, the Bodhi old man, will protect me? Chapter 083, can't even compare to a Su Bai teaser? June 8th morning, Hibiscus Rice Technology Industrial Park. Su Bai's royal filming team has now become the hard labor of executives from various departments, helping them shoot videos every day. Since the boss, Su Bai, adopted the network to listen to persuasion, now the departments also follow suit and engage in listening to persuasion persona. Even the head of the business department of the rice phone. Now the fans have risen to tens of millions of people. The work of the first encounter any problem, listen to advice. To put it nicely, it's called listening to advice. But to put it bluntly, it means that you don't want to use your brain, and if you have a problem, you go to the internet. After all, there's a shortage of everything on the net, but not a shortage of subkings. To be honest, Ricetech could not have grown to where it is now without the whimsical ideas put forth by a bunch of netizens. It was hard to finish a video. Host grumbled as she touched up her makeup. When exactly will Mr. Su return to Rongcheng? He's been off shift for almost half a year. He won't have forgotten about us all. The photographer packing up his equipment shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Didn't you read the comments from the netizens that he's now a missing person on the internet? He was discussing when General Manager Su could return to Rongcheng, when suddenly, the phone in the host's pocket rang, and he took out his cell phone to take a look. It's Secretary Lu's. At that, the photographer prodded with his equipment case. It must be Mr. Su looking for us. Why don't you answer it? Half an hour later, a business car drove out of the Rice Technology Industrial Park, and after getting on the highway, went all the way south to Yicheng. And the group of Rice Technology executives who noticed the departure of Su Bai's royal photography team realized, their boss, their Mr. So, the man who has left countless legends on the internet, after 6 months, it's finally making a comeback. 3 hours later, the host Xiao Bao, who appeared in Su Bai's office, rushed towards Su Bai with the mournful look of a concubine who had lost and regained her favor. Su, Chief, Luan Jia misses you so much, want a hug. Seeing Xiao Bao who rushed over, Su Bai raised his hand and hit Xiao Bao with a violent chestnut, knocking Xiao Bao covering his head and calling, this royal photography team is professional, but just a little bit nervous. What's more, ever since a certain incident of pressing the pig, Su Bai was a bit afraid of the pits in his bones for an industry like hosting. After a violent chestnut cleaned up Xiao Bao's obedience, Su Bai looked at the planning Xiaoli who then entered the door, and handed the other party a file information on the table. I've asked you to come to Yicheng this time because I have an important task for you. Li, who took the paper, nodded and smiled. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. Mr. Su, when will the shooting start? But when the planning Shaoli turned over the document and saw the contents of the first page, his entire face changed. Mr. Su, not filming you this time? I didn't say it was to shoot me either. Then, this Liang Wenchao, who is? When Liang Wenchao received the call from the personnel department, he was still doing laundry in his dorm room. Seeing that it was a phone call from the personnel department of the supermarket, Liang Wenchao's blood was cold. Is it possible that you're going to fire yourself because you're not doing a good job? Think about it, is not impossible. After all, that group of livestock, dry work too damn fierce. Their thin arms and legs, desperate old life cannot do them all. Hastily drying his hands, he picked up the phone cautiously and with trepidation. Half a minute later, Liang Wenchao had a skeptical look on his face. The problem is not that I'm sure I can work with it. It's just, Liang Wenchao twisted his head to look at his doghouse like boys' dormitory. Are you guys sure you want to shoot me? At 10 p.m. that night, MT, weekend overtime, a day of work, Glass's little brother, dragging his tired body back to their own rental house, head tripped down on the bed, looking at the ceiling in silence. Since the events of 996 Blessing and 007 Sudden Death, the internet has been quite a mess, and people have been cursing their own bosses, one more than the other, wonderfully. But the truth is, it's nothing more than online buzz. In reality, the bosses should withhold wages, overtime work, but not at all worried about the sudden death of employees over work. The Dragon Kingdom is so big, a few sudden deaths are nothing. You can't hold back the bosses from making money just because a few people die. Expect a raise and an 8-hour workday. It's okay to call on the internet. In reality, it's simply not possible. As an oxen and horses, you have to have the awareness of being an ox and a horse. Even if they scream, they can't escape the fate of cattle and horses. To put it bluntly, the bulls and horses are so low on the list that they lack a truly influential person to speak up for everyone. But the capitalists are in cahoots, cutting the leaks of the bulls and horses, and smothering the money. And who would dare to risk universal condemnation and come out in favor of the cows and horses? Ugh. As if helpless to reality, the spectacled little brother lying on the bed let out a deep sigh before pulling out his own cell phone and swiping it. What can he do alone when people can't change things? It's better to eat and drink and take care of yourself. Is brushing the phone it? Glass's little brother suddenly found that his attention list suddenly popped up the prompt message. Clicked on the prompt, the little brother immediately sat up. Mr. Su is actually going to update? Only Su Bai's Douyin account, which had been updated with a message a few minutes ago. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Live. And this time it's not even a video, it's actually live? The last time Mr. Su went live, it was when the show starts at 6? That early? Then I have to set an alarm clock? If anything, the former Su Bai, who was an entrepreneur with a conscience, was loved by his fans. Then, since the 996 Blessed News incident, Su Bai's image, undoubtedly, had once again been elevated by a lot. Compared with Sheni Hui, the former richest man who clamored that 996 was a blessing, Su, who couldn't hold down the pig, is the real entrepreneur in the minds of the general public. Su Bai's update at this juncture has undoubtedly given everyone a shot in the arm. His presence proves that there are still people out there that everyone can trust. If you don't support such people, who else can you support? Meanwhile, the news of Su Bai's upcoming update has received a lot of attention from the general fanbase. Ai Chow, the missing people of the internet are about to return. Rice fans, Mr. Su is going to update. Whoa, 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 our press pig White is back in action. Sisters, alarm clock away. Mr. Su, the days without you, I spend every day in tears. It's like years, sitting on more than 30 million fans, and can still capriciously cut off half a year. It is estimated that only Su Bai can do this kind of thing. The point is that in the past 6 months, Su Bai's fans have not only not dropped, but even gone up. Can you believe it? And many of them are netizens who follow former richest man Sheni Hui. As usual, Mr. Su's success is all about peers setting him up. It was probably because Su Bai hadn't updated for too long, plus the fact that his influence was already huge, leading to even the news of Su Bai's upcoming update being stabbed by millions of netizens on the hot search. And countless Netflix stars cried without tears when they saw this hot search. Last time, I couldn't beat Su Bai by pig even though. Now you can't even compete with a Su Bai teaser? Sorry, I overslept and didn't hear the alarm. Chapter 084, don't forget. Whose studio is this? Jingle bells. A shrill alarm clock sounded in the early morning hours in a college girl's dorm room. Who is it? Leaving the alarm on for a big weekend. Disturbing people's dreams is a crime that deserves death. A few girls under the covers complained one after another. But a girl wearing a Pikachu eye patch removed her own eye patch as soon as she heard the alarm clock go off. and immediately sat up from the bed, grabbing her cell phone as she shouted, "Come on, don't fall asleep. Mr. Sue is going live. Be quiet, I want to sleep, and I won't watch the Queen Mother's live broadcast." Well, Mr. Sue, who's that? The new big internet star? The girl with the cell phone jumped out of bed and plugged in the charger before silently prompting, "The one by the pig." Mr. Sue, the girl's dormitory. After 2 seconds of silence, a girl just sat up from her bed as if she were a corpse, with a surprised look on her face. "What? Mr. Sue, he's going live?" In the next second, the entire girls' dormitory became cock-a-hoop. "Where's my cell phone? Call me, I lost it. My slippers, who's wearing my slippers? Stop using your cell phone. Turn on your computer and watch it on your computer." The same scene is seen across the country in college dorm rooms, rental houses, 3-person homes, internet cafes. Countless people silently opened Sue Bai's Douyin account before 6 o'clock, waiting for Sue Bai's live broadcast. Earlier this year, Douyin did an official count of the most popular live broadcasts in 3 years, and Sue Bai's New Year's Eve by the Pig Show, with an absolute data advantage, holds the first place throne. It's said that 14 million people had the honor of witnessing that live broadcast. However, more than 50 million netizens said that if they could turn back time, they would definitely not miss the pig-pressing show that was destined to be in the annals of the internet history of the Dragon Kingdom. Time is not destined to turn back, but this time, countless people had seized the opportunity and were looking forward to what program effects Sue Bai could come up with this time. And at the official headquarters of Douyin, after learning that Sue Bai was going to broadcast live this morning, even the official Douyin had deliberately arranged for a special duty officer. The opening channel portal is now open. Waiting audience 3,200,000, 3.5 million, 4 million now. The numbers are still going up. Boy, it's not even on yet and there are 4 million viewers waiting in advance. Is this, in fact, the power of the New Year's Eve pig? The head of duty glanced at the standard time on the big screen afterward. At 5:59, all departments are counting down to 1 minute to prepare. In the meantime, Yicheng City Vocational College, in the male dormitory building, a nervous Liang Wenxiao put down the faceplate after. "No, I have to go to the bathroom again." Host Per reminded. "You've been on 3 times. Don't be nervous, I'll control the live effect. You do what you need to do. I'll ask you questions. You just answer honestly. Okay, countdown 10 seconds to ready." As the opening signal was accessed, the cameraman immediately gave the picture to the host, Bao, who was wearing a microphone. At the first moment when millions of netizens flooded into the live broadcast room, Xiao Bao stood in front of the camera and greeted them. "Hello everyone, I'm your host Pa." The netizens who flooded into the live broadcast room immediately searched for Sue Bai's figure on the full screen. Naturally, we're all familiar with this well-known media host of Ricetech, Bo, but she's clearly not the one people want to see. "Xiao Bao, you've gained weight again. Say where is Mr. Sue, not Mr. Sue's live broadcast. Mr. Sue, where are you? My family is going to kill a pig tomorrow. I want to ask for your help." Spreading flowers, the return of the missing persons of the internet. The hot man is back. But just as everyone was looking forward to Sue Bai's appearance, the host, Xiao Bao, made a turn in the picture. "Viewers, the main character of our live broadcast today is not Mr. Sue, yo, not Sue Bai live? That's who it would be. What's going on here?" Just when everyone was confused, as the scene moved, Bao stood directly beside a nervous Liang Wenxiao. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the protagonist of our live broadcast today, Huxin Chao. Say hello to our viewers." At this point, Liang Wenxiao was shivering so much that he couldn't even speak properly, and after waving his hand at the camera, he gave a smile of social death. "Hello everyone, my name is Liang Manchiu. I'm the rice supermarkets, a stalker, bargainer. Can you give us a brief description of what you do?" It's the merchandise on the supermarket shelves, and if a customer buys it away, I have to pull it from the warehouse and replenish the shelves. A simple enough opening statement that, by the looks of it, is more like a professional interview, but it still hasn't solved the mystery in the minds of millions of viewers. Isn't this Mr. Sue's Jitterbug account? How come you're live streaming an unnamed supermarket stalker? I just came in. What's the situation this is? Who is this dude? Where is Mr. Sue, Rice Supermarket? Mr. Sue, this is the rhythm of advertising for the Rice Supermarket? Isn't the Rice Supermarket in Yicheng? This live broadcast is in Yicheng? The audience in the live broadcast room, hung with a head full of question marks, did not understand what Mr. Sue wanted to do this time, but it was that same curiosity that drew them to keep looking, just like the last time Sue Bai was live. Those viewers who left at halftime almost cried with regret when they learned that they had missed the press pig name scene. Whatever Sue was up to this time, watch it first. As the live broadcast continued, Subai still didn't show up, and the main character of this live broadcast was still this shy guy named Liang Wenchao. After simply washing up, the photography team followed Liang Wenchao out of the dormitory to the off-campus breakfast place. While eating together, host Pa found a gap to ask, "Wake up at 6, so you'll be working early hours, I guess?" Liang Wenchao nodded after taking a bite of the donut. "We start at 8, but I usually get to the supermarket early at 7:30. As the two were introduced, the audience gradually came to understand. The young man named Liang Wenchao, a recent graduate of the City Vocational College, became an employee of the rice supermarket just over a month ago. Although it was not clear what the significance of this live broadcast by Subai was for the time being, there were many viewers who stood out and said, "Like me, I work in a supermarket, but I'm at Walmart, and there's one thing to be said for the position of a stock boy, which is just pure lifting and exhausting for the individual. I, too, work 11 hours a day, part-time for $20 an hour, no money for breaks, sloppy pay, just tired, my body simply can't take it. $20 an hour for a part-time job is high, but it's totally understandable if it's physical work." Without realizing it, the topic of conversation shifted to their respective jobs. This is also the most discussed topic on Hootsuite since the 996 Fortunes incident, and it's obvious that everyone is working long hours for a lower wage than one another. But there are those who are curious. At this juncture of the labor conflict, what does Subai intend to do by having Liang Wenchao, who is a supermarket stalker, go beyond the live broadcast? Let's see how well he treats his employees. But Liang Wenchao is up at 6 o'clock. How much better can it be? Just when everyone was wondering about the purpose of this broadcast, host Pa has followed Liang Wenchao to the bus stop. "Getting up this early, you must have a long day at work then." Liang Wenchao, however, smiled and shook his head. "Starts at 8 o'clock and finishes at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. 7 hours of work." As soon as the figure of 7 hours was stated, the comments throughout the live broadcast room became more visible to the naked eye. "What? 7 hours? What's this? A supermarket clerk? You work 7 hours a day? What's all the fuss about? It should be a temporary part-time job, $10 an hour or so kind of thing. Short working hours mean nothing. It's the pay that counts." Just as everyone was talking, suddenly, a high-V netizen stood out and warned, "Wait a minute, have you all forgotten whose live room this is?" This reminder made the general audience react at once. Yeah, the man who played the internet for all it was worth. The man who forced the president of the Eagle State to delete his tweets. The man who is the originator of the bombing world when it comes to the effectiveness of the show. Is it possible to get millions of internet users out of bed at 6 a.m. just to see a plain old rice supermarket stalker? The problem, I am afraid, lies in that seemingly shy Liang Manchiu. Chapter 085, 3 Passing Drums. Sword sheathed. At 7:30 a.m. Liang Wenchao had already arrived at work, changed into his work clothes, and received his sweeper. And as time goes by, there are more and more viewers pouring into the live broadcast room, and the number of viewers, too, has broken through the 5 million mark. There was a lively discussion on the air. What was the man who pressed the pig trying to show everyone? Until the host Pa, who had been following Liang Wenchao around, asked a question seemingly out of the blue. "By the way, Wenchao, can you reveal your salary to our viewers?" Upon hearing this question, many netizens, however, were the first to comment. What's the point of asking? It's common for barbers in first-tier cities to be 4,000 to 6,000, and in a place like Yichang, 4,000 or more is tops, and 3,000 or more is possible. Not necessarily, it's a little lower if you work 7 hours, so I'm guessing 2,000 or 3,000. It's okay, too. There are plenty of recent college graduates who can't find a job. There's one thing to be said for working 7 hours a day, and I can live with a lower paycheck. Just as everyone was talking, Liang Wenchao, who was busy checking the bill of lading, did not raise his head and said, "I just turned regular this month, and my salary, with various allowances, probably comes to about $11,000. With those words, Liang Wenchao pushed the cage cart and walked towards the warehouse. For him, the live broadcast was important, but his own work was even more important, especially since he had a bunch of animal-like co-workers and couldn't afford to slack off on his work at all. Liang Wenchao pushed the car and ran away instead, but left a group of netizens in the live broadcast with wide eyes. How much? $11,000 and counting? Grass. Starting violently, heard supermarket stalkers earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. How long have I been asleep? And the Dragon Kingdom has become a developed country? Who can tell me what year it is? 7 hours a day. I do not envy monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars. I do not envy, but you tell me to work 7 hours a day, but also tens of thousands of dollars a month? Then I'd love to ask, are you still hiring at the supermarket? $11,000 a month is nothing when you put it on the internet. But in reality, It's definitely a number that could drive most people crazy, especially when everyone learned about Liang Wenchao's identity in advance. College, fresh graduate, supermarket stalker. All these identities are telling everyone that Liang Manchu is just an ordinary person with the same opening and starting point as many others. But it is such an ordinary person like everyone else who is getting a paycheck that doesn't even belong to an ordinary person. And just when everyone hadn't completely reacted, host Pa once again followed Liang Wenchao's lead. Isn't it time for work yet? I see everyone is busy. With the host's question, everyone realized that the work time is obviously 8 o'clock, but now it is only 7:40. The entire warehouse, rice supermarket employees have been busy. There was a lot of picking of goods and moving of goods. Liang Wenchao was also continuously moving goods to his own shelves against the goods list, replying as he was busy. It can't be helped. The work time is only 7 hours. And if you work overtime, you need to apply for it in advance. Working earlier ensures that the work gets done and the co-workers turning in for the next shift will have an easier time. Upon hearing this, the netizens couldn't sit still. What? What did I hear? Apply for overtime? You need to apply for overtime? Asterisk 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 you don't let you work overtime. So you work early? You give here to card Mr. Sue's bug. What's going on? I just got in, and someone's volunteering to work? What's the point of being a cowboy? Oh, give you a monthly salary of $10,000 and work 7 hours a day, and you do it with more vigor than others. What? 7 hours, $10,000 a month? I'll work my ass off. If this kind of treatment has already made millions of netizens drool with envy, and can still send out comments to sigh a few words, then the next Liang Wenchao's words, directly to the majority of netizens whole autistic. Upon hearing that Liang Wenchao can still take a double weekly vacation, it's over. I can't look at it. A supermarket stalker? Better treatment than a mid-level supervisor like me? I tolerate that you make tens of thousands of dollars a month. I tolerate that you work 7 hours a day. I tolerate that you don't allow overtime. And you take double time off every week? Where's the knife? Where's my knife? Record the screen. Record it to show our Shabidi boss. What do you mean by treatment? He gives us that little salary, purely to send out the beggar. I'll just ask one more time. Is the rice supermarket still hiring? And just when millions of netizens were freaking out about Liang Wenchao's treatment, Liang Wenchao's next paragraph was like Galen's great sword, silent and defense-breaking. I have 30 days of paid annual leave left for this year, and our personnel told me that I have to take it by the end of the year. I'm thinking about taking my parents on a trip. They've been farming in the countryside all their lives, and I'd like to take them to the capital to see the flag being raised and to climb the Great Wall. The entire live broadcast at this time was filled with question marks. What? 30 days of annual leave? If the previous treatment was anything to go by, everyone could still imagine it. That 30 days of annual leave is truly beyond the imagination of a bunch of cowboys and horse players. 30 days? Annual vacation? With pay? No. This treatment, you're telling me it's a supermarket stalker? Is this a treatment we can have even for cattle and horses? Had ha. Ha ha ha. Oh, here's the crazy one. And just as millions of netizens were listening to Liang Wenchao's treatment that they couldn't even imagine, on the top floor of the rice supermarket, inside Su Bai's office, Feng Jun closed the live broadcast and silently put down his cell phone, looking at Su Bai standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a puzzled expression. Mr. Su, I don't understand. Feng Jun rubbed his face vigorously to refresh himself. Why did you bring this to light? When he was at the car wash, Su Bai had once told Feng Jun, at the heart of Rice Mart are people. That's why Su Bai deliberately raises the cost of labor and benefits to motivate employees. From the current results, Su Bai did not make a mistake. Every employee of the rice supermarket, when working, they hate to split themselves into two halves to use. They all wanted to use their own efforts to prove that what Su Bai did was not wrong. However, Feng Jun did not expect that Su Bai would actually go through a live broadcast and directly expose the treatment of employees, which should be the company's privacy, completely. What? You can't expose it? Looking at Su Bai's unperturbed appearance, but Feng Jun became anxious and hurriedly walked to Su Bai's side, anxiously saying, Mr. Su, don't you understand? If we quietly give our employees better benefits on our own, it's nobody's business. We make money, and our employees get to steal it. But once you bring this to light and make a big deal out of it, you'll be a target. Not everyone thinks like you do, and who wouldn't want their employees to be paid as little as possible when they're the boss? But now, you've come right out and told the world that even an ordinary stock boy at the rice supermarket can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, with all sorts of benefits and perks that you wouldn't even think of. Even Feng Jun's voice began to tremble when he said this. Mr. Su, you are making an enemy of the entire capital circle. I wish you all a happy and prosperous new year. Chapter 086, Mr. Su, how dare you? 6 years ago, a certain well-known entrepreneur, publicly stated in an interview. I don't give my employees a raise because I have to think about what other businesses can afford. If other businesses can't afford it, then processing wages is an irresponsible act. This conversation, like the current 996 fortunes, was met with a great deal of vitriol from the internet at the time. But it's also possible to see some of the roots of the labor conflict in this interview. That is, the capitalist bosses nowadays have formed a consensus and tacit understanding that they are all hiring employees at the lowest cost to maintain the stability of the labor market. For example, in the industry, the average salary for a certain position is 5,000. Then each company has to abide by this rule. You can adjust it appropriately depending on the region, but you can't break the rule. Everyone pays 5,000 but you alone, in favor of 8,000. This will lead to the fact that people will have to follow you in raising wages and raising their own cost of labor. It's called bad rules. And what should be done about this kind of bad rules, of course, is to boycott everyone together to kick him out of the game. This kind of unspoken rules of the industry will naturally not be known to ordinary people. This is also why today Subai opened a live broadcast. Many netizens cannot figure out what the significance of this live broadcast is. Why does Subai not show up the whole time and only one Liang Wenchao is showing treats the whole time? Watching everyone drool. Wow, Mr. Su is really conscientious enough to treat an ordinary employee so well. Loved. This is what 100 billionaires should look like, which is like Shinny Huia, simply a vampire. Support Mr. Su, support the rice supermarket. And among the millions of viewers, there is no shortage of people who know the unspoken rules of the industry. In a high-grade office building in Magic City, a senior H-Rovo touched the fish and watched the live broadcast frown deeply after looking at the comments of the netizens. At first, she was also confused and couldn't figure out what Subai's purpose was for this live broadcast. It is reasonable that Subai, who was good at making program effects, would not open a meaningless live broadcast. Until now, this senior HR finally understand what this Mr. Su really want to do. He's breaking the rules. He's leading the way in breaking the unspoken rules that have been established over decades in the dragon capitalist scene. He is making an enemy of the entire capitalist community. A supermarket, the most common shopper. Subai to give to the monthly salary of tens of thousands. There are a variety of think not even dare to think of the welfare treatment. How dare Su, even if you gave it, the point is, you actually exposed it through live broadcasting and through your influence. What do you make the rest of the industry do when you do this? You supermarket stockers make tens of thousands of dollars a month. So the average white-collar office worker must make $20,000 a month? You're clearly jacking up salaries, and you're going to force all the industries to go up with you. You're clearly, nakedly, forcing a bunch of capital circle bosses to pay up. Mr. Su, how dare you? Wouldn't it be nice to be 100 billionaire? Why risk universal condemnation to get into this mess? Alas, looking at the live broadcast room, a bunch of unknown netizens who were still praising Subai, this senior HR finally couldn't look at it anymore. She, who never commented, typed in the comments section, "This may be the last time Mr. Su opens the live broadcast. Everyone watch and cherish it." After commenting, this HR then closed the live stream, put down his cell phone, and sat down in front of his computer with a disoriented look on his face. I believe it won't be long before the conscientious and persuasive Mr. Su will completely disappear from the internet. The so-called rice supermarkets will soon fold and close. I'm afraid that all of the rice technology that was founded by Mr. Su himself will change ownership to others and be given to Subai's brother or parents. Then, after being snubbed by the capital circle for an IPO, it was divvied up directly by unknown capital, and Subai himself. With any luck, the capital circle will leave him with a few $1 billion so that Subai can take his whole family far away overseas for the rest of his life. Of course, with Subai's nature of conscientiously listening to advice and daring to fight hard with Wan Jai, he would most likely die in a car accident or an accident. It's a shame. Originally, she kinda liked Subai. Subai is better than young, less than 30 years old and became a 100 billion old boss, but he also happens to lose in his youth. In his youthful indiscretions, ignorant of the high ground, they even dared to make an enemy of the entire capitalist circle. This time, Subai would finally have to pay a heavy price for his youthful arrogance. And after the senior HR sent out a comment and exited the live stream, many netizens noticed the comment as well. Mr. Su opened the live broadcast for the last time? What's the meaning? Here comes another know-it-all, pretending to be inscrutable. I'm most annoyed with this kind of person. That is, it's hard to believe that Mr. Su gave his employees high benefits and gave them back the wrong ones? Just as a crowd of netizens were talking, a few mysterious netizens who also saw the signs finally stepped forward. You bunch of cuties. Can't you see by now what this broadcast means? You only see one Liang Manchiu, an ordinary stock boy? With a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars and high benefits? Do you know what Mr. Su will have to face after this live broadcast? After seeing this, many netizens were confused. Isn't it just a plain old live broadcast? Many people were even saying that this live broadcast was nowhere near as good as Mr. Su pressing the pig. Seeing this, another person stepped forward to explain. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Su giving his employees high benefits. He can just do it quietly and privately. The fault lies in this live broadcast, which he brought to light through his influence. Think about it. A supermarket stocker can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month, making a big fuss. How can other companies recruit and employ people? An ordinary supervisor of a company is only $8,000 a month, and as a result, he can't even compare to a supermarket stock clerk. So how can he still be motivated to work? How can he still be motivated to work for his boss? To put it bluntly, Mr. Su is using his influence to force all industries to raise wages. After a round of analysis, all the netizens present, all froze. Is Mr. Su using his influence to force all industries to raise wages? Whose wages are going up? But not everyone's. Everyone invariably thinks of the 996 blessing incident the other day and the sudden death of 007. People were making so much noise at the time, but no one cared about them. People are saying it's because there's no one to back them up, and there's a lack of an influential person to take the lead. And at this juncture, Mr. Su is on the air. The man who pressed the pig, he's back, with a live broadcast, in a way that he didn't even show up himself, to shout and speak for all of them. Last time, because of a toxic hygiene incident, Mr. Su stood up to the daily chemical giant Wanjiati for the sake of the majority of female compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom. And this time, Mr. Su did it for the sake of all the general public who are struggling at the bottom. Get in on the ground floor with your body and stiffen up the entire capital circle. Chapter 087 Mr. Su, he's broken the sky. The 6 million netizens in Su Bai's live room were all silent. People in the know are still breaking stories. For Mr. Su to do so is tantamount to suicide. The capital circle won't let him go, nor will the owners. He's moved too many people's interests in cakes. Ugh. Mr. Su, you're confused. After saying that, this mysterious informed person also exited the live broadcast room, leaving a group of netizens in the live broadcast room looking at their own cell phone screen froze. Lake Province, Jiangchang, in the university girls' dormitory building, a girl holding a cell phone said with a puzzled look on her face, "Does he mean that Mr. Su will be retaliated against for doing so?" A few of the roommates were each looking at their own cell phone screens as well, frozen in silence. Then why is he doing this? Why is he running this broadcast? This time, a short-haired girl finally spoke, only to see her red eyes. Perhaps, this is the difference between a people's entrepreneur and a capitalist. The broadcast is over. It is worth mentioning that before the end of the broadcast, the host stood in front of the camera and said the next meaningful words. Ladies and gentlemen, I was initially in denial when I found out what this broadcast was going to be about. But Mr. Su said that when one lives a lifetime, one has to do something great and sensational. When she said this, Bao's eyes had fogged up, and even her voice became choked. He says he has no regrets and is ready to face all the consequences, whatever the outcome. He tried and tried hard. After saying that, Bao took a deep breath and squeezed out a bright smile once again, waving at the camera. With that, viewers, I look forward to seeing you again. Bye. This live broadcast, which was destined to sensationalize the entire Dragon Kingdom, had finally ended. As the screen fell into darkness, countless people looked at their cell phone screens for a long time. They thought of that classic line from Goku, "Great Sage, what's the purpose of this trip? Treading on the southern heavenly gate and smashing the heavenly palace. If you don't come back?" And then they never return. Unsurprisingly, due to Su Bai's massive influence and the fact that this live broadcast was already extremely topical, only half an hour after this live broadcast ended, the first hot search phrase appeared on all the major internet platforms, followed by a second, third. For a time, the news about the rice supermarket stockers earning tens of thousands of dollars a month and all kinds of high benefits dominated the major media sites. At 9:30 in the morning, Su Xiaochang was still enjoying his rare weekend at home, and was accompanying his granddaughter on the swing. The daughter then rushed out of the house in a hurry and handed a phone to Su Xiaochang. "Dad, Secretary Sun is looking for you. It's urgent." Hearing that there was an emergency, Su Xiaochang first smiled and carried his granddaughter down to his daughter, and only when he saw his granddaughter being carried away did he pick up the phone with a serious look on his face. It's a big weekend, and normally secretaries don't bother themselves, and the fact that the call came straight to the house meant that something really big was going on. "Hello, this is Su Xiaochang," the secretary on the other end of the phone. Xiao Sun immediately rushed after hearing Su Xiaochang's voice. "Boss, look at the news. Su Xiaochang said seriously as he walked towards his study. What happened? The secretary, son, dwelled on it for 2 seconds. Mr. Su he stabbed the sky. 3 minutes later, after returning to his study and turning on his computer, Su Xiaochang saw the hot news on the major websites. This great steward of Rongqing City, who was nearly in his 50s, sat on his chair with his but as if all his strength had been drained. Su Bai had told him a long time ago that he was going to make things happen. What Su Xiaochang said at the time was that as long as you, Su Bai, don't go against the law and do things that are worthy of the identity of a people's entrepreneur, he, Su Xiaochang, would dare to give Su Bai a bottom. According to the idea of Su Xiaochang, an entrepreneur, even if he wants to mess things up, how much can he mess up? But Su Xiaochang never thought that Su Bai, this time, really came to a big mess. Coaxing up the pay Su Bai how he dared Even the official documents and the heads of the various regions have personally interviewed the major enterprises, but they can't talk about anything. You, Su Bai, single-handedly, did it so blatantly? Not only did you do it, you used the influence of your tens of millions of followers to bring this straight to light. Force the capital circle to follow you with pay increases. This is clearly the rhythm of putting things on the table, tearing up faces, and not stopping until death. Su Xiaochang, who was sitting alone in his study, wanted to pick up the phone several times to call Su Bai, but he couldn't pick the phone up after all. The only thing left in the large study was Su Xiaochang's helpless sigh. Alas, Su Bai, this time, I can't protect you either. At the same time, Yi Cheng, last night in order to pull investment, and investors battle 300 rounds of Dong Sanjin, is at home to sleep with the snoring sound of the sky. Suddenly, Dong Sanjin's wife knocked directly on the door with her secretary. Xiao Zhang, Lao Dong, wake up, Lao Dong. Xiao Zhang, the secretary who couldn't wait, went straight up and pushed Dong Sanjin awake. Boss, wake up, something's wrong. Dong Sanjin woke up leisurely looking at the secretary Zhang handed over the cell phone screen. At first thought he was blurred and misread, until close to see every word clearly. Dong Sanjin suddenly blood is cold. Alcohol also woke up most of the time. When? It hit the hot seat half an hour ago, and when I got the news, I came to you right away. Dong Sanjin looked down and searched for his shoes while wearing his clothes, but just received his wife handed over the coat. Dong Sanjin will sit head on the sofa in the living room of their own. The whole person does not speak, just staring blankly at the coffee table fruits froze days. The secretary, Xiao Zhang, was even more anxious to see this. Boss, how about, call Mr. Su first and ask about the situation? Dong Sanjin shook his head dismally. It's gone. The rice mart is gone. Ari Cheng's Fortune 500, gone. Nope, nothing. It wasn't until just now that Dong Sanjin reacted abruptly to what Su Bai had said about that bullet. Why did Su Bai not tell him what he was going to do even after Dong Sanjin asked several times? Because Su Bai couldn't be clearer. Once Dong Sanjin knew that Su Bai would do this, he would definitely do everything he could to stop Su Bai. You, a $100 billion boss, even with the aura of a people's entrepreneur, cannot be separated from the essence of a capitalist. To put it bluntly, capitalists are all in one big pot, but you Su Bai is good. Now a live broadcast down, directly to the capital circle of the pot. No matter how arrogant and rich you are, Su Bai, are you as good as thousands of capitalist bosses? You, Su Bai, dare to do something that even the state can't handle? Still, how dare you? Chapter 088, A Storm is Coming. Dogville. The June wind, blowing through the tops of the laurel trees, brought up the soughing sound of the leaves. The sun is a little big. Su Bai moved a chair to sit under the eaves of the house, learning from his grandfather when he was a child, holding a bushel fan and slowly shaking it. Not far away, Lu Daji was with Daodu, writing homework side by side. The two little guys usually chattered non-stop together, but today they were surprisingly quiet, and raised their heads from time to time, looking cautiously at Su Bai. They were sensitive to the fact that Su Bai, today, was very different. More than 10 minutes later, a sound of emergency braking sounded outside the courtyard, followed by Su Bai's elder brother Sujin hurriedly walking into the courtyard dam, and after seeing that Su Bai was fine, his face instantly eased a lot. He didn't say anything, but raised a bamboo chair from the house and sat side by side with Su Bai. As soon as he was seated, Sujin was all over the place looking for cigarettes, and when he saw the cigarette case that Su Bai handed over, he took it with a smile. After lighting the cigarette, Sujin slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Jianjun, Da Qiang, Monkey, Old Black, they're all on their way back, and asked me to keep an eye on you and not let you leave the village for a few days. I've been meaning to call you, but I'm afraid you're so busy that you're calling me. The younger generation of Dog Village, one and all, have returned. The first time they saw Su Bai on the hot search, they all put down their hands and rushed home. They didn't know why Su Bai was doing this, why he was going through this mess. All they knew was that the guy in the village who couldn't hold down a pig was in big trouble. They also didn't know what Subai was about to face, what it would be. They only know that the children of the dog village never fight alone, never have something to carry together. 5 minutes later, Subai's second sister Suyun's Volvo also stopped at the door, and Suyun, who got off the car, had already cried her eyes red, and hurriedly ran toward Subai. This sister, whose parents worked when she was a child and always held Subai to catch grasshoppers on the ridge, directly slapped Subai on the shoulder. Why are you so stupid? Subai revealed a bright smile and gave his stool to his second sister, moving another one from the house himself. Sister, there are some things that are meant to be done by someone. You're the only one who's positive. You're the only one who's dead set on it. Before Subai could speak, his cell phone rang. It was Secretary Xiao Lu. Boss, just as you predicted, the hot searches on all platforms are all down. On the documents sent by the Public Relations Department, the words, Liang Wenxiao, rice supermarket, monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars, and so on have all become sensitive words. And once detected, the flow is immediately restricted. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Subai looked at the time. The capital circle can move pretty fast, picking this time early in the morning on a weekend for themselves. But even with his tens of millions of followers, he has an exaggerated influence. The manufactured buzz also lasted only 55 minutes. The first step was to get off the hot seat and limit traffic across the web to minimize the impact of this. And what would be the second step? Seeing Subai who answered the phone, Suyun and Sujin's hearts were clenched tightly with a worried face, and Sujin put out his cigarette. This time, you are at least considered to be working for the people. Is this kind of thing? The official doesn't care? Subai put his cell phone into his pocket and shook his head. It's not that I don't care, it's that I can't care. Once the officials openly support me now, it's equivalent to openly offending the capital circle, which is not conducive to the stability of the dragon's economy. Is there less capital flight going on now? Certain big bosses who have made a lot of money have simply emigrated overseas and found ways to transfer their assets. Those assets are theirs? It's still not the people of the Dragon Kingdom. If the officials of the Dragon Kingdom come out now to support Subai's practice of raising wages, it will undoubtedly cause more capitalists to flee and move their industries to countries with lower labor costs. This is clearly not conducive to economic stability. To put it bluntly, Subai is now openly calling the shots with the capital circle, which completely belongs to the infighting of the capital circle. The wisest thing for officials to do is to wait and see what happens. Sure, although the officials will not intervene in this matter for the time being on the surface, it does not mean that the officials will really sit back and do nothing. After all, Subai still wore the aura of a people's entrepreneur. More than 10 minutes later, 3 black SUVs with ordinary Yicheng license plates slowly parked at the entrance of the Su family courtyard. The car came down a group of flat-headed youths, headed by a middle-aged man who saw Subai in the courtyard, hurriedly walked over, smiling and shaking hands. Mr. Su, we are from the Yicheng United Defense Brigade, receiving orders from our superiors. We will be carrying out occasional village policing and publicity work in Dog's Village. Yicheng United Defense Brigade? Subai shook hands and thanked him, looked to the group of flat-headed guys. Each person's waist is bulging. Don't what is self-evident. Get off the car is looking around. A look of whoever doesn't look like a good person. That's it? You're telling me it's a joint defense team? Thanks for the hard work. It's not hard. Serving the people. After saying hello, the middle-aged man withdrew, leaving a car and 5 flat-headed boys to stay in front of Su's house. The other 2 vehicles, parked at the beginning and the end of the dog village, not long, but also took off a drone, hovering over the dog village. Looks like it is in advance to scout the terrain. Just as Subai wanted to instruct his family not to go out during this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang again. This time it was Dong Sanjin. The United Defense Force has arrived? Here it is. You arranged it? Dong Sanjin on the other end of the phone was silent for half a day before. I want to curse. Curse. Dong Sanjin, who had been carrying his breath for half a day, didn't curse after all. If I had known you were going to do this, I wouldn't have said yes to you in the first place. That's why I never told you. Dong Sanjin, you stay home for a while. Don't go out of the village. I'm very passive right now. There's only so much I can do. It wasn't hard to imagine that because of Subai, Dong Sanjin was now facing tremendous pressure as well. 2 people are now a glory, a loss. Once Subai failed, I'm afraid that Dong Sanjin's career will come to an end. A lifetime and then difficult to inch forward. Like Dong Sanjin said, there was not much he could do but make sure that Subai was okay and that Subai's family was okay. In times of danger, this old friend still gave Subai the greatest support. Thanks Lao Dong. *********. Hearing that Lao Dong couldn't help but curse, Subai hurriedly hung up the phone first. He then turned his head to look at his elder brother Sujin and second sister Suyun. Just stay home and don't go anywhere for a while. And tell mom and dad not to worry. I'll be fine. After saying that, Subai walked towards his old black A6, and was about to summon old Joe into the air when he realized that at some point, old Joe was already sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing Subai, who had pulled open the car door, about to leave, the second sister Suyun stood up. You're leaving? Big brother Sujin pulled Suyun and said in a low voice, let him go. He's in the most danger where he is. He just doesn't want to stay with us. At times like this, all the Su family could do was to protect themselves and not let Subai be distracted. Seeing this, the old man in the main driver's seat lowered the window, dashingly tossed his trademark center-parted hair, and laughed into the bridge of his nose. Don't worry, nothing can happen to him with me. The Audi A6 then slowly drove out of the dog village. Sitting in the car, Subai looked at the distant sky as a large dark cloud slowly drifted in. The storm, it's coming. Chapter 089, this is the energy of the capital circle. In the girls' dormitory in Jiangchang, Lake Province, a few girls were discussing enthusiastically. Subai's fans have now dubbed this Liang Wenchao incident. How can that be? Mr. Su is a public figure and a people's entrepreneur. Who would dare to touch him? I also think that it's not just a matter of giving your employees high salaries and benefits. Why should you retaliate against him? It's just, it always feels like this kind of thing. This is too shady. For this group of innocent college students, they are still far from realizing the cruelty of society. Until, a girl who was looking through her cell phone suddenly exclaimed, look guys, Mr. Su's hot search. It's all gone. How can that be? 5 or 6 of them? How come there's not a single one left? And the comment I just posted, in support of Mr. Su, is also gone. And the live video I just edited and uploaded, it's also been stream limited, and it doesn't even have 20 plays. When they found out about it, several of the girls were all scared to death. Get off the hot seat and limit traffic across the web? This is the energy of the capital circle? Not only them, but the millions of netizens and fans who had seen Subai's live broadcast and had expressed their support for him had all encountered the same thing. On all major platforms, videos about the Liang Wenchao incident have all suffered from restricted streaming. Type searches for Liang Manchiu and monthly salary when you can't find any useful information. One by one, Subai's fans all went numb and clawed at the sight. It's like encountering a certain spring forensic treasure into the heavenly game. They also witnessed, once again, what it meant to be a heavenly game. And that's just the beginning. Just 3 hours later, at noon, several hot topics appeared on major internet platforms with shocking headlines. Indiscriminately inflating salaries and disrupting the market order. Counting the 7 sins of Subai. An unrealistic welfare system is irresponsible and wrong. High salaries and benefits, with adverse consequences. Immediately afterward, 16 unofficial news media, including South City Metropolis Daily, Honghe News Network, and Fox Chinese Network, collectively blasted Rice Supermarket. Even many well-known bloggers have stood up and righteously analyzed the adverse consequences of the high salary and benefits of rice supermarkets. One of the experts was even more vocal. Subai is talking nonsense. What is the advantage of our dragon country? It is the low labor cost that brings low manufacturing goods. As soon as labor costs go up, prices will follow. And in the end, what happens is that the wool comes off the sheep's back, and it's still not the people who pay. A Subai fan saw this and immediately typed a comment. You just open your eyes and talk nonsense. Low labor costs have nothing to do with low commodity prices? These capitalists are squeezing labor costs while making efforts to raise the price of goods. The profit margin is higher than 1 by 1. A few dollars cost of things. Sell you dozens of hundreds of less? If you want us to continue to be cows and horses, just ing say so. And bull **** about prices. If a company lives only on low labor costs, is there a need for it to exist? But after typing a large paragraph, he realized that he didn't have permission to post a comment at all. Immediately below the comments section, various voices appeared in support of the experts. I'm really an expert, and I hit the nail on the head. That's right, the salary and benefits are based on the national situation step by step. How can it go up indiscriminately and blindly? If they were all like the rice supermarket, the other industries would not be able to survive. They would all go out of business. Seeing this Subai's fan looked at him and gritted his teeth. This is the legendary sailor? There were countless cases like this, and for a while, just like an appointment, the entire internet was filled with voices criticizing Subai. Public opinion is also lopsided. Subai's supporters, on the other hand, could only watch and stare, unable to do anything. At this moment, the capital circle of the Dragon Kingdom finally showed the tip of its iceberg. At this moment, everyone realized what exactly was called the Heavenly Bureau. At this moment, Everyone realized what Su-bai was facing. Exactly. At 3:30 p.m., Liang Wenchao, who had turned in his shift, sat in the locker room and looked at the comments on his cell phone scolding Su-bai, silently fuming. If I'd known this was going to be the case, I would have said nothing to agree to this broadcast. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, Mr. Su wouldn't have been scolded. Inside the locker room at this time, dozens of employees who had just finished their shifts were sitting or standing, but none of them were in a hurry to leave. None of your business. Since Mr. Su wants to do this, no one can stop him. Wake up you. Look at all those cursing accounts. They're all ing sailors. Bang! One of the employees kicked his foot on the changing bench and cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We're just gonna watch? Can't we do anything? For these RiceMart employees, it is clear that they have come to think of RiceMart as a home away from home. They were more worried than Su-bai that the rice supermarket would not be able to operate. One is more serious than the other when it comes to work. That's right. In the beginning, they were because of the high salary given by Su-bai and the high benefits given. But now, it's not just because of that. At Rice Supermarket, there is never a leader stuck at the end of the day to make you meet and work overtime. Instead, the supervisors and managers of each department were all urging their employees to leave work early. At Rice Supermarket, there is also no work touching the fish and pushing your own work on others. Instead, everyone grabbed the work and hated to do everyone else's job. In layman's terms, it's all about the vibe, a relaxed and pleasant working atmosphere, although everyone is physically tired, but happy in the heart. And the source of all this was because of Su-bai. Now Mr. Su is in trouble. RiceMart is in trouble. Can they not be anxious in their hearts? But they can't do anything in the face of network-wide traffic restrictions. He could only watch Su-bai being pushed to the tip of the public opinion by a bunch of water armies and unscrupulous media. At that moment, a supervisor walked into the locker room and, after hastily changing out of his own work clothes, was about to head out the door. Hey, supervisor, what are you doing? As if they could tell, the supervisor's face was off. A group of employees stopped the supervisor from leaving. The supervisor was forced to be honest. I don't know who spread the word. I heard that someone will come to Rice Supermarket to cause trouble in the next 2 days. And our middle-level cadres just met. Prepare to support the Loss Prevention Department after hours. Supermarket Loss Prevention Department, similar to the Security Department, is responsible for maintaining order and safety in the supermarket. Someone will come to RiceMart and mess with it? Upon hearing this, the employees all silently changed out of their work clothes with a murderous look. The supervisor sees the situation. What are you doing? I can tell you this. It's voluntary. It doesn't count as overtime. And it's not subsidized. A changing employee grunted softly. Supervisor, who are you looking down on? That's right. Let a group of you when something happens when the leader of the top front. Let us a group of employees to watch the fun? Humph. I'd like to see which ungrateful one dares to come to our Rice Supermarket to cause trouble. Even Liang Wenchao, who was thin and weak, changed his work clothes with a determined face. Do you really think that this guy who was screaming to cut down the fortune tree at the entrance of Walmart was joking? For the sake of the Rice Supermarket, he didn't mind using people as a recruiting tree. Come one, cut one. Chapter 090, Dark and Windy Night, Time for Murder and Woe. Well, almost. On the top floor of the Rice Supermarket, in Su-bai's office cubicle, the secretary Xiaolu helped Su-bai to make the single bed. During this time, Su-bai would stay here. Su-bai looked around, and after everything was ready, he smiled at Xiaolu. All right, from now on, you're on unscheduled paid vacation, and I'll let you back in when this is over. Hearing that he was going to be let go, instead of listening, Secretary Xiaolu crossed her arms and raised her chin. Mr. Su, the year I first graduated I couldn't find a job all over the place, and when I came to interview at Demi Technology, you didn't let me go. You want me to leave now? Too late? Before Su-bai could retort, Xiaolu directly raised his hand to interrupt. I was disobedient as a child, a wild girl, but when I called my dad and told him I wanted to stay, he just said, say I did the right thing this time. Really? Xiaolu nodded vigorously. My dad loves you, always telling people that I work at Rice Technology. In his eyes, I'm more promising than a Qingbei University student. Only, but what? My dad asked me to discuss with you. In the future, when the Rice Supermarket really becomes a Fortune 500 company and opens a store in Rongcheng, can it stay away from his commissary? Su White, June 10th. Long-accumulated dark clouds have covered the entire sky of Yicheng. It's a dark and windy night, a time for murder and disaster. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a black sedan with a foreign license plate, after getting off the highway exit in Yicheng, directly diverted to the old airport road, all the way towards the Rice Airport. As they neared the Rice Mart, the passenger window fell down and after flicking out a cigarette butt, the face of a large, hawk-nosed man peeked out. Seeing the moonless sky, the big man stretched out his finger and licked it on the tip of his tongue, feeling the humidity slightly. This rain won't come down for a while, so follow the original plan and get ready to work. The next second, the driving black car directly turned off the lights, touching the dark toward the rice supermarket has been closed for business. More than 10 minutes later, four black shadows, under the cover of the night, crossed the green belt and touched directly towards the rice supermarket. Without exception, all four carried a plastic oil drum in their hands. When they learned that a large supermarket was to be targeted this time, the scene at that time was just like Zhuge Liang meeting Zhou Yu. A few people spread their palms out in a single word: fire. Against this kind of brick and mortar industry, there's nothing a fire can't fix. If so, then let's have another game. Chow Chow's 800,000 strong army was burned to the ground back then, not to mention your supermarket. I can see that the honorarium was well paid this time, and the work was heavy and urgent. A few people received the list, all the way fast. In addition to changing cars have not stopped, directly killed to the rice supermarket. When they came to the fence, a couple of the guys were still together and whispering, first things first, anyone who falls in the water tonight will take this on themselves. The old rule is that one person pays $100,000 for the good of his family. Old and young, Eagle Nose put down the oil drum, pulled out his hood and put it on his head, and probed the inside of the rice mart. The doors of the rice supermarket were locked and empty in the early hours of the morning, and there were few people around. Don't worry, Chief. It's not the first time we've done this kind of work. It's dark, just two security guards dozing off in the booth, and when the fire burns up, we're on the highway. Where are they going to catch us? For this operation, they also deliberately prepared several delayed ignition devices. Even the oil drums were deliberately spiked. When the fire starts, it will be big and strong. And just as a couple of big men were about to sneak into the rice mart and make a mess, inside the rice supermarket, uneasy Subai took the elevator alone to the first floor of the sales floor and patrolled the sales floor with a flashlight. He had a deep memory of the fire in a certain donlai in his previous life. For this kind of large physical industry, the most feared thing was fire. Forewarned is forearmed, and he doesn't want to have just played his hand at borrowing the wind. People backhanded themselves with a handful of flaming red clips. As he was making his rounds, suddenly, a dark shadow in the corner of the shelf immediately caught Subai's attention. Startled, Subai immediately moved the flashlight light over, while subconsciously preparing to summon old Zhou. But when Subai saw the other party's figure clearly, Zhang Wei, why are you here? Only see at this time Zhang Wei is lying on a cool mat, the body also covered with a layer of thin blankets. The hand also held a throwing stick, a face of guarded appearance, with a hand to block the light of Subai flashlight. Zhang Wei thought that someone had broken in, but when he heard Subai's voice, he immediately loosened his taut nerves. Mr. Su, you know me? Subai moved away from the light of the flashlight and moved closer to Zhang Wei, looking behind Zhang Wei's cooler. Zhang Wei, 28 years old, purchasing agent in the procurement department. I heard that your father was hospitalized in a car accident. Is he doing well now? Say, why are you here if you're not going home after work? Hearing that Subai not only knows his own name, even his own family's situation is also clear. A big man, on the spot, are almost moved to tears. Mr. Su, I don't know who spread the word that someone will come to our rice supermarket in the next 2 days to cause trouble. At those words, Subai was silent for a moment. So you didn't leave from work and just stayed at the supermarket? Zhang Wei nodded and then shook his head. It's not, Mr. Su, it's not that I didn't leave. It's, as Zhang Wei looked in the direction, Subai once again turned on his flashlight and swept towards the dark supermarket aisle. In the next second, the scene that appeared in front of him made Subai's nose sore, only to see that within the wide aisle of shelves, due to the weather getting hot, it had been covered with cool mats. Hearing Subai's voice, more than 10 supermarket employees all sat up and greeted Subai with a smile on their faces. Hey, Mr. Su, you haven't slept either. Nah, Mr. Su, my house is too far away. I'm too lazy to run back and forth, so I'll simply stay at the supermarket. Mr. Su, there's no air conditioning in my house. It's cooler in the supermarket, so I'll come to rub it in and save some money on the electricity bill. Without exception, these more than 10 employees, all of the supermarket purchasing department, Subai did not poke through everyone's crude lies, once again looked at Zhang Wei. You're all staying in purchasing? Only Zhang Wei shook his head. It's not our purchasing department that stays. Yes, everyone stays. What? Hearing this, Subai, looking towards the darkened supermarket, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Rice supermarket, plus managers, and reserves, over 1,300 people. All of them? In other words, the rice supermarket now appears on the surface to have only a couple of loss prevention department security guards on night patrol duty. And actually, Hiding a standard regiment? Chapter 091 Mr. Su, the one who gives you an assist is here. When Su-bai found Feng-jun, the guy was squatting next to a trash can outside the storage area smoking. Without the light from the cigarette butts, it would have been impossible to realize that there was a living person hiding here. Seeing Su-bai who did not hit the light, Feng-jun immediately threw down his cigarette, left hand walkie-talkie, right hand steel pipe, and rushed to the black shadow of Su-bai in a low voice. Muzzle, good man, even if you have a regiment of soldiers, you even have the whole password. Su-bai, hearing Su-bai's voice, only then did Feng-jun let go of the hand that pressed the intercom. Shocked out of a cold sweat, he once again shook out a cigarette from the cigarette case and took it into his mouth. Have one to refresh yourself? Su-bai waved his hand to refuse, and with a direct butt, sat in the shadow next to the trash can with Feng-jun. You arranged that? Feng-jun, who had lit a cigarette, shrugged. At first I wanted to keep a watch by myself, and a couple of department managers knew about it and had to stay with me. And then I don't know who leaked it. It became like this now. There are more than 20 veterans in the loss prevention department, and a few retired from the armed forces investigations, and the specific dark sentry changes are arranged by a few of them, and the passwords are also developed by them. By the way, the password is Porky's, and the return password is Old White Trout. Just remember, everyone's holding their fire because of you, and if you can't answer, watch out for a high whack from your own staff. Seeing that Su-bai only nodded and did not say anything, Feng-jun finally asked the question he wanted to ask. Mr. Su, just. Feng-jun, who had a cigarette in his mouth, scratched his head and didn't know how to open his mouth for a while, as if he could see Feng-jun's confusion. Su-bai bluntly said, are you asking me if I've considered the consequences of my current behavior this time when I've made a big death? Not expecting Su-bai to be so direct, Feng-jun smiled sarcastically and nodded. That was exactly what he meant. According to his understanding of this Mr. Su, it was no exaggeration to say that any hair strand pulled down from Su-bai's head was hollow. All body, all heart. According to reason, a person like Mr. Su, whose vision and pattern had reached a certain realm, would not be so foolish as to do such a foolish thing, would not be so foolish as to go and take the risk. But on the contrary, Su-bai took advantage of a live broadcast in front of the whole world and pulled a big one. Originally, Feng-jun had thought that Su-bai had taken him, and at most, he would just fight the Ping'an County, but now it looks like it's nowhere near hitting Peace County. It's a ing rhythm to hit the Eastern Isles. Facing Feng-jun's doubts, Su-bai did not answer positively. There's a saying, put it to death. The existence of rice supermarkets is certainly not permitted. Whether it's the ultra-low profit margins, aka well-paid and well-benefited employees, or the customer service attitude of rice supermarkets' quality and quantity. In I Ching, there is geographical advantage, people and, of course, the rice supermarket opened. But once the rice supermarkets want to expand, they are sure to be resisted in every way. The reason for this is that this practice of high salaries and low profits in Su-bai will have an impact on many industries. The same goods, you sell $5, people sell $10. You let people still how to cut leaks. The same employees, you make tens of thousands of dollars a month out. How do you let people make 3,000 employees think? Not everyone is like Su-bai, who wants to be a people's entrepreneur. More people still want to be bored and get rich. You can earn more when the money is gone, but you can earn more when your conscience is gone. What kind of people's entrepreneur are you? A big boss. If you don't think about making money, the bottom line is, even if you're a people's entrepreneur, you now want to force everyone to follow you. To be a people's entrepreneur? Think what you want. When the rice supermarket opened, Su-bai couldn't have been clearer. Faced with this almost insurmountable situation, Su-bai's only way was to capitalize on the situation. Yes, by himself alone, he has no strength to fight the entire capital circle. Even the officials can't manage things. Can he, Su-bai, manage them? That's why Su-bai used a live broadcast to create a sensational Liang Wenchao incident. Although the hot search that Su-bai had gone to great lengths to make only lasted 55 minutes, but for Su-bai, it was 55 minutes, which was totally enough. With these 55 minutes alone, Su-bai was able to show the vast majority of the people of the Dragon Nation what they should not have been allowed to see. It turns out that even supermarket stockers can earn tens of thousands of dollars a month. It turns out that observing an 8-hour workday is not a luxury. As it turns out, there is such a thing as 30 days of paid annual leave. Su-bai has sown this seed of hope into every heart. Now, all Su-bai did was to hold out through this difficult time and wait for this spark to form a prairie fire. By then, Su-bai would be able to take advantage of the momentum and open rice supermarkets to every city in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing Su-bai's explanation, Feng-jun slightly opened his jaw and couldn't close it for half a day. Originally, in his eyes, this Mr. Su was bullish enough, I didn't expect. Where is the bull's fork? Ah, it is simply a heifer upside down. Bull X rushing to the sky. Ah, it's a business that counts itself out. Count the entire capital circle. Now it even counts more than 1 billion people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. He actually wants to borrow the power of more than 1 billion Longwa people. You dare to believe? Could this be the gold of the Heavenly Bureau? Hiss. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his fingertips, Fong Jun then hurriedly threw the cigarette away with a look of horror. Mr. Su, are you so confident that everyone will come to support you? Subai shook his head mysteriously. It's not up to me whether people will come and support me. It's up to the capital circle. One sentence again gave Fong Jun a confused detour, and it had to be said that the Heavenly Bureau really wasn't something that ordinary people could read. Subai explained with his back against the wall. Let's put it this way. The trigger for the Eagle's entry into World War II was Pearl Harbor. Now I lack nothing but this fuse. And the people who can send me this fuse are none other than the capital circle. Hearing this, Fong Jun's cold sweat came down. You mean, you're waiting for someone to screw up? Is this what you call waiting for someone to give you an assist? Subai nodded. In your place, it is not easy to see a little hope, but when you learn that this flame of hope is about to be extinguished, what will you do? The harder the capitalist community targets me, the more anxious the public will be. So well, I was kinda hoping they'd come and screw up. After figuring out what happened, Fong Jun's eyes changed when he looked at Subai. It's all counted up to this point. Is this guy still human? Just as Fong Jun was lamenting Subai's perversion, Subai was expecting the capital circle to come and mess things up. Crouching in the shadows, the two men were just in time to see a dark figure carrying a barrel of oil in the night in the distance, furtively groping in their direction. Look at that step 3 times. You don't even have to get the gag right. Shooting doesn't even come with a crash error. Mr. Su, the person who gave you an assist is here. Shoo, don't talk, let's scare him. By the way, Lao Zhou, where are you? The next second, Old Chow's faint voice came from the trash can next to him. Here, chapter 092 without some ability. How dare you wear a center parting? Let's rewind to 15 minutes ago, when the Eagle Hook knows several people took the car to drive to the rice supermarket in the night. They did not notice in the slightest that on the roof of a residential building southwest of the rice supermarket, there was a figure lying on the ground. If you look closely, the man is wearing a rice supermarket employee uniform with the words Loss Prevention Department vaguely on it. Lu Wenjun, 27 years old, loss prevention officer at rice supermarket. This martial arts detective demobilized Yichang local lad. Not tall, dark complexion, usually do not talk much, several years of military experience, so that Lu in the army completely out of touch with society, coupled with the character of the straight, cannot stand the gas, work is always everywhere. 2 months ago, happened to run into the rice supermarket recruiting. Desperate Lu Haijuan held the idea of trying his luck to give it a try, but that's a trial and error. Tens of thousands of dollars per month, no overtime allowed, and 30 days of annual vacation. The treatment is one thing. The key thing is that the co-workers at rice supermarket, so nice to work with, the leaders of the rice supermarket, usually one more than one amiable, is to catch subordinates overtime, more ruthless than picketing. More than a month down, the silent Lu Hajuan has completely fallen in love with this job, and, like all employees, he thought his payment and treatment did not match at all. Every night he thinks about how he can take the ordinary position of loss prevention officer and make a difference. Make a difference. How can I afford this salary and benefits? But just when Lu Hajuan suffer from their own inability to realize their own value, the opportunity to serve the company finally came. What exactly is the impact of the Liang Wenchao incident? Lu Hajuan does not understand and does not want to care. But when the head of the loss prevention department said this afternoon that in the near future, someone would come to the rice supermarket and mess things up, Lu Hajuan then knew that it was his turn to make a move. And a group of the same fist-rubbing the loss prevention department colleagues quickly developed a number of sets of contingency plans. Had served in the former army sniper Lu Haijuan, honored to obtain the task of peripheral guard. Since dark, Lu Haijuan has been lying here, motionless for 6 hours, for the implementation of a sniper mission, not moving to lie on the whole day. Lu Haijuan, pressure is not a thing. Just as Lu Haijuan was holding his binoculars and observing the various roads leading to the rice supermarket, happened to see the eagle nose of the vehicle driving to the rice supermarket. At first, Lu and the army also thought it was a passing vehicle, and did not put too much on the mind. But when the other party directly turned off their headlights on their way to approach the rice supermarket, Lu Hajuan's originally lowered eyes instantly raised, and immediately relayed the message back to the loss prevention department via walkie-talkie. Bird's nest. Sparrow call. Bird's nest received. Sparrow speaking. Unidentified vehicle approaching at 12 o'clock. Traveling with lights off. Suspicious behavior. Under constant observation. Bird's Nest understands. 5 minutes later, when the hawk-nosed four got out of the car, leaving only one person in the car to take over, and approached along the green belt towards the rice supermarket, they hadn't noticed in the slightest that right next to them, in the green belt, was a large, living man lying on his back. Who the hell would have thought it? A supermarket loss prevention officer, past 2 a.m. Not playing with his cell phone in the gatehouse swiping at Miss Duane. Can you believe he's lying in a green belt? Whose security guard is going to lie down in the green belt? You're a security guard. Big deal, 3 or 4,000 a month. What's your life worth? Just as the hawk-nosed few scattered off into the rice supermarket area, the loss prevention officer, who was lying on his back in the green belt, this time conveyed a message over the walkie-talkie. Bird's Nest. Here's the gray finch. Target 5. 1 stayed in the car to meet them. 4 carried the oil drums. 2 went to the outlets. 2 went to the storage area. Bird's Nest received. All units be aware. Keep watch. Don't spook them. Let them in and close the door. Just as the hawk-nosed few kept going deeper and deeper into the rice supermarket, and thought that they hadn't been detected in the slightest, they didn't even notice that the green belt, under the car chassis, on the branches of the trees, behind the garbage cans, were densely packed with people. At this time, Liang Wenchao hid behind a pillar, listened to the sound coming from the headphones, looked at the 2 black shadows more than 10 meters away, and quietly rolled up his sleeves. Just as Liang Wenchao was curious about how the other party would enter the sale, the 2 dark figures slowly arrived outside the supermarket outlet, put down the oil drum, and then pulled out a large circular gauge-like object with a suction cup on one end from the backpack behind them. The suction cups were applied to the seller's glass. The other end with the glass cutter was swirled and sliced in a circle, and a large round piece of glass was removed. The 2 black shadows then alternated into the interior of the outlet. A flurry of operations gave Liang Wenchao a jaw-dropping look. A connoisseur. But, is it really okay for you guys to just go in there? There's more than 700 killers waiting for you in the store. It was when the 2 minions managed to enter the rice supermarket outlet and were preparing to have an intimate encounter with the 700 or so rice supermarket employees. Eagle Hook Nose also brought a minion with him, to the storage area. Since the rice supermarket had 2 large warehouses of over 60,000 square meters, Eagle Hook Nose waved his hand and told his junior to go to the other one. Instead, Eagle Hook Nose came to the gate of one of them, and because the warehouse used a large security roll-up door, Eagle Hook Nose didn't even have the idea of breaking in. Instead, he pulled out a set of plastic tubing from his backpack, inserted one end into the oil drum, and then straightened the other end and inserted it directly into the warehouse from the doorway. Once he was sure that the distance was sufficient to get deep inside the warehouse, Hawknose searched in the dark for the base pump switch, trying to pump oil into the warehouse. But after half a day's touching, Hawkeye didn't even touch the switch. It's dark and he doesn't dare to turn on the light. A voice appeared behind Hawkeye just as he patiently continued to feel the switch. Why don't I shine a light on you? The hawkish nose that touched the top of his head shook his head in subconscious response. No need. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, Eagle Nose felt something was wrong. When he just turned around, a blinding light shot straight into Hawk Nose's eyes, shaking him so much that he couldn't even open his eyes. In the next second, a silhouette appeared directly behind Eagle Hook Nose, and a hand slash cut directly to Eagle Hook Nose's neck. Before Hawk Hook Nose could react, the whole person felt his eyes go black and fainted. This was the first time Subai had seen old Joe make a move. This cool Captain Jia guy, when he moved, was comparable to Yan Xuanying. The action was so fast that even after Hawk Nose fell to the ground, Lao Zhou took a leisurely toss of his head to reshape his scattered center, parting into a 50-50 split. That said, it was also the first time Subai had seen this situation, only to see old Zhou's hawkish nose fall down with a slap. Dead? Lao Zhou crouched down and fumbled a dagger on Hawk Nose after throwing it away. It won't kill you. It's just carotid sinus syncope. I've got it covered. After saying that, old Zhou drew out his hawk-nosed belt while barking at Subai. By the way, don't you learn? This stuff doesn't work when it's light, and when it's heavy, it's easy to die. Listening to this, old Zhou had done this kind of thing not once or twice at all, and was very familiar with it. Subai looked staggered. It's true what they say, you can't wear a center parting if you don't have some skills. Like the bolder you get, the stronger you get. This guy with the center parting is a tough silver. Chapter 093, Can you not hit your face later? The Hawks who were knocked out in seconds by Old Chow should be thankful for Old Chow's kindness. Because of a couple of his minions, things are much different. The 2 juniors who had just entered the store and unscrewed the lid of the oil drum in preparation for pouring the oil, had not yet lifted the oil drum, when a loud shout came from the dark store. Do it! Just like Naruto's multiple shadow doppelgangers, behind the various shelves, rubbing people straight up and each holding a flashlight in their hands. In a flash, hundreds of flashlights shone in the faces of the 2 men, coming straight from a handful of blinding vision. Who the hell would have thought that there could be hundreds of people hiding in a rice supermarket after 2 a.m.? Hundreds of people. One person whack-a-punch cannot be suffered. The two little brothers were stunned on the spot. One of them directly raised his hands with trembling, squinting his eyes and squeezing out a hard smile. Let's just say it's not too late if you want to surrender on your own accord. The other junior removed his own hood, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Let's talk about it. I make my living with my face. Can I not hit my face later? It was evident that it was indeed professional and aware. But unfortunately, they picked the wrong opponent. The employees of the rice supermarket in the past 2 days. Because of the Liang Wenchao incident. Because Subai was scolded on the internet. All of them held a belly full of fire. I was worried about finding a place to vent. And here you are at my door. Doesn't that just hit the nail on the head? It wasn't long before there was a wailing sound from the sales floor and shouts from the supermarket leaders. Don't fight here. Blood splatters on the floor can't be mopped up, affecting the customer experience. Drag it out and beat it up. Hey, we agreed no headshots. It's hard to explain if you're killed. Hiss, you lesbians, stop scratching. Your faces are unrecognizable. Instead, it's the minions who sneak up on another warehouse that have the most backbone. When he realized that he was surrounded by hundreds of rice supermarket employees, he directly pulled out a dagger from his own back waist and faced the crowd viciously. If you have the guts to come over, I'm going to pull a cushion even before I leave. In the face of vicious criminals, a group of supermarket employees really cannot take him. Just when a few hot male employees are ready to pounce on, get out of the way. Only to see more than 10 loss prevention officers from the loss prevention department crowded to the front. And it was worth mentioning that in their hands, all of them were holding a 3-meter-long steel pipe. As the saying goes, an inch long is an inch strong. More than 10 centimeters of dagger blade. When facing the 3 meters long steel pipe, there is only a part of the rest. Rubbing, when more than a dozen steel pipes were pestled to the ground. The momentum, just like the Shaolin Temple's 18-stick formation, directly scared this little brother to wither. Hastily dropping the dagger in his hand, he spread out his hands to show that he was not hostile and to persuade. Brothers, you are young. You must not go down the path of crime. It's against the law to hit someone. Let's call the police. Call the police, okay. In the next second, this junior brother's miserable screams became even more miserable, resounding throughout the sky of the rice supermarket. And just as the supermarket staff came together to beat the crap out of a bunch of arsonists, but no one noticed that on the other side of the supermarket, Feng Jun was alone, groping in the dark, carrying an oil drum to his old Mercedes-Benz, opened the door, poured the oil in the drum directly into the back seat, and then threw the drum into the car. He then stepped back a few meters, pulled out a cigarette and held it in the corner of his mouth as he looked at his seat inside. Old buddy, after all these years with me, I can't afford to sell you. As it happens, Mr. Su needs a fuse this time, and this fire, tonight, must burn as well. In the future, if Rice Supermarket really becomes one of the world's top 500, you'll be the first to take credit for it, and I'll hang your picture in my office then. After lighting the cigarette and taking a deep drag, Feng Jun took off the cigarette and held it between his index finger and thumb with a flick. The burning cigarette swirled and fell through the air and flew straight into the back seat of the Mercedes, and the next second, a fire burst into the sky. When Subai noticed the flames, the head of the loss prevention department rushed over with a guilty face. Mr. Su, Mr. Fang's car was burned. It's still in the blind spot of the surveillance. I don't know who did it. Subai looked up at the rushing fire and nodded calmly. Got it. Call the fire alarm. Dozens of seconds later, Feng Jun with a cigarette in his mouth appeared behind Subai, and didn't say anything, just raised his hand and patted the dust on his shoulder. No heartache? In fact, Subai had already prepared a plan to bring this matter to light. However, there was one thing. Compared to Subai's plan, Feng Jun's fire came more directly and decisively. It's just a shame about the old Mercedes that has been with Feng Jun for more than 10 years. Feng Jun shrugged his shoulders after lighting his cigarette. There's something heartbreaking about it. When $1,000 went out of business back then, I didn't want anything, I just took this old buddy with me. Afterward, I always felt like I was outskilled and lost, until I met you, and met Rice Mart, and gave me the chance to make a comeback. I have my own principles, and I don't want to spend my life bowing down in front of others. I've been waiting 5 years for a chance. I'm fighting for my breath, not to prove how great I am. I just want to tell people that what I've lost, I'm going to get back with my own hands. A call, or almost to be the boss of the Subai fooled limp. Just when Subai moved, Feng Jun took out something from his pocket and handed it to Subai. Subai took it and hurriedly turned on the flashlight to look. What? Feng Jun rubbed his hands together. Nothing, it's just the invoice from when I bought the car back in the day. Look at it and give it a report. The corner of Subai's mouth that was holding the invoice was twitching madly. To report the bill you don't ing say it earlier. What's the point of making me all hot and bothered? Meanwhile, Icheng City's North City Fire Squadron. When the fire call came in from the Rice Mart, 2 fire engines hurried out of the fire station and headed in the direction of the Rice Mart. It was after 2 a.m. There weren't many cars on the road, so the driver didn't think to pull the siren, but just went out less than a minute. The car intercom came on duty leader's voice. Pull the sirens all the way up. Ha, roger that. In the next second, the ear-piercing sound of sirens resounded through the Icheng city center in the dead of night. Many of the citizens who were woken up have gotten up to check the situation. This night, where is the fire? At the same time, there is the Icheng City Criminal Police Brigade, the district police station and the People's Hospital. For a while, the sirens of fire trucks, police cars, and emergency vehicles resounded through the streets and lanes, all heading toward the north of the city. Even the local TV news reporters in Icheng drove out in a hurry after receiving a late-night call from the station's leader. The one who rushed to the rice supermarket in a hurry was also Dong Sanjin. At this time, Dong Sanjin sat in the car and finally put down the phone in his hand. When he learned that the rice mart had been set on fire, he instantly lost his sleep. He knew that the capital circle had a lot of energy, but he didn't expect the other side to be so fast, striking just the day after the Liang Wenchao incident. What made Dong Sanjin wonder even more was the call from Subai just now. Tell Dong Sanjin to make the moves bigger and bigger. The great steward leaned back in his seat for a few moments of contemplation before his eyes snapped open. Something's not right. This guy doesn't look like he's conceding defeat in the slightest. He still has a backhand. Chapter 094, he's gotten this far? At Dong Sanjin's position, the location of the meeting with Subai was very specific. With Subai's stature, he wouldn't be able to casually enter the office of a local dignitary. Therefore, the place where the two met was set at the Icheng City People's Hospital. It is worth mentioning that more than 10 employees of the rice supermarket were heroically injured in the operation to catch the arsonist. It wasn't caused by the resistance of a couple of arsonists, but by crush injuries. After all, how could one find a gap to get to the front of the pack and kick some ass without paying a price when one wanted to find a gap to get to the front of the pack and kick some ass from a circle of hundreds of people? I guess those arsonists could have bragged about how awesome they were for quite a while afterward when they stepped on their sewing machines. After all, 5 against 13,000, and a dozen or so backfires. Although he held his head the whole time and took a beating. Let's just say the opposite side was hurt or not. When the police arrived at the scene and saw the arson quintet lying in front of the rice supermarket, they thought that the rice supermarket employees had just killed the people. But a retired medic from the loss prevention department of the rice supermarket stepped forward and patted his chest, saying that all of them were still alive and breathing. It was also because of the presence of this medic that several arsonists realized what it meant to be worse than death. After being beaten for a while, the medical soldiers came up to check for a while, and also gave bandages to stop the bleeding, and after confirming that they could not die, they continued to beat them again. After going back and forth a couple times, if you say you're beaten down to a single breath, you're beaten down to a single breath, and you won't get a single more breath. Even the hospital EMT who arrived gave the EMT a thumbs up for his handiwork. That's a hell of a beating. The ambulance couldn't have arrived more than a few minutes late. Luckily, the supermarket employees stayed on hand, and Hawkeye got the lightest beating. Otherwise, I guess the police would not be able to bring it back and interrogate it without spending 10 days and half a month. In the People's Hospital, Dong Sanjin, in the name of comforting the injured citizens who bravely fought the bandits, after condoling more than a dozen employees of the rice supermarket, together with Subai, came to the meeting room specially arranged by the leadership of the hospital. With Dong Sanjin out of the way, the city council's interrogation of Hawkeye worked ridiculously fast. On the other hand, it's also the fact that Eagle Hook Nose gave a quick explanation. After all, the city council deliberately mentioned during the interrogation that if Eagle Hook Nose didn't give an honest explanation, they would send Eagle Hook Nose back to the rice supermarket. Hearing the 4 words rice supermarket, and then thinking about the miserable situation of his several little brothers, Hawk Hook Nose accounted for the pain. It turns out that a day earlier, a mysterious man had found the Eagle Nose gang through a fixer and hired them to set fire to the rice supermarket for a commission of $2 million. We obtained the IP location and transfer records of the mystery man through the technical support of the provincial office. But unfortunately, the mystery man is currently in South America, and the transfers are being transacted via digital currency, making it impossible to trace the source. Several veteran detectives also agreed that the odds were that the mystery man's identity was also false. In a word, if you want to get to the bottom of this matter, unless the high-level officials step in and use multiple resources, the cost is also quite huge. But both Dong Sanjin and Subai were quite clear that there was no need to investigate any further. Even if we dig deeper, I'm afraid the capital circle has long been ready to come out and take the blame. For Subai, it was fine that this assist was delivered. It didn't matter at all which being sent the assist to himself. and looking at Subai's calm demeanor, Dong Sanjin, who had always been suspicious, finally couldn't help himself. Tell me honestly if you still have a card. Subai didn't answer Dong Sanjin directly, but pulled out his personal cell phone and directly called Su Xiaochang. At this time, Su Xiaochang has just come to his office, and has been informed of the news of the arson of the rice supermarket in the early hours of the morning. It's not hard to see that Su Xiaochang wasn't a bit surprised by this. When Subai risked universal condemnation by exposing the Liang Wenchao incident, Su Xiaochang expected that this day would come. The capital circle in the Dragon Kingdom is quite complex and began to take off in the 1980s and 1990s. The relationship with the crown has also been rocky. On the one hand, the economic development of the Dragon Kingdom cannot be separated from the capital circle, and we can only watch them slowly grow. On the one hand, the Dragon Kingdom is also firmly controlling the economic lifelines by way of state-owned enterprises, controlling the upper limit of the development of this group of capitalists, not allowing them to be as big as the capital consortiums in the Eagle Kingdom. From this, we can also see why agriculture and commerce were always emphasized in ancient times, because these businessmen, at heart, are profit seekers, and they can ignore everything for the sake of profit. And now, Subai's appearance completely broke the balance between the official and capital circles. Subai's purpose is very clear, through the Liang Wenchao incident, to force the capital circle of the Dragon State to let the people benefit. However, from the official viewpoint of the Dragon Kingdom, this approach of Subai's, which had a good starting point, was too juvenile and idealized. How is it possible to get a bunch of capitalists who have fallen into money to pay for it? Therefore, the Liang Wenchao incident being restricted, the 16 media outlets bombarding the rice supermarket, including the arson of the rice supermarket now, were all expected by the officials. The capital circle was afraid of the officials, but it didn't mean they were afraid of Subai. On the contrary, since Subai dared to betray the capital circle, he should be prepared to lose everything. The officials, for the sake of the stability of the country and the economy, could not openly support Subai, and could only watch Subai step by step into the abyss. The reason for this was that Subai had chosen the wrong opponent. It's so smart. It's so confusing. Just as Su Xiaochang felt sorry for what happened to Subai. Jingle bells. Su Xiaochang's own private cell phone rang, and after raising his eyes to see that it was Subai's call, Su Xiaochang hesitated for 2 seconds before letting his secretary exit the office and walk to the window to pick up the call, his tone despondent. If you're making this call to seek official, public, positive support, I can only tell you that nothing can be done. Originally, Su Xiaochang thought that Subai must have called at this time to ask for help. After all, Subai was now alone, and the only ones who could help him were the officials. But the next call from Subai was completely out of Su Xiaochang's expectation. I don't expect any official support, but if I can, I'd like to ask the provincial TV station to reproduce the news from Yicheng TV. Hearing this, Su Xiaochang froze for half a second. You mean, the early morning arson at the rice mart? Right. Subai continued to add, there is no need to support any official position, just the provincial TV station, standing in an objective point of view, to report the news of a fire which is no more than ordinary. This is always no problem. No need for any official position to support the arson at the rice supermarket as an ordinary news story? At Su Xiaochang's height, his eyesight and pattern are naturally very comparable to others, and after thinking for a few seconds, he immediately reacted to what Subai really wanted to do. You kid, is this an attempt to open up your own battlefield of public opinion by the hands of the officials? There is no mistaking that the entire internet, now firmly in the hands of the capitalist community, and the official media have remained silent throughout. But the capitalist community has overlooked a place that even with all their energy, they can't control. Provincial television stations, especially the news channels of the provincial TV stations. Even if the capital circle's energy is great, it does not dare to get its hands on this area. And now, Subai's reasons were so legitimate that he didn't need official support at all. Since you can't publicly support me, there's no problem reporting on the arson at the rice mart like you would a normal fire. For this kind of request from Subai, Su Xiaochang simply couldn't think of a reason to refuse. What's more, from the bottom of his heart, he was originally in favor of Subai. Suddenly, Su Xiaochang thought of what Subai had said to himself a few days ago. Wait, what you said last time, asking me to step in and bail you out. Wouldn't that mean? That's the thing. Hanging up the phone, Su Xiaochang sat back in his office with a surprised look on his face. This guy, he's been expecting this day for a long time? He's all calculated this far? Chapter 095. What class are you? Hide with me. In the parlor of the People's Hospital, Dong Sanjin witnessed the entire call between Subai and Su Xiaochang. After seeing Subai hang up the phone, Dong Sanjin had a look of dawning understanding. You've been waiting for the capital circle to deal with you for a long time before you could make an issue out of this? internet opinion positions that fall directly under the control of the capitalist community. Then Subai took another route, directly through the TV station, to open up his own public opinion, make a big deal out of the arson of the rice supermarket and make it a national story. It had to be said that Subai's handful of bitter tricks showed Dong Sanjin's scalp. However, Dong Sanjin thought of a crucial question. Are you so sure that the people will see the news and come out in favor of you? This problem, likewise, was what Subai was worried about. In the Liang Wenchao incident, Subai had already planted a seed in the hearts of the people. And does the current rice supermarket arson carry enough weight for the public to come out in favor of Subai? Thinking about this, Subai even began to complain about the capital circle, complaining that the assists they give themselves aren't big enough or eye-catching enough. And just when Su White was worried that the news of the fire at the rice mart wasn't breaking enough, at the entrance of Yicheng Hospital, a water delivery worker carrying a bucket of water has mingled in the crowd of patients attending the clinic and slowly entered the outpatient hall. What Subai doesn't know is that the capital circle's revenge on him is far from simple. The purpose of the hawk-nosed men had to be much more than arson. 2. A day earlier, the capital circle had figured out what happened to Subai. Originally wanted to make a move on Subai's family, but the entire dog village, not only the joint defense team sent by Dong Sanjin, there are dozens of dog village rushed back to the village of young people. The entire Su family surrounded a 3-layer outside 3-layer. Even at the entrance of the village, there were dozens of grandparents sitting there, and as soon as they saw strangers approaching the village, their eyes were as if they were looking at human traffickers. You want to sneak in the middle of the night, right? The whole village of dogs, dozens of loose dogs, a veritable village of dogs. There's one lying somewhere in the middle of the night, dozens of meters away from hearing a commotion, immediately called open. Not 10 seconds to have a huge pile of people over to check the situation. An ordinary village with a security level comparable to that of the president of the Eagle State. You take your head and break into it. Since he couldn't trouble Subai's family, he could only trouble Subai. But good and bad, Subai simply lived directly in the office of the rice supermarket in the past 2 days, and people simply did not come out, neither left nor right. That's why the idea of this snake charmer came up. The original plan was to let the eagle hook nose a few people to go to the rice supermarket arson. Once the fire burns up, then Subai will definitely show up. Then you can find the opportunity to get Subai dead. But what was never expected was that the fire pressed on. Originally ambushed in the periphery of the supermarket killers. See the thousands of rice supermarket employees in the dark of the night. On the spot cancelled the assassination plan. In this darkness, trying to find Subai and 1,000 or so people was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. But the emperor did not disappoint. Although this fire did not burn, but finally lured Subai out of the office. What excited the killer the most was that Subai had actually gone to the hospital. A place like a hospital is crowded and perfect for getting your hands dirty. It is true that there is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. Carrying a bucket of water and pretending to be a water delivery man did not look for Subai everywhere in the hospital, but after throwing the bucket of water into the bathroom, he went straight to the hospital's parking lot and found Subai's old S6 in the first place. After making sure that Subai did not leave, this assassin hid in a nearby corner and pulled out a Black Star pistol commonly seen in Hong Kong movies from behind him, bullets loaded and ready to fire. Intelligence said that Subai is usually alone, not even a driver. This is the kind of mission that's just too easy for an assassin to handle. 5 minutes later, Dong Sanjin finally ended his meeting with Subai. Before leaving, Dong Sanjin hadn't forgotten to instruct Subai. In any case, you'll have to be extra careful and show your face less during this time. You really don't need to send more people to protect you? Subai shook his head. In Lao Zou's words, the more people Subai had around him, the more it would instead increase the difficulty of Lao Zou's work. Over this period of time, the godforsaken old Zhou had completely gained Subai's trust. In Subai's words, this $1 million was quite worth spending. As Dong Sanjin left, Subai, wearing a mask and sunglasses, also went downstairs to the hospital's parking lot. It looks like Su White is alone, but in reality, even Subai didn't know where old Zhou was. Anyway, he'll always somehow show up in places you don't expect. For example, if you go into a store restroom to take a dump, old Chow will always be squatting in the pit next to you. For example, if you pull open the car door, the old weak always appears in the driver's seat. Subai had long been accustomed to this kind of godlike ability of old Zhou. After coming to the parking lot of the supermarket, Subai walked straight towards his old S6. In accordance with past practice, Subai came directly to the side of the car to reach out and pull the rear door. But strangely enough, this time the door actually did not pull open. Zhou's not in the car? Just as Subai wanted to look down to check. Knock! A sound of flesh falling to the ground came from behind him, only to see a strange man wearing a duck-tongued hat, thrown directly behind himself by old Chow. By the looks of things, just like last night's Hawkeye, he's been knocked out by the old weak again. And after dashingly tossing his center-parted hair, old Chow pulled out a black star pistol directly from his back waist. Here to kill you. I started watching him when we entered the hospital and followed him all the way to the parking lot. Manipulation is raw, but it should be professionally trained. After saying that, old Joe also kicked towards the unconscious man on the ground. It's not good to hide anywhere but where I'm hiding. What class are you? Hiding with me. Old Joe spoke lightly throughout, but Subai listened to the coldness of his back. Good hanging, if not for their foresight. Invited the old weak this great god over to calm the scene. Probably going to be heavy today. Before Subai could return to his senses, old Joe, who was holding the pistol, said, "In the past 2 days I've heard you sound like you're trying to make a big deal out of this?" Just when Subai was curious about what old Joe wanted to do, he only saw old Joe directly raise his gun towards the green belt next to him. In Subai's shocked eyes, bang, bang bang. After 3 shots, old weak opened his mouth calmly, seemingly not too pleased with the sound of the black star pistol shots. Okay, that should be enough movement. After saying that, without waiting for Subai to speak, he directly wiped the gun grip with his clothes, and then after unloading the bullets, he directly stuffed them into the strange man's hands. I'm done with my work. You can do the rest. Remember not to mention my name. After saying this, he ran away, leaving Subai standing alone, looking at the man on the ground, and then looking at the old Joe's distant back to doubt life. What's the meaning of this? Hoping that I, $100 billion boss, would single-handedly take on gun-toting bandits with my bare hands, took 3 hard shots and didn't die, not to mention KOing the other guy? Chapter 096, do you really think we 5 million Icheng people are easy to bully? Old Joe ran away, regardless of killing or burying, leaving Subai alone with a dumbfounded look on his face. At the same time, 3 gunshots rang out over the entire people's hospital. Many doctors and patients still don't know what's going on. After all, most people have never heard a gunshot in their lives. And at the exit of the hospital, Dong Sanjin was about to get into his car and go back. As soon as the 3 gunshots appeared, one of the guards following Dong Sanjin directly lunged Dong Sanjin toward the car while shouting, "Move! It's gunfire!" Not waiting for the driver to step on the gas, Dong Sanjin, who heard the gunshot, was instantly struck by lightning. The sound of gunfire at this juncture means nothing more. Dong Sanjin instantly thought of Subai and his voice bared. "Quick, go find Subai." At this time in the people's hospital, because of last night's arson incident, there would have been a large number of police officers to the hospital to investigate and collect evidence. Coupled with the presence of Dong Sanjin, the police force has increased several times. In fact, there is no need for Dong Sanjin to give orders at all. At the first moment they heard the gunshots, there were several veteran criminal police officers, who rushed to the direction from which the gunshots came at the first opportunity. In a place like the Dragon Kingdom, armed robberies are considered rare, not to mention the guns, but anything involving guns is a proper big case. Normally it's harder than hell for a local police department to get a decent credit. Several young people just joined the police force, heard the gunshot the moment, a 2 with the chicken blood like rushing forward. The mind constantly fantasize about the courage to fight criminals, to protect the lives and property of the masses of the picture. Watching a few old detectives stomp their feet in a hurry, just as they wanted to call the man back and figure out the situation before they acted. Several young police officers who rushed into the parking lot froze directly in place after seeing the scene in front of them. This was followed by a couple of veteran detectives who came after him, staring straight ahead, as did their protege. Then there was the guard that Dong Sanjin had sent over, holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, and faced with what he saw, he didn't know what to report for a moment. More than 10 seconds later, Subai looked at the crowd surrounding him, and after half a day of tangling, pointed to the unconscious killer in the end. "Would you believe me if I told you that this guy dropped himself?" A young policeman came behind his master and whispered, "Master, this Mr. Su is definitely an expert." And Subai was speechless as he looked at the crowd with a look of guess what I believe or not. It's over. One more persona for myself since my conscience, listening to advice, and not being able to hold down a pig, fighting masters. And when Dong Sanjin, who had confirmed his safety, came to the parking lot and saw the black star pistol, sweat broke out on his head on the bright sunny day of June. "You kid, you've got a real life." Dong Sanjin naturally knew what was going on, but in order to help Subai do his best to cover up old Joe's existence, Dong Sanjin could only pretend not to know. At that moment, an old detective approached. The surprise interrogation went exceptionally well. It was really guessed by Lao Zhou. This guy was not a professional. In a place like Longhua, it was difficult for professional killers to enter the country. This guy is just a regular guy with $1 million loan on his back, looking to jump off a building. Then he was contacted by a mysterious person and traveled abroad for a training session, and he promises that if he kills a man as requested and carries the matter off, he will not only settle all his debts, but also give his family a large sum of money. For many desperate people, faced with this option, they simply won't turn it down. After waiting for a month, the guy finally received his target person, Su-bai. After getting the pistol through the help of his superior, he rushed to Icheng to assassinate Su-bai. It was obvious that this guy was exactly the same way as Hawkeye and the others. There are so many things in this world that can be solved with money, and as it happens, the last thing the capitalist community needs is money. As to whether or not we can find out who is behind this, that is a matter for the police. What Su-bai can do now is to make good use of the assist sent by the Capital Circle. Originally, he was worried that the news of a fire wasn't strong enough. Now well, add a stabbing to the mix. That should always be enough gold for this news. The news isn't on yet, is it? Icheng TV station has long been ready to last night's rice supermarket arson news material, but due to Dong Sanjin's deliberate account, it is still communicating with the provincial TV station about reprinting matters. Unexpectedly, at this critical time, there was another assassination. What else do you need to say? The reporters are on their way. Unlike Su Xiaoshang, Dong Sanjin had long since gotten on Su-bai's thieving ship, and he was now completely open-minded, strongly supporting all of Su-bai's plans. I can't do it without support. If Su White and Rice Mart are really gone, then Dong Sanjin guess really need to prepare for retirement in advance. But well, Dong Sanjin looked at the intact Su-bai and immediately realized that something was wrong. As the old saying goes, you have to put on a full show. People have gone to great lengths to assassinate you, and they have done so without merit. How do you call an assassination where nothing happens to you? Su-bai immediately understood Dong Sanjin's meaning in seconds. More than 10 minutes later, Su-bai was lying in the rescue ward of the People's Hospital. Like Su-bai, who entered the rescue ward, there were several surgeons and nurses from the People's Hospital. Only, before entering the resuscitation ward, they all signed a confidentiality agreement. Know what to say and what not to say. Therefore, when the main surgeon wearing a surgical gown, after entering the operating room, saw lying in the hospital bed playing with the cell phone patient Su-bai, the expression was slightly embarrassed. Ahem, that's what, Mr. Su, anyway idle. You see, if there is a cold or fever or something, we piggybacked on it to cure you. On the contrary, the two instrument nurses directly pulled out the long-prepared pen and paper, a face of excitement. Mr. Su, sign it. And just as Su-bai and a group of doctors and nurses were chatting together in the operating room after a drama, noon that day, midday news time on provincial and municipal TV stations, a small neighborhood in Icheng. He Liping's parents had just finished lunch and were about to watch the TV news. In the course of chatting, we happened to talk about the last incident of Liang Manchiu. If you ask me, People Su is doing the right thing. Some years ago the house prices rose several times, but look at the wages of young people now. How long has it not gone up? And look at the son of the old Li family next door, who stayed up all night working overtime at the company, all adding up to depression. These bosses nowadays, they really don't treat their employees like human beings. I really can't understand why there are so many cursing Su-bai on the internet. Not one person stood up to him and said something? In the face of his partner's nagging, he father left ear in and right ear out. For the general public, often only see the tip of the iceberg of things. However, father he did learn from his son's mouth that Su-bai had offended too many people this time. It's screwed. For a commoner like him, this kind of thing is fine to hear and see. Other than that, what else can be done? Just as father he turned on the local Icheng TV station and watched the news as usual. A piece of news appeared that directly made the two men unable to take their eyes off of it. Ladies and gentlemen, at approximately 2 a.m. this morning, a man-made arson occurred at the city's rice supermarket. According to the latest news received by our reporter, an hour ago, Su-bai, the founder of Rice Supermarket, was attacked by unknown gunmen during his visit to the hospital to see his injured employees. The robbers fired a total of 3 shots, and currently Mr. Su-bai has been sent to the People's Hospital's resuscitation room. His life or death is unknown. Rice Mart burned? Su-bai was shot? His father, who was originally still unconcerned, immediately stood up from the sofa, and his right hand, which was holding the remote control board, trembled more than once. Over this period of time, the He family has become loyal customers of the Rice Supermarket. Just as father he said, being a Icheng man, Su-bai had not only not screwed over their group of old folks. On the contrary, the products and services of Rice Supermarket have been recognized by the people of Icheng. Coupled with the Liang Wenchao incident, it also made the Icheng locals realize that Su-bai was really good to his hometown. For the online curses against Su-bai's one-sidedness, his family said they could do nothing but give Su-bai support in their hearts. But silence doesn't mean not caring. But even if you Capital Circle scolded Su-bai online, now you want to burn the Rice Supermarket. Even if you burned the Rice Supermarket, Now you're actually assassinating Subai? Uncles can tolerate it, but aunts can't. Do you really think we 5 million I-Ching people are easy to bully? Boo! Furious to the point of trembling, his father slammed the remote control board onto the coffee table. Go! Mother, he was heartbroken when she heard that Subai had been shot and saw that the old man was leaving. Where are you going? I saw his father pulling the cart for groceries out of the kitchen with a serious look on his face. Didn't they want Rice Mart to go out of business? Didn't they want Rice Mart to be dry? Then they'll have to ask if we, the 5 million people of I-Ching, will agree first. Even if they burn the Rice Mart to the ground, I'll buy it 2 pounds of ash to go. Chapter 097, Departure to I-Ching. Like the hose, in the first hour of the midday news broadcast, the whole city of I-Ching, all the big and small neighborhoods, every household, the sound of angry curses and slamming doors. In terms of Subai's local prestige in I-Ching, he could definitely rank in the top 3. This 100 billionaire who went out from I-Ching has not forgotten his hometown. Not only do they invest in local factories in I-Ching to provide jobs for the folks in their hometowns, but also a number of local charitable elementary school and nursing homes in I-Ching have been donated by Subai. Now, Subai has opened a rice supermarket in his hometown, providing good and inexpensive goods to the hometowns of I-Ching. Who are the beneficiaries of the Liang Wenchao incident? Those 1,000 odd employees of the rice supermarket are all dolls from I-Ching. Pile by pile, piece by piece, I-Ching people are watching and remembering. It is said that the eyes of the people are discerning and they know better than anyone else who treats them well. Coupled with the fact that Subai had been scolded online over the past 2 days, everyone would have been watching and anxious. Now there's a supermarket arson and Subai's assassination? You capital circle. You really think that we millions of I-Ching people do not exist, right? Our I-Ching scion deserves to be bullied by you? For these I-Ching hometowns, internet access, they are not in the business, in the control of the capital circle, and cannot help Subai voice. But as powerful as you capitalist circles are, can you still control reality? Don't you want to make the rice supermarket unviable? Then we can't do what you want. Just as his father and mother walked out of the house with an angry face, the neighbor across the street, old Zhang, also walked out with a dark face. Lao He, have you seen the news? Look, immortal board, bullying us I-Ching people. Gramps, let's go to the Rice Mart. Together, think together. For these simple I-Ching hometowns, giving voice to Subai on the internet is nothing. It's all vanity. If you want to support it, show some real action. There's nothing like shelling out real money to support Rice Mart. All the way down in the elevator, there were people entering the elevator on almost every floor. Without exception, all of them had watched the news and spread the word that they were going to support the rice supermarket. Out of the unit building, the situation is even more exaggerated. The whole neighborhood is a clamor. The people who stick their hips and curse, call people on the phone, and drag their families, converge into a huge crowd, marching towards the rice supermarket. Such a situation happened in the streets and alleys of the whole I-Ching. Even many I-Ching people from the surrounding towns, hearing that the rice supermarket was burned and hearing that Subai was bullied, they all immediately put down the fellows in their hands, and rushed towards the rice supermarket in a oolong manner. In terms of bloodlust, when they beat up the little days, the old men of Sichuan and Chongqing never wimped out. Capital circle? What do you care what circle? In this ground in I-Ching, what circle will give you beat into a hula hoop? And just as the people of I-Ching rushed to the rice supermarket in great numbers, same time, hibiscus, coinciding with the end of the SSC exams, many parents are planning to take their children who have just finished the exams out for a round of traveling. A family of 5 in the northern part of the city of Hibiscus is happily talking about where they're going to take their kids. Suddenly, the news broadcast on the living room television caught the attention of several people. Arson at the Rice Mart? Subai was assassinated? In the hospital? Compared to I-Ching, Rongqing was considered Subai's second hometown. After all, the headquarters of rice technology is located in Rongqing. Coupled with Subai's persona of listening to persuasion and conscience, he is well loved by the local people in Rongqing. The vast majority of the people are also supportive of this incident involving Liang Manqiu. When you're a boss, is it wrong to pay your employees more? It's just that the capital circle has been firmly controlling internet public opinion, preventing people from speaking up for Subai. I thought that this matter was just a 2-day brouhaha on the internet and then it would be fine. But I didn't realize it. How dare they go and burn down the Rice Mart and assassinate Subai? Hearing that Subai is still in the hospital rescue, the family's heart clenched tightly. Among a group of entrepreneurs, Subai is considered to be one of the rare ones who dare to stand up for the common people. If Su White is gone, Rice Mart is out of business, then who will dare to stand up for the people in the future? It is said that he who carries the paycheck for all must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Then, like Subai, who raised the salary for all the people, not to mention freezing to death in the wind and snow, but if you freeze and catch a cold, It is the fault of all the people here. After watching the news, the family focused on their daughter who had just finished her senior year at home. My daughter also instantly understood her family's thoughts in a second and stated with a smile, "Don't you guys forget that I'm also a big fan of Mr. Sue. I wouldn't mind putting the first stop on my vacation tour in Yicheng. It's just as well. I'd like to go shopping at the Rice Mart too." Seeing this, the family immediately united. First stop, to Yicheng. Support Rice Mart. Support Mr. Sue. Compared to adults, college students, who are known as traveling special forces, are much more emotional and impulsive. It coincides with the vacation of the major universities in Yicheng. Many students are organizing holiday trips. Located in the university city of Rongcheng, the cycling group has even organized a cycling team of more than 200 people, ready to take advantage of the holiday time to ride the National Highway 318. We were just getting ready to leave today when word suddenly came from the team. It's not good. The Rice Mart has been burned. Mr. Sue was also assassinated. Life or death unknown. The crowd of college students who heard the news were in a state of shock. Compared to adults, this group of college students is the main force on the internet. Subai's fan base even has a large number of college students. Almost every college student has an emoticon of Sue by pressing a pig stored in their cell phone. 9 out of 10 college students are using Rice phones due to their superb cost-effectiveness. For this group of college students, Subai is a $100 billion boss and the founder of Rice Technology. But on the internet, Sue White is more like an old friend. Now this old friend is in trouble. In trouble. For giving employees a raise and calling for a raise for everyone. It was boycotted by the capitalist community. Even the Rice supermarket was burned. Even Subai himself was assassinated. Who did Subai take those 3 shots for? It wasn't for millions of ordinary people. Upon hearing this news, one of the boys approached the leader of the writing group. "Captain, I'm not going to 318. And me, I'm not going either." "Me too." Seeing everyone looking for reasons to get out of the group, the leader of the writing group still doesn't know what's going on. Everyone wants to go to Yicheng to support the Rice supermarket and Mr. Sue. And why wouldn't he want to? If you guys got off the tour because you wanted to go to Yicheng to support the Rice supermarket, I don't think that's necessary at all, because we could totally change the first stop on the ride to Yicheng. A group of college students were excited to hear the news, but before this writing group of more than 200 people could set off, the student council's senior sister hurriedly approached them, panting, "I hear you're rerouting to Yicheng?" "What?" The school sister lit up her Wi-Fi chat records, densely packed with wanting to go to Yicheng to support the Rice supermarket and Subai. "Then you may have to wait a bit, trying to go to Yicheng to support the Rice supermarket. But it's not just you guys." Chapter 098 Move Subai? Don't you see who he's under? Su Xiaochang, after all, made a move, although he claimed that he couldn't do anything about Subai. But after knowing Subai's plan, this big butler of Hibiscus City still violated his principles and made a call to the capital. No one knows what Su Xiaochang said on the phone that day, but at noon that day, in addition to Yicheng and Shu provincial TV stations, all the provincial and municipal TV stations in the Dragon Kingdom received internal notifications from the capital. At noon that day, the midday news in all provinces and cities all broadcast the news of the arson fire at the Rice supermarket and the assassination of Subai. There was nothing wrong with what Subai said. It was true that the officials couldn't openly support him now, but that didn't mean that the officials were just sitting back and doing nothing. Allow your capital circle to play dirty sneak attack, but not allowed to Subai borrow the official media voice? On this day, hundreds of TV stations, radio stations and official online media all joined the publicity camp, especially when the Longhua News Douyin account, which had 230 million followers, reprinted the news of Subai's assassination. The mass of sailors manipulated by the capitalist circle are dumbfounded. Give them a lot of guts, but they wouldn't dare to mess with the Douyin comments section of Dragon News. Not only the water armies, even the capital circle that was complicit in boycotting Subai because of the Liang Wenchao incident was confused. People's official media didn't have anything to say in favor of Subai, but merely stood up to reprint the news objectively and fairly. How dare the capitalist community limit their flow in this situation? It doesn't even dare to fart. It was also after the official came forward, originally on the internet, against Subai one-sided bad comments. Finally by the majority of netizens found a breakthrough. Subai's fans were already suffocating in the past 2 days, and when they saw the news about the Rice supermarket being burned and Subai being assassinated, the resentment was bigger than one. The comments section of the Dragon News was full of voices calling for Subai. Let me just say that if the Rice supermarket closes down and highly paid employees like Liang Manchu lose their jobs, all of us here are at fault. He who carries the wages of the many shall not be left to freeze to death in the wind and snow, and he who works for the good of the masses shall not be left to fight alone. Mr. Su, hold on. Rice supermarket, hold on. We brothers from Guangdong province are here to support you. The 18 guards of the Soviet Union are here. Brothers, buy your tickets to Yicheng now. Finished. Qin province to Shu province. All sold out of tickets on the train. The southbound train is full of support for the rice supermarket. Cao Cao never dreamed that there would be a day to unite Shu to attack the capital circle. Cows and horses like me. Act so that our children will not continue to be cows and horses. It is said that 100 cries on the internet are no match for a single show of support in reality. This time, the majority of netizens have also learned to be smart. Want to support Subai? The best way is to take out practical actions to support the rice supermarket. Subai had already lit the fire of hope, and all they needed to do was to keep this fire of hope from going out and burning into the land of the Dragon Kingdom. And among the general public who supported Subai, there was a group of people whose identity was quite special. Mountain City, in a women's yoga group. It was the point of lunch when multiple messages popped up in the yoga group. Sisters, it's not good. The rice supermarket has been burned. And Mr. Su, who was attacked by thugs, shot 3 times, life and death unknown. With the multiple news links thrown around the group, the entire women's yoga group of over 500 people exploded. The capital circle may have forgotten a rather important point when they tried to deal with Subai. Among Subai's many identities, there was one that was quite special. This 29-year-old man created rice sanitary napkins and is tasked with the responsibility of providing hundreds of millions of his fellow women across the Dragon Kingdom with an ants napkin. What about rice supermarket, which many people haven't touched and don't understand? But, once Su White is gone, that means rice tampons are gone. It means that hundreds of millions of fellow women across the country are left without their ants napkins. You capitalize on the circle of the internet to limit the flow of control reviews even if. Now you dare to touch our Mr. Su, don't you know that Mr. So is covered by hundreds of millions of our female compatriots? Don't you know that touching him is the same as touching our auntie's napkin? What's the difference between touching our aunt's napkin and touching us? Snap. In a certain Western restaurant, a certain woman with exquisite makeup was so angry that she almost smashed her plate when she saw the message from the group. After a few seconds of silence, he simply pulled out his phone. It's me. The company's reunion tour this weekend was changed directly to Yicheng. Offer each employee $1,000 to spend at RiceMart. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is a consensus in the retail industry. Compared to men whose spending power is not even as good as a dog's, the spending power of women in the Dragon Kingdom can't even be called half the sky. That's called just a handful. When you speak human, there is no brand that the women of Dragonland can't hold up. Not to mention the rice supermarket, is the rice kiosk, hundreds of millions of dragon women a hand, also still give you to hold into the world's top 500. As it is, in a yoga chat group of 500 people, upon learning that Subai was injured and rescued, it was all about having money and leisure to support the rice supermarket. For them, they can follow a singer's tour all over the major cities just to chase a singer, let alone a Yicheng. The same is happening all over the country. Compared to the college students on bikes and the men on the moving trains, the women in the provinces and cities are much bolder. Gold-collar girlfriends, working women, rich women, and chartered women in the city of Yangcheng in groups of 3 to 5. Groups, chartered flights, shopping, traveling, and even people shouting slogans. For the sake of our auntie's napkins, sisters, toward Yicheng, forward. It all happened so fast, just in a few small moments. At this point in the Rice Mart, the old burned-out Mercedes has been towed away and the replacement of the glass damaged by the arsonist has been completed. As the CEO of Rice Supermarket, Feng Jun carries the load while Subai chats with the doctors and nurses at the People's Hospital to catch up on the drama. At this time Feng Jun is arranging for the employees to take turns to rest. After last night's arson incident, most of the employees did not have a good rest and stayed up all night just like him, but as soon as they heard they had to take a break themselves, many employees quit. Mr. Feng, it's not that we don't listen to you. Now that Mr. Su has been injured, who knows if there will be anyone else to cause trouble. Yes, I can still carry it, and in case anyone else comes looking for trouble, I'll definitely be the first to rush up. If Mr. Su is away, we have to help him keep the supermarket. Looking at the excited employees, Feng Jun also had 2 big heads. Mr. Su was injured, and although he wasn't clear about the exact circumstances, he could see a little inside. At least the fact that Mr. Su's family didn't show up at the People's Hospital proves that Mr. Su shouldn't be in serious trouble. However, it was naturally impossible for Feng Jun to go into detail with his employees about this kind of thing. Just when Feng Jun thought about how to persuade the employees to rotate their rest, suddenly, the walkie-talkie in Feng Jun's hand rang. Mr. Feng, come out and take a look. It was the voice of the head of the loss prevention department, and when Feng Jun heard it, he immediately looked serious. At this juncture, Mr. Su is not here. Is someone coming to mess things up again? Chapter 099 Open a supermarket and block the highway? At this time on the old airport expressway, a bus full of passengers, operated by a sweaty driver, was heading towards the rice supermarket. Not only buses, but also private cars and cabs. The old airport road, which was originally cold and quiet, was horribly busy today. When the first 8 buses pulled into the station, the hordes of grandparents rushed off the buses and headed toward the rice supermarket. Several loss prevention officers standing guard outside the supermarket were confused. What's going on here? Isn't it Monday? One loss prevention officer even saw his parents in the crowd. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? The older two panted. You silly child. The other, Mr. Sue pays you such a high salary and treats you so well. Mr. Sue is in trouble. The rice supermarket is in trouble. Why don't you talk to us? We don't have a lot of skills. Can't we come and support the rice supermarket? Okay, you work, don't worry about us. After saying that, the old couple followed the crowd and surged towards the entrance of the rice supermarket. And when Fong Jun walked out of the rice supermarket with a few management cadres, thinking that someone had come looking for things again, he was also stunned by the scene in front of him, only to see that the entire square of the rice supermarket was already crowded with people, and there was still a steady stream of Yicheng citizens, who were flocking towards the rice supermarket. Before Fong Jun could figure out the situation, he heard the voice coming from the intercom again. This is loss prevention. There are too many social vehicles. The main road in front of the supermarket is blocked. We need backup. Too many people at gate 2 on the right. We desperately need diversion rails. This is the customer service department. We need to deploy sunshades. The rising and falling voices caused the several management cadres to all turn their heads to look at Fong Jun. Now that Mr. Sue was away, Fong Jun became the backbone of everyone. Only Fong Jun was silent for a few seconds before quickly picking up the walkie-talkie. Loss prevention. Request local police support immediately. Inside the road is under our control. Outside the road request local police assistance. All entrances and exits. Immediately set up diversion barriers and man them to avoid a stampede. Colleagues on each shift are divided into 2 groups. One to catch up on rest and one to support each post in each department. Under Fong Jun's one passive methodical command, the entire rice supermarket seemed to be a huge machine with precise coordination, running quickly. And Fong Jun, who put down the walkie-talkie, looked at the vast crowd, and in his heart, his admiration for Su Bai was even greater. This world's great power has really been borrowed by Mr. Su. And just as Fong Jun and a group of other rice supermarket employees were in tears of joy at the support of the people of Yicheng, and they don't know it, they're still rejoicing too soon. At the same time, on the embankment along the Yangtze River in Yicheng, Dong Sanjin was leading an inspection of this year's flood control project. As the big steward of Yicheng, he couldn't possibly put all his heart into the rice supermarket. On the contrary, even Dong Sanjin, who had supported the rice supermarket, was now under tremendous pressure due to the frantic boycott that Su Bai and the rice supermarket had received from the capital circle during this period of time. Although he didn't know if Su Bai's method was useful, but things had come to this point. Dong Sanjin could no longer retreat, and could only accompany Su Bai on a path to the dark. Let's leave it to God. Just when Dong Sanjin was worried about the rice supermarket and Su Bai, suddenly, the secretary, Xiao Zhang, hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and leaned toward Dong Sanjin on the embankment with his cell phone. After noticing Xiao Zhang approaching, Dong Sanjin, who was holding the drawings, did not raise his head and said, "What is it?" At this time, Xiao Zhang, remembering the boss Dong Sanjin's teachings, in the event of a major event, the heart has a quiet, a look of unhurried. Just got the news from the traffic control department. Several highway junctions leading to our Yicheng, now all blocked, queuing up to get off the highway more and more social vehicles. Dong Sanjin, who had heard the news, handed the drawings to a cadre and wondered, a couple of highway crossings, all blocked? This is not a holiday, not vacation. How the highway entrance is still blocked? Chang nodded with a bemused look on his face. Yeah, supposedly all the out-of-towners who were going to shop at the Rice Mart. As soon as these words were said, the more than 10 leading cadres present all had a look of "You're kidding me." Crowds of people going shopping at Rice Mart and blocking the highway? Blocking what have? But really have not heard of blocking the highway entrance. Not to mention them, even the secretary, Xiao Zhang, who received the news at the beginning, didn't believe it himself. Remember, when Xiao Zhang brought Su Bai to choose a site for the rice supermarket, Su Bai said that the road in front of the rice supermarket should be wider, otherwise it would be easy to get stuck in traffic. At that time, Xiao Zhang secretly thought Su Bai was bragging. You're worried about traffic jams when the supermarket isn't even open? But as it turns out, not only did Su Bai not brag, people are quite conservative. It's not just the entrance to the rice supermarket that's blocked. They can even block the highway entrance for you? Who would have thought it? The ones who run supermarkets can block the highway entrance. But just as the secretary, Xiao Zhang, felt that she had followed her boss and learned what it meant to be quiet, what does it mean to be able to smile slightly when the sky is falling, and definitely not smoke the time? On the contrary, his boss, Dong Sanjin, was shaking with excitement at this moment. It is not that Dong Sanjin is indolent, but it is mainly because the secretary, Xiao Zhang, has a small pattern. In the eyes of the secretary, Zhang, it was merely the masses from out of town who came to support the rice supermarket, but in Dong Sanjin's eyes, it was far from that simple. Like Su White said, what's at the heart of RiceMart is people, and as the great steward of Yicheng, Dong Sanjin couldn't be more clear about what is at the heart of a city, which is also the people. As long as there are people, spending, and driving forces, the city will grow. And now, because of a rice supermarket arson and Subai assassination news, the crowds of foreigners, all rushing to Yicheng. On a smaller scale, this is people supporting the rice supermarket and supporting Subai. On a larger scale, so many people from abroad come to Yicheng. Go to the rice supermarket, consumption must spend money. Right. In Yicheng, play 2 days must spend money. Right. Food, accommodation, transportation, tourism, must spend money. Right. Where is this blocking a highway entrance? This is clearly a splash of wealth and fortune, directly hitting Yicheng's head. Now, not only is the rice supermarket going to take off, but even Yicheng, too, is going to follow suit. How could this not excite Dong Sanjin? Quick, contact all departments and call an emergency meeting right away. After hastily finishing his inspection, Dong Sanjin rushed back without stopping. If Dong Sanjin can't take this wealth, he won't have the face to stay in Yicheng. On the way back, Dong Sanjin exclaimed about Subai's handiwork as he excitedly made phone calls. You say it's all equally stinky. How can this kid play such a big game? Chapter 100, is this just the beginning? Inside the special needs ward of Yicheng Hospital, Subai's neck was already in a sling, and his entire left hand was wrapped in a bandage and hung in front of his chest. After all, 3 shots, not a little hurt really cannot be justified. Subai was calling home to report safety. The secretary Xiao Lu, who was holding the cell phone, knocked on the door and entered. Subai's eyes signaled to wait a moment. Until Subai completely hung up the phone, Xiao Lu only excitedly said, Mr. Su, the rice supermarket, it's completely on fire. It's still true that Subai's success is all about his peers. There is a saying that the rice supermarket can be fire. Completely rely on people's capital circle to send an assist. Arson and assassination again can be considered a big favor to Subai. Seeing the excited Xiao Lu, Subai put down the phone. To correct you, the rice mart fire has only just begun. Just started? Isn't it hot enough that people all over the country are coming out to support the rice mart? Still just getting started? Subai patiently explained. Because the vast majority of people, press on, don't come to the rice mart. There's no mistaking that the vast majority of the people who came to support the rice supermarket this time around weren't running for it at all. Rather, it was because of Subai. Because Subai took the lead in proposing a high salary and high benefits package, forcing the capital circle to raise salaries for the masses. Because the capital circle plays dirty, setting fire to the rice supermarket and even hiring killers to assassinate Subai. People don't want to see a conscientious entrepreneur like Subai fighting alone, which is why they have come to support the rice supermarket, trying to show support for Subai with practical actions. However, many people miss the point. That is, a lot of the populace, in fact, don't know what the rice supermarket is really like. From the very first exposure of the rice supermarket on the internet, it is easy to see that the vast majority of people actually do not think highly of the rice supermarket. Everyone thought that Subai had chosen the wrong track and was going to fight hard against the world's no. One Wojima. And now, people are flocking to the rice supermarket, in fact, to support the impulsive spending generated by Subai. In their opinion, even if the products and services of the rice supermarket are not as good as those of Wolheimer, then they have to pay money to support Subai wave. But the truth, is it really? Why Subai has not been on the internet to publicize the rice supermarket? Because from the point of view of the position, there will always be the suspicion that the king's wife sells her melon and boasts about herself. It is said that gold cups and silver cups are not as good as the word of mouth of the people. It's up to the people to decide what to do about the rice supermarket. Opened more than a month ago, the rice supermarket has been fully recognized by the citizens of Yicheng. But that's not enough. Wanting to expand quickly, Subai wanted to become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Rice supermarket just needs more recognition. That's why Subai planned this series of events. It is this one opportunity that he wants to use to get the nation's population to come and set up and shop at the rice mart. Let's show them how rice mart really is. Subai this track. In the end, choose not to choose the wrong. It is also only by gaining the word of mouth and support of the nation's population that the rice supermarket will be able to expand without hindrance. This is Subai's whole plan. That's why Subai said that the fire of the rice supermarket was only just beginning. When did the people all over the country are urging for Subai, who is listening to persuasion, to open a rice supermarket to their hometowns? That's real fire. So, do you hear me? After a flurry of explanations, Subai sat on the hospital bed and looked up at his secretary Xiaolu. At this time, the secretary Xiaolu was nibbling on Subai's fruit basket, holding an apple clunk dazzle. Heard Subai asked. Xiaolu shook his head in a serious manner. Ha, do I still need to hear it? Why don't you say it again and I'll record it and go back and listen to it slowly? For the secretary Xiaolu, she completely belongs to the type of obedience. What you say, she did what? The implementation of ridiculously strong. But if you give her business tactics, strategic logic, purely to the loot, cannot sleep is the greatest respect for you. Looking at Xiaolu's clear stupidity, Subai had a shoot-the-dog look on his face. It's okay, go ahead and eat. Mr. Su, this apple is delicious. Do you want it? I'll peel it for you. No need. Aren't you hungry? Full to the brim. Lying on the hospital bed Subai, quite a kind of high mountains and flowing water cannot find the feeling of loneliness of the soulmate. It's like when he's obviously good looking and people only notice that he's rich. Alas. Sad. And just as Subai drew his sword and looked around in bewilderment, in the distant Pengchang, the headquarters of Wolmer's Greater Dragon Kingdom, Zhu Pengfei, who was holding a cell phone, slowly settled down in his own office chair and looked at the Douyin comments section of the Dragon News with a sigh. It is no exaggeration to say that since the rice supermarket opened on May Day, Zhu Pengfei has been paying attention to the whole process. It is said that the person who knows you best is often the very person you are up against. And standing in Zhu Pengfei's point of view, he happened to be the one who understood Subai the most. With Zhu Pengfei's understanding of Subai's past experience, this 100 billionaire who can play the internet out, must be holding back some big job. So during this time Zhu Pengfei has been secretly observing, wanting to see what kind of medicine Subai is selling in his gourd. But the wait was more than a month. Just when Zhu Pengfei all thought he had misjudged, Subai completely let Zhu Pengfei realize what it meant to be a great success without a sound. Subai's hand Liang Wenchao incident not only shocked the whole network, even as the opponent of the Zhu Pengfei were blinded. You, a supermarket owner, don't study supply chain and service properly. You run to die with the capital circle? A supermarket stocker making tens of thousands of dollars a month? Aren't you just trying to kill yourself? Just when Zhu Pengfei could not understand the enigmatic operation of this Mr. Su more and more. Today at noon the country's major local television stations, collective broadcast rice supermarket arson, as well as Subai assassination news, immediately let Zhu Pengfei smell a hint of unusual breath. Until Zhu Pengfei saw that the general public had traveled to Yichang and was going to support the rice supermarket. Reacting, Zhu Pengfei knelt to Subai on the spot. Look beyond the phenomenon to the essence. This tawdry maneuver by Subai is a textbook case of marketing. In terms of results, is it still not a success to get the whole country to spontaneously go out and support the supermarket you've opened? Those marketing kings and marketing masters are not even worthy of mentioning shoes in front of this Mr. Su. However, there was a problem that came along with it that has been troubling Zhu Pengfei. There was no mistaking that Subai did bring huge traffic to the rice supermarket, but most of these people, for the most part, were running to support Subai. To put it bluntly, going to the rice grocery store is impulse spending at best. They say that traffic is king, but quality is king. Use Subai's marketing do well. Go to the rice supermarket customers. But if your rice supermarket products and services, not recognized by the general public, and then it's still a basket case? You, Su, are not so bad that you don't even understand such a shallow truth. Unless, Zhu Pengfei suddenly thought of a possibility, and even his expression became serious. Unless, this Mr. Su is completely confident that the rice supermarket will be recognized by all. But this kind of thing, Wojima can't even do it. Where did he, Subai, get the confidence? The more he thought about it, the more he felt wrong. Zhu Pengfei always felt that things were not so simple, and after a moment of hesitation, he still called his assistant. Book a ticket to Yichang right away. He wanted to see what kind of trickery was hidden in this rice supermarket. Chapter 101, Where is the rational consumption we promised? And just as Zhu Pengfei was rushing towards Yichang in a hurry, the first batch of people who traveled to Yichang to support Subai had arrived. Yichang high-speed toll station, with the road gate lever raised, a white BMW X3 slowly out of the toll channel. The father driving the car laughed after glancing at the toll monitor. People haven't even arrived at the rice supermarket yet. Our family is supporting Mr. Su's highway fee of more than 100 first. My mother, sitting in the passenger seat, lowered the vanity mirror in her hand. First of all, although we are here to support Mr. Su, we should also start from the actual situation. We can't spend indiscriminately, and only buy what we can use. Grandma, sitting in the back row, chimed in. Yeah, actually, for value for money, I'd prefer to go to Walmart. Although this Mr. Su is conscientious, the price-performance ratio of this rice supermarket is not necessarily higher than that of Wojima. We're supportive, but we can't spend money indiscriminately. It just so happens that this time the whole family is out for a drive, so we can buy more snacks for the road and have some fun in Icheng on the way. The family is not the only one who thinks the same way. Although there were many people who came to Icheng to support the rice supermarket this time, support is support, but it should also be based on the actual situation of the individual. You can't just buy a bunch of random stuff for Subai. Following the navigation, the family finally arrived at the destination of the trip, the rice supermarket. Like He Liping's family at the time, when the rice supermarket appeared in the vision of several people, this family from Rongqing immediately opened their eyes wide. Ooh, a rice supermarket? It's actually this big? Isn't Icheng a third-tier city? And this rice supermarket, it's even more imposing than our CBD in Rongcheng? Good lord, so many out-of-town license plates, all here to support the rice mart? Originally, the family thought that there would be traffic jams, but this time reflects the foresight of Subai's site selection in the first place. The 3 two-way exit lanes of the rice supermarket are fully utilized at this time of the year. Coupled with the direction of the local traffic police department, there was no sign of a traffic jam or stoppage at all. Even though the traffic was a little slower, there was no traffic, but the father who was driving had a worried look on his face. If I had known there were so many cars, I would have come a little later. I guess it's hard to find a parking space later. And just as the vehicles lined up to pull into the entrance of the rice mart, the family's jaws dropped at the endless parking lot directly in front of them. Parking lots, who hasn't seen them before? Have you ever seen a parking lot that can be converted from an airfield runway? A parking lot with over 5,000 parking spaces. Have you ever seen it? Since the parking lot is so large, Rice Mart also has a special parking lot ferry, can you believe it? Just as the family was lamenting the exaggerated size of the Rice Mart's parking lot, a Rice Mart staff member enthusiastically approached them. Sir, if you need a free car wash, please come this way. The father with the window down had an I heard something look on his face. Your Rice Mart, and a free car wash? No, we're here to support your Mr. So, I'm not here to take advantage of you. And this Rice Mart employee had a warm smile full of meaning. To our rice supermarket, you can't leave without taking advantage? The situation is similar to that of the unbelieving He Liping, who took his family to the rice supermarket. When the family joined the huge crowd, they finally entered the interior of the rice supermarket. The rice supermarket's various details to the thoughtfulness on the heart bar were the first to defeat Grandpa. This was followed by the double price tag model with the purchase price and sale price, which made even the frugal grandmother quietly roll up her sleeves. The service is nothing to write home about. What about the product? The slogan of 7 days return and 14 days replacement directly solved the mother's worries about buying fake products, so excited that she almost screamed. There are also produced from the same manufacturers, the same products, but because the brand is not the same, and only half the price, so that the usually stingy father called the previous by loss. Wow, this cup is actually only $8 at Rice Mart? Buy it, buy a box straight away. No way. The same kitchen knife sells for over $500 online and rice is less than $80 at the supermarket? I'll call and ask my bestie if she wants it. A 40-count cotton 4-piece set is only $129? Buy. One color for one set. Under the supply chain strategy of small brands with low margins in Sobai, shopping at Rice Supermarket is really almost as good as taking advantage. And there are a few big categories of cost-effective, not to say hanging the whole world, hanging the whole dragon country, or easily. First, clothing. As we all know, the profit margins of the clothing category has always been high. Scary. Big shopping malls can easily sell thousands of tens of thousands of brand name clothing. In fact, the cost of labor and materials, even less than $100. A piece of clothing that can be sold by the pound in Sheepshead, hanging in the mall to sell you 99 a piece, you feel earn. The vast majority of the clothing in the Rice Supermarket, on the other hand, is priced at no more than $200. What's more, you don't have to worry about styles and materials at all. There is a group of purchasing department employees with tens of thousands of dollars a month and high benefits to keep a strict check for you. They're more worried about you not buying it than the owner. Sue White. Category 2, tea and alcohol. It goes without saying how high the IQ tax is on tea and wine given as gifts at Chinese New Year. To put it bluntly, the product doesn't cost as much as the packaging. Tea leaves that are speculated in the thousands in the outside market. In the Rice Supermarket, the average price is only $100 or so. As for white wine, as you can see from Icheng's competition with next-door Luzhou for the liquor city back in the day, the price of liquor at Rice Supermarket is absolutely beyond your imagination. The key thing is that you don't have to worry about buying a fake one. In the third category, it's all about everyday products. Daily chemicals aside, there is another product at RiceMart that is priced ridiculously low. Eyeglasses. To provide an interesting set of data, a listed optical company's prospectus, the average cost of lenses, less than $7. Yes, you read that right. The average cost of eyeglass lenses, which can easily cost hundreds or thousands of dollars in the market, is not even $7. The cost of a pair of plastic frames, on the other hand, is no more than $10, and the cost of pure titanium frames, on the other hand, is around $70 to $80. When Rice Supermarket offers prescription glasses for a couple hundred or even a couple dozen dollars, few can resist the temptation. So, when the Rice Supermarket, like a dumping machine, frantically shakes the profits and water out of various products before presenting them to many customers, the pressure. It came to the supermarket stocker, faced with a group of customers who flocked to the supermarket to frantically chop up their hands and mindlessly stuffed their shopping carts when they saw the goods. Liang Manchiu, who is a stock boy, is in tears. This one can't make it up at all. Just as speechless as Liang Wenchao, there was also that family from Rongqing. At that moment my daughter was standing in the pile, guarding 2 stacked shopping carts, watching her family who had rolled up their sleeves and made a mad rush to grab goods from the pile. No, where's the rational spending we talked about? Chapter 102. This is Subai's benefit to everyone. Subai is not wrong. The fire of the Rice Supermarket has just begun, especially when Subai's large number of female fans, killed in Yicheng, the employees of the Rice Supermarket, only then realized what is called the horrible spending power of the female group. There are hundreds of employees with their own companies, directly to the Rice Supermarket group building shopping. There are also those who take a stack of shopping lists and just shop for their group of girlfriends. And then there's the big, unattractive goat lady in flip-flops who wants to bag an entire aisle of white wine straight out of the store. Originally, they did run to support Subai, but when they actually went into the Rice Supermarket, they realized, where is this support for Subai? This was simply Subai trying to benefit everyone. For this group of women who can't walk on the side of the road but can't walk when they see a sale, Rice Supermarket is simply a shopping paradise specially made for them, especially in the clothing category. As with daily cosmetics in the beginning, Subai simply marked the price to their heart bar. That clothes and shoes were bought with a scene about as good as a stocking stuffer. And just as shoppers from all over the country flocked to the Rice Mart to go on a shopping spree, Yang Cheng, Friendship Daily Chemical Factory, He Shaokai had already booked a flight to Yicheng and was hurriedly packing his bags, grumbling to himself as he did so. It's all my fault. If I hadn't persuaded Mr. Su to enter the superstore industry in the first place, there wouldn't have been so many things that happened. The good thing is that the subsequent news reports say that Subai is not seriously injured. If there is really a long or short, I guess He Shaokai can feel guilty for a lifetime. Alright, don't be a horse's ass. Remember to talk to Mr. Su when you see him. All the vendors of our Rice Alliance, all support him. Listening to his father He Tsongzhou's instructions, He Shaokai, who had finished packing, was just about to go out when the cell phone in his pocket rang. It wasn't a ringing phone or a Wilson text message. It was a voice that even He Shaokai himself found unfamiliar. Only to see He Shaokai pulling out his cell phone with a puzzled look on his face. Only to realize that the alert sound actually came from a piece of software. This is a supplier software sent by Rice Supermarket after Friendship Daily Chemical Factory became a supplier of Rice Supermarket. According to Fong, suppliers can use this software to see in real time how their goods are being sold at the Rice Supermarket. There's no mistaking that Subai copied Wojima's sales plus purchasing integration model, allows suppliers to automatically track replenishment at each point of sale, with efficient merchandise replenishment that allows labor and inventory costs to be greatly reduced. This alone reduces intermediate costs by 2 to 6%. But since installing the software, He Shaokai hadn't been too concerned. After all, there is only one Rice Supermarket now. Ask, a supermarket, even if the sales volume is good, how good can it be? And, in order to support Mr. Su's Rice Supermarket, every time Friendship Daily Chemical Factory replenishes the goods, it is the most active. It was only 2 days ago that nearly $200,000 worth of goods were restocked for the Rice Mart. It's not like, in 2 days, $200,000 worth of goods. It's sold out. But when He Shaokai clicked on the software, the red alert message directly made He Shaokai's jaw open wide. Inventory in short supply. Nearly $200,000 worth of daily chemical products in 2 days. And you're running out of stock? And that's if there's only one Rice Supermarket. What if there were 10? What if there were 100? What if there were 1,000? Although He Shaokai knows that this is the performance generated by the people of the provinces, who spontaneously went to support the Rice Supermarket. But this support is really a bit exaggerated. Is this the rhythm of emptying the Rice Supermarket? UD Daily Chemical Factory is not the only one who has received the information of stock shortage. Gone Province, which is claimed to have the lowest presence in the Dragon Kingdom. There is a mineral water plant that many people in the Dragon Kingdom don't know about. Leonta Mineral Water, known as the province of Gone Province water. Not only sweet and refreshing, but also for many years to maintain the price of 1 yuan a bottle, favored by the people of Gone Province. Before the establishment of the rice supermarket, Feng Jun personally went to Gone Province to discuss cooperation with Yang Yuzhang, the director of Lunshan Mineral Water Factory, for Leonta Mineral Water. Although it is loved by the people of this province, its influence has been limited to Gone Province. The reason for this is that you can't market and you can't afford to advertise. Take the simplest packaging. It's blue sky, white clouds and green meadows of the outer packaging. Simply dirt to the dregs. Cannot be on the stage. If it were not for its good taste, low price and highly supported by the people of Gone Province, it would probably have closed down long ago. So when Feng Jun came to find Yang Yuzhang to discuss cooperation, Yang Yuzhang couldn't believe it. For so many years, it was Yang Yuzhang who begged his grandpa and grandma to cooperate with large supermarkets. But large supermarkets like Wajima simply can't see a small, rustic brand like Leonta. I didn't realize that when it came to the rice supermarket, I would actually be invited to move in. The bottom line is that rice supermarket uses an affiliate model. It is equivalent to a rice supermarket providing space for Leapfield mineral water to sell, with no involvement in pricing, only in profit commission. Leapfrogfield can still continue to sell it for a conscience price of $1 a bottle. This is what makes Yang Yuzhang the most heart. So when Feng Jun came to the door, the two only talked for less than half an hour, and then painfully determined the intention to cooperate. Although he became a supplier of rice supermarkets, Yang Yuzhang did not take this matter too seriously. After all, rice supermarket has just been established and there is still only one store. How much better could this sell? Just as Yang Yuzhang, who was in his early 50s, was inspecting the factory with his backhand as usual, suddenly, the sales manager came over in a hurry, coming up for air. Mr. Yang, rice supermarket, the inventory is in a state of emergency. Yang Yuzhang, who heard the news, looked puzzled. Usually restocking a rice supermarket is done once a week. Didn't the replenishment for the rice supermarket arrive yesterday? The system didn't update? Seeing this, the sales manager braced his knees and said, Mr. Yang, you really aren't online at all. Now the rice supermarket is completely on fire. On fire, and along with it our Leapfield mineral water. The shipment we got in yesterday is also going to sell out. Mr. Yang, we Leapfield mineral water. Branch prong up Rice mart on fire? Along with Leapfield mineral water. It's on fire? Yang Yuzhang never thought that the Leonta mineral water has been unable to solve the dilemma of leaving the province, was actually a rice supermarket to solve the problem. After reacting for a moment, he looked at the sales manager, who was still gasping for air, and immediately urged, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and ship it. The same is happening all over the country. Lu, from the city of beer, green food calcium milk cookies, pan potato chips in Fu, Shamafei chrysanthemum tea in Guangdong province, the cinnamon table of the Old Table province, Eurasian milk in Cloud province. All of these unknown national conscience old brands that cooperated with Rice Supermarket have received information from Rice Supermarket about stock shortage. A truck loaded with all kinds of goods winds along the highway to Yicheng. Chapter 103, This is the Legend. A sea of people. The modern internet all has one thing in common. Either create hotspots or chase them. And the number one internet hotspot for the past 2 days has undoubtedly been Subai and the Rice Supermarket. Ever since the official account of Dragon News came down to stand up for Subai, the capital circle knew that their limited streams and water armies could no longer serve any purpose. And when the capital circle lifted the restriction on Subai's flow, the vast number of netizens who had been suffocated could finally speak freely and curse at the capital circle. There is no lack of a large number of big V bloggers who have come forward to chase hotspots and analyze this big battle between Subai and the capital circle. And one of those bloggers is clearly better at chasing hot buttons. Autumn Moon Review. As a blogger in the Jitterbug review section, Han Xiaoyue, who specializes in daily lifestyle products, has been notorious among the many review bloggers. With less than 100,000 followers, her reviewing career has always been uneventful as well. But Han Xiaoyue is one of the rare bloggers who can stick to objective reviews without being recharged by the manufacturers. And Han Xiaoyue has never given up on her reviewing career. She has always believed that she just lacks an opportunity, a chance for people to recognize her. And today, that opportunity, at last, has come. When the news of Subai's assassination was broadcast on the TV stations in the provinces, Han Xiaoyu happened to be at the airport in Hangzhou, preparing to go to Lu province to visit her best friend whom she hadn't seen in years. But when she saw that people from all over the country were spontaneously traveling to Yicheng to support Subai and the rice supermarket, Han Xiaoyue was keenly aware that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. since we all want to go and support the Rice Mart. What is this Rice Mart all about? Are the products and services of the Rice supermarket as conscientious as Sue's Rice cell phone and Rice sanitary napkins as always? Someone is curious. And naturally, someone needs to answer. For review blogger Han Shoyue, isn't this an invaluable opportunity that can't be missed? It is not an exaggeration to say that a second of hesitation is disrespectful to your profession. So Han Shoyue decisively changed her destination and went straight to Yicheng. Han Shoyue's choice proved not to be wrong when she had just gotten off the plane from Yicheng and turned on the live broadcast in the cab on her way to the Rice supermarket. As soon as the title of the live stream of the offline review of the Rice supermarket hit the air, in less than 5 minutes, thousands of people flooded into the live stream. I guess that an anchor would definitely go to the Rice supermarket to rub it in. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Ho ho ho. Autumn Moon is awesome. I heard that many anchors are on their way to the Rice supermarket, and you're the first one to start broadcasting. I'll go. The anchor moves so fast. This is already in Yicheng? As more and more viewers with curiosity flocked to the live broadcast, the discussion about the Rice supermarket became more and more heated. To be honest, I am not optimistic about the Rice supermarket. Very simple reason. The staff's wages are so high. In the end it is not amortized to the cost. The price of goods can still be low? There's one thing to be said for a company like this that treats its employees well, even if the price is a little higher. I'm willing to pay for it out of my pocket. That is, why do people support Mr. Su and the Rice supermarket? Isn't it because they hope that more and more employees, like Liang Wenchao, will be there? I have to say, except for offline customers who have actually been to a Rice supermarket, on the internet, the vast majority of people don't have too high expectations of the value for money of a Rice supermarket. Let's not talk about the difference in volume between Rice supermarket and Wachek. The cost of labor brought about by the implementation of high salaries and high benefits in Rice supermarkets is unlikely to make the prices of Rice supermarkets any lower. Instead of going to support the Rice supermarket, more accurately, it's more like buying in to support Subai's high salary and benefits. In the face of netizens' mixed comments, sitting in a cab, Han Shoyue did not express any subjective opinions. For a professional evaluation blogger, she always need to stand in an objective position to speak. The only way to find out exactly how Rice supermarket is to go there. But, before arriving at the Rice supermarket, Han Shoyue could still charge objective advice. Only Han Shoyue's gaze fell on the cabmaster who was driving. As we all know, cab drivers, as a profession, have the best knowledge of the local situation and are known as regional bagmen. Rice supermarket word of mouth. Ask the cab driver is correct. I only saw Han Shoyue still pointing the camera at her face, but twisting her head towards the cab driver. Master, I read the news and came here specifically to support the Rice supermarket. I've never been to Yicheng. Can you introduce me to the Rice supermarket? Hearing that Han Shoyue is here to support the Rice supermarket, the cab master's face smile immediately warmed up, and then opened the box. The Rice Mart situation. How to say it? The cabbie gripped the steering wheel with his left hand and snapped his head with his right, as if he couldn't find the exact words to describe it for a moment. Let's just say that a third of the money I make driving a cab, and my wife has to spend it on Rice Mart. Hearing this answer, Han Shoyue was shocked in a small way. A random cab driver is a loyal customer of Rice Mart? Even the viewers in the live broadcast room dropped their jaws when they heard the local cabmaster's answer. I thought Rice supermarkets weren't good value for money? It's actually so popular locally in Yicheng? But for the specifics of the Rice supermarket, the cab driver simply did not mention. For him, he boasted the Rice supermarket out of flowers, but also then they went to walk through the reel. It is worth mentioning that when the cab driver sent Han Shoyue to the door of the Rice supermarket, Han Shoyue took out her own cell phone and was ready to scan the code to pay, but the cab master directly put away the QR code on the driver's side. Master, I'm paying, what are you doing? I only saw the cab master make a hustling motion and laughed. I'm not going to lie. Our local cabs, for the past 2 days, have made a rule that all passengers from out of town who come to support the Rice Mart are free. Hearing this reply, Han Shoyue, who was holding the live phone, was surprised. In support of Rice Mart, all local cabs are free? No, can this Rice supermarket be that good? Not only Han Shoyue, even the nearly 10,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were too surprised to speak after hearing the cabmaster's words. Scripted, definitely scripted. What's the situation? We hear cab encounter outsiders, not detour is good. People for a supermarket, actually free you dare to believe? I'm going to go. The whole thing makes me want to make a trip to the Rice supermarket, and I've never taken a free cab in all my life. Something is wrong. This Mr. Sue's Rice supermarket, something is very wrong. What did this Rice supermarket do to make the locals so supportive? Shoyue don't dawdle, quickly take us to Sia. And when Han Shoyue thanked the cabmaster and turned around with her live phone to face the Rice supermarket, The audience in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. No, this is a supermarket? Are you sure it's not a holiday tourist attraction? How many people do we have to wait in line to get into the supermarket? I dropped my own mother, Lou. This is the legend. A sea of people? Sorry, 10 minutes late. Forgot to look at the time when I was coding.